Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Everyone has fertile land. The collapse of the old world. It's so dreamy, it doesn't feel real at all. I woke up overnight, and I got 100 acres of fertile land. 100 acres of fertile land, I can completely lie flat, and I don't have to accept exploitation anymore. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, and seeing Nanshan leisurely, this is the life I yearn for. Haha, go to hell. Today I just called and hung up my boss, that's cool. FK, all capitalists, go to hell. Everyone has 100 acres of fertile land, everyone is self-sufficient, let's see who you capitalists exploit. Haha. All the people will return to the farming era, and the bosses will also be laid off. The time for peasants to stand up has come. Those who know how to farm are the protagonists of the world. After waking up overnight, all forums and websites went completely crazy, and the entire network was almost paralyzed. There is only one topic all around, and that is 100 acres of fertile land for everyone. Yes. Just last night, everyone got a mysterious notice. Everyone in the world, as long as they are over the age of 16, will all get a 100-acre fertile land space. A completely separate space. The entrance to the space is just above a mark on the palm of your hand. Not only that, but what is even more exciting is that the mysterious voice told everyone that every farm space will be rewarded or punished according to the performance and achievements of the farm owner in the good land. This means that the whole people will completely return to the farming era. This means that all the wealth accumulated by all capitalists will disappear. Because 100 acres of fertile land is enough to support yourself and your family, and you are completely self-sufficient. If that's all, it's not crazy. However, the fertile land space will conduct an assessment on the owner of the fertile land. Whether it is for those mysterious rewards or not to be punished, the owner of the farm will bring his family to live in the farm space. The former order will all collapse, and everyone will return to an absolutely fair starting line. The wealth once accumulated may be worthless. Next, who will be the founder of the new order will only be known after comparing and working hard. In the world at the moment, every family is happy and every family is sad. However, those families who were worried did not have the power to stop the instant avalanche of order. When the space is unified and opened, the global awards will fall into absolute silence. This overwhelmed planet may have a chance to breathe and recuperate after humans enter the farm space. The era of farming for the whole people. Isn't my savings and reserves all these years wasted? Hong Yi was stunned. It has been 17 years since I traveled to this world. This world is similar to the world he was in before. Technology is slightly more advanced than the world in which he lived. For the past 17 years, he has kept a low profile, planning to make a blockbuster when the time comes. The sudden change broke all his plans. Fortunately, I really know how to farm. Thinking of this, Hong Yi smiled, his eyes full of anticipation. However, people from the agricultural university, it's time to laugh. Hong Yi shook his head, looking forward to the unified opening of the farm space. When? Not long after, the whole world seemed to hear the sound of bells. The marks on everyone's arms were slightly distorted. In the next moment, everyone on the entire planet disappeared. Including teenagers and children under the age of 16. These are the real wealth. When he came back to his senses, Hong Yi found that he was already in an extremely vast world. Ahead is an extremely wide field. The fields have been divided into several blocks, and the canals have been laid out in a staggered manner. In front of the fertile fields, there is a river. The distant area was blocked by a translucent barrier. This means that the owner of fertile land can only live within 100 acres of fertile land. Normally, without the assistance of machinery, it is impossible for one person to cultivate 100 acres of fertile land. To be able to complete more than 10 acres is already against the sky. Plowing, harrowing, sowing, fertilizing, land filling and so on. Moreover, the time suitable for spring plowing is not the whole year. What's more, after the seedlings grow, there are fertilization, insect removal, watering and so on. Harvesting will be even more tiring. There's even a shopping mall. Hong Yi was extremely surprised. When I walked to the mall, I found that there was no one there, but the entire mall had everything. Seeds, fertilizers, weed killers, insect killers, and more. There are even various harvesters, iron cattle, and so on. Ding, welcome to the farm owner Hong Yi. In the shopping mall, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded, if you need to know anything, you can consult directly. How to buy these products? Hong Yi asked. Newcomers who enter the farm for the first time can borrow a maximum of 100,000 yuan, which will be used as start-up funds to purchase farming and living materials needed by the newcomers. The loan will charge 10% interest, and it can be repaid within 1 year. After 1 year, if you can't pay back, you will be taken back to the fertile land and expelled from the space. The electronic voice explained. How to pay back? Hong Yi asked. All the harvests planted by all farm owners can be handled by the farm owners themselves, or sold to shopping malls in exchange for money. Farm owners can also process agricultural products into other commodities and then sell them. The price of all goods is fixed forever. The electronic voice continued to explain. So powerful. It is produced and sold directly without any middlemen. Moreover, the price is always stable without any risk. That means, there's no opportunism. Hong Yi secretly marveled. This simply blocked all the capitalists' routines from the source. If you want to get rich, you have to work hard. In addition, all farm owners, as long as they perform well, will receive rich, even unexpected rewards. Electronic voice added. In addition, the owner of the farm is equipped with a luxury house, which can be connected to the internet. Also, among farm owners, if they are husband and wife or have immediate family members, they can merge farms. Excuse me, Master Hong Yi, do you have a merger target? Asked the electronic voice. No. Hong Yi shook his head a little lonely, but felt emotional in his heart, this is too human. Ding, any door system wakes up. At this moment, a mysterious voice came from Hong Yi's mind. Any door system? My, gold finger. Hong Yi's heart beat faster. Chapter 2. Yes, this system is any door system. It is only responsible for assisting the host to open the wormhole door to other worlds. The system replied. Enough. Although tasteless, you are the most suitable system for me. Hong Yi was laughing like crazy. Being able to open the system leading to other worlds and cooperate with this farm is simply against the sky. This is the rhythm of opening up an infinite market. May I ask which type of world the host tends to open? The system estimated that it was also extremely speechless about Hong Yi's thoughts, and asked after a long silence. Low magic world. Well, there is a world of tauren. It's better to be a low magic world with an orc slave market. Hong Yi made a choice. The world of high demons is too dangerous, if you don't have the strength to enter, you will undoubtedly seek death. What's more, did he go in to fight for hegemony, choose opportunities, or something? He needs labor. 100 acres? Buy 100 tauren and come back, and it will be done in minutes. Mechanical plowing is no match for 100 or so tauren. 100 acres? Too little. May I ask the host, do you want to open the space wormhole now? Asked the system. Not in a hurry. Hong Yi shook his head, then said to the electronic voice. I borrowed 100,000. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi directly borrowed up to the limit. Clang, clang. The next moment, a machine not far away began to rattle, spit out gold coins. It turned out to be a gold coin. Is the trading currency of Liangqian space gold coins. Hong Yi was surprised, and then complained, damn it, how can I get 100,000 gold coins? Ding, congratulations to the host. This system has opened the system space for you, the host can put gold coins into the space. The sound of the system came in time. This is simply wonderful. Hong Yi was happy, this system was designed to solve his problems. Please return the 110,000 gold coins to Hong Yi before this time next year, or you will be expelled. Electronic voices carry prompts and warnings. Don't worry, it will be returned in half a year at most. Hong Yi smiled confidently, then opened the space imprint, and left his fertile land. When he appeared again, he was already in his room. System, open the space wormhole. It's best for me to appear directly in the slave market. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi said to the system. Time to hurry up. As you wish. The sound of the system came, and a six-pointed star appeared under Hong Yi's feet. The next moment, he disappeared directly. When he appeared again, Hong Yi found himself in a dark corner. There are noisy voices all around, but he can't understand all the voices. The style of the whole building and the dress of human beings are very similar to medieval Europe. Sure enough, I came to another world. Tauren, come to my farm. Hong Yi murmured. Ding, it is detected that the host is unable to communicate verbally, and the host's Wanya proficiency skill has been issued. The sound of the system sounded, and Hong Yi felt a warm current flowing through him. For a moment, he could fully understand the noisy voices and shouts. System, I now think you are the strongest system, the strongest auxiliary system. Hong Yi praised excitedly. Afterwards, ambition grew in his heart. Sooner or later, I will build my business empire in this world. Sooner or later, I will use food to conquer this world, and then myriad realms. Hong squeezed his fist lightly, secretly thinking. My lord, may I help you? A very abrupt voice sounded beside Hong Yi. It was a little old man with a shrewd light in his eyes. I want to buy some orc slaves, preferably all tauren, about 100. Have it. Hong Yi opened his mouth lightly, flicked his finger lightly, and a gold coin buzzed in the air, just in time to land in the little old man's hand. Gold. The little old man trembled excitedly, listening to the sound to distinguish the gold. He just listened to the sound, he knew that it was an impossibly pure gold coin. Thank you for your reward, my lord. Carefully putting away the gold coins, the old man beamed with joy, and his language became extremely respectful. You haven't answered me yet. Hong Yi asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, there must be. I just got a new batch of goods today. In addition to last time, there should be 100 tauren. The little old man quickly and respectfully agreed. Take me to have a look. They are in good health and the price is right. I will buy them all. Hong Yi said richly. Adults, come with me. The little old man is going to be happy, this is a big deal. Afterwards, the little old man called a few tall and mighty guards to follow him, and he led the way in front of him. This slave market is still very particular, the place is spacious, the lighting is good, and the ventilation is good. However, the smell is real. After turning and turning, he finally came to an extremely spacious cell. Hong Yi finally saw the legendary tauren. FK. Too mighty. Hong Yi was secretly speechless. Each tauren is at least 2.5 meters tall. Although they are thin, they are all burly due to their huge skeletons. There are huge horns on the head, eyes the size of copper bells, and palms the size of cattail fans. Absolutely brute force. It's really a pity that such a tauren is not used for farming. Hong Yi praised secretly. At the same time, he was also observing the tauren. These tauren feel that apart from being thinner, their health and mental state are very good. There were no welts or wounds on his body. When they saw Hong Yi, all the tauren looked at Hong Yi with incomparable enthusiasm, as if hoping that Hong Yi would buy them. These tauren didn't sell their own because they were hungry. Hong Yi thought secretly. Chapter 3. My lord, buy me. My lord, buy me, I am strong, eat less, and have martial arts. When someone spoke, all the tauren rushed forward, shouting to sell themselves. Back off. The guard whipped the whip in the air and shouted, scaring all the tauren back obediently, but their eyes looked at Hong Yi longingly. How many? Hong Yi asked the little old man. 108. For 100 adults, you only need to give me 100 gold coins, and I will give you a 20% discount, so if you want to buy it, you only need to pay me 80 gold coins. The little old man said with a smile. This is a big customer, so you have to take good care of it. If it's a deal, then I'll buy it all. Hong Yi said richly. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Before the little old man could speak, all the tauren shouted in unison. Maybe they really need a job. It seems that the situation of the orcs in this world is really bad. My lord, you go to rest first, tell us your surname, and when we stamp your mark on you, you can take it away directly. The little old man said with a smile. No, I'm taking it away now. Hong Yi shook his head, then stretched out his palm, and the gold coins landed on the table with a clatter. Such a move seemed to be like magic, which made the little old man stunned for a while, and all the guards looked at Hong Yi with eyes full of admiration and respect. Magician is the most popular profession in this world. Besides, Hong Yi is still such a young magician. It is already our supreme honor for adults to patronize our venue. My lord, please keep these gold coins, these tauren are my tribute to you. The little old man came back to his senses and became more respectful, even flattering. If such a powerful magician, or such a young magician, can be taught well, there will be infinite benefits in the future. If you encounter trouble, maybe he only needs a word to settle it. A transaction is a transaction, so there is no need to say. Hong Yi shook his head, he could probably guess the little old man's intentions. However, he really does not lack these 100 or so gold coins. These tauren brought back by him will create a steady stream of wealth for him. Hong Yi's refusal caused disappointment to flash across the little old man's eyes, and then he gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. My lord, please move, I have a gift for you. The little old man said very sincerely. Oh! Curiosity flashed in Hong Yi's eyes, and he followed the little old man's pace. Between turns and turns, Hong Yi found himself in a garden full of fragrant flowers. Soon, he froze. A woman in chains and bracelets. There is a collar around the neck, which seems to seal something. The point is that this is no ordinary woman. Long silver hair, slender and pointed ears. Moreover, her eyebrows are extremely slender, extending beyond her cheeks. Beautiful, quiet, pure, even seems to be full of vitality. Elves. Hong Yi's breathing was a little short. What a surprise! Elves are close to nature and even have real magic. At this time, is there any creature more suitable to take care of the dealer than elves? FK, let the elves take care of the dealer, it's hard not to have a good harvest. Hong Yi's heart was extremely excited. Do adults like it? Seeing Hong Yi's excitement, the little old man was obviously very happy. I love it so much. Hong Yi is outspoken. It's a free gift, why not? For this elf, this is a kind of redemption. For Hong Yi, this is the best gardener. It's an absolute win-win. Is there any more? Without waiting for the little old man to answer, Hong Yi asked. My lord was joking, I have exhausted all my efforts to get this elf. If it wasn't for your lord, I wouldn't even be willing to auction it off. The little old man smiled. I owe you a favor by taking her away. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi made a commitment. Thank you, my lord. After getting the promise he wanted, the little old man finally smiled. Open the shackles and bracelets. Besides, I will definitely visit you often in the future. Hong Yi said slowly. Guaranteed to satisfy adults every time. The little old man smiled happily, quickly took out the key, and untied the elf's shackles and bracelet. During the whole process, the female elf remained motionless, but exuded a sad indifference. Follow me. Hong Yi spoke calmly, holding the palm of the female elf's hand, and the next moment the female elf disappeared. This move directly made the little old man gasp. What kind of magic is this? It's so terrifying. The old man was shocked, and when he came back to his senses, he found that Hong Yi had left the slave farm. It's worth it to exchange an elf for the favor of a strong man. The little old man wanted to laugh wildly. Owner! Owner! When they came to the tauren, 108 tauren saluted very respectfully and excitedly. Can I bring the tauren directly to the farm? Hong Yi asked the system. Of course can. The system answered in the affirmative. Then go back. It's time to plow the land. Hong Yi smiled lightly. In an instant, Hong Yi and all the tauren disappeared. All the outsiders left behind were rioting and terrified. Hong Yi came quietly and took 100 tauren with him when he left. Chapter 4. Master, where is this? Amidst a burst of dizziness, 108 tauren issued their own voices and appeared in a completely strange place. Can't help asking in a earnest voice. This will be such a new home from now on. Also, come here and get ready to get food. I'm full, you have to work for me. Hong Yi doesn't have any nonsense. Since there are rewards for good performance, does the first full plow work count as good performance and will you be rewarded? Hong Yi has been thinking about this question. In fact, when Hong Yi saw that the price of an iron ox was 100,000, he wanted to take a chance and buy an iron ox for plowing. Be the first to complete the plowing quest and see if you can get a reward. In addition, after he finished plowing the land, he could rent out the iron ox. However, since it's turned on, there's no need to take risks. What's more, in his opinion, an iron bull is far inferior to 108 tauren. Buy meat buns. Give me a meal directly. Came to the mall, Hong Yi said richly. A meal of meat buns requires 100 gold coins. Check, please. Electronic sound came. So expensive. Hong Yi couldn't help muttering, but still paid the bill. Not long after, a basket of steaming meat buns suddenly dropped into the mall. Gilu! Gilu! Smelling the fragrance, the tauren swallowed and his stomach made sounds one after another. Come and get them all, it's time to cook. Hong Yi said with a smile. Master, is this for us to eat? The tauren swallowed, and asked in disbelief. Hurry up, I'll give you a quarter of an hour. Eat enough, try to finish this land for me as quickly as possible. Hong Yi softly shouted. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The tauren rushed forward, gobbling it up. Too delicious. Master is really kind, woohoo. The master has been so kind to us. He had never eaten such a delicious food, and the tauren burst into tears, crying bitterly as he stuffed the steamed stuffed bun into his mouth. In order to repay their master, they decided to recover their strength and work as quickly as possible. Hong Yi shook his head and smiled, and then bought an iron plow in the mall. Directly by 54. It should be easy for the two tauren to work together to get 2 acres. Hong Yi is crazy, and the whole people are naturally not left behind. Hehe. Farming also requires brains. Moreover, there are business opportunities in everything. As long as you are good at discovering and thinking, elites are elites no matter what they do. A middle-aged man with extraordinary bearing gently patted his iron bull that he had just bought, and said in a high-spirited manner. With this iron ox, I will be able to complete the ground turning as quickly as possible. For such an excellent performance, I should be rewarded. In addition, after I finish plowing the land, the iron ox can be rented out. Maybe I can not only get my money back, but also earn some gold coins. When he started the iron bull, he looked extremely proud. In fact, there are people crazier than him. Cooperation can win-win. Brother, you help me this time. The two machines work together. It is estimated that I will be the fastest. I should be rewarded. Next time, let's share the reward this time, and I will help you next time. Crazy elites have already shown their magical powers across the sea. Moo. In less than 10 minutes, the 108 tauren had all put down their buns, and rushed to the fertile fields with their iron plows on their shoulders. 2 people work together, one person pulls in front, and the other stabilizes and helps push behind. They work together seamlessly. After all, arable land is their racial talent. There was a roar, which seemed to be roaring. Go. FK. This is plowing, not charging. Seeing the tauren running wildly, Hong Yi was completely stunned. It was as if they were charging forward on the battlefield. That speed, that momentum is a little scary. The endless fields are rolling. It felt like overwhelming mountains. Is this, the tauren from the low magic world? That power is definitely much more terrifying than a real cow. Hong Yi was completely stunned. I feel that when the two tauren cooperate, it is really not difficult at all when plowing the land. At this speed, 3 iron bulls can't beat them. 100 miles of acceleration only consumes some buns. 100 acres of land for everyone. 1,000,000 mu is not enough for me. Hong Yi was happy, and began to wait and see leisurely, even squinting and closing his eyes to rest his mind. This is the real farmer. Call. Call. When the tauren started to pant, Hong Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that the 100 acres of land had been plowed for nothing. Moreover, it rolled extremely evenly. Ding! In an instant, a reminder sounded in everyone's farmland space. The owner of farm number 8888 took the lead in plowing 100 mu of land, setting a record. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who won the title of strongest farmer. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won a reward of 100 acres of land. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who received a reward of 100,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the owner of the farm number 8888, who has won the reward of the strength of a cow. Chapter 5. In an instant, all the farm space fell into dead silence. How is it possible? The three of us worked together, bought 3 machines and started working at the same time, and the plowing was only half done. Could it be that the owner of this farm numbered 888 owns 6 machines? FK, this speed is too fast. I only plowed a small piece of land. Who is the owner of number 888? Please marry me. Damn it, the strongest farmer is rewarded with 100 acres of fertile land. 100,000 gold coins. The farm has been open for a long time, and I have earned 100,000 gold coins. What is the power of a cow? Could it be that the owner of the number 888 has obtained the power of a cow? The strength of a cow, this physical fitness, makes people greedy. After a short period of silence, the world boiled. Some are envious, some are jealous, and some women want to know about Hong Yi. Some of the world's elite were even more distraught. In order to get rewards, they did not hesitate to borrow the maximum amount, bought iron bull, and planned to give it a go. Now, the reward has been preempted by a mysterious field owner. Next, they will embark on a long road to repay their debts. After the land was harvested, their iron ox could only be put on hold temporarily, and the best way was to rent it out. Otherwise, they would not even have the money to buy seeds and fertilizers. However, is Shania so easy to rent? Who knows how many people there are who also made crazy moves. Boom! At this moment, the enchantment in Hong Yi's farm is expanding crazily, and the fertile land has doubled in size. 100 acres of fertile land turned into 200 acres of fertile land. Wow! The small vault of his mansion, the rain of gold coins from the sky, and the crisp sound of metal crashing are so wonderful. Hong Yi even felt a warm current flowing on his body. It was warm, and at the same time, he felt his strength skyrocketing. The power of a cow. Now I have the strength of a bull. Sure enough, can the mysterious farm still be used for such crazy rewards? Feeling the power of Peng Bai in his body, Hong Yi's heart was trembling. Wealth, power, and so on are really too childish compared to strength and lifespan. Brothers, hurry up, there is still half of the field. The tauren who had just finished plowing saw that the field had doubled, and immediately started screaming again. Their idea is very simple. The master treats them so well and feeds them such delicious food, the only thing they can do is to dedicate their brute force. Simple, kind, and somewhat simple-minded. But, it's cute. Diligence and diligence are naturally attached to their blood. Stop. You guys have a good rest first, drink water first, and fill your stomach before talking. Hong Yi hastily stopped them. These tauren are free labor, but they can't be used like this. Now that the task has been completed, there is no need to worry. But master! The tauren got a little anxious. Okay, this is an order. Eat and drink enough, rest well, and then you will have more energy to work. Hong Yi ordered directly. Woo woo woo. The master is really kind. The tauren burst into tears again. Hong Yi shook his head and smiled, and bought more than 1,000 cans of Red Bull in the mall. This money is definitely not money for the benefits created by the tauren. These tauren are all treasures. Hong Yi is not good to them, who is good to them? When the tauren drank the Red Bull, he wailed again. Moved. Such a master is enough for them to risk their lives to accompany them. Buzz. Hong Yi smiled, and directly summoned the elves in the system space. What are you going to do? the beautiful elf asked in a panic. She felt the mystery and power of Hong Yi. He actually has the legendary space magic. Snapped. Hong Yi directly crushed the demon sealing collar around her neck. You! The beautiful elf was incomparably surprised. At the same time, she also felt the kindness from Hong Yi. Help me plant the land. Hong Yi asked with a smile. The elves are so beautiful, they are so heart-wrenching. However, what fascinates Hong Yi even more is her ability. Farming. The elf was a little confused. This powerful human bought her back just to farm for him? Ding, a warm reminder from the incoming system. Host, there is a seed of the tree of life hidden in the elf's body. A system beep sounded in my mind. The seed of the tree of life. Hong Yi's heart trembled violently. FK, if you plant the tree of life on this farm, what kind of achievements will you get? What rewards do you get? For a moment, Hong Yi's eyes became extremely hot. What are you doing? The elf asked extremely vigilantly. Would you like to plant the tree of life in this world? Hong Yi didn't go around the bush, and asked by himself. You know that I have the seed of the tree of life in me. The elf was incomparably horrified, and then realized that he had missed what he had said, and looked at Hong Yi more vigilantly. I know, but I respect your choice. For you and me, this is an opportunity. In addition, if you are willing to plant the tree of life here, I promise that you can bring all your imprisoned clansmen here. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi promised. Chapter 6. Why should I trust you? Asked the elf. At least I didn't hurt you now, did I? If you really take it by force, I don't need to smash your forbidden magic collar. Also, feel the space here yourself. It's only 200 acres of land. Can you withstand the charge of 100 tauren? Hong Yi said calmly, besides, I'm just a farmer here, and I don't have any ambitions. I just want to plant my land well. Help me farm in exchange for more gold coins. With enough gold coins, you can redeem all your people from the slave market. Seeing the female elf moved, Hong Yi continued to add. Can I really trust you? The elf was indeed a little moved. My name is Hong Yi. Hong Yi introduced himself. It seems that I don't want to talk about this topic anymore. Catherine. How do I know, do you have bad intentions for us? Catherine also introduced herself, but she was still wary of Hong Yi. What bad thoughts can there be? You are so beautiful, the biggest bad idea is nothing more than wanting you. However, if you really use strong words, I can easily get it just now, or even now. Hong Yi's words were straightforward, and he ignored Catherine afterwards. Instead, they came to the seed sales area. All seeds, everything. Coarse grains such as corn, rice, wheat, soybeans, sweet potatoes, cassava, potatoes and other potatoes, various vegetables, various fruits, etc. They are all kinds of crops that can be found on the earth. And that's all. There may be high-end agricultural products, but they have not been unblocked yet. What are these? Catherine looked at the seeds with great curiosity. Each seed is marked with words, but she, who is from another world, cannot understand these words. All kinds of grains, all kinds of fruits and vegetables, and others. Anyway, this is a farm. Also, this farm can be upgraded. Also, this is not the world you are in. Here is another civilization. Therefore, it's normal that you can't understand the text here. Hong Yi has nothing to hide at all. Completely another civilization. Catherine was incomparably shocked. In an advanced civilization, the existence of slaves has long been abolished by us. Because, that is a very low-level and barbaric civilization. Catherine added. Do you know why I want you to help me farm? The things grown by your elves should have a certain bonus, and they should be able to grow higher quality food. I was thinking, can you use food and gold coins to open up your world's market, build a huge business empire, and then completely wipe out the low-end business of slave trading? Hong Yi expressed his thoughts and also showed his ambitions. Didn't you also buy slaves? Catherine asked. Didn't you see the look of happiness on their faces? I'll take their families over. The tauren are very simple, and their requirements are very simple: eat well and dress warmly. This farm will be a resting place for their ethnic group to multiply and live. Hong Yi said with a smile, here, there will be no wars, only I can oppress them. You have great ideals, but a mere 200 acres of land cannot support your business empire. Catherine could feel that Hong Yi was telling the truth. She also thinks such an ideal is very beautiful, because they are elves, and what they pursue is nature and peace. Before you came, there was only 100 acres of land here. Hong Yi smiled lightly, our civilization is different, the farm can be upgraded. Have you seen the endless world beyond the barrier? Catherine was extremely shocked and found it incredible. If the tree of life is planted here, then ordinary food will no longer be ordinary, but full of vitality. Even, the production period of food can be reduced. Taking a deep breath, Catherine said slowly, I guessed it. I still have some understanding of the tree of life. Will you help me? Catherine asked. There is one condition. After a long silence, Catherine said. What conditions? Hong Yi frowned slightly. Sign a contract with me. Conjugal contract. Catherine took a deep breath and said slowly, for us, I have to do this for the tree of life. Is there such a good thing? Hong Yi was stunned, and then said, come on, how do you sign? Squeeze out a drop of your blood. Catherine hesitated for a moment, opened the mouth to speak, and at the same time squeezed out a drop of her own blood, which was lingering around her fingertips. Is this okay? Hong Yi directly bit his fingertips and squeezed out a drop of blood. Catherine looked at Hong Yi in surprise, without saying a word, but directly took a drop of Hong Yi's blood, fused it with her own blood, and then chanted a spell. Under the spell, the 2 drops of fused blood turned into a magic rune, and finally the rune split into 2, each escaping into the eyebrows of Hong Yi and Catherine. For a moment, Hong Yi felt Catherine's heart. Okay. I will plant the tree of life. Catherine blushed suddenly and trod away. Buzz. The small mouth opened slightly, and a seed emitting the light of life slowly flew out. Buzz. The moment the seeds landed, they took root and germinated instantly, growing extremely fast. Chapter 7. Boom. The tree of life was growing at the speed of the naked eye, and the soil was overturned in an instant. It didn't take long to grow to be as tall as a person. However, the tree of life has not completely stopped growing, and continues to grow. What a terrifying tree of life! This is just the tree of life in the low demon world. If it is the world tree in the high demon world, how terrifying it would be! Hong Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Soon, the tree of life stopped growing. But at this time, the tree of life was already more than 10 meters high, full of vitality, releasing an incomparably rich vitality. The air has become extremely fresh. It seems that there is a kind of vitality in the air. When? At this moment, another announcement sounded in everyone's farm space. Ding! The owner of farm number 8888, the first to complete the planting achievement and set a record. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won a reward of 100 acres of land. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who received a reward of 100,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won the reward of the power of 8 bulls. The owner of farm number 8888, the first to complete the green seedling achievement. Congratulations to the owner of the farm number 8888, who received a reward of 500 acres of land. Congratulations to the owner of the farm number 8888, who received a reward of 500,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won the reward of the power of 2 tigers and cattle. The owner of farm number 8888 was the first to plant extraordinary plants, accomplished extraordinary achievements, and created extraordinary records. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has been rewarded with 10,000 mu of land. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won 1,000,000 gold coins reward. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won the reward of the power of a dragon. After 3 reminders in a row, Hong Yi has completed 3 consecutive achievements, one of which is an extraordinary achievement. Senseless. Completely confused. Everyone was stunned. It's the owner of farm number 8888 again. Who the hell is he? Who is this person? How did he do it? Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for a normal person to accomplish this kind of achievement. It is absolutely impossible to complete the reclamation and planting in such a short period of time. Even if these can be done, it is impossible for the plant to grow into a green seedling in half a day. Also, what are extraordinary plants? How did they come here? Could it be that he has obtained advanced authority? Impossible. He must have cheated, definitely cheated. Could it be that the owner of number 8888 is a system owner? It must be like this. This person must have a trick on him. Only in this way can all this be explained. If it was the first achievement announcement that shocked everyone, the achievement that Hong Yi completed this time really blew everyone up. Everyone suspects that Hong Yi cheated, only in this way can all this be explained. Afterwards, everyone fell into endless envy. 10,000 acres of fertile land. FK, the landlord families in ancient times didn't have so many fertile fields, okay. What is 10,000 acres of fertile land? Millions of gold coins are nothing. 4 rewards gave this mysterious field owner the power of a dragon plus 9 bulls and 2 tigers. The power of 1 dragon, 9 bulls, and 2 tigers. 1 punch can probably shatter tall buildings. I must know who this person is, and I must marry this person. Thinking of the reward Hong Yi got, everyone went crazy. A total of 10,800 mu of fertile land, 1.7 million gold, and the power of 1 dragon, 9 oxen, and 2 tigers. The absolute richest man, the absolute extraordinary power. This, how can it compare? 1 step ahead, that's an absolute step ahead. The mysterious field owner is already extraordinary, who can compare with extraordinary? Thinking that there will be no future competition, everyone feels even more desperate and deeply lost. The elites of society are extremely unwilling. But so what? Boom! At this moment, Hong Yi's farm is expanding crazily. The farm of 200 mu has expanded to 10,000 mu in an instant, which can be called endless. Wow! Wow! In Hong Yi's small treasury, there were endless sounds of gold coins colliding. It was a storm of gold coins pouring down. Catherine was extremely shocked, even extremely horrified. However, what frightened her even more was the explosive aura on Hong Yi's body at this moment. Too frightening. A powerful breath sprayed on his body, and a gust of wind swept through his body. That breath is not only powerful, but also very violent. Catherine once encountered an adult dragon. But she felt that the power of the giant dragon was nothing in front of Hong Yi. There is only one thought in her mind, and that is that Hong Yi is too strong at this moment. Boom! Boom! Hong Yi could only feel a warm current flowing in his body, and every time it flowed, his physical strength became stronger. It was as if he had infinite power in his hands. It just so happens that 9 oxen and 2 tigers are adding the power of a dragon. This dragon is the power of a real dragon. I am invincible. Hong Yi has an urge to vent his strength. Chapter 8. Boom! Hong Yi blasted out his fist, and just blasted into the air. For a moment, the air was distorted, and an air shock wave seemed to form in front of it. So strong! Hong Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Moreover, he felt that not only was his strength stronger, but his defense also skyrocketed. He estimated that his current defense should be able to withstand ordinary bullets. It's all physical strength, which is a pity. If you can have some energy, spells, etc., it will be even more awesome. Hong Yi held back his thoughts, and then looked at the endless fertile fields in front of him. 10,800 acres of land, 108 tauren, obviously not enough. Hong Yi murmured. After the distribution, it happened that 1 tauren was in charge of 100 acres of land. Although the tauren are strong, they are only strong. At most, their farming speed is faster than other humans. Of course, Hong Yi can also choose to buy iron bull. But the tauren can't drive the machine. Let them learn. You can buy 4 or 5 machines. 4 or 5 machines work at the same time, and can complete all the digging before spring plowing. The remaining tauren continue to complete other farming. Of course, it's better to continue to go to another world and bring back some tauren. Hong Yi was thinking in his mind. There are too many good fields and the land is too wide. If all of them are artificial, it seems a bit too uneconomical. Therefore, it is necessary to give the tauren a mechanical training class. Moreover, this kind of training can only be done by Hong Yi himself. There was no one to help him, and even if he had the money to hire others, they would not be able to instruct because of the language barrier. Husband, your strength? Catherine asked Hong Yi in shock. My power is bound to this farm, the bigger the farm, the greater my power. Maybe when this farm is thousands of miles away, maybe it's the time when I become a god. Of course, all our wealth is also tied to this farm. Hong Yi said with a smile. Become a god? Thousands of miles. Can it be managed? Catherine murmured. We can't manage it alone, so I plan to go to your world and bring back some tauren, elves, or other hard-working races. Besides, we have machines. Hong Yi said calmly. Husband, how strong are you now? Catherine asked. She suddenly wanted to know the answer. In terms of strength, it is definitely no problem to single out the 10 or 8 dragons in your world. Speaking of giant dragons, I think before the food is ripe, I have to get a few giant dragons back, and then let them be responsible for loading, unloading and transportation. Hong Yi's eyes brightened slightly, as if he had thought of something. 10,000 mu of land, the end of the farm is too far away from the shopping mall, even if there is a big truck when harvesting, it is not easy to transport. So, armed dragon Hong Yi is serious. The power of the giant dragon is absolutely unstoppable, and it can fly. Farm porters are the best for them. The giant dragon is in charge of carrying and loading and unloading. Husband, do you know how arrogant they are? Catherine felt that Hong Yi's thinking was jumping too fast, and his ideas were too crazy and avant-garde. No matter how proud you are, you can't resist being served with sticks and carrots in turn. After they taste the delicacies here, they will definitely beg me to let them stay. Hong Yi said confidently. It's just a dragon, just bring them down directly. With the power of a real dragon, Hong Yi is confident that he can do it. The rest is a matter of training. In this regard, Hong Yi is not very worried. Come here, I'll show you something nice. Hong Yi smiled and walked over to the mall, directly to the mechanical area. Buy 5 iron ox plow machines. The amount will be deducted directly from my treasury. Hong Yi gave an order to the administrator of the mall. Boom! Not long after, 5 tractors were brought in directly. What is this? So precise and complicated steel puppet. Catherine was shocked again. Puppet. We call it a machine. Specially used for work, 100,000 gold coins. Hong Yi said with a smile. 100,000 gold coins. Catherine couldn't help gasping. This is too expensive. Good value for money. Go, I'll take you to experience it. Hong Yi laughed, then took Catherine's hand and stepped into the cab. In his previous life, Hong Yi actually drove a tractor and plowed the ground, so he is not unfamiliar with the operation. Boom! While Catherine looked around curiously, Hong Yi started the machine. The rumbling sound scared Catherine into hugging Hong Yi's arm. Let you feel some, is it worth the money? Hong Yi smiled and drove the iron ox into the fertile field. The moment the plow is lowered, the plow begins. Compared with the tauren who launched the charge, the speed is indeed much slower, but the advantage is that this is an iron lump, basically there is no need to rest. Such a powerful puppet is used to plow the land. Catherine was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 9. We are farming, what are we doing if we don't use it for farming? Hong Yi looked at Catherine speechlessly. He doesn't have much interest in war, fighting for hegemony or something. If you need territory, you only need to plant the land, and your own farm can continue to expand. Tens of thousands of mu of fertile land was already a vassal and overlord in ancient times. If the land is well planted, maybe 100,000 mu, 1 million mu, tens of millions of mu, or even hundreds of millions of mu can be owned in the future. The reward of 10,000 mu of land is just to plant a tree of life. Moreover, this tree of life just came from a low magic world. What if other spiritual fruits are planted? What about the spiritual fruits of even higher worlds? And what about the fairy grass and undead tree in the fantasy world? Even, what about the spiritual root in the prehistoric world? What kind of reward will this farm space give him? How much fertile land should be given to him? Others can't do it, but Hong Yi can do it. If it is just a random door system, this system is indeed a bit tasteless. However, the system and the farm space complement each other, and for Hong Yi, it is a heaven-defying cheat combination. When he comes to other worlds, he doesn't need to start a dispute with others, he just needs to buy some treasures that can be planted. The risk factor is still quite low. Therefore, Hong Yi does not have that confidence for the time being in the fight for hegemony. After all, as long as you develop your own agriculture and plant your own fields, you will have the opportunity to become a super overlord naturally, so why use force? Unless otherwise required. Of course, if war is really necessary, Hong Yi is also fearless. Farmer of the farm, Hong Yi will naturally give priority to strong species, ready to be transformed into an army. Well, you are a farmer when you are on the farm, and you are a soldier who protects your homeland when you are in war. Perhaps, one's own peasants could be called a militia. Seeing Hong Yi driving an iron ox plowing the field, the tauren couldn't help but surround him, watching with great curiosity. "May I have your name?" After plowing around and returning, Hong Yi stopped the car. Asked to the tallest tauren among them. "Master, my name is Ward." The tauren replied respectfully, and at the same time, he was very excited because Hong Yi asked his name on his own initiative. "Is that Ward? Very well, you will be the leader of all the tauren in the future, and you will be responsible and manage all the tauren in the future. If the tauren has any demands, you will convey and communicate with me. You must convey all the instructions I issued in full." Hong Yi said. "Obey, my great master, Ward will not let you down." Ward was very happy and responded respectfully. "Now, I will teach you how to use this machine. Well, you are called puppets. In the future, you can use this puppet to work." Hong Yi said. "Master, it's too wasteful, let us plow the land. With 100 of us charging, we will soon be able to overturn the land." Ward shook his head hastily. The iron bull looked too high-end, and he was afraid that he would ruin it. Besides, if these puppets are used to work, what should the brothers do if they have no work to do? Snapped. Hong Yi slapped directly above Ward's bull's head. "I know brute force all day long, so it's better to save some energy and do other things. Also, there are 10,000 mu of land here. If you want to plow the land, when will it be done? You still have other things to do. In addition, from now on, regardless of whether you have any work or not, you will have 3 meals a day, and you will be full, and you will be guaranteed to have meat for each meal." Hong Yi laughed and cursed. For a while, the tauren began to cry again. "Okay, come up quickly, I will teach you first, and when you learn it, you can teach others, and there are still a few machines waiting there." Hong Yi said. Ding! Notice to all the people. Notice to all the people. The owner of the farm numbered 984,767 seriously used child labor, employed 10 children under the age of 7, and still did serious physical labor, which is a serious violation of regulations. The owner of the farm numbered seriously used child labor, employed 9 children under the age of 7, and still did serious physical work, a serious violation of regulations. The owner of the farm numbered 675,4235 seriously used child labor, employed 9 children under the age of 7, and still did serious physical work, a serious violation of regulations. More than 1,000 farm owners, due to serious violations, will have all their fertile land confiscated, expelled from the farm, and will never be allowed to enter any farm. Suddenly, a global announcement sounded for more than 10 minutes among all the farms. For a moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. Afterwards, almost everyone applauded. It doesn't matter if you pass it, but let children under the age of 7 do serious physical work. Damn it, I guess these kids are going to plow the fields. Otherwise, how can it be called serious physical labor? This is really too much. Hong Yi thought secretly. However, there should be very few families with more than 9 children in this era. It is estimated that these children do not belong to our own family. They are probably children from the orphanage. They deserve it. Hong Yi also applauded. Ding, all confiscated fertile land will be auctioned on the entire network. Those who are interested in the auction, please prepare funds, and the auction will start in 10 minutes. The announcements continued. Chapter 10. The recovered farms are directly auctioned. The farm space is too strong. There are 1,000 people, and each person has 100 acres of land, so there are 100,000 acres of land. However, at this time, there should not be many people who can participate in the auction. For now, all other people's sources of funds are all through borrowing channels. Even if they don't eat, drink, or buy, they have at most 100,000 gold coins. But, do they dare to bid? It's useless for them to bid. It's exhausting to manage 100 acres of land by one person. It's good to be able to finish planting. Wouldn't it be useless to continue to auction the land, and bring yourself a disaster? In other words, I am the only one who can participate in the auction now. Hong Yi became very excited and happy when he heard about the auction. However, I just don't know how the auction will be conducted. Will there be a reserve price, or a split auction? Hong Yi thought to himself. However, he still prepared the funds. Now, he has more than 1 million gold coins. However, a certain amount of spare funds must also be set aside. For the next planting, you need seeds, fertilizers, and you are also responsible for eating and drinking for the 100 tauren. These all cost money. It seems that there are still many places to spend money. Gold coins have to be saved. The eating and drinking of the tauren may bring food from reality. Hong Yi thought to himself. Anyway, he has system space. FK, the prices in the real world are definitely very cheap now. I have to hurry up and buy all kinds of food, and stock up more. Even if the farm space is not purchased, I can still take it to another world. Thinking of this question suddenly, Hong Yi became very excited. Hong Yi also knew that although the food in the real world was discounted, it would never be sold cheaply. Because things in the farm space are much more expensive than in reality. Farmers naturally prefer to eat food from the real world. Ding, the auction is open. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Along with the prompt sound, Hong Yi found that a huge screen suddenly appeared on the stage. The screen is projected. There are 2 buttons on it. One of them is marked for participating in the auction, and the other is marked for onlookers. Can you still watch? If I participate in the auction, shouldn't I be projected into the auction house? Hong Yi thought secretly. However, he still resolutely chose to participate in the shooting. At this time, it is the best opportunity to pick up the leak. It would be a pity to miss it. As a farmer, Hong Yi would never dislike his own fertile land. Hi, it's okay, I just put in my own farm number. Seeing his own number floating in the middle of the big screen without his profile picture, Hong Yi suddenly smiled. Right now, he doesn't want to expose it. Making a fortune in a low-key manner and following development is Hong Yi's pursuit. Once it is exposed, it is estimated that it will be annoying to death. Is no one participating in the auction? Seeing only his own number on the empty screen, Hong Yi smiled very happily. In terms of financial resources, he is absolutely number 1 in the world, and in terms of confidence and farm strength, he is also absolutely number 1 in the world. Does the owner of the farm with the number 8888 participate in the auction? FK, this is simply picking up dead fish. The question is, what is the origin of this guy? He already owns 10,000 mu of fertile land and is not satisfied. Can he manage it? There were quite a few onlookers. Seeing only Hong Yi participating in the auction on the big screen, everyone was envious and jealous. Ding, after 5 minutes, if no one else participates in the auction, Liangyan auction house will cancel it by itself. After a long time when no one else participated in the auction, there were reminders from all the farms. FK. It means that this is no chance for me to pick up dead fish. Thousands of mud horses rushed into Hong Yi's heart. But he can also understand, is an auction for one person still called an auction? No, exposure is exposure. We need someone to participate in the auction. It's so cheap, you can't help but pick it up. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi took out the phone. Haha. It's going to fail. Sure enough, there is no such thing as eating alone. At first, I was hesitant to auction it, but now I plan to definitely not auction it. If I can't get it, no one else can get it. It's amazing to be rich and powerful. If we don't cooperate, what can you do? For a moment, those who were extremely envious suddenly turned into gloating. Hey! I'm busy. Hong Yi called for a long time before he was connected. There was an extremely gentle voice on the other end of the phone. I know you're busy, but can you do me a favor? Hong Yi asked softly. Say it. The woman on the other end of the phone agreed without asking any questions, which warmed Hong Yi's heart. The world has changed, but she has not changed. Help me participate in the auction. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi said. Chapter 11. Participate in the auction. Help you. Why don't you take pictures yourself? The woman on the other end of the phone was a little confused, but she quickly came to her senses. You are the mysterious field owner. After a long silence, the woman's trembling voice sounded. Secret it, don't reveal it. Hong Yi smiled lightly. I see. But, how did you do it? The woman took a deep breath, as if trying to calm herself down. It must have been turned on, otherwise how would you do it? Hong Yi smiled. For the other party, he has incomparable trust. Okay, let's talk again when we have time. I'll join the auction first. The woman took a deep breath to calm herself down. Although extremely shocked, she still maintained her rationality. Okay, see you offline. Hong Yi laughed, then hung up the phone. What is it? You guys, can you talk through the air? Catherine was extremely curious. This civilization seems to be too powerful and terrifying. It's just technology. In the future, you will slowly get in touch with and understand more. Hong Yi said with a smile. Elves have a long lifespan, and if you don't understand it, it's thousands of years or something. However, the development speed of elves' civilization is much slower than that of humans. If the lifespan of human beings is several thousand years, with the talents of the top human scientists, human beings would have flown into the universe long ago. What a magical world! Catherine couldn't help but sigh with emotion. For us, your magic civilization is also amazing. Hong Yi said with a smile. At this moment, an additional number appeared on the auction screen, a very magical number, which turned out to be 9 nines. As the number entered, all onlookers exploded. FK, who is this man? Why do you want to participate in the auction? BD, damn it! Wouldn't that allow the auction to go on? Isn't this giving the mysterious field owner an opportunity? Stupid guy! On the forum, many people began to curse angrily. Hehe, you are the ones who are stupid. If you don't participate in the auction, wouldn't the owner of the mysterious venue call and invite friends to participate in the auction? There are also rational people who can't help but stand up and refute. Regardless of what others said, Hong had already breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he saw someone entering the auction room. Now, he just needs to wait quietly for the auction to start. Ding, the auction conditions are met. Due to the small number of people auctioning, 100,000 acres of fertile land will be bundled and auctioned at one time. The base price starts at 90,000, and each price increase must not be less than 10,000 gold coins. Alerts sounded from all the farms. All of a sudden, all the farms exploded again. Damn it, 100,000 fertile fields are bundled together for auction. The reserve price is only 90,000. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. This is 100,000 mu of fertile land, and the reserve price is only available Is there any difference between this and free gift? Participate in the shooting. Must participate in the shooting. Damn it, even if you can't get it, that mysterious field owner shouldn't get it easily. I'm going to drain his 1 million gold coins. Jealousy often makes people lose their minds. For a while, many people made crazy moves, and many farms frantically pressed the participation button. However, how can there be such a good thing in this world? If you want to shoot, you can shoot. If you don't want to be afraid, don't shoot. Then, all the crazy people found out, those crazy people found out that the participation in the auction to save their lives had ended. Nonsense, the auction has already started, who else allows you to participate in the middle? For a while, many lunatics were cursing. Fortunately, they did not succeed in entering, otherwise they would definitely be beaten to death by Hong Yi. Dare to maliciously raise Hong Yi's price, Hong Yi absolutely chooses to give up. When the time comes, how will these people who maliciously raise prices pay for gold coins? Unable to pay gold coins, it is estimated that he will be directly removed from the farm. Ding! The successful bidder must cultivate all the fertile land within 1 month to prevent the fertile land from being abandoned, or he will be punished. Success, you will be rewarded. Ready to start shooting, the screen continued to prompt. Haha. 100,000 mu of land, I want to see how you plant it. A total of 110,000 mu of land, within a month? Haha. According to his previous digging time, he could turn over 100 mu of land in half a day, 200 mu of land a day, and at most 6,000 mu of land in a month. If he is given 10 times the speed, he can only finish 6 mu of land. What's more, there are various tasks such as sowing seeds. The envious crowd who were cursing just now are now gloating again. Jingle bell. At this time, the phone rang. Hong Yi connected directly. Hong Yi, are you still filming? A woman's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Obviously, she was frightened. Complete the cultivation of 100,000 mu of land in a month? She couldn't imagine what anyone could do. Shoot. I must take it. Hong Yi didn't hesitate. Isn't it just 100,000 mu of land? If 100 tauren can't finish it, can't 1,000 tauren finish it? 10,000? It is good. The phone hung up directly, simply, and neatly. Chapter 12. The auction begins, please bid for the auction. At this moment, the auction screen made a sound. 90,000 gold coins. 99 numbers directly quoted the reserve price. 100,000 gold coins. Hong Yi smiled, not being stingy, and directly offered a capped price. 100,000 gold coins is already the ceiling price for the world. After all, everyone can only take out a maximum of 100,000 gold coins at present. Moreover, the 100,000 gold coins were borrowed from the farm. Of course, maybe they could borrow from someone else. However, money in this day and age is not easy to borrow. What's more, everyone's money is still borrowed. I lent my own money, and if other people didn't get it, I would be greatly implicated. Because everyone's money can only be borrowed for 1 year, and if they fail to pay after 1 year, they will be kicked out of the farm directly, and naturally they will not be able to earn gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888 for successfully bidding and obtaining 100,000 mu of fertile land. There is no doubt that this auction is held exclusively for Hong Yi. No one will bid with him. 100,000 gold coins, and 100,000 acres of fertile land. Earn a lot of money. This is not much different from Baijian. Crazy. This world must be crazy. One person monopolizes 100,000 mu of fertile land, no, it is 110,000 acres of land, equivalent to 73 square kilometers. Can it be planted? When Hong Yi successfully bid for the land, everyone thought it was crazy. This world is too crazy. What's even crazier is that this mysterious farm owner knows that he must complete the planting of 110,000 land within a month. Where does he have the confidence to complete this impossible task? Everyone thought Hong Yi was crazy. How to plant 110,000 mu of land? Under normal circumstances, at least 100,000 people should be employed. However, in today's world, everyone who can contribute can manage their own land. Even if they are rich, they can't hire them. Boom! Hong Yi's fertile land is expanding crazily at the moment. All the tauren and Catherine were extremely shocked. How to plant? Catherine looked at the vast fertile fields, and she felt a little struggling. Next, I have to go to your world. Hong Yi also felt a little strenuous. The land of 110,000 yuan was all planted within a month. Obviously, it is absolutely impossible to complete 100 tauren. Next, you help me manage this farm. It may take a few days. Hong Yi smiled wryly. However, if the planting of this land can be completed, the benefits will definitely be leveraged. I just don't know what kind of reward the farm space will give him. However, it's definitely worth the wait. Also, once the grain of the 110,000 mu of land is harvested, how many gold coins can be sold? Ward, hurry up and teach your people how to use the machine. Next, I will continue to buy 5 iron bulls. Hong Yi said in a deep voice. Next, he will have 10 machines. One machine can plow 11,000 acres of land. At least 360 mu of land must be turned every day. Obviously, this cannot be done. However, Hong Yi can only provide so many machines at the moment. 100,000 gold coins for a machine. 10 machines cost Hong Yi 1 million. In addition to buying 1,000 acres of fertile land, he spent another 100,000. A total of 1.1 million was spent, and those scattered items don't count. He has a total of 1.7 million gold coins. There are 600,000 gold coins. 600,000, and you can only buy 6 machines at most, which cannot solve this problem. Why don't you get a few dragons to dig the soil? Hong Yi couldn't help thinking to himself. But considering that the dragon only has 2 pairs of sharp claws, the speed of turning over the soil is not necessarily faster than that of the tauren. Husband, I think an earth magician should be the most suitable for digging the soil. Seeing that Hong Yi seemed to be in a state of anxiety, Catherine spoke. Hey, why didn't I think of it, haha. Hong Yi was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. However, magicians are extremely rare, and earth magicians are even rarer. There may be some of the dragon clan. Catherine suggested. Dragon? Then I'll subdue a few giant dragons. Anyway, it will come in handy sooner or later. Hong Yi nodded, his gaze became incomparably fiery. In this way, I can even save the time to buy the machine for the time being. Hong Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and almost faced the dilemma of breaking the chain of funds. For a land of 100,000 mu, it is best to have 100 machines operating, otherwise it will appear too fast. I'll leave the matter of the farm to you first. Hong Yi said to Catherine that he has no time to waste now. System, teleportation to another world, it is best to be able to appear directly beside the Earth Dragon. Hong Yi quickly ordered to the system. Buzz. There is no ink in the system, and it directly opens the door of time and space. Puff. Hitting the 1,000 waves, Hong Yi came back to his senses and found that he had landed in a huge lake. Damn human, you are looking for death. Before Hong Yi could complain, a woman's roar came from the middle of the lake. Chapter 13. Hong Yi could see clearly. It was a woman. What a proud figure. Very white, very dazzling. Also, beautiful. Hong Yi was a little confused. Didn't you say yes, teleport directly to the dragon's side? How to teleport to the lake? There is also a woman swimming here. However, the next moment Hong Yi understood what was going on. Roar. Amidst the roar of a dragon chant, the woman in front of her directly turned into a giant dragon. Earthy yellow scales spread all over the body, extremely ferocious. With a body length of more than 20 meters, huge wings, and extremely sharp dragon claws, the dragon roared angrily, and breathed out from its throat. FK. The giant dragons in the low magic world can also change form. Then, this giant dragon should be a high-ranking giant dragon. Hong Yi was surprised and shocked. But no panic, just a giant dragon. Just suppress it. Humble human. Dare to spy on the giant dragon taking a bath, and tear you to pieces, it's not enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. The dragon flew out of the lake, roaring. Hong Yi could completely feel its anger. Boom! The huge dragon claw slammed fiercely towards the lake where Hong Yi was. The surface of the lake exploded instantly. In a different world, giant dragons are the absolute top of the food chain. Apart from dragon language magic, giant dragons have always been known for their strength and defense. Boom! In the blasted lake water, Hong Yi flew out, and when he landed, the ground was directly trampled by his powerful force to create a deep pit. Without spells, the current him only has brute force. It didn't die. Weak human beings, when did such a powerful existence as you appear? The dragon flapped its wings and looked down at Hong Yi from the air. Although it was surprised, the hatred in its heart was hard to dispel. Dragon, surrender to me. I can take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Hong Yi said with a smile, looking at the dragon with fiery eyes. Even if this giant dragon is not an earth-type giant dragon, the power it erupts alone is enough to prove that it is definitely a qualified porter and loader. Court death. The dragon became even more angry, and swooped down directly, opening its ferocious dragon mouth. Terrifying flames rolled out. That is the dragon's breath, a powerful attack method of the dragon family, hotter than the flame. FK. Facing the terrifying dragon's breath, Hong Yi chose to avoid the sharp edge temporarily. If he was burned, he would have to shed a layer of skin if he didn't die. Boom! Hong Yi's strength is great, and his speed is naturally incomparably fast. In an instant, Hong Yi flew out like a cannonball. Roar! The dragon roared with extreme unwillingness. Boom! The dragon claw slapped the ground fiercely, and at that moment the ground collapsed crazily. At the same time, sharp thorns grew wildly in the hundreds of meters around the dragon. Sure enough, it's an earth dragon. Hong Yi smiled. It's really a pity for a dragon that can control the ground to take it back to plow the ground. Snapped. Facing the ground thorn, Hong Yi didn't care, he stepped down and crushed the ground thorn directly. Boom! Hong Yi explained that he soared into the sky again and flew towards the dragon's head. Roar! The giant dragon roared angrily, and opened its ferocious dragon mouth, trying to swallow Hong Yi in one gulp. However, Hong Yi's speed was too fast, and he landed directly on the dragon's head, grabbed the pair of huge dragon horns, and then pressed down hard. Boom! The blessing of terrifying power made the giant dragon feel top-heavy and hit the ground directly. Roar! The giant dragon roared angrily, roaring, trying to struggle. However, Hong Yi's power is much more terrifying than the giant dragon. No matter how hard it struggles, it won't help. Surrender, or I will smother you to death. Hong Yi shouted. Damn human, let me go. BD, let go of my dragon horn. You are blaspheming the dragon. The giant dragon roared, and in its anger, there was even a kind of shame and indignation. Ha ha! I'm beating you uprightly. I'm crushing you uprightly above my strength. How can I save the blasphemy dragon? If you want to say blasphemy, you can only say that you are overestimated. Hong Yi sneered. BD, damn stupid human being. Don't you have common sense? The horn of the giant dragon can only be touched by your partner or master. You're touching my bottom line. The dragon roared. FK. What else is going on? Damn it, your dragon horns are so hard you'll die, you're not a male dragon, and I'm not a woman, who cares to touch it? Hong Yi is a little confused, can't touch the dragon horn? How can there be such a strange setting? Open. The dragon's heart collapsed even more. What if we don't let go? Hong Yi asked. Either I kill you, or serve you as master. The giant dragon roared in embarrassment and indignation. This line, why is it a little familiar? Hong Yi secretly thought, and then said, isn't there another option, and that is suicide? Madness! Only stupid humans commit suicide. The giant dragon sneered, but at the moment it seemed to have no strength to struggle, lying on the ground. Then you surrender, anyway, you can't kill me. Hong Yi laughed. Chapter 14. Don't even think about it. It is impossible for a dragon to accept coercion. The dragon roared. Yes. That's because you didn't meet me. Hong Yi smiled lightly and said, you said that you dragons will not commit suicide or accept coercion. Then, if I hold a chain and pass it through your nose to control you like this, you as a dragon, do you choose to commit suicide in shame, or do you choose to surrender? Shameless. Shameless human beings. Hearing Hong Yi's threat, the giant dragon was completely stunned, and then roared crazily. It really didn't expect that it would meet such a shameless human being, such a shameless and moral human being. Chains through the nose? Is this to treat it like cattle slavery? Thinking about this shameless human being, the dragon's scalp would feel numb. So, don't talk too much. Hong Yi said lightly, then, now continue to make choices for you. Despicable human. The dragon wants to cry but has no tears. Giant dragon, as the top of the world's food chain, the worst evil humans can do to them is to become a dragon-slaying warrior. How many human beings, when encountering a dragon, don't respectfully please the dragon? If he can get the approval of the giant dragon, sign a contract, and become a dragon knight, then he will really become famous and spread his name. However, this despicable human being wants to torture it. Surrender, or wait to be controlled? Hong Yi asked in a cold voice. Surrender. I am willing to surrender. The dragon took a deep breath and opened his mouth through gritted teeth. Empty talk without evidence. Hong Yi sneered, if you let go of it, it would fly into the air, Hong Yi really has nothing to do with it. Drop your blood on my dragon horn, and the slave contract will be automatically formed. After pondering for a long time, the giant dragon said a little ashamed and aggrieved. Really? Hong Yi was skeptical, the trigger was too hasty, and he didn't have time to ask Catherine how to sign the contract. Believe it or not. The dragon seemed a little nervous. Okay. After thinking for a while, Hong Yi nodded. The dragon horn is such a precious place, the giant dragon probably wouldn't make fun of it. Later, Hong Yi bit his finger, and a few drops of blood dripped. Buzz. When the blood dripped, there was a shock of white light, and finally the white light turned into a magic rune, which escaped into the center of Hong Yi's eyebrows. Damn it! You tricked me! Hong Yi growled. What's wrong? This deity is a giant dragon, or a high-level dragon. Signed a husband and wife contract with you, did you feel wronged? Besides, who told you to grab my horn? You must not be responsible. Also, as I said, the great dragon will not commit suicide, nor will he accept your coercion and submit to you. Humph, we are now a husband and wife contract, and our status is equal. The giant dragon said arrogantly, even a little proudly. This person is so powerful that he doesn't seem to have wronged himself. FK. I'm in charge of a hammer. The key thing is that your special code is a dragon. Or the Western dragon. Hong Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, you have transformed. Thinking of this giant dragon taking shape, Hong Yi felt a little balanced in his heart. Humph. You dislike my body. Well, I will keep my body from now on. The giant dragon snorted, very proud. Boom. Hong Yi directly punched the dragon's head. You, dare to hit me? The dragon asked incredulously. You tricked me, what happened if I beat you? Even if it's a husband and wife contract, the wife is still the key to her husband. Hong Yi sneered, okay, follow me back to work. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, a huge six-pointed starburst appeared around Hong Yi, surrounding one person and one dragon. The next moment, the two disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already appeared in an incomparably vast farm. Here, where is it? My God, there is even a world tree. Feeling the breath of the tree of life, the dragon was amazed. She was even more shocked that Hong Yi had mastered such a terrifying space magic. It seems that I found a powerful husband. In an instant, Isira's heart saw an earth-shaking change. The stronger you are, the more you worship the strong. Farm. This is my farm. See this field? It's all mine. Next, I will ask you to open up all of this field within 20 days. Well, turn it over evenly so that the soil is as fine as sand. It's better for me to skip the step of raking the ground. Hong Yi can't take care of that much anymore, sowing the 110,000 mu of land is the most important thing at the moment. You mean, let me plow this field? Isira asked Hong Yi for confirmation. I didn't expect you to know the vocabulary of plowing the field. Yes, you heard correctly. Hong Yi was a little surprised. It seems that Isira, a giant dragon, has not had an easy experience. You, let the great dragon plow the land. Isira was completely dumbfounded, wondering whether she had heard correctly. Chapter 15. Snapped. Hong Yi jumped up directly this time, and slapped Isira's head lightly again. You, hit me again. I'm your wife in name. Isira stared at Hong Yi with her eyes wide open. You just need to clean up. Say you're stupid, you're going to screw me over again. To say you are smart, it feels like your brain is a muscle. Hong Yi said in an extremely speechless manner. Stop talking about greatness all day long, are you dragons as great as me? I'm so great, and I still farm. Is it difficult for you to plow the land for me? Hong Yi couldn't help criticizing again. Hey, from what you said, it seems very reasonable, I don't even reject it. Isira thought about it seriously, nodded and said. Husband, what's going on? Catherine came over curiously. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. She felt that Hong Yi hadn't been away for a long time, and he came back so soon. Moreover, he brought back a giant dragon. This giant dragon even signed the same contract with Hong Yi as her. Tricked by her. Hong Yi explained helplessly. Why does this elf call you husband? Isira asked with a little hostility. Here, I see it's gone. The tree of life was provided by Catherine. Hong Yi said. I see. I didn't expect that you, an elf, would be so willing. If I'm not mistaken, this tree of life should be the last tree of life of your elves, right? You plant it here, what will your people do? Isira asked with a smile. My husband promised me that he will help me bring our sisters here. Since then, our elves have settled down here. Here, there will be no war, no struggle, no hunger, no oppression. This is the place our elves yearn for. Catherine spoke slowly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Hee. Here, it seems that there is no other place except this farm. With the tree of life here, your elves will breed quickly, and with your elves' long lifespan, are you sure that this space can accommodate your elves? My dear Princess Catherine? Isira asked lightly. Princess? Hong Yi was extremely surprised. Catherine is the princess of the elves? Husband, I am indeed a princess of the elves, but a very down-and-out princess. Our homeland is facing the invasion of darkness. I was ordered to go out with the seeds of the tree of life and look for a safe and peaceful place. Accidentally caught by humans. Fortunately, I met my husband. Catherine explained with some emotion. Invasion of darkness. Hong Yi frowned, he didn't expect the elves to encounter such a situation. But in this way, it is more likely that he will pack up the entire elf family. With the elves, Hong Yi basically didn't have to worry about farming. A magic that can make our elves have corrupt thoughts. Catherine explained with great fear. Fallen elves? Is that how it came about? Hong Yi's expression suddenly became a little strange. Why don't we go back and bring your people here? Hong Yi asked tentatively. Hold on. Catherine took a deep breath and said slowly. Why? Are you not in a hurry? Hong Yi was a little curious. I'm really in a hurry. However, if some stubborn elders of the elves know that I have handed over the seed of the tree of life to a human, they will probably use an excuse to attack the queen. Right now, they are the most affected, so I want to wait a few more days. Catherine said calmly, it's just degeneration, and their lives will not be in danger. Okay, I respect your choice. Hong Yi said, it seems that the elves seem to have begun to struggle for power. This is the result of the fall. Before, they were not like this. Catherine seemed to see what Hong Yi was thinking, and explained. Then why not bring them directly for purification? Hong Yi suggested, once they become fallen elves, your race is likely to split. Because the mother tree of life has been eroded by darkness. So, I think it wouldn't be a bad thing if the elves split off a line of fallen elves to continue guarding the Mother Tree of Life. After all, the Mother Tree of Life gave birth to us. Catherine said leisurely. It seems that the degenerate lineage of the elves seems to be a general trend in their history. However, when I bring back the elves, there should be no elves in that world. Hong Yi thought to himself. I respect your choice. Also, I agree with you. Hong Yi said with a smile, and then said to Isira, Isira, go to work, let me see your earth magic. Chapter 16. To turn over so many fields, I have to be exhausted to death. Isira murmured softly. Then, she took human form. Beautiful. Moreover, he is tall. Perhaps because her main body is a giant dragon, she is half a head taller than Hong Yi. She was dressed in a long beige dress, and her long hair was also beige. The figure is not only graceful, but also looks extremely stalwart. Dragon language came out of her mouth, that was she was chanting dragon language magic. Tens of seconds later, Isira's palm pressed down fiercely on the ground, and at the same time let out a soft drink. Boom! Hong Yi just heard a rumbling sound, like continuous muffled thunder, and also like an extremely dense blasting sound. With her as the center, at least 100 mu of land around was filled with endless dust. At the same time, the ground is collapsing neatly. Hong Yi was shocked to find that the ground under his feet instantly became extremely soft, like sand. Hong Yi bent down and touched his palm lightly, the ground has become extremely soft and moist. This is the power of magic. The degree of fineness of the soil is not something that a rake can rake out. If this kind of land is used for planting, once the grain seeds grow seedlings, they can definitely take root easily and absorb nutrients and water. Really, a little too strong. Using magic to plow the land is really worth the money. With just one blow, almost 200 acres of land were leveled. How about it? Isira asked somewhat proudly. I have to say that the magic in your world is completely used in the wrong place, and it is not used in the right way at all. What a powerful magic, you actually use it for war, not for production. Hong Yi shook his head and gave an evaluation. Why, your idea is so peculiar. Regarding Hong Yi's remarks, Isira was stunned for a long time before reacting, and said in a somewhat inconceivable way. That's right. I think magic is very promising. If magic develops into magic technology, it can definitely create incredible wealth. Magic can obviously be used to create countless wealth, so why do you have to use war to plunder wealth and resources? Hong Yi shook his head. Husband, magicians are actually very difficult to be born, there is no one in a million, and the growth of a magician also requires endless wealth and energy. Catherine hastened to popularize science for Hong Yi. That's because your magic has not formed a system, or a system. You say there are very few magicians, but among the thousands of civilians, who of you has tested them? I guess, the awakening of magic must also require some chance or coincidence. Forget it, it's not my business. Hong Yi shook his head, and then asked Isira, Isira, can you cast this kind of magic every day? 100 times should be fine, but I can't take it anymore. Isira shook her head, making Catherine dumbfounded, as expected of a high-level dragon. Only a giant dragon with a strong physique and mental strength can cast this level of magic 100 times a day. 100 times, almost 20,000 mu can be done every day, and it can be done in less than 10 days. Very good. In the next time, you will be responsible for handling all the farms. My requirements are not high, and it can be done within 10 days. Hong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Then a task was assigned to Isira. For now, digging the ground is no problem at all. Moreover, with such a soft soil, Hong Yi decided to use aerial sowing. Moreover, with a giant dragon around, Hong Yi didn't even need to buy a plane. 100,000 mu of land cannot be planted at all if it is artificially planted. At the moment, no matter what, let's sow the wheat seeds first. Hong Yi felt the power and fineness of magic. As for the uneven spreading of wheat, or other problems, just let the elves deal with it at that time. Hong Yi guessed that the farm must have a clear system of rewards and punishments. The final reward and punishment should be in the harvest season. At that time, it will definitely be judged according to the harvest. It is estimated that the evaluation will be carried out according to the yield per mu. At that time, if there is no accident, there will definitely be a group of people who can't farm or farm indiscriminately. Theoretically, by this time next year, there will definitely be a large number of extra people in the real world. At that time, no matter how much wealth these people have in the real world, they will be inferior in front of the farm owners. Farms are the future and theme of the world. Therefore, Hong Yi also knows, don't look at the fact that he now owns 100,000 fertile land. However, once the harvest season comes, if Hong Yi's mu yield is not good, he may also be eliminated. Theoretically, the more land planted, the more difficult it is to control the yield and quality. However, Hong Yi is not panicking at all now. Magic planting, magic care, plus the care of the elves, and the addition of the tree of life. His farm is destined to be of high yield and high quality. Chapter 17. Are you trying to tire me out? Isira rolled her eyes. I am not kidding. Hong Yi didn't have the skills to joke around with Isira. He now has a total of 110,000 mu of fertile land, and the farm allows him to complete the planting within a month. But it is definitely not a simple planting, and the harvest must be used as the assessment in the end. Okay. Isira was very helpless, but she still recited dragon language magic, and at the same time shot away towards the far transmission. When he landed, he clapped his hands deeply on the ground. Boom! Another nearly 200 acres of ground raised endless dust, and the ground became extremely soft, as fine as sand. Master, all the work has been done, what are we going to do now? Tauren Ward came to Hong Yi's side and asked nervously and a little nervously. He felt that the Tauren's job seemed to be robbed. You guys are now responsible for spreading the fertilizer first, and then the seeds. Hong Yi said with a smile. These tauren are cute and always worry about not having work to do. The problem is, the farm work can't be done well at all. Okay, master. When Ward and the tauren heard that there was work to do, they laughed very happily. Hong Yi didn't talk nonsense, and went to buy a lot of fertilizer first. Let the tauren disassemble. Later, Hong Yi began to teach them how to spread fertilizer. It's not that the tauren don't know how to farm, but that they have never seen such a thing as fertilizer. Catherine was equally curious. However, before she could speak, Hong Yi had already explained to her. For a while, Catherine was full of praise. In her opinion, this farm is really amazing. Husband, in fact, our elves also have quite a few wind magicians. I think that letting wind magicians spread fertilizer and seeds should have unexpected results. Whether it is efficiency or uniformity, it is much better than artificial. Catherine thought for a while, and suggested very seriously. For a moment, the tauren were extremely nervous again, feeling that their jobs were about to be robbed again. The point is, the current elves have not yet arrived. Hong Yi's eyes suddenly became extremely hot again. Is this for magic planting? How fast? Well, wait a few days for my husband to accompany me back together. After thinking about it, Catherine said with a smile. However, it happens that I also know wind magic. I can use it. For a while, Catherine was eager to try. Seems to have received the influence of Hong Yi, she is now really interested in magic planting. Just now, she has been thinking about Hong Yi's point of view. Magic, this magical power from nature, seems to be more used to give back to nature, and it should be used for planting. It seems that it is really not the right way to use magic power for war. The ethereal spell sounded. Then, a small tornado rolled up, tearing dozens of bags of fertilizer in an instant, and then the tornado grew bigger and bigger, rolling up all the fertilizer, which looked like a large white area. Immediately afterwards, the tornado began to move. In the process of moving, the tornado became smaller and smaller, and the fertilizer was constantly falling, mixing with the soil extremely evenly. After the tornado disappeared, a large area of land was evenly sprinkled with fertilizer. Amazing! Magic is really amazing. Magic planting will completely break all traditional planting models. Hong Yi couldn't help murmuring. Hurry up and take over all the elves. Let them work at the same time. Hong Yi has great confidence that he can plant all the fields with wheat within 1 month. Catherine, the effect of magic seeding is really wonderful. Now, try to sow seeds with wind magic. Hong Yi said happily. Okay. Catherine agreed happily. Subsequently, Hong Yi frantically bought generations of wheat seeds. Husband, it happens that what I have mastered is life magic. I can bless these seeds with some life magic. After the seeds are blessed with life magic, combined with the blessing of the tree of life, not only can the growth cycle of wheat be effectively shortened, but the wheat planted should have some unexpected results. Catherine laughed. Well, I'll wait and see. Hong Yi looked forward to it immensely, and then he personally tore open all the bags containing the seeds. Great Goddess of Life, please listen to my appeal. Please allow your most devout believers to borrow your life magic to give back to the most authentic nature. Catherine began to say the spell again. Not long after, the spell ended, and a green light of life burst out from her palm. Buzz! With a slight push of the palm, the green light of life expanded instantly, covering all the wheat seeds in front of me. For a moment, all the wheat seemed to be crystal clear, full of vitality, and bred the power of life. Great God of Wind, please listen to my request. Catherine spoke the spell again. The next moment, another tornado rolled up, swept away the wheat seeds, and began to sprinkle them evenly. Not only sprinkled, but evenly mixed with the soil. A layer of soil perfectly covered the wheat seeds. Chapter 18. Call. Contact cast 3 spells, and Catherine was obviously struggling. Compared with high-level dragons, Catherine's stamina is indeed much weaker. Are you okay? Hong Yi asked with some worry. Although I can't cast hundreds of large-scale spells a day like Catherine, it's no problem to cast 20 or 30 spells. Don't worry, my husband, the elves basically know some magic. And mainly wind language magic, life magic, plant magic, water magic, and of course other magic. All in all, in my husband's words, our elves are very suitable for planting. Catherine smiled reassuringly. Well, thank you for your hard work. Hong Yi was obviously very happy. Then you save some magic, and when they come, let's plant together. No, I'll continue planting first. Catherine smiled, just think of it as practicing magic. Then, Catherine began to chant the spell again. Hong Yi didn't stop him, but silently bought batches of fertilizer and wheat seeds. No matter how the future changes, first plant the 110,000 mu of land, complete the task, and get rewards. Owner. Ward led the tauren to look at Hong Yi eagerly. Hong Yi managed to arrange a job for them. Now it's been stolen again. Hee. Hong Yi smiled. In the face of the power of magic, the tauren has no use for it for the time being. Plowing, both in terms of speed and efficiency, was completely dominated by Asira. Fertilization and sowing were also completely dominated by Catherine. There is a kind of magical planting, and Hong Yi will not let the tauren do the seeding at all. Because artificial planting, in terms of output, is completely inferior to magical planting. However, Hong Yi will not just give up on the tauren. Perhaps, they still have a lot of room for use in the future. Build a house. You should be able to. Hong Yi asked with a smile. Will do. Master, we will all build houses. Ward made a quick statement. Okay, I'll buy wood for you. Next, you will build rows of wooden houses around the farm. From now on, you will live in this house you built yourself. Hong Yi said with a smile. What? Is it to build a house for us? Hearing the task Hong Yi arranged for them, the tauren were both moved and disappointed. They were moved because they felt that Hong Yi was too kind to them, and they were disappointed because they found that they seemed to be unable to help Hong Yi anymore. After that, I was extremely worried. Of course I will build a house for you. This farm is too big, you need to guard this farm in the future. I'll leave everything on inspection to you. This is a heavy responsibility. In addition, you have to strengthen yourselves. If you need to fight in the future, you will have to contribute. Hong Yi said with a smile. Okay. Owner. As soon as they heard that their task was important, all the tauren immediately became energetic. In their view, the master treats them so well, as long as the master gives them a task, they must complete it perfectly. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't get abandoned by your master. Follow me. Move the wood. Hong Yi laughed. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Hong Yi has already formed this habit. He always felt that the farm should not be so simple. With such a large farm, Hong Yi always feels that it is safe and secure to have patrol and defense forces. And, is the whole farm just planting? It didn't take long for Hong Yi to purchase a large quantity of high-quality wood. The tauren carried it excitedly. For a moment, the whole farm seemed to be in full swing. Isira did the digging and Catherine the planting. Soon, large tracts of land have been planted with countless wheat. I'm exhausted. Today's task is completed. When the sky completely darkened, Isira flew back, and when she landed, she turned into a human form, lying on the sofa panting. Catherine came back too, looking exhausted. Do you have good wine and food? Isira raised her eyes lazily, and asked Hong Yi very lazily. It's ready for you. Come on. Hong Yi smiled. His own mansion naturally has a private kitchen. The food served there is first class, as is the wine. At this moment, the tauren also stopped working, and they were feasting in the lobby of the mall. Wow! How romantic! Entering the private kitchen, Isira suddenly regained her spirits. The private kitchen is huge, with a long dining table surrounded by candlelight. On the table, there are all kinds of fragrant delicacies, Manchu banquet, all kinds of precious fruits, spirits, red wine, sweet wine, fruit wine, and so on. Knowing that they were all tired, Hong Yi naturally wanted to reward them. For some reason, Hong Yi unexpectedly ordered a candlelight dinner. It's really romantic. Catherine murmured softly, her face flushed slightly. Chapter 19. It's too strong to drink. The next day, when Hong Yi woke up, he was a little dizzy. He shook his head violently, trying to wake himself up. Maybe it was because I was so happy last night, I drank too much alcohol, and it was all spirits, all kinds of spirits. He still vaguely remembered that he and Isira had a fight for wine. FK. Could it be? When Hong Yi looked at the bed sheet, he was completely stunned. Totally broken. Hong Yi muttered, but fragments flashed through his mind quickly. I go. It's actually broken to such an extent. I can't drink like this in the future. Hong Yi shook his head. He found that the contract between himself and Catherine and Isira had grown stronger. Stretching, Hong ran to wash up. After walking out of his mansion, he saw that the farm was still busy. Isira was still shaking the ground with her magic. Catherine continued to cast magic to spread fertilizer and sow seeds. The tauren are busy building houses. Everything is moving in a good direction. Hong Yi has nothing to do for the time being, so he took out his mobile phone. He found that various farm forums had been established last night. Many people are sharing their thoughts and experiences. However, all topics cannot avoid Hong Yi, the mysterious owner of farm number 8888. Everyone has made various guesses about his identity. Also, many people are analyzing whether the mysterious owner is cheating. Or if it is turned on, what kind of hang will be turned on. Even, Hong Yi found out that someone had opened a betting market with him. Bet on whether he can complete the planting task of 11 acres of land in a month. Of course, all gambling money is real wealth. The wealth of farm space, for now, no one dares to take bets on. After all, everyone still owes money for the farm space. A group of lunatics, a group of gamblers. Hong Yi murmured softly. However, as far as the current situation of farm development is concerned, human society cannot be separated from the real world. After all, with the passage of time, countless people will definitely be eliminated by the farm. At that time, these eliminated people can only return to the real world and continue to thrive in the real world. Moreover, as time goes by, more and more people will return to reality. According to reliable sources, the mysterious owner is from Dahan. My Han has already applied for the farm space, defining the mysterious farm owner as my Korean. When Hong Yi was browsing the forum, he was instantly attracted by several popular posts. FK, am I similar to being declared a World Heritage Site? FG Muddy Horse, you know I have the power of a dragon, do you still dare to provoke me like this? Aren't you afraid of my wrath? Hong Yi was in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Some laughed back in anger. He was completely speechless. My MR has been claimed. Afterwards, he was a little dumbfounded. This country is really addicted to World Heritage listing. He is such a living person, and he is still the strongest, so he was forcibly claimed? Afterwards, Hong Yi opened the comments, even more dumbfounded. Dahan just opened the introduction, and all the comments below are his comments. And it was so noisy. Talent has no borders, and the strong have no borders. The owner of the mysterious field belongs to all mankind, and belongs to the commonwealth of the world. I sincerely hope that this mysterious host can stand up and share his experience, secrets, and even abilities. There is no doubt that this scholar and expert should have come from the West. Lao Tzu knows no borders. Lao Tzu is the wealth of the world. Share my system. Is this person out of his mind? Hong Yi smiled coldly. He was really driven crazy by all kinds of brainless remarks on the forum. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Ding! Global announcement. Number 000002, serial number 000009, serial number, and other farm owners, decided to voluntarily quit the farm, decided to return to the real world, and continue to guide the direction of the real world. Ding! Congratulations number 000002, number 000009, number, etc. The hosts put their own nation first, and human beings first. Ding! The reward number is 000002, the number is 000009, the number is, waiting for the owner's 100-year birthday. Ding! The reward number is 000002, the number is 000009, and the number is, wait for the farm owner and 100 farm administrators to manage the farm by themselves. At this moment, a reminder sound came from all the farm spaces. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Hong Yi was also incomparably shocked. Kyushu. It has such courage. Not surprisingly, these benevolent people should all come to be officials. Hong Yi was incomparably shocked, and at the same time, he felt sincere respect in his heart. In this way, the farm space absolutely supports the development of the real world. Perhaps, there will be great changes in the world in the future. In other words, after the harvest season, more than half of the people will definitely be eliminated. Kyushu's strategic vision, I have to say, is really too far-reaching, and their philosophy is too great. Hong Yi murmured softly. Chapter 20. So, with such a bold move, how should Western capital and high-level officials make such a move? Hong Yi smiled. No need to guess, presumably the West must have started to mess up now. The officials of Kyushu have the courage to withdraw from the farm and return to reality, and are committed to leading the real world and rebuilding the new world order. Then, all the Kyushu farms that were originally scattered sand will gather together into a tower, condensing into a terrifying cohesion. Can the West have such courage? I think should not be. Even if they want to follow suit and quit now, they won't be able to get the corresponding rewards. Do they still have the courage to quit the farm without being sure of getting the reward? Furthermore, Western capital and markets inspire human beings to be selfish and profit-driven. From the East is a good deed that inspires the sense of honor that blood is thicker than water. In the future game, the order of the world is estimated to be determined by Kyushu. Hong Yi made a judgment. He doesn't have much in mind right now. His current ambition is the 10,000 worlds market. The different world was just his first stop. Prices in the real world will have a huge impact in the short term. For the time being, no one should use the gold coins in the farm space to shop in reality. Real gold coins and coins cannot be used in the real world. However, before the farmer gets the harvest, the consumption, food, drink, and clothing of people all over the world must still be carried out in the real world. However, the production capacity in the real world has basically stopped production, and the real price will also skyrocket at a very high speed. Even, there is a price but no market. The official should have taken this into consideration, so they chose to quit the farm. The reality still needs them. Hong Yi secretly analyzed, actually, the most terrifying thing is the security issue. Basically everyone has obtained an independent space, and can enter and exit the independent space at any time, which makes it easy for people to breed criminal hearts. However, soon Hong Yi will find himself overthinking. Ding, serial number 7879890, wait for 5 million farm owners, because they use the evasion of farm space to commit crimes in the real world. All the above numbers will be confiscated from the farm, expelled from the farm space, and will never be allowed to enter any farm space. And, as a punishment, deprive everyone of half of their strength. All the confiscated farms and deprivation of power will be auctioned off in batches after 1 year. Just when Hong Yi was wondering if anyone would dare to use the independent space to commit crimes, all the farms sounded a world announcement. The storm is not calm, and the storm is rising again. For a moment, everyone was shocked and horrified at the same time. This punishment seems too terrible. Confiscating fertile land and driving out the farm space directly abolished half of the power. Even an adult who loses half of his strength is basically completely useless. In the real world, he cannot survive without someone to take care of him. The farm space seems to have zero tolerance for criminals. Especially want to avoid the farm space. As a result, he was personally punished by the farm space, which is even more terrifying than the actual legal punishment. Convict directly, punish directly, and avoid judgment directly. It is more uncomfortable to let them live than to die. Hong Yi was shocked. At the same time, he secretly warned himself. Next, you must not be willful and willful. Never do anything criminal. Let alone use the farm space to do criminal things. For a while, Hong Yi became cautious. Not only Hong Yi is like this, but also the whole people. The emergence of farm space has indeed provided the whole people with the qualifications and opportunities to become stronger and obtain maximum freedom. However, the farm space is more of a god, just above everyone's head, staring at the whole people. This, perhaps, is the real god 3 feet above the head. Not surprisingly, for a long time to come, everyone will restrain themselves and dare not make excessive moves for the time being. Because there are no clear regulations on the farm space, no one can guarantee that what they do will touch the bottom line of the farm space. This is absolutely killing chickens and monkeys. More deterrent than any other law. Because, there is absolutely no fluke. Once the farm's boundaries and bottom lines are touched, they will be punished directly, and there will be no chance to struggle. In the face of this kind of absolute power, no power can be manipulated. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi calmed himself down. 5 million people were just abolished. Indeed, it caused huge waves in the world. This is a very scary data. Because, from obtaining the farm to the present, it is only a day. In one day, such criminals appeared. One can imagine how lawless these people are on weekdays. Not surprisingly, these people should be mainly in countries other than Kyushu. The diligence of the people of Kyushu will only do one thing at this time, and that is to study and cultivate the land. I guess it should be much darker. Hong Yi secretly guessed. Chapter 21. Shooting will start in 1 year. 5 million people's fertile land is a total of 50 billion mu of land. This is definitely an astronomical data. No wonder it's going to be auctioned in batches. 1 year later, there must be many people who have accumulated a lot of wealth. As long as the planting of 100 mu of land can be completed, there will be at least 2 harvests a year. By then, many people will probably have spare money in their hands. At that time, it was definitely a real auction. However, normally speaking, planting 100 acres of land by one person is already the limit. If you want to complete the planting, you can only cooperate and buy various machinery together. All mechanized planting. Even so, 100 acres per person is already the limit. Apart from me, there shouldn't be anyone buying land, right? Hong Yi thought to himself, unless, when the time comes, the farm space launches new products, such as AI robots or something. A full 50 billion mu of land, I can't eat it by myself. Hong Yi shook his head. The planting of 100,000 mu of fertile land had already put him under pressure. The plowing and planting are fine, but harvesting is expected to be more difficult. However, the most anticipated thing is the auction of half the power of 5 million people. It's also the strength of 2.5 million people. The auction hotspot at this time next year should be this one. It is estimated that everyone is eager to try now. By this time next year, at least hundreds of thousands of superhumans will appear in the world. At that time, the whole people will enter the age of superhumans. I have to say, this farm space is too scary. Deprive criminals of their power and use them for auction. Hong Yi murmured, feeling more anticipation in his heart. When power can also be purchased, the whole world is absolutely insane. Does this mean that life can be purchased? For the whole people, there is an extra expectation for longevity. It is estimated that it will not be long before the entire planet will undergo earth-shaking changes. The emergence of farm space has brought countless possibilities to the world. Hong Yi entered the forum again, and the forum was already extremely crazy. The news of the auction is too explosive. The topic that everyone revolves around is the power auction. There are rewards and punishments. The rewards are crazy, and the punishments are outrageous. Next, no one wants to lie down. Wealth is fine, but few people can refuse the pursuit of strength and longevity. Soon, Hong Yi withdrew from the forum. Put down the phone. A long time has passed, and it is almost noon now. First, they bought a sumptuous lunch for the tauren, and then prepared warm and sumptuous lunches for Isira and Catherine. I'm exhausted. The lunch had just been prepared, and Isira came back dripping with sweat, exuding a strange fragrance from her whole body. Hong Yi was surprised to find that there was a small prismatic mark on Isira's brow. It seems to be scales, but it is extremely crystal clear. It emits a faint yellow light. Look what, this is the beauty of the dragon woman. You did it. Seeing Hong Yi staring at her all the time, Isira blushed and then said carelessly. Hong Yi was amazed. He can admit other things, but what does this prismatic mark have to do with him? This made him a little baffled. Dragon clan, only when you meet a powerful husband will you be eligible to obtain this scale. Simply put, this scale was originally inside the dragon's body. Do you understand it? Seeing Hong Yi's bewildered face, Isira could only bite the bullet and explain. Then, why do you stick it between your eyebrows? Hong Yi probably understood, blushing and extremely proud at the same time. My own dragon power, shouldn't it allow me to obtain the physique of a real dragon, right? I am proud, and I make you proud too. Isira said shrilly. Isira, can you stop being so outspoken? Catherine walked in wearily, just in time to hear Isira's triumphant look. She couldn't help saying helplessly. Hong Yi found that Catherine's temperament has changed a lot, becoming more mature and stable than before. Thank you for your hard work, let's eat first. There are so many delicacies, we can eat them in different ways every day. Hong Yi said with some distress. The reason why I can enjoy it like this is entirely due to the work and efforts of Isira and Catherine. Otherwise, no matter how many tauren there are, he will still be busy. The two were really hungry and devoured a meal. It was Isira again. Catherine is okay, elegance is the natural temperament of the elves. What's more, the elves are generally vegetarians. Usually, 1 or 2 fruits can fill her up and maintain the energy she needs. However, her appetite has also increased greatly in the past 2 days. I hope Catherine can make up her mind and go back and bring the elves back. Hong Yi was looking forward to it. His current target is temporarily locked on the elves. For other races, Hong Yi has no plans for the time being. Chapter 22. Consecutive days. Almost everyone's life is repeated day by day. They are all busy with their fertile fields. All the farm spaces, all are in full swing. Everyone was full of enthusiasm, but when everyone felt difficult, they thought about the possibility of gaining inhuman power a year later, and they were suddenly full of enthusiasm. In the whole world, perhaps only Hong Yi is the happiest. During the day, he has been browsing the forum and browsing the circle of friends, trying to understand the farm space more comprehensively. At night, they would always fall asleep with Asira and Catherine after a tiring day. The little days are definitely going to be nourishing. Coupled with the fact that there are hundreds of tauren around him, he is definitely living the life of a landlord that everyone yearns for. Husband. I think we should be able to visit the elven forest now. This one, Catherine got up early, and after dressing up, woke up Hong Yi. Life here has been fulfilling for her. Every day, there is no need to worry about any danger at all. It is good. As soon as Hong Yi heard that he was going back to pick up the elves, Hong Yi suddenly regained his spirits. Clean up as fast as possible. System, can I specify to go to any world? Hong Yi asked the system. He was thinking, after he finished planting the 11 acres of land, would he be able to open the time and space door to a higher world? The reason why I chose a low magic world before was because I didn't have the strength at the beginning. Now that he has the power of 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 9 oxen, Hong Yi feels that he should be able to go to the high-level world to pick some spiritual fruits and celestial grasses to plant. No, only the gate of time and space in the first world is chosen by the host. Next, if the host wants to go to other worlds, he can only do so randomly. In addition, if the host wants to go to other worlds, he must at least make certain achievements in the current world before he can travel. The system answers. What achievement? What counts as an achievement? Hong Yi asked. For example, to build a business empire or something, of course it would be best if the host can unify the other world. The system suggested. Dominate the world. Hong Yi shook his head, he didn't have this idea for the time being. He was interested in building a business empire. Mainly, with such a huge farm behind him, it would be a pity not to establish a deliberative empire. Form a business empire in each world, and you will be able to collect treasures from all worlds. The most important thing is that with a business empire, only the top, rare, and scarce seeds of each world can be brought back to the farm for planting, and rewards from the farm can be obtained. Hong Yi had a premonition that the farm space would definitely be upgraded sooner or later. At that time, there will definitely be commodities such as strength and longevity that everyone dreams of. However, building a business empire for the first time is not easy. Hong Yi shook his head. Ding, in fact, if the host can complete an achievement in the farm space, the system can randomly link the host with a time-space gate. However, for the host, opening too many gates of time and space is of no benefit. The system explained. Clear. Hong Yi laughed. Complete an achievement? It's nothing more than another reward. This is relatively easy for Hong Yi. After all, when he finishes planting 100,000 mu of land, he will be rewarded. Hong Yi found that this system of his own really looks after himself. My lord, we can go now. Catherine stepped forward, took Hong Yi's hand, and said softly. The frank meeting these days has made the relationship between the two of them intimate and respectful. System, the elves sent to another world. Hong Yi gave instructions to the system in his mind. Buzz. With the flickering of the 6-pointed star, the two disappeared directly. Is this the elf forest? What a powerful vitality! Opening his eyes again, Hong Yi felt that the surroundings were lush and full of endless vitality. The towering tree is estimated to be at least thousands of years old. Here, there is endless peace. However, faintly, there is also a breath that leads the soul to degenerate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of beautiful figures leaped lightly from various places in the jungle. Hong Yi found that he was locked. Locked by the bows and arrows of elves one by one. To Hong Yi's surprise, all the elves were women. Moreover, all of them are exquisite and charming. In this jungle, they are absolute natural hunters. Are you all female? Hong Yi asked Catherine. Yes. Whenever we want to reproduce, we will pray to the tree of life for the water of life. The elves who drink the water of life will give birth to their own next generation. It can also be said that the tree of life is the common mother of all our elves. Catherine explained with a smile. It's so amazing, this is simply a foreign version of the daughter country. Hong Yi murmured. Chapter 23. It's me, Catherine. Seeing that the elves were full of hostility, Catherine immediately stood up and stood in front of Hong Yi. "Princess Catherine, why did you come back suddenly, with a human beside you?" A woman with an extremely perfect figure walked out slowly wearing a golden armor and asked questioningly. The golden battle armor set off her perfect figure and was extremely dazzling. "Eve, I have been ordered to complete the task and plant the tree of life in a place completely isolated from the world. As for why I brought a human with me, because this human saved me, and he helped us find the isolated place," Catherine said slowly. "Princess Catherine, it's not that we don't believe you, but that human beings simply can't believe it," the elf named Eve said in a deep voice. "She looks more like a female warrior, responsible for keeping the elves safe. If he is really hostile, just because he can suddenly bring me here, do you think you can stop him?" Catherine's attitude suddenly hardened. "So, are you threatening us?" Another voice came. It's just that this voice is completely different from the elf's ethereal, but full of charm. Just the sound of it makes the blood circulate faster. Hong Yi raised his eyes and saw a pair of female elves walking gracefully in the jungle. There were several hundred of them. It's just that they look exactly like the elves of another branch. The skin is also extremely delicate, but slightly darker. Compared with the purity and holiness of other elves, they are full of a kind of evil charm, full of charm. The breath emanating from the body is easy to attract people to sink and degenerate. There is no purity in the eyes, they are all charming eyes like silk. Dressing is extremely bold. Not surprisingly, they should be fallen dark elves. Hong Yi found that when they were walking, they tried to avoid the light as much as possible. What a powerful human being! The elf in the lead, noble yet full of absolute charm, looked at Hong Yi with a kind of fiery passion. "Mighty human, are you willing to stay and become my prince?" The leader of the dark elves warmly extended an invitation to Hong Yi. She could feel that there was a dormant power hidden in Hong Yi's body. This powerful force is stronger and more terrifying than the giant dragon. Absolutely enough to rival the gods. Hong Yi didn't answer, but rolled his eyes. "You guys are too bad at hospitality." At this moment, an extremely gentle voice came, and there was a faint holy light. In the jungle, a mighty team slowly walked over. Hong Yi was shocked to find that all the vines in the jungle gave way to this team on their own. There are more than 1,000 people in this team. All are elves. The leader is extremely noble and holy, with a halo of holiness faintly exuding from his body. A crown on the head and a set of noble white clothes on the body. This should be the queen of the elves, Catherine's mother, and Ash, the light whisperer of the elves. "Meet the queen! Meet the queen!" Except for the dark elves, all the elves saluted respectfully. It can be seen that the elves have been completely split and divided into two branches. Ash didn't speak, and was examining Hong Yi. Hong Yi was also looking at the elf queen. The light talker means that she is a light magician. With this status, it shows that she can definitely become a qualified farm manager. The lighting of crops is really important. Especially in bad weather conditions. Over the past few days, Hong Yi found that the environment of the farm space is not always the same. Moreover, it is often changeable. Especially Hong Yi's farm, because of the largest area, his feelings are also the deepest and most obvious. "Queen Betty, the forest, the jungle, will be handed over to you, the self-willed elves from now on. I hope you can do well on your own." Ash looked slowly at the night elf leader with her eyes, and said slowly. "Queen Betty? The elves are completely separated, have two queens appeared?" Hong Yi is now completely watching the show. "That's how you trust your daughter? You know, she is with humans now." The dark Queen Betty smiled charmingly, and said, "Besides, depravity is not our choice, but we follow the will of the mother tree. If my daughter can't believe it, who else can I trust? As for the will of the mother tree you mentioned, in fact, if you hadn't obstructed it, I would have a chance to prevent her from being completely attacked." The elf queen was very calm. Although they are proud, they also like peace. So, there are better options, and she won't meddle in the fall of other elves. In order to avoid war, they just leave. In this case, I wish you good luck, my former queen, and my former sisters. The dark queen smiled lightly and spoke slowly. Hong Yi was a little confused. What's happening here? Is the elf queen going to take the elves and herself back soon? So direct? So trust Catherine. You are still a human being, right? Of course, Hong Yi is very satisfied with this result. Before setting off, Hong Yi had planned all the twists and turns, but he didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. More than 1,000 elves, after arriving at the farm, started working directly. However, Hong Yi soon discovered a problem. There seemed to be too few elves. Including the night elves, less than 3,000. But think about it, their breeding depends on drinking the water of life, and the breeding process is much less fun. It seems normal to have fewer clansmen. Chapter 24. Humans, we believe in you. The elf queen's eyes fell on Hong Yi again, and she spoke slowly. She naturally sensed that Hong Yi had broken the contract with Catherine. If it was someone else, the elf queen might have been furious long ago. However, she could feel the strength and terror of Hong Yi. Especially Hong Yi and Catherine, who suddenly descended into the elf forest. It seems to be the space magic that only the gods can control in the legend. For such a strong person, she felt that Hong Yi really wanted to do something unfavorable to them, and they didn't have the strength to resist. Of course, what she trusts most is the contract between Hong Yi and Catherine. Thank you for your trust, I think you will be very satisfied with the new world. Hong Yi smiled and said, however, I want to ask, are you all ready now? You can go anytime. We have already made preparations to evacuate and are waiting for news from Catherine. Now it seems that my daughter has not let me down. The elf queen said calmly. Then, let's go there. Hong Yi smiled lightly and got in touch with the system. Buzz! An incomparably huge six-pointed starburst appeared instantly, covering all the elves. In just an instant, all the elves disappeared. Only a few night elves remained. All the night elves looked at each other with shock and horror on their faces. Queen, is that, human, a god? After an unknown amount of time, a night elf finally came to his senses, and asked Queen Betty stutteringly. I do not know either. Taking a deep breath, Queen Betty's face showed a lingering shock. Too strong. Horrible. The space magic that teleports nearly 2,000 people in an instant can be cast instantly, and there is no need to chant spells. Apart from the gods, she really couldn't think of anyone who was qualified to master this kind of power. Thinking about her frivolous tone just now, and thinking about letting that man stay as her prince, she felt lingering fear. Fortunately, that powerful existence was not offended by it. When she came back to her senses, she found that envious expressions appeared on the faces of all the night elves. It seems to be envious of other elves who can follow such a terrifying existence. Did we miss something? Betty couldn't help muttering. Here is. In just a split second, without any time to think, all the elves found themselves transported to an extremely strange environment. The shock in his heart was undeniable, no less than that of the night elves. However, they were quickly attracted by the sight in front of them. Empty, endless. There seems to be no end to anything. However, there is nothing here, without any vegetation and vitality. Tree of Life. Soon, all the elves found the only tree of life exuding vitality. The tree of life at this moment is nearly 20 meters high, exuding a strong vitality. Full of exuberant vitality. For a moment, all the elves were extremely excited. This is Lord Hong Yi, that is, my husband's private domain. Perhaps you don't believe it. When I first came, I could see the end of this territory. However, I have only been here for a few days, and this place is already endless, and there is no end in sight. Catherine introduced it with some pride. Husband. The princess actually combined with a human. Some elves couldn't help whispering too. Can the territory expand? Queen Asha's focus was different, and she was completely shocked by Catherine's introduction. Territorial expansion? She hadn't even heard of it. Is this a means to surpass the gods? Yes. The current area is 110,000 mu of land. However, in the near future, it will become even more expansive. Hong Yi said calmly, different from your civilization, my civilization is the creation of the world. It is indeed groundbreaking. If he really has the ability and funds, he can buy 50 billion mu of land by this time next year. It is equivalent to opening up the world. What a great civilization! However, there is too little vitality here, there is no forest where our elves live. It took Queen Ash a long time to recover from the shock. So, I ask you to help, or you create your own home. Hong Yi said with a smile. Mother, and all the sisters. Next, I need everyone to help me plant. Well, what we grow is food. Catherine spoke slowly, and then began to explain. For a moment, all the elves were stunned when they heard it. Is it just growing food? What about flowers and fruit trees? Eve couldn't help asking. The elves don't mind planting, because they like and are good at planting. However, they prefer to plant all kinds of exotic flowers and trees. Not planting these for the time being. Catherine shook her head, and then explained. Then grow food. Although we will live here in the future, but for now, it is still a visitor. After pondering for a while, Queen Ash made a decision. Hong Yi smiled lightly, with so many elves joining in, it didn't take him a month at all, and he could complete the perfect planting of 110,000 mu of land. Chapter 25. Catherine, your people, you are in charge. Arrange for them to rest or eat first. The specific work, you and Empress Ash will assign it yourself. Hong Yi said with a smile. He gave Catherine full authority over the elves. Okay, my husband. Catherine naturally accepted it with pleasure. What do you think about the dark elves? Hong Yi looked at Queen Ash and asked. With so many magicians, Hong Yi didn't want to just give up. For Hong Yi, the more magicians, the better. After all, magic planting is the real horror. As long as there are enough magicians, Hong Yi dares to take more land. Otherwise, with insufficient manpower, even if you have money, no matter how much land you take, it will be of no use at all. With enough magicians, it's different. Moreover, there is a tree of life in the fallen dark elves. Although it was infected by darkness, it was still able to drain its vitality. The tree of life, facing the crops, has a blessing effect. The next time I continue to acquire land, it seems that I can also consider planting some fruit trees. Hong Yi thought to himself. Fruit tree planting is definitely simpler and more convenient to manage. However, the payoff period is too long. In the early stage of the farm, it is naturally the most cost-effective to grow wheat with fast returns. However, Hong Yi intends to plant some fruits from other worlds that contain magic or other energies. The host is planning to bring Betty and the others here. Queen Ash saw what Hong Yi was thinking, so she asked. If you don't mind, I would naturally like to bring them. Hong Yi didn't hide it either. Of course I don't mind. Although they chose to degenerate, they haven't really made a degenerate move yet. Besides, we come from the same mother tree, we love the same sisters, and we naturally hope that they can live better. If this territory can really expand by itself, it will really be a piece of divine land. I hope that all elves can live on this piece of divine land. Queen Ash spoke slowly. The essence of elves is kindness. That's good. I'm going to stop the fallen elves from rushing towards your world. Hong Yi said with a smile, the figure disappeared immediately. For a while, Queen Ash was a little lost. She couldn't sense at all how Hong Yi left. Sisters, come with me, and I will introduce you to the civilization of this world that I know. Catherine walked towards the field. I am somewhat proud of myself. In the past few days, she has learned a lot of knowledge and things through Hong Yi. Now, the newly acquired knowledge can come in handy. Is this, the tree of life? It stretches for more than 10 miles, it can be called a tree city. Hong Yi teleported directly to the root of the tree of life. For a moment, he was extremely shocked. It's huge. Blocking out the sky is not enough to describe. Stretching for more than 10 miles, the branches are more like mountains rising from the sky. The small holes in the tree seem to be the houses where the elves once lived. It's just that these houses are now empty. The entire tree of life exudes a terrifying vitality. Here, taking a breath, the cells in my body feel activated, as if they are about to boil. The surrounding air is filled with a kind of vitality. However, Hong Yi faintly felt that there was an extra energy in the tree of life. This kind of energy will more or less affect people's will. However, this energy didn't overflow, it just circulated in the tree of life. In other words, as long as you don't take the initiative to touch this tree of life, people will not be affected. In other words, the fall of those night elves is a kind of self-selection. System, can you take this tree away? Although my strength is great, the roots of this tree are hundreds of times longer than mine. It would be great if it could fly. You can try to pull it up. Hong Yi asked the system. Although his strength is great, he is also helpless if he can't use his own leverage principle. The system can carry one time for the host for free. The system replied. It seems that for Hong Yi's request, it is basically satisfied. Whoosh! At this moment, the night elves appeared again. It's you. Seeing Hong Yi, the night elf recognized Hong Yi instantly, and was shocked for a moment, and panicked even more. Why did this powerful existence come back again? So fast. Exactly, I want to talk to your new empress. Hong Yi said with a smile. I'm coming. A charming voice came from the tree, and it happened to be who Queen Betty was. Please, honorable human beings, sit in the room. Betty said with a smile. Buzz. Hong Yi frowned, and then directly exerted force with both feet, and jumped, with a terrifying impact, landing on the tree trunk. The explosive power displayed made Betty's body tremble violently. What a terrifying power! The air was slightly distorted. Chapter 26. I don't know what you are doing when you return to the elven forest. The Dark Queen smiled lightly, and the atmosphere around her changed slightly. Queen Ash has a request, let me come and bring you to that world. Hong Yi said lightly. Why doesn't she come and kiss herself? The Dark Queen narrowed her eyes slightly, and asked suspiciously. How long has she been gone? Now, I give you a choice, to go or not to go. Hong Yi shook his head and asked calmly. We live pretty well here. We fit well with the mother tree of life at this moment. We have no reason to leave here, let alone give up the mother tree of life. The Dark Empress shook her head and quickly made a decision. Yes. What if you take this tree of life away? Hong Yi asked with a smile. Are you kidding me? Is the mother tree of life something you can take away? The Dark Queen smiled disdainfully. This tree of life stretches for more than 10 miles, covering all the forests, and its roots are inserted into the center of the earth. No one can cut it down, let alone take it away. I'm really not kidding. Hong Yi shook his head and said very seriously. Hee. We take the tree of life as our home, if you can take it away, we will definitely leave with you. And, from now on, we dark elves are willing to submit to you. If you can't take it away, then you can stay and be my prince. Queen Betty sneered. She knew that Hong Yi held powerful space magic. However, space magic alone cannot take away the entire tree of life by its roots. As you wish. Hong Yi smiled lightly, then contacted the system, and put his palm directly on the tree of life. Boom! The tree of life trembled violently and began to shake violently. Its whole seems to be shrouded in a white light. In an instant, the tree of life was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground was shaking crazily. What happened? What happened? All the dark elves were terrified, and they walked out of their rooms one after another, and they were horrified to find that the tree of life was shrinking at a terrifying speed. Instinctively, they all leaped down the tree of life, looking in horror at the tree of life that was shrinking crazily. What happened? The Dark Queen looked at Hong Yi in horror. She knew that all of this was caused by Hong Yi, but she had no idea what was happening to the tree of life. Take away the tree of life. Hong Yi smiled faintly. Buzz. The next moment, the entire tree of life directly turned into a beam of light and completely disappeared. Hong Yi and the Dark Queen who were originally on the tree were falling crazily. The place that was originally rooted by the tree of life has now turned into an endless abyss. The terrifying evil spirit is surging. What? The Dark Queen screamed in horror. Buzz. However, the next moment she was grabbed by Hong Yi's arm, and in a flash, the two disappeared over the abyss and landed firmly on the ground. There were dark elves all around, looking at Hong Yi in horror at this moment. What a terrifying evil spirit! It turns out that the so-called dark invasion came from the ground. The tree of life should be to suppress these evil spirits and actively absorb evil spirits. Hong Yi murmured. Now it seems that he has poked a big hole in this world. What happened? The Dark Queen also sensed the terrifying evil spirit, and couldn't help asking Hong Yi. You are not safe here anymore. In the future, this world may not be safe. Once these evil spirits come out, the surrounding creatures will definitely be affected, and they will probably be demonized. Hong Yi shook his head. Actually, this world tree should have suppressed the evil energy here long ago. Even if I don't take it away, it won't last long. Once it is completely demonized, it will be the world's biggest tree disaster. Then, what shall we do? Asked the Dark Queen. If you are willing to leave with me, the previous bet will remain valid. If you are willing to act as the saviors of this world, the bet just now is all void. Hong Yi said. Joke. What does it matter to us that the world is demonized? If I want to be the savior, it's Ash who will be the one. I won't be so stupid. The Dark Queen shook her head directly. So, you mean to abide by the bet we made just now? Hong Yi asked. If so, I am willing to accept your surrender. My lord, Betty, swear in the name of the elf goddess, from now on, I will lead all the fallen elves to serve you as my lord. Contrary to Hong Yi's expectations, the Dark Queen chose to be loyal just after thinking about it and smiling. The fallen elves seem a little too scary. My people, if you want to leave this dangerous place, you should allegiance to the supreme power in front of you. It's not enough to pledge allegiance, the Dark Queen even directly persuaded all the elves. Ever since, all the dark elves pledged their allegiance in unison. Compared with his own life, allegiance to a strong man is nothing. What's more, their queen has pledged allegiance, why should they resist? Chapter 27. I have seen my lord. I have seen my lord. After taking the oath, hundreds of dark elves, led by the Dark Queen, saluted Hong Yi respectfully. Call me the owner. After thinking for a while, Hong Yi said. Master or something, too feudal, too depraved. The owner is fine. It's okay to be low-key. Anyway, he is the farmer. Yes, field owner. The night elves shouted in unison. Come on, let's get out of here. After Hong Yi finished speaking, he contacted the system. Buzz. The six-pointed star lighted up, and then everyone disappeared. Since then, the elves in this world have disappeared. Mysterious disappearance. This should be a puzzle that no one in this world can solve. Perhaps, in the future, if humans or other powerful people come here to take risks, there should be a record in the annals of history that the elves were swallowed by the dark abyss along with the tree of life. Soon, Hong Yi returned to his farm with the dark elves. This is the new world. The Dark Queen found that the environment of the farm was completely different from what she had imagined. Here, it is not the imaginary fairyland world at all, but incomparably desolate, without any vitality. Seeing the tree of life full of vitality in the distance, she knew that she must have come to a place. Everything can't be seen on the surface. Here, if it is really as simple as it appears on the surface, do you think I will choose to plant the tree of life here? Hong Yi said, he is too lazy to explain too much now. At this moment, there is a family of elves joining. The farm has become extremely busy and bustling. The elves who mastered the earth magic, under Catherine's arrangement, all the earth mages followed Asira to plow the ground. Although the speed is far inferior to Asira's dragon language magic. But compared with the tauren, it is much faster. Dozens of elves joined forces to cast magic, the speed of which was no less than that of Asira. All elves are working together. Magic fertilization, magic sowing, magic watering and more. For the rest, patrol the land after planting. Absolutely in full swing. Hong Yi guessed that after 10 days, 110,000 mu of land could be settled. Are they farming? The Dark Queen looked at Hong Yi in disbelief. All the elves were pulled by Hong Yi to cultivate the land. This is also, not too sympathetic, right? If it is known by other human nobles, if it is known by other races, it will make a lot of waves. Also, what is that dragon doing? Are you using earth magic to reclaim the land? Is my master a devil? How could she have the heart to let the delicate elves and beauties come to farm the land? What? Do you think that farming demeans your status as elves? Don't you know that food is the paramount necessity of the people? Hong Yi rolled his eyes directly. Owner. I didn't mean that. The Dark Queen sneered. Why don't you think so? I want you to get close to the earth, to get close to nature. Hong Yi said, believe me, all their efforts today will definitely be rewarded. So, what can we do for you now? Hearing that there was a return, the Queen of the Night became a little hot. This man is too powerful, too mysterious, and too amazing. If you can get benefits from him, it will definitely be an extraordinary benefit. After the fall, the spirits also became physical. For now, I don't know what to ask you to do. Your magic has all become dark, hasn't it? Hong Yi asked. Yes. However, the magic we have mastered before can still be cast. The Dark Queen hastily expressed her opinion. That's good. In the afternoon or tomorrow, you can report to Catherine and ask her to arrange some jobs that you can do. Hong Yi said with a smile. Now, anyway, you have nothing to do. Why don't you help me beat my back? Hong Yi laughed. This is the owner's life, this is the landlord's life. Fallen. Catherine. Is the elf princess in charge here? The Dark Queen was incomparably curious, but she still consciously walked to Hong Yi's back, and tapped lightly, with just the right strength, and also oozing with magic power, which was very comfortable. Catherine is my wife. It can also be said that I am the son-in-law of the elves. Hong Yi explained. No wonder. No wonder Ash believed in you from the very beginning. It should be you who completed the contract with Catherine. The Dark Queen suddenly realized. Hong Yi just smiled and didn't speak. He is thinking about the next step. The tree of life is too big. For the time being, he dare not transplant it on the farm. Because he hasn't figured out the rules of the farm yet. The most important thing is that he has a mission now. The farm space does not allow him to waste land, allowing him to complete the planting within a month. He was worried that transplanting such a large area of the tree of life would be judged as occupying too much land and wasting land. Seeing the reward in hand, Hong Yi can't be screwed up by himself like this. Chapter 28. The next farm, as long as you don't continue to add land. Then, within a month, Hong Yi can easily complete his task. Moreover, with the help of Catherine and the others, he does not need to intervene too much in the affairs of the farm. He only needs to do a good job in overall planning and formulation of the general direction. Perhaps, we can go to another world to develop. However, the premise is to buy enough supplies first. Hong Yi thought to himself, it is very necessary to develop one's own strength in another world and build one's own business empire. Today, the food on the planet may have gone up in price. However, no matter how much it goes up, it will be cheaper than the materials in the farm space. However, before going to another world to develop, please help Solin first. There was a smile in Hong Yi's eyes. Solin was the girl who helped him before. A very good girl. However, no matter how good she is, she doesn't have any advantage in physical labor. Especially early development. Besides, still alone. Let the tauren help her. Anyway, the tauren are not useful for the time being. Hong Yi thought to himself. Then, he took out the phone and dialed the original number. Hey! On the other end of the phone, came a slightly tired voice. Let's meet. Hong Yi said. Busy. Solin cherishes words like gold. In a hurry. Hong Yi directly used his trump card. Okay, come to my house. After Solin finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Hong Yi shook his head, but he seemed to be used to it. Then, he went to the tauren. Ward, don't be too busy, let all the tauren gather. After finding Ward, Hong Yi gave the order directly. Obey, my lord. Ward responded respectfully. Soon, all the tauren gathered together. Ward, I want you to do me a favor. Hong Yi said. Master, you are too serious, our lives are yours, you can just order. Ward said with trepidation. I have a friend who can't grow the world, so I want you to help her grow the land. Hong Yi said. Guaranteed to complete the task. Ward shouted. Guaranteed to complete the task. All tauren drink together. That's good. Hong Yi smiled lightly, and then brought all the tauren into the system space. After thinking about it, Hong Yi brought the 5 iron cow belts into the system space again. He can't use any of these. With the help of the tauren and 5 machines, Solin will definitely be able to complete the planting of 100 acres of land in a short period of time. As long as she gets the reward, it will be smooth sailing in the future. Step by step. Hong Yi has a deep understanding. Buzz. He left the farm directly, and when he reappeared, he had already returned to his real house. Walking out of the entire community, it was unusually quiet. If there is no sound of insects and birds, this place can be called a dead city. Not just this community, but the whole world. Now, except for those evicted from the farm space, everyone is expected to be in the real world only when eating or shopping. He walked towards Solin's house with ease. The two live in the same neighborhood. The former Solin was also a daughter born with a golden key in her mouth. However, she doesn't have the temper of Miss Kyunjin. When we met for the first time, Hong Yi guessed that she came from a scholarly family, but he didn't expect that she came from a wealthy family. Because she is really knowledgeable. However, an accident a few years ago caused her to lose almost everything. At that time, she was almost deserted. In her darkest moment, only Hong Yi was by her side, and helped her get back many things that should belong to her. So, on financial resources. In reality, she is also a proper rich woman. Who asked her to sell all the assets left by her parents? Tuk tuk tuk. Knocked on the door. Hong Yi's heart is very peaceful. They are more like confidants. After a long time, the door opened. I'm sorry, I just took a shower and put on my makeup. Solin showed a happy smile and welcomed Hong Yi into the door. A beautiful, stubborn woman. Perhaps, only in front of Hong Yi would she show such a smile. Especially after the accident happened. However, Hong Yi could clearly see the fatigue on her face, and there were a lot of band-aids on her palms. Or, go to your farm space. After thinking about it, Hong Yi said. Okay. Without hesitation, Solin grabbed Hong Yi's arm and disappeared. Hong Yi found that there was not much difference between Solin's farm space and his original farm space. 2 oxen, an iron plow, a harrow, and various farm tools. It can be seen that Solin did not buy iron cattle, she chose to be steady and plant with the most traditional farm tools. Hong Yi discovered that she had actually plowed out a few acres of land and planted about a seed of wheat. No wonder I was so tired, probably because I worked day and night. For a moment, Hong Yi felt distressed. Perhaps, the emergence of farm space, many people think it is unfair. I brought you some presents. Hong Yi said softly. Chapter 29. Gift. Solin was very curious, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Knowing Hong Yi for so long, this is the first time Hong Yi gave her a gift. Buzz. Hong Yi didn't speak, and with a light wave of his palm, he summoned the 5 iron bowls from the system space. For a moment, Solin was stunned. Some moved, but also extremely shocking. With a wave of his hand, 5 iron bowls were released. Is this Hong Yi's hack? Then she rolled her eyes. So many machines? Who drives them? Solin asked speechlessly. Buzz. Hong Yi waved his palm again. Ward and 108 extremely burly tauren were summoned. With a height of 2.5 meters and a burly figure, he looked a little ferocious. Everyone has a pair of huge horns on their heads. It looks unusually domineering and mighty. This is. Solin was stunned for a long time, she was completely dumbfounded. What horrible monsters these creatures are. Tauren. Didn't you read novels or movies or something? Hong Yi asked. I only read classics, I don't follow dramas. It took Solin a long time to come back to her senses, and she spoke instinctively. These are the tauren who followed me. However, in the future, they will give you full authority to command. They'll plant all the fields for you. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi said. Following you? Where did they come from? Solin was still in shock and bewilderment, and murmured. Would you believe me if I said that I am a child of the plain? This is my hack. Hong Yi said. He openly admitted that he had cheated. People who don't admit it think so, and they are not fools. 100 acres of land can be done in half a day, and extraordinary things can be planted. Unless it is a cultivator. Cheat. Son of plain. Solin was still muttering. Meet the mistress. Ward, who was watching his words, hesitated for a moment, and shouted loudly, and directly knelt down on one knee to salute. Meet the mistress! Meet the mistress! Seeing this, the rest of the tauren also knelt down in unison and shouted loudly. That imposing manner, that line-up, and that resonant voice are so majestic to Solin. She had never seen such a scene before. She was stunned for a moment, and then panicked. Solin couldn't understand the language of the other world, but all the tauren knelt down and looked at her. She saw it and naturally guessed what it was. Everyone! Please rise! Solin, who was always extremely calm, was completely flustered today, and her tone faltered. However, the tauren were unmoved, because they didn't know what Solin was talking about. Hong Yi, get them up quickly! Solin said anxiously. Get up! Hong Yi spoke to the tauren. Thank you, my lord, thank you mistress! Ward yelled. Thank you, mistress, thank you, mistress! The tauren followed closely and stood up slowly. What did they say? Solin asked in a low voice, extremely curious. Thank you. Hong Yi laughed. He naturally didn't dare to translate directly. After all, he didn't understand Solin's thoughts either. It should be more than that. I can hear that they have two tones. Solin analyzed. Hong Yi admired her for a while. As expected of a genius in the language department. It's just a thank you, and me respectively. Do you want to know what they call you? Hong Yi asked. Never. Solin turned red and shook her head. Naturally, she couldn't understand, but she probably guessed something through the eyes of the tauren. What language do they speak? Their tones are very different from all languages on earth. Solin was very curious. They are not creatures of the earth. This is my secret, I only tell you one person. Hong Yi said. Is it because I helped you last time? Solin asked. Do not. Because I believe in you. Hong Yi smiled frankly, causing a trace of joy to appear in Solin's eyes. This gift is too expensive, not to mention you still have the task of 110,000 mu of land. Solin shook her head, her voice was extremely soft. Of course, very happy and very moved. My side is now magically planted. It is estimated that within 10 days, the planting can be completed. So, these tauren will be left for you temporarily, and let them complete the planting of 100 acres of land in the shortest possible time. At that time, you will have the opportunity to get the reward. Once you get the reward, you will be the first step, and the next step will be much smoother. Hong Yi persuaded. Is there really no problem with you? Solin asked in confirmation. There is absolutely no problem. I would rather you be expelled from the space and let me raise you for the rest of my life, and I won't make fun of my farm. Hong Yi laughed. You think beautifully. Solin's face turned red again. The only problem is, you can't commune with these tauren, which is a problem. Hong Yi frowned slightly and said. That's not a problem, language is just a way of expression. Maybe, I can learn a brand new language by then. Solin said confidently, which also represented her acceptance of Hong Yi's gift. Chapter 30. By the way, how do you know these languages? Solin asked Hong Yi curiously. I said it all, I'm cheating. Hong Yi laughed. It's amazing, it's incredible. Solin couldn't help mumbling. All of us have obtained a farm space, why don't we all open it? Hong Yi sighed with emotion. Yes. Before all this happened, who would dare to believe this? Solin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. So what do you think? Solin asked Hong Yi. No. I just want to run my own farm well. As long as the farm is well managed, everything you want will naturally be available. When the auction starts next year, I plan to buy some more land. When the strength permits, or the conditions permit, I will help you buy some strength." Hong Yi laughed. Farms are originally the greatest wealth. Hong Yi is not that great in rebuilding the order of the real world. "Thank you for the gift." Solin thanked her gratefully. Very moved. With these 5 machines, with these 108 tauren, her start can almost leave the whole world behind. As Hong Yi said, one step first, every step first. In the future, her farm will definitely develop much faster and smoother than others. A good start will save her from struggling so much in the future. Therefore, she naturally knew how important this gift from Hong Yi was to her. "You are welcome." Hong Yi shook his head, and then asked, "How much money do you have on you, money in the real world?" "It should be several 100 million. Solin said. "She is indeed a little rich woman, and there should not be many people who can come up with hundreds of millions. Sell it to me. The real money has already started to depreciate, and it will only depreciate more and more in the future. It's useless for you to keep it. You might as well sell it to me and let me spend it." Hong Yi said. "Not for sale. Give it to you directly. As you said, the money is useless to me." Solin smiled, took out a card, and told Hong Yi the password. "Then I'm not too polite." Hong Yi readily accepted. Let alone a few 100 million, tens of billions are nothing compared to the stage machine and these tauren that Hong Yi gave her. These are invaluable when it comes to farm space. The farm space has been open for a few days. Everyone has figured out some rules. That is, some things in the real world can be brought into the farm space, but many things cannot be brought into the space. Among them, all the agricultural tools in reality cannot be brought into the space. All this seems to be to maintain a fair starting line for all. Things like grain seeds and fertilizers can be brought in instead, and they can be used normally. Because these will not affect fairness. The grain seeds and fertilizers provided by the farm are absolutely superior to those in the real world. If someone covets these small gains and uses real-world seeds and fertilizers, then they will definitely suffer a big loss when the harvest is assessed later. During this period of time, there were also some people who had a whimsical idea and wanted to buy real objects in the farm market. However, the farm store refuses to accept any products that are not produced on the farm. These rules are naturally to prevent real people from transforming real wealth into farm wealth and breaking fairness. Now with this money, Hong Yi can buy a lot of food. These grains are not of much use to others. However, for Hong Yi, that is really too useful. With these grains, Hong Yi can go to another world to build his own business empire. Also, food is just one of them. Many things in modern times are definitely treasures if they are brought to another world. Not to mention other things, the steel in the real world, if placed in a different world, would exist like divine iron. From Ward, Hong Yi got a lot of news about the different world. Like the settings of many other world novels, there are many races in the other world besides humans. Orcs are a huge race, living in barren land with low productivity. Therefore, Hong Yi intends to start from the tauren tribe of orcs. "Can you tell me, how do you plan to spend the money?" Solin asked curiously. "Secret." Hong Yi smiled lightly. It is impossible for him to reveal everything about himself to Solin. "Let's go, I'll go to work first. Next, you can take a good rest. You only need to provide these tauren with food every day, and they can handle the rest." Hong Yi said. "Oh." Seeing Hong Yi leaving, Solin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "I can chat often when I have time." Smiling, Hong Yi disappeared into Solin's space. For the next few days, Hong Yi has been shopping. Crazy purchases. In addition to food, there are various materials. Try to spend all the money in the card as quickly as possible. However, everyone is busy now. Therefore, most of the time, Hong Yi is wasting time making appointments and contacting online. Purchases can only be made at night, after others have finished their work on the farm. It took almost 10 days for Hong Yi to complete the purchase of various materials. Sometimes, after Hong Yi forcibly transfers money to the other party, he goes to the store or warehouse to carry the supplies by himself. And, Most of the time, it is. Therefore, Hong Yi's material purchases are much faster than usual. Chapter 31. At the moment, Hong Yi's farm space has become lush. Many of the wheat planted before have germinated and turned green. A large piece of green, full of life. These wheats grow really well. Hong Yi couldn't help but came to the field and stroked the wheat. Green, full of endless vitality, full of vitality. Okay. All wheat seeds have been baptized by magic, especially the baptism of life magic. Their quality has improved a lot. Coupled with the induction of the power of life emanating from the tree of life, wheat naturally becomes very different. After they mature, the harvest is estimated to be almost double the original yield, and more importantly, its taste will become better. The most important point is that mature wheat may contain a little vitality. Long-term consumption should be able to improve physical fitness and have some effects of prolonging life. Catherine followed Hong Yi and introduced it happily. These days, she feels that she is living a fulfilling life. All the elves, after slowly adapting to the life here, feel very fulfilled and like it here. Here, although there are no birds and flowers for the time being, it is full of freedom and a sense of security. They also know that this place is a world of its own. Although this is a farm, it is more like an independent small world. Hong Yi is the master of this world. Without Hong Yi's permission, the enemy cannot approach, let alone invade. After the tree of life grows up, this is the place where their race will thrive. Although the tree of life is still weak, they are not worried at all. Because, here is absolute security. Thank you for your hard work. Looking forward to the harvest season. Hong Yi murmured softly. Hearing Catherine's introduction, Hong Yi was extremely looking forward to it. Looking forward to the assessment after the harvest season, and planting such a high yield, high quality wheat, he really wants to know what rewards the farm space will give him. The planting of 110,000 mu of fertile land is coming to an end, and it is almost time to call it a day. Therefore, at this moment, Hong Yi does not have any burden or pressure. It's what we should do. Didn't your husband say it? This is our home. Catherine smiled sweetly and happily. She has always considered herself lucky, especially after meeting Hong Yi. Okay. Next, the farm still needs your continued care. I need to go to your world. Of course, I can come back anytime. Hong Yi said. Although he doesn't need to intervene in the matter of the farm. However, he was busy with more things. But it also seemed extremely substantial. Okay. Catherine nodded. Afterwards, the two continued to stroll around the farm. Ding! When the industrious elves planted the last piece of land, the world announcement sounded again in everyone's farm space. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888 for successfully completing the challenge task and planting 10 acres of land within 1 month. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, you have completed the challenge ahead of schedule. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won a reward of 50,000 mu of land. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won a million gold coins reward. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won the reward of the power of 2 tigers. The reward prompt sounded immediately after. Boom! In the eyes of all the elves, the farm began to expand crazily again. Shocked, everyone was shocked. It's really expanded. The owner didn't lie to us. The territory has really expanded on its own. So amazing! All the elves are murmuring, excited, joyful. Damn it, have you still played? I've only rested for half a day, and I don't even have time to sleep late. Isira couldn't help howling. The expansion of fertile land meant that she had to work again. Boom! Hong Yi's momentum was surging. His own strength has added the power of 2 tigers. However, the power of 2 tigers is obviously far from the power of 1 dragon, and Hong Yi feels that he has not been strengthened much. The power of a dragon, after all, is already extraordinary. However, the rewards don't end there. Ding! Because the owner of farm number 8888 has completed the challenge task excellently, a special reward of 50,000 mu of fish ponds will be given to the farm owner. The rewards keep coming. Boom! The enchantment continued to expand, and then it seemed to open up the world. The expanded land suddenly turned into a fish pond. Fish pond! 50,000 mu of fish pond! This is a lake! Hong Yi was shocked. Moreover, the water in the fish pond is particularly clear, with endless spring water gushing out from the bottom of the fish pond. Where is this fish pond? This is the lake. Or lakes. However, there are no fish fry in the lake for the time being. Probably have to wait for Hong Yi to release the seedlings. Special reward, the lake. I have another source of income. Compared to the shock of the elves, Hong Yi only had endless excitement. Would you like to bring back some mermaids? In Hong Yi's mind, a very bold idea suddenly flashed. Chapter 32. There should be mermaids in another world too. If one or a few mermaids are raised in this lake, how will the farm space judge? Will there be rewards? Thinking of this, Hong Yi couldn't help feeling a little excited. In the past, there was only fertile land, but now the farm space has rewarded me with a fish pond. In the previous shopping malls, there were no fry for sale. And the reward reminder is a special reward. Will this lake be rewarded to me? It will be opened to me in advance. A farm should be more than just fertile land. Now there is an extra lake and fish pond. Will there be pastures, orchards, etc. in the future? Pasture. Damn it, do dragons count as farming? Hong Yi felt that the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. For a while, he was also a little excited. When he was excited, everyone in the world was incomparably shocked, completely confused, completely out of inconceivable. Incredible. 110,000 mu of land, just planted like this. Half a month. It's the planting, not the plowing. FK, I haven't plowed much land yet. How did this mysterious field owner do it, and what kind of cheats did he open? Another 50,000 mu of fertile land was rewarded. Study a full 160,000 mu of land. There is also a 50,000 mu fish pond. Damn, is 50,000 mu still called a fish pond? It's another 1 million gold coins. The absolute richest man on the farm. After the shock, the whole world cried out. Check. Must find out. We must find out this mysterious field owner, who is he? Be sure to let him share his secret. This is the wealth of all mankind. It should be shared by all mankind. He alone enjoys it. It's too selfish. No one will agree to it. Shabai, everyone has an independent space, who cares about you? Even if you can find out, what can you do to others? They treat you as a fart, with the power of 1 dragon, 4 tigers, and 9 oxen, even missiles can't be bombarded, they control you, promise or not. Many people have lost their minds because of jealousy, and some people who are used to fanning the flames are clamoring in the name of anthropologists. It's just that he will be slapped in the face by some sensible people soon. I now have more than 2 million gold coins, how should I spend them? For a while, Hong Yi felt that he had suddenly become rich. There are too many gold coins, and it seems that I don't know how to spend them. Accumulate first. 1 year later, there will be a crazy auction. At that time, if your strength allows, you can buy more fertile land, and you can also buy some power. Hong Yi quickly made a decision. Gold coins from the farm space, if you can't spend it, don't spend it. Also, I always feel that the farm space will definitely be upgraded. At that time, the farm space will definitely open up many unexpected commodities. At that time, the real farm era will probably really come. Now, it is estimated that it is just an adaptation period and an assessment period. Hong Yi thought to himself. Husband, there is an extra lake. Although Catherine had still seen the expansion of the farm, it took a long time to come to her senses. Muttered. Yes, the farm will get better and better. Here, sooner or later, it will become an endless world. Of course, it requires everyone's joint efforts. Hong Yi said with a smile. In fact, he himself was looking forward to it. Ding! Due to the outstanding performance of the owner of farm number 8888, the farm space will continue to challenge the farm. Within 5 days, complete the planting of 50,000 mu of fertile land. The task is completed, continue to reward. Mission failure, no punishment. After everyone slowly cooled down, another reminder came from the farm space. Complete 50,000 mu of planting within 5 days? The time is super shortened. It used to be 10 mu of land planted in a month, but now it has become 10,000 mu of land planted in a day. Damn it! Fortunately there is no punishment. Hong Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he shouted, Isira, start working. You and the elves are allowed to settle the 50,000 acres of fertile land within 4 days. No way, are you trying to squeeze me dry? Isira wailed. What I'm saying is true, the future and happiness of all of us is at stake. Hong Yi shouted. Although there is some pressure, Hong Yi is confident to finish. After all, now he not only has Isira, but also so many elves. Therefore, this time, he is determined to get the reward, and no one can stop him. 50 mu of land in 5 days. Although there is some pressure, it should not be difficult for the mysterious field owner. FK, is this a free reward? This time, no one continued to gloat. After all, Hong Yi's strength lies there. Jingle bell. When the phone rang, Hong Yi saw that it was Solin calling. Hong Yi, do you need to take these wards back? Solin's voice was clearly agitated and eager. Although there is no penalty for failure of the task, she hopes that Hong Yi can get the reward. Chapter 33. Need not. Let them stay with you. Hong Yi said. 100 tauren, even if brought back, can't provide much help. Then can you complete the next task? Solin asked with some concern. After all, it took Hong Yi more than half a month to complete the planting of 11 acres of land. On average, less than 10,000 mu per day. Of course, what she didn't know was that the arrival of the elves was only about 10 days away. Therefore, it is not a problem for Hong Yi to plant 10,000 mu a day. No problem, don't worry. Hong Yi smiled and said, I'm done with work later, I'll go to your place. Although there is an additional 50 acres of planting tasks, Hong Yi intends to hand over full authority to Catherine. He is going to develop a different world, and he also intends to develop from a hard-working tauren. Therefore, I plan to bring a few relatively smart tauren back. After all, it's easy to do things with acquaintances. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Solin's voice was a little happy. Come on, let's go to the mall to see if there are any fish fry. After hanging up the phone, Hong Yi said to Catherine. Without Hong Yi's urging at all, Isira and the elves started to work hard again and plunged into the farming. The busy farming work in full swing has started to get busy again. Does your husband plan to raise fish? Catherine asked curiously. With such a large lake, it would be a waste if we don't stock some of them. Hong Yi laughed. He wants to raise fish, mermaids, and various high-level species. However, the same ordinary fish should also be raised. For things like mermaids, Hong Yi would definitely not be cruel enough to sell them. Unless, they don't have any intelligence. Generally speaking, high-level aquatic organisms will have a longer maturity period. Therefore, Hong Yi feels that it is necessary to raise some common fish, which can generate a lot of income for Hong Yi in the short term. Husband may put some mermaids in the lake and let them manage the lake. Mermaids are born with the ability to control many sea creatures. After thinking about it, Catherine suggested to Hong Yi. Can mermaids also live in freshwater lakes? Hong Yi asked. Hearing Catherine's suggestion, Hong Yi was visibly excited. You can control marine life, as long as you stock some mermaids in the lake, you can be a hands-off shopkeeper again. Of course, and they can go ashore. However, it is not easy for my husband to obtain a mermaid. Mermaids, they only live in the depths of the ocean, so it's hard to come across. Of course my husband's space magic is very powerful, but in the same way, the speed of mermaids in the ocean is basically no one can match. Catherine explained. No hurry, there will be a chance. Hong Yi frowned slightly. According to Catherine, mermaids are indeed difficult to obtain. even if the system can send him to the deep sea, to the side of the mermaid. However, in the sea, no matter how powerful he is, he can't exert it. So, I can only think of a way. Sure enough, the fish fry haven't been spawned yet. After going down the mall, Hong Yi checked the fish fry information, but couldn't find it. For a moment, he felt that his guess was correct. Farm space is just the initial stage now. In the future, there will definitely be more and more products, and even more functions, or upgrades. I just don't know what the conditions for the upgrade are and when it will be upgraded. Catherine, the farm will be handed over to you in a few days. If there is no information about fish fry, it is naturally impossible to buy fish fry. Therefore, Hong Yi has no plans to stock up for the time being. In today's real world, there is no one to manage the fish fry market, and he won't be able to get it for a while, so why not go to another world and come back to try high-end products? Well, husband, don't worry and go to work. Catherine said softly. In her gentle gaze, Hong Yi's figure disappeared. Tuk tuk tuk. He knocked on Solin's door again. This time, Solin quickly opened the door. Congratulations! Seeing Hong Yi, Solin was filled with melting and sent her blessings. Compared with the haggard last time, now her face is full of red light and she is full of energy. With the help of the tauren, she only needs to take care of the farm affairs, and there is no need for her to do it herself. For the rest of the time, she returned to her previous life. Not bad, it's still beautiful. Hong Yi said with a smile. Compared with last time, Solin can dress up now. A light blue flower skirt, long hair shawl, exudes a kind of intellectual beauty everywhere. Thank you. Want to come to my farm space? Solin asked expectantly. She would love to show Hong Yi what her farm has accomplished. Yes, and this time I'm here, planning to take 8 tauren to do something for me. Hong nodded and said. Is 8 enough? My farm is almost done. Solin asked. Enough. Hong Yi laughed, and then Solin grabbed his hand and disappeared in place. Chapter 34. Solin's 100-acre farm has already begun to grow seedlings in many places. Lush and lush, a green field. In the distance, the tauren are still busy fertilizing, sowing, and planting seeds. The land has all been plowed and harrowed. 5 machines start working at the same time, so the speed is naturally leveraged. Because there are enough manpower, Hong Yi can't help Solin buy the planter. Also, he didn't have time to instruct them. Solin naturally has no experience in starting up. Even so, the tauren are enough to plant all the land today. Looking at the spring-like seedlings, Hong Yi stepped onto the field to carefully observe and compare them. It is true that the wheat grown in the farm space grows much better than the wheat in the real world. However, compared with the wheat from Hong Yi's farm, the difference is too great. Is my wheat growing okay? Solin asked curiously. She didn't have any planting experience, and she checked everything online. Of course, very good. Next, these tauren will continue to stay with you to help you take care of them. When the harvest season comes, just wait for a bumper harvest. Above speed, besides me, you should be number 1. As long as the harvest is good, you can get rid of almost everyone with the rewards alone in the harvest season assessment. Hong Yi said with a smile. In terms of speed, apart from him, he can guarantee that no one can compare to Solin. 5 machines, together with 108 tireless tauren working desperately, how could anyone else be able to compare with Solin? Do you also think that the first assessment will be in the harvest season? Solin asked. Not surprisingly, this is inevitable. And, I guess, there will definitely be a lot of new products that are hard to refuse. Hong Yi's tone is full of affirmation. If you don't launch exciting new products, then every farm will sell their own products and get so many gold coins. What will they do? In a field of 100 acres, there are definitely too many people who cannot complete all the planting. I guess, there may be intelligent robots, or other automated farming machines that can be purchased. With the money, the next step is to see everyone's mutual investment. The gap in the first season is still very small, but starting from the second season, the gap between all farm owners will start to become more and more obvious. Hong Yi analyzed. Okay. Originally, I didn't expect much from the farm. However, with your help, I am full of confidence in the future. Solin's eyes became bright. Well, come on. Today, these tauren should be able to plant the fields. If the farm doesn't plan to let you idle, I guess you should get some rewards today. Hong Yi said to Solin with a smile. Really? Solin was a little excited. I'm just guessing. After all, the farm hasn't let me idle now, has it? Isn't it? We can wait and see today. However, I have something to do now. Hong Yi shook his head. He is just guessing. If his guess is correct, then Solin will start from today, and will also embark on the highlight moment. Okay. Solin nodded excitedly. Afterwards, Hong Yi summoned the tauren temporarily, and asked Ward to choose 8 clever and well-figured tauren, and they left with him. Here, is your tribe. The system teleporting Hong Yi into a huge valley. Although it is a valley, the vegetation is not so dense, and there are piles of rocks. Absolute poverty and backwardness. Yes, master. A middle-aged man replied with a slightly choked voice. His name is Huck. Second only to Ward in stature. Although not very clever, but also considered experienced. They are really too poor, and there is really too little land that can be planted. There are no other resources. Husband. At this moment, a hoarse voice came from behind the tauren. Hong Yi looked back and saw that it was a tauren. It's just a female tauren, with an unusually burly skeleton, but very thin. Beside her, there were 4 or 5 little tauren. When they saw Huck, they were extremely excited. It should be Huck's family. It's too big. Hong Yi was secretly speechless. This female tauren is no less tall than the male tauren. Too poor, though, to look disheveled. Not even a decent fur coat. Huge evil, unusually dazzling. Only tauren can tolerate tauren. Hong Yi shook his head. No wonder there are only male tauren among the tauren, but no female tauren. It is estimated that no one is willing to ask for upside down. Huck, reunite with your family first. Hong Yi said with a smile. Then, a bag of rice was taken out. Owner. Huck was extremely moved. Take it. Let your wife and children fill their stomachs first. Hong Yi laughed. The terrain and backwardness here are completely beyond Hong Yi's imagination. Here, it is not suitable for any commercial activities at all. However, the tauren can be summoned to form a commercial escort team first. Chapter 35. Thank you, my lord. Huck was moved to tears. Thank you quickly. Little guys, come and get it. Hong Yi smiled and said to the little tauren, they are all stupid, with a pair of small horns growing on their heads. It looks a little sinister, but more cute. Unexpectedly, the little guys hid directly behind their mother, even though they were swallowing. Little brats, don't be rude. Hurry up and salute the master. Huck quickly reprimanded. Hong Yi raised his palm slightly to stop Huck, and then handed a bag of rice to Huck's wife. Thank you, master, for the reward. Huck's wife, extremely excited, stretched out trembling palms, took the rice bag, and then knelt on the ground to salute. She really couldn't believe that someone delivered food to them. Moreover, the person who delivered the food was still a human being. Thank you, master, for the reward. Seeing his mother kneeling down, Huck's children quickly followed suit, saluting excitedly and gratefully. Come on, everyone has a share, enough control. Hong Yi laughed, as if by magic, bags of rice appeared out of nowhere in his palm, and handed to each tauren child, making them moo in excitement. Host. Huck was so excited and moved, wishing he could donate his body now to repay the kindness of his master. Don't get excited. Hong Yi shook his head. It can be seen that almost all tauren are pure and kind. You treat them well, and they are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect you. Huck. Hong Yi softly shouted. Arrive. Huck wiped his tears and answered loudly. Then I would like to ask you one thing, to tell all the tauren in your tribe, let them come to your house from every household, everyone, regardless of men, women, old or young, can receive 1 bag of rice for free without any conditions, and pregnant women can receive 2 bags. You 7, let's go together. Hong Yi ordered. Isn't it just some rice? To Hong Yi, it is worthless. If these rice can be exchanged for the trust and followers of the tauren tribe, then it is really worth it. These rice are just ordinary rice. On Earth, after 2 years at most, they will definitely be eliminated. The rice, wheat, etc. grown on the farm are absolutely high quality, and the taste will definitely be better. At that time, the price of rice on the earth is expected to drop crazily. At that time, Hong Yi can buy these rice wantonly and use it to impact the world market. At that time, the interests of the consortium in this world will definitely be touched. Without enough guarding forces, how can a business empire be established and develop stably? Master, would it be too expensive? Harry's voice trembled. Why do you care so much? Execute the order. Hong Yi shouted. Obey, Master. Huck's voice was choking. The same goes for the rest of the tauren. They could feel that Hong Yi treated their tauren from the bottom of his heart. Afterwards, the 8 tauren started to attack, telling each other, and their excited screams could be heard from far away. Hong Yi smiled. This race of pure and good spirits is really a precious wealth. Of course, their appetites are too large. Because of this, their status is too embarrassing in this world where productivity is extremely underground. The productivity is too low. Although they are very strong and diligent, they are too hungry to create the rest of the wealth, and it is even difficult to support a family. Because, I feel that they are too capable of giving birth. Master, please enter the house. Huck's wife pointed to a wooden house in the distance, and said very sincerely, but her face was full of embarrassment. No need, you go in and cook and eat first, I'll just wait for them here. Hong Yi shook his head. Then, he waved his palm lightly in the air. Bags of rice fell down like rain, and quickly piled up like a mountain. Owner! Are you a god? A slightly older tauren child looked at Hong Yi with great admiration and asked. You can think so. Hong Yi smiled and replied. Then, great god, can I be loyal to you? Huck's child asked expectantly. Of course, but I will accept your allegiance when you grow up and become an outstanding tauren warrior. Hong Yi smiled. I definitely will. The little boy suddenly became high-spirited and full of haste. Hong Yi smiled. The tauren is undoubtedly the best heavy-armored infantry fighter. Once they put on heavy armor and charged, Hong Yi believed that the dragons would not dare to face their charge head-on. At this moment, the densely packed tauren rushed towards this direction again. Mighty, from all parts of the tribe. The leader happened to be Harry. Huck kept shouting, his voice was very severe, as if he was worried that his people would do something out of the ordinary. Chapter 36. At this moment, there were still bags of rice being thrown out by Hong Yi. The tauren who rushed over happened to see this scene, and they were so frightened that they almost knelt down on the ground. Because, this is almost the means of the gods. In fact, in this world, Hong Yi's power is already comparable to that of a god. Finally, Hong Yi stopped spilling rice. At this moment, the tauren had all gathered together and stood in the distance. They dare not approach. However, their eyes were full of passion and devotion. Huck, let them all come and get the rice. 1 bag per person, regardless of the old and weak, women and children, pregnant women can receive 2 bags. Hong Yi went straight to the point without any long speeches, and let the rice go first. Thank you, Master. Huck said gratefully, and then shouted to all the tauren, everyone, this is my master, the master of Ward and me, and all of them. More merciful our master. My master, when he learned of the situation of our tauren, came to us specially, and brought food, or the legendary rice. Now, everyone step forward lightly, and follow my lord's will. Each person will receive 1 bag of rice, and pregnant women can receive 2 bags. Huck's voice was extremely high, and then he and the other 7 tauren stepped forward first, preparing to distribute the rice. Finally, an old tauren stepped forward first. When he received the heavy rice with both hands, his body was trembling slightly, and because of the excitement, he was already crying unknowingly. Hong Yi saw that there was a brand on his chest. It should be that he once sold himself to a slave owner, and was finally repatriated because of his old age. "Thank you, master." The bull-headed old man knelt down and thanked him gratefully. He has never felt such kindness from the world. Charitable? It is impossible to exist in this world. They who live at the bottom, only have the fate of being oppressed. How can they feel the warmth of the world? When Huck and the others went to inform them, all the tauren were skeptical and found it unbelievable. In their view, no one would be stupid enough to give them food. Because many land-rich owners would rather feed the remaining grain to their livestock, and would not distribute it to them. Get up. No need to kneel. After receiving the food, just go home and have a good meal. Hong Yi was indeed a little sad. Everyone said that he would not bow down for 5 buckets of rice, but this old man knelt down for him because of a bag of rice. Before this kind of thing happened, he really couldn't imagine it. Next. Huck said. "Come up a few more, you can move it by yourself, as long as you don't loot it, don't step on it." Hong Yi asked, "According to Huck's score, how long will it take to score?" "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master." The tauren people didn't have any thoughts at all. Before everyone came forward to collect it, they knelt down on both knees, maybe on one knee, and after thanking Hong Yi, they moved a bag of rice by themselves. All the tauren who received the rice did not leave, but stood neatly aside. Those who received the rice were all cheering or grateful. Haven't received it yet, looking forward to it. At this moment, they seemed to be the darlings of the world, as if they had been favored by the god of luck. Roar! At this moment, there was a dragon chant that resounded through the sky. Hong Yi looked up and found a giant dragon flying across the sky above the tauren tribe. Covering the sky and blocking out the sun, the silver light is shining, and the lines of the body are extremely soft and beautiful. The silver scales are unusually dazzling. Silver dragon! Hong Yi was surprised. During this time, he also knew a little about the dragon clan. In fact, the giant dragon family has many branches. Among them, silver dragons are indeed extremely rare. However, every silver dragon that appears becomes a dragon flower of the dragon clan, a legendary beauty dragon. From the moment each silver dragon reaches adulthood, it will become the object of pursuit by all races of giant dragons. The legendary rare dragon was actually met by me. Hong Yi was amazed. For the silver dragon family, the talent is not certain. Sometimes, they can even cast all kinds of magic. It belongs to the giant dragon family, and its powerful existence. There are even some silver giant dragons who are born to control metal. This silver dragon flies a little hastily, and seems to be being chased. The dragon was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems that this is a giant dragon that is good at speed, maybe it masters wind magic. Roar! After a long time, the dragon chant resounded from the sky again. Several black dots are enlarged. Soon, a few black spots turned into several giant dragons. Every giant dragon is unusually burly, with a berserk aura sweeping across it. It can be seen that at this moment, they are all burning hot. Damn it, are giant dragons so brutal in their pursuit of the opposite S**X? Hong Yi thought secretly. The situation in front of me is very obvious. Roar! However, when these giant dragons appeared in the tauren tribe, they all fixed their eyes on Hong Yi. "Can you feel Asira's breath on me?" Hong Yi immediately thought of this possibility. From the eyes of the giant dragon, he clearly felt hostility. Chapter 37. Roar! Roar! A dragon roar was full of anger, and a total of 3 giant dragons suddenly retracted their wings and swooped down towards Hong Yi. Boom! Boom! The 3 giant dragons are all over 20 meters in size. When it landed, the powerful impact created gullies on the ground, and the sharp dragon claws tore the huge and solid bluestone to pieces. Damn humans! You actually have the aura of our dragon clan on your body. Damn it, is it the breath of the contract, or the contract between husband and wife? One of the green dragons was roaring, perhaps because of anger, it kept spouting powerful flames from its mouth. Humanity! You have already blasphemed the giant dragon. No matter what method you use to get a giant dragon to sign such a contract with you, you will die today, and I will tear you to pieces. A giant blue dragon was also extremely angry, as if he had been humiliated by some great humiliation. Is that unreasonable? Isira took the initiative to sign the contract with me. Hong Yi was speechless. Are all giant dragons so domineering? It came up indiscriminately, and it was about to tear him apart. Even if she is voluntary, even if she takes the initiative, you will die. A giant yellow dragon with flames shooting out of its eyes. Guard the master! Guard the master! Huck quickly reacted and growled at all the tauren. All of a sudden, all the tauren responded. Not only responded, but also acted directly, running directly in front of Hong Yi. Although many people's legs were trembling, they still stood firmly. Mere ants, a dragon's breath will blow you out. The yellow dragon seemed to feel that his majesty was being challenged, and he opened his mouth directly, and a terrifying dragon's breath was brewing. Dragon! The top of the food chain, but you guys are too overbearing. Hong Yi was completely furious. Boom! He made a move, kicked his legs, flew out like a cannonball, and blasted out with a punch, directly hitting the yellow dragon's jaw fiercely. Boom! The terrifying impact force directly overturned the yellow dragon. The huge dragon body rose from the ground, tumbling a few times in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Shock! Horror! Everyone was extremely shocked. Including Huck. He knew that his master was a strong man. However, he never thought that his master would be so powerful. One punch directly knocked a giant dragon into the air. The remaining green and blue dragons couldn't help gasping, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Blast the dragon away with one punch. Even high-level giant dragons can't do it, and they don't have such terrifying power. Is this human? How did you do it? The giant dragon is at the top of the food chain. In this world, no one can compete with giant dragons in terms of strength. They represent the ceiling of strength and force. Now, like a weak chicken, it was punched by a human and flew away, unable to stand up. Boom! Hong Yi didn't have so much time to be in a daze, so he quickly came back to his senses and flew over again. Boom! Before the dragon could react, he stepped on the head of the green dragon. Boom! The giant dragon couldn't stop Hong Yi's power at all, and its huge head hit the ground hard, creating a deep hole. In an instant, he passed out. What are you going to do? The only remaining blue dragon was completely panicked, and asked Hong Yi in horror. Enslave you, that's all. Don't worry, your days ahead won't be so easy. Next, you all should cultivate the land on my farm. Hong Yi sneered. It was good that he didn't go to capture the dragon. The moment these three giant dragons saw him, they immediately wanted to kill him and wanted to tear him apart. There was even a disagreement, and he directly wanted to breathe out the breath of the dragon and burn these innocent and lovely tauren to death. How could Hong Yi not be angry? Crazy! You madman, are you going to make an enemy of the dragon? You are courting death. The blue dragon roared, as if feeling a great humiliation. Why, you are all going to tear me apart, so why don't I stick my head over there and chop it off for you? What about being an enemy of a dragon? Come one, suppress one. Big deal, let your dragon family be extinct in this world. Hong Yi sneered. Roar! Sensing Hong Yi's coldness, the blue dragon roared, its wings shook violently, trying to escape. However, compared with Hong Yi's speed, his speed is too far behind. Boom! Hong Yi came to the top of his head, pressed his palm on his head, and slammed it hard. Boom! The huge leader hit the ground hard, making the blue dragon dizzy, as if the sky and the earth were spinning. Wow! There was the sound of chains being pulled. Hong Yi's palm did not know when there was an extra chain. He had already prepared a lot of iron chains in the system space, but he didn't expect that they would come in handy so soon. You won't have a brand, but I'll punch a hole in your nose and be my horse from now on. Hong Yi sneered. As for the cruel dragons, Hong Yi can be even more cruel than them. Chapter 38. Roar! The nose was pierced, and the chains were directly locked. The dizzy blue dragon screamed in pain and roared crazily. Tears flowed out of his eyes in pain. However, at this time, he also erupted his fierce power, raised his huge dragon claw, and was about to slap Hong Yi fiercely. However, Hong Yi smiled coldly and tugged at the chain violently. Roar! The painful roar sounded again, and the raised dragon claws froze in the air, not daring to put it down at all. Rip me apart! I want to see, how do you tear me apart? Hong Yi sneered, then jumped lightly, and landed on the huge dragon's back. Drive! The moment he landed on the dragon's back, Hong Yi pulled the chain and shouted softly. Roar! The giant dragon roared, screaming in pain, tears streaming down its face. The nose is naturally the most vulnerable part of the dragon. Now that he was pierced through and put on the chain, as long as the chain was a little bit harder, he would be in so much pain. Regret, his heart is extremely regretful. Why do you have to come to provoke this devil? This is definitely the most cruel demon. Endless humiliation and aggrievedness flooded into my heart instantly. But what about humiliation and frustration? He wanted to resist Hong Yi's order, but with a slight twitch of Hong Yi's chain, his body instinctively lifted up, his wings shook violently, and he flew into the air, taking Hong Yi with him. Roar! During the whole process, the blue dragon roared and roared crazily because of the severe pain and frustration. It seemed that only the roar could distract them. Hee. It seems that I am also a master of how to train dragons. Hong Yi sneered. There is also some pride in my heart. These 3 evil dragons, if I sell them one day, how many gold coins will I earn? What kind of rewards will I get? Hong Yi's thoughts began to rush out again. These 3-headed dragons don't want to continue to transform in the future. When the farm opens up the pasture, or when I get the reward of the pasture, I will raise these 3 evil dragons as animals. The more Hong Yi thought about it, the more excited he became. The thoughts rising in my heart became more and more crazy. When dealing with the evil dragon, Hong Yi really has no intention of being merciful. The next moment, Hong Yi directly forcibly accommodated the blue dragon into the system space. To tame the dragon, there is no rush at this moment, because there are still 2 unconscious dragons waiting for him to clean up. Boom! Putting away the blue dragon, Hong Yi landed heavily in front of the green dragon from the air, with another chain in his hand. Damn! At this time, the green dragon woke up slowly, shaking its huge head, but seeing Hong Yi holding a long chain in his hand, he roared in horror. Puff! Without any pause, Hong Yi directly pierced the green dragon's nose with the chain, and then locked it. Roar! It took a long time before the painful roar sounded, full of hoarseness. Too painful. Hong Yi saw that a puddle of dragon urine was sprayed directly, almost splashing Hong Yi all over. Drive! Hong Yi jumped lightly again and landed on the dragon's body, the chain twitched and lifted. Roar! Under the severe pain, the green dragon roared directly, and instinctively rose up. Constantly churning in the air. Hee. You want to throw me off? As you wish. Hong Yi smiled coldly, and didn't even bother to support the dragon's back. For a moment, he was falling, but his hands were tightly clutching the chain. Roar! With Hong Yi's weight and a violent tug, the dragon's body trembled immediately, and it quickly swooped down to catch Hong Yi. Tear me apart! Aren't you going to tear me apart? Hong Yi sneered. Human, I curse you! You humiliate our giant dragon so much, you just wait to be hunted down by the entire dragon clan. Roar! The green dragon was so painful that he could pee, and the endless sense of humiliation came, so he roared crazily. As many as you come, I will suppress as many as you want. I believe that you will all be able to exchange for countless rewards for me. Hong Yi sneered, completely fearless. He has the power of a dragon, and he is not afraid of many dragons. Isn't it just an enmity with the dragon family? The creatures in this world are afraid of giant dragons, but Hong Yi is really not afraid at all. If he dares to come, he is not afraid that there will be enough dragons to be herded in his future pasture. He is now just looking forward to the ranch opening sooner. At that time, others raise chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, and he raises dragons. Others buy pork, but he sells dragon meat. Hong Yi felt ruthless in his heart. If the dragon dared to chase him down, he would dare to be rude to the dragon. Roar! Hong Yi tugged at the chain violently. The dragon plunged headlong into the ground in pain. Hee, just your patience. Hong Yi sneered, and then took the green dragon into the system space. Humph! Coming to Huanglong's side, Hong Yi clearly felt its body trembling. It was seriously injured, but it has come to life. Boom! Hong Yi slapped him directly, interrupting his thought of transforming into a human. Don't want. Seeing Hong Yi took out another chain, Huanglong begged. Just now, you were the one who yelled the most. If I don't have any skills, I'm afraid I and all the tauren will become your lunch. Hong Yi sneered, and the chain continued to move. Roar! A sad and painful dragon chant sounded. Chapter 39. Follow the same pattern. The 3 giant dragons were all taken into the system space by Hong Yi. There is still room for the system. Otherwise, I'm not sure if the farm space allows such a thing. After taking care of the 3 giant dragons, Hong Yi thought to himself. Only then did he realize that all the tauren were dumbfounded, looking at him in horror and admiration. Eyes full of admiration and fanaticism. This master seems to be too powerful. The 3 giant dragons were treated and dealt with by him as if they were ordinary beasts. This is a complete enmity with the dragon clan, right? Hong Yi temporarily ignored the tauren, thinking to himself. He is definitely not worried about the giant dragon family. However, if there is a complete enmity with the giant dragon clan, Hong Yi is a little worried that after he builds a caravan, the giant dragon clan will target his caravan. The point is, he won't stay in this world forever. Leave it alone. If the dragon dares to go too far, I will take them completely. Hong Yi felt ruthless in his heart. Huck, hurry up and let the clansmen continue to receive rice. Seeing that Huck was still in a daze, Hong Yi shouted helplessly. Oh, yes, master. Huck didn't seem to have fully recovered. After a long time, all the tauren returned to normal, but the way they looked at Hong Yi had changed. Respect, fear, worship, and fanaticism. There is no doubt that now Hong Yi only needs to give an order, and they will probably risk their lives to follow him. Finally, all the tauren received a bag of rice. They should have left, but all the tauren looked at Hong Yi reluctantly. Owner! Why don't you say a few words? Huck said bravely. He knew what the tauren thought, and he was eager for Hong Yi to allow the tauren to follow. He knew that Hong Yi was the hope of the tauren clan. If the tauren family can follow Hong Yi, then the tauren will definitely become better and better. They are not too demanding. As long as you can eat enough, wear warm clothes, and don't have to worry about hunger and cold. Would you like to follow me? I can't promise you anything, but I can guarantee that you and your descendants will no longer have to worry about hunger and cold. All the rhetoric and strategies that had been planned before were all invalidated when Hong Yi saw their longing eyes. Hong Yi got straight to the point. Willing. Master, we are willing to follow you. Yes, Master, I am willing to risk my life to follow you. As soon as Hong Yi's voice fell, all the tauren shouted scramblingly. Very excited. This master is powerful, rich, protective, but kind-hearted, willing to treat their clan well. Where can I find such a master? The tauren are simple, kind, and slow-witted, but that doesn't mean they're stupid. It is good. Since you are willing to follow me, I also promise that I will never leave your clan, regardless of age, gender, I will accept your following. Hong Yi laughed. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. All the tauren were extremely moved and knelt down gratefully. Others, they are also worried. Worried that Hong Yi only chooses the young people of their clan and abandons their old, young, women and children. Because the old and weak, women and children have no labor force and no combat effectiveness, they are a kind of burden. However, Hong Yi gave them the best answer, the best recovery. Everyone was grateful for a moment. Get up. Whether it's a human, a god, or a beastman. All races should strive for self-improvement. Each race has advantages of each race. You tauren are kind, loyal, and hard-working. I like this very much. Next, I plan to form a business organization. I will do business in this world, and you Tauren clan will be the guards of this business organization. In the short term, your basic necessities of life will be taken care of by commercial organizations. Hong Yi said slowly, however, your place is too remote and not suitable for business development. Next, I want you to do two things. First, gather all the Tauren tribes. If they are willing to follow me, I will accept them all, and each person will still be a bag of rice. Hong Yi opened his mouth and made all the Taurens breathing faintly short. Second thing, I want you to get out of here and head towards the center of your Orc alliance. The whole family is relocated. Hong Yi continued, presumably, you will pass through the territory of other races of orcs, so I will provide you with weapons. As he said that, Hong Yi directly threw out various weapons made of fine steel. There are a lot of swords, guns, axes, hammers, and even kitchen knives. In order to get these weapons, Hong Yi spent a lot of thought and energy. Although these weapons are just ordinary knives on the earth, they are all magic weapons when it comes to this production and its backwardness. Everyone picks a weapon for self-defense. When encountering other races, avoid conflicts if you can. We are all businessmen, and harmony makes money. Hong Yi said with a smile. The Tauren charged terribly, and everyone was armed with divine iron weapons. No matter how powerful the orcs were, they probably had to weigh them. Chapter 40. Looking at the various weapons piled up like a hill, the Tauren all showed fanatic expressions. Most of the weapons they use are stone tools or bone tools. For them, weapons made of fine steel can be regarded as the treasure of the town. There is no way, the productivity of this world is backward. Humans, elves, dragons, and dwarves are better off. The Orc Alliance is really miserable. The Tauren, an honest race in the Orc Alliance, is even more tragic. Therefore, when seeing these weapons, all eyes shine. With these weapons, their combat effectiveness will definitely skyrocket. Once charged, the Jedi can crush most of the allied orcs. Huck and the others were too calm. Compared with the various magical ironware in the farm space, these weapons are too far behind. Huck, you eight are in charge of this. Remember, we are looking for money, we are doing business, and we are not trying to fight others. If we can avoid conflicts, we should try our best to avoid conflicts. After reaching a flat and prosperous place, we can negotiate with them and we will lease their land. It's a lease, not a snatch. Hong Yi explained to Harry. Obey, Master. We promise to get the job done. Huck answered loudly. His heart was a little agitated. The beautiful era of the Tauren may be about to begin. There is no need to save on food and the like, I will provide you with food every day. You have to fatten up your body, and only when you fatten up will you have enough strength and deterrence. Hong Yi said, and then threw countless grains. Pile up. These grains are for the Tauren of other tribes. Whoever is willing to follow me will follow, and if not, this batch of food will be distributed as usual. Hong Yi said. He wants to establish his own power in this world as quickly as possible. Tauren is the best choice. When all Tauren follow him, once armed, they are born the strongest and best warriors at the front. Once the business firm has become famous, it will be able to spread across the world at the fastest speed. Form a powerful business empire. The operation of the entire commercial empire also requires strong force and military maintenance. Once the business empire is established, what Hong Yi needs can be purchased and dispatched at the fastest speed. Even, you can inquire about some magical species or strange fruits. Such as the deep-sea mermaid. If his business empire is strong enough, it is estimated that he can get it at any time. Hong Yi feels that the only regret is that this world is a low magic world. It is estimated that there will be relatively few exotic plants. However, it is also because this is only a low magic world that Hong Yi has the opportunity to develop so quickly. The so-called gains and losses. But relatively, Hong Yi is quite satisfied with the result. Okay, that's all for now. Hong Yi looked at the distant mountain, left his last instructions, and left. For many things, he can only deploy and make strategic decisions. It is impossible for him to do everything by himself. It is best for the Fox clan to run the business. Hong Yi thought to himself. However, Things have to be done step by step, and his current steps are a bit too big. Boom! Hong Yi can't fly, he can only jump. However, each jump is hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters high. Now, he is still getting familiar with his own power. Soon, he landed on the top of the mountain. In the distance, the silver dragon that was flying in a hurry just now turned back. At this moment, he was looking at Hong Yi in shock. Humanity. Yinlong didn't take human form, but her voice was charming. No wonder 3 courting dragons appeared behind her at the same time. It is estimated that wherever the silver dragon goes, it will attract the jealousy of giant dragons and even various powerful monsters. Although it is a low magic world, there are still some powerful monsters in this world that can almost compete with giant dragons. These monsters are naturally the breeding targets in Hong Yi's plan. What advice do you have? Hong Yi spoke calmly. Why do you have the curse of the dragon clan on your body? Silver Dragon asked in a deep voice. It's just a charming voice, it's hard to produce a deterrent effect. Hong Yi found it hard to imagine that the voice of a giant dragon could be so charming. So you're here to deal with me, too. Hong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes were a little bit unkind. It's impossible to talk about. Yinlong replied slowly. Then why did you turn back? Hong Yi asked. I heard the miserable wailing of the giant dragon, and I just want to come back and have a look. What kind of existence is capable of raging 3 adult dragons? Yinlong replied, now it seems that it should be you, and you should have tortured them a lot, otherwise they wouldn't have cursed you. It's not torture, it's just trying to tame a dragon. Hong Yi said lightly. Do you want to be a dragon knight? Yinlong suddenly said. What do you mean? Hong Yi was a little confused. Chapter 41. I hate dragons. Ever since I was an adult, no matter where I moved, they haunted me. Yinlong said coldly. Then, what does this have to do with whether I want to be a dragon? Hong Yi asked. I can sign a contract with you. I can be your dragon rider, and you can be my guardian knight. Yinlong said calmly. Why did you choose me? Hong Yi asked curiously. Actually, I saw you suppress those 3 evil dragons. It's so cool. It makes me feel super comfortable. You are powerful enough to protect me and repel all the evil dragons that come to harass me. Yinlong said excitedly. It seems that there is still resentment towards the dragon in the voice. It's not like you don't know that I have the curse of the dragon family on me. That guy said that all the dragons will come to hunt and kill me. Hong Yi smiled, but he still shook his head. Sign a contract with me, and you can remove this curse. Yinlong said quickly. Eliminate. Why do you want to eliminate it? I'm still waiting for the dragon to find me. It should be fun to be an enemy of the dragon family. Hong Yi smiled. Yinlong was stunned for a moment. Do you really want to be an enemy of the entire dragon family? Yinlong looked at Hong Yi in disbelief. Didn't you see me raging those 3 dragons? Do you think there's anything wrong with it? Hong Yi asked. Then you and I continue to sign the contract. If I don't remove the curse, let's join hands to suppress the entire dragon clan, okay? Yinlong was stunned for a long time, then excitedly suggested. How much do you hate the dragon family? Hong Yi asked incredulously. What if you were forced to move 100 times within 100 years? Can you not hate? Yinlong said with resentment. It seems understandable. But, wouldn't it be enough for you to fulfill one of them? Hong Yi deeply agrees, but he still doesn't understand. Didn't you say that dragon nature is based on something? It's easy for you to say, do you think the female dragon will be like your male creatures? You can give it if you are of the opposite S**x. Get rid of it. Do you know how many years it takes for a female dragon to conceive a dragon egg? Do you know how much magic and power it will cost? Yinlong sneered, his voice full of resentment. However, Hong Yi faintly heard the smell similar to female boxing. However, it felt like she was right. Why are giant dragons born so powerful? When the mother dragon conceived them, most of the essence was poured into them. This is also the reason why dragons are extremely rare even though they are powerful. It is estimated that this also led to the emergence of many sub-dragons in this world. Xianglong must have too much energy and needs. It is estimated that he can only find powerful monsters. This probably also became the reason for Long Xingben or something. For a while, Hong Yi seemed to understand a lot of reasons. What are you thinking? Silver Dragon asked. It's nothing, it's just that I suddenly seem to understand a lot, and I have a little understanding. It seems to understand why those dragons were so angry just now. Hong Yi laughed. No wonder the three giant dragons were so angry after sensing the contract between him and Asira. Understand what? Silver Dragon asked. I won't tell you. Hong Yi shook his head. Do you want to sign a contract with me? You should be the most powerful human being in the entire world, only you are qualified to be my fighting partner. Yinlong continued to ask. Aren't you afraid that I will kill the dragon family? Hong Yi asked. The curse from the giant dragon, plus the silver dragon is going to be his dragon rider. FK, then he definitely attracts all the fire power of all male dragons. What does it have to do with me? It's better to be gone. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon clan is too powerful, it would have been extinct long ago. As the top of the food chain, the giant dragon does things too recklessly. Some powerful dragons will occasionally snatch away your human girls. Well, they especially like to snatch princesses and things like that. Yinlong seems to take the initiative to bring hatred to the dragon clan. There really is such a thing. Hong Yi murmured, he thought it was just a legend. Okay, let's sign the contract. After thinking about it, Hong Yi agreed. Dragon Knight? Just sign it. Anyway, he won't suffer. Most importantly, he can't fly. It is not only convenient but also majestic to have a dragon running. Come on. The silver dragon's wings shook, and it swooped down to Hong Yi's side, creating a strong wind. Afterwards, she possessed herself and said to Hong Yi, drop your blood on my forehead, remember, don't drip it on my horns. What happens when you drop it on the dragon's horn? Hong Yi asked knowingly. Don't mess around. I can eat your back. Yinlong warned, but his eyes were twinkling with embarrassment. Hee. Hong Yi smiled, and forced out a drop of blood. According to what Yinlong said, it dripped on the center of her eyebrows, and specially avoided her dragon horns. The blood fell, was quickly absorbed by her, and finally turned into a magic symbol. Why are you so powerful? Suddenly, Yinlong asked in shock. Chapter 42. To become a dragon knight can naturally sense the strength of his own knight. When Yinlong felt the unfathomable and unshakable power in Hong Yi's body, he was extremely shocked. How could a human body contain such terrifying power? This kind of power is extremely pure power, it is strength. However, this terrifying power is not known how many times stronger than a high-level adult dragon. Or 100 times. 10,000 times? Normal. I didn't expect that you are only wind and water magic. I thought you were all magic. Hong Yi also sensed the power in Yinlong's body, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. As his own dragon rider, Hong Yi's requirements are naturally higher. However, the wind and water elements are also quite good, how can they play a big role in the farm? Full line. That only exists in legends. Yinlong shook his head and explained. By the way, my name is Avia. Yinlong introduced himself. For the rest of my life, please give me your advice. The rest of my life. Please, what we signed is a dragon riding contract, not a couple's contract. Hong Yi rolled his eyes and complained. Conjugal contract. You also know about this contract. No, there are 2 contracts in your body, I'll go, they are both husband and wife contracts. One contract came from the elves, and one came from our giant dragon. Forget about the elves? There are dragons. Ai Weiya quickly sensed the other contracts on Hong Yi, she was startled, and looked at Hong Yi in disbelief. No wonder, when those 3 evil dragons saw you, they wanted to tear you apart. No wonder, for them, this is a great shame. Ai Weiya murmured, and seemed to understand something. As for Hong Yi was also a little helpless. Of course, for them, this is a great shame. In their eyes, the dragon clan is indescribably noble, and the human race is as humble as ants. What right does a human being have to have a dragon wife? They don't even have one. Evia sneered. Don't talk about them, do you know where there are mermaids? Hong Yi changed the subject. Ai Weiya herself said that she has moved hundreds of times in 100 years, so she is definitely well informed. Hong Yi wanted to know if she knew where there was a mermaid. Now that his farm has opened a lake as a fish pond, Hong Yi naturally wants to get some advanced species back to raise. The mermaid is currently his most ideal target. He also wants to raise Jiao Long. The problem is that there are no dragons in this world. Mermaid. Basically in the deep sea. Ai Weiya looked at Hong Yi with great interest. She didn't know why Hong Yi wanted to inquire about the mermaid, but she might as well make all kinds of brainstorming and guessing by herself. I also know that they are in the deep sea. Ai Weiya's eyes made Hong Yi feel helpless, but he didn't explain too much. Naga Siren, I know where it is. Naga Siren, can you? Ai Weiya asked with a slight smile. But there was a little playfulness in her eyes. A half-snake, half-human creature. Hong Yi was slightly surprised, he didn't expect that there are Naga in this world. Yes. Avia nods. Isn't that the Medusa family? Hong Yi asked. No. Medusa is Medusa. Medusa is a race of orcs. Naga sea monsters, in fact, they are more like monsters in terms of types. A powerful monster. Although they are half human and half snake, they are much bigger than Medusa. At least they are more than 10 to 20 meters long. Even the ancient Naga is 100 meters tall. Moreover, the Naga clan generally have 6 arms. In addition to powerful magic, they also have powerful fighting abilities. Evia explained. Sounds really good. Hong Yi's eyes sparkled with blazing heat. World of Warcraft? Huge body, powerful magic. Perhaps the breeding value of the Naga clan is still higher than that of mermaids. Are you interested in Naga Siren? Avia asked. Of course. Hong Yi is very sure. Can you handle it? They won't even accept adult dragons. Ai Weiya looked at Hong Yi with contempt. What do you mean? Don't think about it. My great ambition is not something you mortals can guess. Hong Yi understood Ai Weiya's meaning and knew that she was thinking wrong, so she couldn't help rolling her eyes. TCH, make your excuse so great. Ai Weiya thought Hong Yi was trying to quibble. She really couldn't think of Hong Yi's purpose of inquiring about the mermaid and the Naga clan. Other than that purpose, what purpose could there be? Who would have imagined that Hong Yi would go crazy and want to keep mermaids or Naga clan in his own fish pond? Treat them like normal fish. Where is the Naga clan? Hong Yi didn't bother to defend himself, so he asked. It's also in the deep sea. Evia smiled lightly. Say it is the same as not saying it. Hong Yi shook his head helplessly. However, unlike mermaids, they tend to have a common gathering island. Just right, I know where that island is. However, from here to that island, even if it takes almost half a year to fly. Avia said. Chapter 43. It is enough to know that there are gathering islands with them. When Hong Yi heard this, he immediately laughed. Isn't it just far away? When he comes next time, just lock on to the destination and airborne on the gathering island. Ai Weiya looked at Hong Yi curiously. She was curious that Hong Yi didn't ask her to take him to find that island, and didn't even ask her where the island was. By the way, why don't you change form? Hong Yi asked curiously. I'm afraid you can't stand it. Let you think of me that you shouldn't have. Avia is full of confidence. Puff. Can you stop being so stinky? Hong Yi said speechlessly. However, being able to be chased all over the sky by various giant dragons at the same time shows that she is really a very attractive female dragon. Generally speaking, if the dragon is beautiful in the form of a dragon, it is also in line with human aesthetics after transformation. What's more, when the dragon is in shape, it can modify its body shape and appearance according to magic. This is also the reason why all transformed dragons are basically handsome men and beautiful women. I was originally beautiful. Iwaya has no modesty at all. Perhaps, it is the nature of the dragon family to never be humble. They are born at the top of the food chain, and it is difficult for them to develop a humble temperament. I plan to form a business firm in this world. Hong Yi said. The kind that earns gold coins. Avia's eyes lit up slightly. As a giant dragon, Avia can hardly resist wealth and all kinds of glittering treasures. Yes. These tauren are the foundational strength for me to form the firm. I'll leave here for a while, please take care of them for me while I'm away. Hong Yi said. No. To form a firm, you actually found a tauren. Although human beings are the most fragile, their minds are the most flexible. Even if you don't cooperate with humans, you should at least find the Fox clan in the Orc Alliance. The Fox clan is known as the brain of the Orc Alliance. Iwaya looked at Hong Yi incredulously, and suggested. Hehe. You don't understand, what is the crushing of wealth? You don't understand what monopoly harvesting is. What are the humans in this world, and what are the foxes? In the face of absolute power, all strategies are nothing but floating clouds. Hong Yi said disdainfully. After the commercial bank is established, the world will understand what the impact of absolute capital is. I like the tauren because they are loyal, thick, and law-abiding. And, in my opinion, they are the best fighters. Next, they will come out of this closed place. Just follow them all the way. Hong Yi confessed. With a giant dragon following them, the tauren will be able to enter the prosperous land of the Orc Alliance unimpeded. What if other adult dragons come to chase me? Avia asked. Hit if you can, and run if you can't. Besides, as my dragon rider, you should be able to borrow some of my strength, right? With the help of my strength, don't you say that you can't handle a few giant dragons. Hong Yi said. After signing the contract, the dragon riders and knights can rely on each other's strength. Under normal circumstances, the power between the two can be shared. However, Hong Yi's power is too strong for Ivia, she can't share it, but it can still be borrowed. I see. Hey hey! Evia said excitedly. Just beat them half to death. Wait for me to come back and clean them up. Hong Yi said lightly, and the figure disappeared directly, disappearing into this world. So, powerful. Space magic. But, why is there no fluctuation of space magic? Seeing Hong Yi disappearing like this, Iwaya was extremely shocked. It seems that I made the money this time. Evia murmured softly. Ding, world announcement. 99 farm owners, the second one has completed all the planting of 100 acres of land. Ding, congratulations to the farmer number 99 for winning the reward of the strength of an ox. Ding, congratulations to the owner of number 99 farm for winning 80,000 gold coins. Ding, congratulations to the owner of number 99 farm for winning 80 mu of land reward. The owner of the farm, please continue to work hard and strive to complete the planting of 80 mu of land within 1 month. Hong Yi had just returned to his farm when he heard a reminder from the farm space. Sure enough, Solin also got the reward. Hong Yi is really happy for Solin. With a single effort, she is much stronger than ordinary people. The 80,000 gold coins also allowed her to start owning the wealth of the farm. At the same time, another 80 mu of land was added. These lands, with the tauren helping to plant them, will not become her pressure at all, but will only become her source of income in the future. 99 numbered field owners. FK, it just so happened to be the person who helped the mysterious owner to auction. Sure enough, they know each other. There is also a reward for the second place. Does it mean that there are rewards for the top 10, or even the top 100? Chapter 44. Solin was rewarded by the farm, and for a while, the whole people's enthusiasm for planting was once again passionate. Although they can't compare with the mysterious field owner who cheated, they can compare with others. They don't need to compete for the top 1 and the top 2, but they can compete for the top 10 or the top 100. However, it seems that those who get rewards need to plant 100 acres of land first. The forum quickly became lively. Hong Yi received the reward, although it shocked the world, but after all, it was a cheating existence. Everyone knows they can't compare. However, after Solin received the reward, everyone saw the opportunity. Next, the third farmer who can plant all 100 mu of land should have the opportunity to be rewarded. A single bull's strength, in the eyes of ordinary people, is enough to become a Superman. Wonder if I can get some hot weapons. Others are racking their brains to find ways to increase the speed and efficiency of planting, but now Hong Yi is starting to think about getting some hot weapons. He really wanted to know what it would be like to get a batch of submachine guns to arm the tauren in another world. Whoever dares to make trouble will directly chug. Even giant dragons can chug. It seems that it is really not difficult to fight for hegemony in a different world. But I don't have a channel. It's definitely not available in Kyushu. Right now, flights to the west and to various countries are suspended. Let's not talk about flights, all kinds of transportation, the whole world is basically paralyzed. Nowadays, people all over the world are putting all their energy into their own farms. After all, if you get rewards and a good harvest, you may live forever, and you may become a god or a Superman. Who would focus on 3 meals a day? Hong Yi shook his head. How about bringing Ivia back next time, summoning her to the real world, and letting her take me to other countries? Hong Yi thought to himself. However, in this way, his own will most likely be exposed. Even if he is exposed, others can't do anything to him, but he will definitely be annoyed to death. Hehe. I won't be able to cover my face when the time comes, I'll wear a hood. Even if a satellite captures me, they won't be able to recognize who I am. Hong Yi smiled inwardly and made up his mind. Being able to arm the tauren, Hong Yi will never miss it. Those who can be armed with hot weapons, Hong Yi will definitely not be armed with cold weapons. Although he doesn't have the ambition to fight for hegemony, but whoever dares to stop his business empire building, then invite them to experience what it means to be chug-chug. I don't know if Solin has become a female man after gaining a lot of power. Don't just grow abdominal muscles. Hong Yi couldn't help thinking. Thinking that Solin, who was always weak before, suddenly gained a lot of strength, Hong Yi always felt a little weird. Unable to bear curiosity, Hong Yi called Solin. Hong Yi, I'm home. As soon as the phone was connected, Solin's excited voice came. Then, he hung up the phone directly. The meaning couldn't be more obvious, that is, let him go and share her happiness face to face. Isn't it just a reward? Happy as a child. Hong Yi put down the phone and smiled. However, he hadn't heard Solin's cheerful voice for a long time. Perhaps, the arrival of the new era made her get out of the grief she once had. Buzz. Hong Yi left the farm directly. When I came to Solin's house again, I found that she was already waiting at the door. Let me hug. Before Hong Yi could speak, Solin had already raised her arms and threw herself into his arms. Cheek buried in his shoulder. Hot. She seemed to be crying. However, Hong Yi could clearly feel her joy. Thank you, Hong Yi. After a long time, Solin let go of Hong Yi, and said very sincerely. You are very welcome. Hong Yi shook his head. It's different this time. You know? When I was baptized by power, I felt like I was born again, I felt like I was born again. Solin murmured softly, her eyes were full of radiance, and all the haze in the depths of her eyes was swept away. Also, thank you for being with me all these years. Solin seemed a little agitated. Ha ha. You are a little rich woman, so I will not miss such an easy opportunity. Hong Yi laughed out loud. In fact, he really didn't mean to play Solin's idea, let alone money. But I know, you never have. Even if you like me, it's pure appreciation. Solin shook her head and said slowly. She always has a vague feeling that Hong Yi seems to be separated from the whole world. Hehe. I feel so shameless to be seen through by you. Hong Yi smiled lightly. Why don't we know each other? Are we confidants? Solin smiled lightly. Certainly. Hong Yi nodded. Beauty. Solin was a little playful. It was necessary before, but now, I want to know if you have grown abdominal muscles? You really have grown abdominal muscles, but you can't be considered a beauty. Hong Yi joked. When Solin hugged her just now, Hong Yi felt that she was very powerful. If it was an ordinary person, it is estimated that the waste would be broken. Chapter 45. ABS. There is no such expansion. Fortunately, you figured it out. Solin blushed, feeling very embarrassed. The wasteland is even more perfect. Solin secretly added something in her heart. Come in and sit down, I'll make you some tea. Pulling Hong Yi's palm, Solin said softly. I haven't had your tea for a long time. Hong Yi had nostalgia in his eyes. Solin's tea art should be top-notch. In this day and age, you and I are probably the only ones who have time to make tea. Just now I looked at the forum, and everyone was overwhelmed when they learned that I had won the reward. Some people speculate that since the farm space can reward strength, can it reward such a heaven-defying reward as lifespan? At least there is this possibility, so in the future, it is estimated that most people will work hard like desperately. Solin said calmly. I guess there should be lifespan rewards, and I even guess that they can be purchased directly in the future. Hong Yi agreed with these speculations very much, and then asked Solin, what are your plans for the future? Before, I didn't fight for anything. But this time I want to keep up with you. Solin stared deeply into Hong Yi's gaze, and said boldly. Since I can stay young forever, since it is possible to live forever, and since you have set such a good game for me, I have no reason to be like before, without any pursuit. Solin's tone became very firm. She has indeed changed, a lot stronger. Okay. Save more money, the gold coins of the farm space can be spent less, so spend less, and buy more land in the coming year. At that time, I can provide you with more tauren. Hong Yi said. Anyway, the entire tauren clan followed him. For female tauren, Hong Yi will definitely not let them become combat units. So, when he and Solin had enough land, he planned to arrange all the female tauren to work on the farm. Firstly, it can provide jobs for female tauren, and secondly, it can bring income to him and Solin. The best of all three. Why not? So, I don't even know how to repay you, Hong Yi. Solin murmured. You don't have to be so polite between us. Hong Yi sighed softly. Or, let's merge the farm. With her face flushed, Solin spoke up. She and Hong Yi are not even related to each other. There is naturally only one way to merge farms. This is okay. However, now is not the best time. Nowadays, we are number 1 and number 2. After merging the farms, there is no doubt that we have given up the reward for the second place. After thinking about it, Hong Yi said with a smile. 2. Mainly, farm space, there aren't any rules. All the rules can only be explored by the owner himself. However, once the minefield is touched, the price will be very serious. No, these days, people have been fined one after another and expelled from the farm space. Solin nodded approvingly. Perhaps, after the first year's assessment is over, we can consider the farm merger. After thinking about it, Hong Yi said. Actually, the merger won't do you any good. Solin said to Hong Yi leisurely. Hong Yi didn't speak, but smiled warmly. In fact, for him, as far as the present is concerned, the more farms, the better. In the future, the more the better. Now Solin only has 180 mu of land, but after a year, she will definitely have more than this number. The two chatted for a long time, and finally Hong Yi returned to his farm under Solin's reluctant eyes. At this moment, it was already dark. On the farm, it was evening too. It was pitch black, outside the barrier, but a faint light projected in. What kind of world is the outside world like? Hong Yi was very curious. The elves, after a tiring day, fell asleep after eating fruit. Even Asira, who was physically strong, fell asleep early. Hong Yi checked the condition of their cultivated land. It was discovered that they had acquired almost 20,000 mu of land. Really hard enough. In this way, the 50,000 mu of land will definitely be completed beyond expectations. Hong Yi murmured softly. I was a little moved. Afterwards, he found a place and lay down quietly without disturbing them. Today, the space on the farm is spring. Normally, spring wheat generally takes about 3 months from sowing to harvesting. However, the wheat seeds provided by the farm space are of high quality, and they can mature in at most 3 months. With all kinds of thoughts, Hong Yi fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Hong Yi got up early, and before the elves woke up, he went to the mall, bought a few large nets, and prepared a few more chains. After thinking for a while, Hong Yi continued to check the products. A lot of drugs with sleeping effect have been found, as well as various drugs such as anesthesia. Although he didn't understand why the mall had these supplies, he still bought a lot, which could even be described as a huge amount. The system, coming to another world, directly teleports to the island where the Naga Siren clan lives. After getting ready, Hong Yi gave the system an order directly. He already owns a fish pond, so he is naturally qualified to raise fish. Now that you have a goal, then quickly stock it. Chapter 46. Buzz. Appearing again, Hong Yi found himself on an isolated island. What a big island! After observing the surrounding environment, Hong Yi was secretly speechless. Surrounding the isolated island is the endless sea, endless Wang Yang. The whole island is very humid. The air is filled with endless water vapor. The mist was heavy, and the thick white mist completely covered the light. At this moment in the other world, the sky is just getting brighter. The sea breeze blows, but it cannot blow away the dense fog on the island. It seems that these dense fogs are caused by magic. If Naga goes into the sea, I guess it will be difficult for me to catch them. Hong Yi murmured. This is indeed a difficult problem, so Hong Yi prepared some extra giant nets for himself. The number of Naga clan is also extremely rare. This kind of creatures are all female, and I don't know how they came here. Hong Yi was very curious. A different world is always full of magic. When you're really fighting, you can't be too strong, or it won't be good to scare them away. Pretend to be weaker, and it's best to provoke these Naga, let them chase and besiege me endlessly. However, once this happens, I'm afraid they will hate me to the bone, and it will be difficult to breed in the future. Hong Yi thought to himself. The Naga clan, the loner, and the giant dragon clan, they don't bother to pay attention to them. Want to tame them? Hong Yi thinks it is basically impossible. They are not like the tauren, just give them a bag of rice, and they can swear allegiance to the death. It is not like the elves, who have encountered a terrible predicament. Don't worry about so many, let's talk about it after catching them. Anyway, they are defined as monsters. Hong Yi took a deep breath, then walked towards the depths of the thick fog. Through the thick fog, Hong Yi saw what seemed to be huge buildings in the distance. The whole island is a little quiet. Hong Yi faintly heard laughter from the sea. It should be the Naga Siren. Kraken is not a good name. To a certain extent, they represent cruelty. At least for the creatures on land, this is the case. Naga in the sea, Hong Yi naturally has no way to deal with them. It is best to be able to outsmart nature. The entire island has no vigilance or guards. It seems that the Naga clan should be invincible on this island, and they belong to the existence without natural enemies. Hong Yi thought to himself. Moreover, when he was halfway, he found that there were no buildings. The Naga clan, don't they all live in the sea? Hong Yi murmured, if this is the case, it will be difficult. However, Ai Weiya said, this is the gathering place of the Naga clan. Finally, Hong Yi saw the only building clearly. It turned out to be a statue. Is this a statue of the Naga goddess? After seeing the buildings in the white mist clearly, Hong Yi was a little surprised. It was a statue, hundreds of meters high. A statue of a banshee. Lifelike. Half human and half snake, the upper body is a statue of a beautiful woman, and the lower body is a statue of a golden snake tail. Spreading across the island, Hong can see it at least 200 meters. The golden scales are each as big as the mouth of a bull. It looks like it is made of gold metal. The statue of the woman, without a thing, presents perfect lines. It is simply the representative work of the pinnacle of art. 6 arms spread out in a lotus shape. Each holds a weapon, a spear, a shield, a battle axe, a staff, and a scripture, and the other hand points to the sky. The delicate face of the statue is equally serious. It seems that the fighting power of the Naga clan is absolutely beyond the charts. One-on-one in martial arts, one-on-one, I guess no one is an opponent. Hong Yi was speechless. This statue of the goddess Naga is in a fighting posture, which is enough to show that the Naga family worships force and even war. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone 6 arms. Isn't there really a Naga goddess? So, is there really a god in this world? Hong Yi couldn't help thinking. He once asked Catherine this question. Catherine is a firm believer in a goddess of nature. The elves believe in the goddess of nature. Isira, who believes in the dragon god, also firmly believes that there is a dragon god in this world. If there really are gods, the gods in a low magic world shouldn't be so powerful. Another day, I can really find God. What will happen if you raise some gods? Will you be rewarded? Hong Yi found that his thoughts started to go a little crazy again. It seems that a low magic world also has the benefits of a low magic world. At least it's suitable for my development. Now, just wait for the opening of the ranch, or get rewards for the ranch. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi slowly approached the Naga statue. At this moment, 2 Naga sea monsters walked over slowly. Hong Yi hurriedly took cover. Hurry up, the ceremony of offering sacrifices to Goddess Naga once every 10 years will be held in 5 days. Now, all the Naga from all sea areas are here, we have to prepare sacrifices in advance. Among them, a Naga siren urged and said. FK, 5 days later, the sacrifice ceremony, all sea monsters will gather here. Hong Yi secretly called. Chapter 47. Damn it, am I just favored by the goddess of luck in this world? This gave me a chance to wipe out the entire Naga siren. Sacrifice? Gathering? Carnival. It should be my carnival. Hong Yi was fanatical in his heart, a little secretly happy. Since the Naga family is going to sacrifice to the Naga goddess here, they must all go ashore. Hong Yi only needs to think of a way to see if he can find someone who will catch them all. It's best to find a way to stun all the Naga. When they wake up, they find that they are all in their own fish ponds. I guess besides being confused, they have to accept their fate. Hong Yi was secretly happy. The Naga family is a kind of warcraft. A natural half-human monster, with powerful fighting skills and powerful magic, it can definitely be called a high-level monster in this world. Raising high-level monsters in their own fish ponds must be of high value if judged by the farm space. The key lies in one point. The Naga family is above the race, it is a snake instead of a fish. Fish ponds keep fish, not snakes. Therefore, Hong Yi is not sure how the farm space will be judged in the end if the Naga clan is raised in the lake. However, the Naga clan is definitely a sea creature. During the observation, Hong Yi discovered that there was a spring well under the Naga statue. A clear spring came out of it. After placing the offerings in front of the statue of Naga, the 2 women worshipped devoutly in front of the statue of Naga, and then took a sip of the spring water reverently. Then left. The spring water is a good place to inject medicine. Hong Yi murmured softly, however, I'm not sure if all the Naga will drink from these springs when offering sacrifices. The best way is definitely to take down all the Naga sirens without bloodshed. Therefore, medicine is naturally the best choice. However, it should not be too early or too late. Premature is sure to cause panic. If it is too late, the plan must fail. Afterwards, another batch of approved Naga sea monsters came one after another. They were all in 2s and 3s, and they brought some offerings to the statues of Naga gods and placed them. The sacrifice is not for food. It's all some strange crystals, or pearls. Hong Yi has been watching. It was found that the sacrifices placed by the Naga siren are very special. It's all weird stuff. Could it be that in the end, Goddess Naga really appeared and took all these sacrifices away? Hong Yi became more and more curious. Normally, sacrifices to gods are more or less based on food as sacrifices. Cruel ones are living sacrifices. Hong Yi has never seen pearls or various crystals used as sacrifices. Never even heard of it. Therefore, he guessed whether Goddess Naga would really appear. If it really appeared, then his plan to wipe out Naga Hyang would be really difficult. It is estimated that he will directly offend a god. Although this deity may not be very strong. However, it shouldn't be a good thing to offend a god in this world. Observe first, then talk. So, Hong Yi continued to lurk. He found that every Naga who came up with sacrifices had wet hair. Obviously, these sacrifices should have been salvaged from the deep sea by them. When the day was bright, there were fewer and fewer Naga sirens going ashore. In the end, it was gone. It seems that Naga actually lives on the bottom of the sea, and only occasionally goes ashore. In other words, the Naga clan went ashore collectively and gathered collectively, which is once in 10 years. Hong Yi suddenly felt that he was relatively lucky. Since that's the case, if I can subdue the Naga clan, wouldn't the mermaids also be captured? Hong Yi suddenly felt that the wool was dark and the flowers were bright again. The Naga family may not be fish, but mermaids can definitely be said to be fish. We must find a way to take down the Naga siren now. If you win it, you have a chance to surrender, and if you surrender Naga, you have a chance to capture a mermaid. Hong Yi calmed down. Ruo had to go step by step, and things had to be done step by step. All will be good. Naga should be a night owl, dispatched at night and lurking during the day. After waiting for a long time, Hong Yi came to a conclusion when he found that no Naga came ashore. Afterwards, he walked around the island cautiously, observing while trying not to leave any traces. At this moment, he is like a patient hunter. After half a day, Hong Yi left the misty Naga island. It was already noon when we returned to the farm space. The elves are enjoying various fruits bought from the mall. The fruit styles of the earth are definitely more than those of the elf forest, and they are very novel to them. As for Asira, it must be big fish and big meat. Ash, do you know anything about the Naga siren? Hong Yi sat in front of the elf queen, intending to learn some news about the Naga clan from her. The more information you have, the more confident you will be in taking action. Chapter 48. The Naga family. Master, have you encountered them? Ash was slightly surprised. But thinking of Hong Yi's method of coming and going without a trace, he was relieved. Well, the Naga sea monsters seem to be offering sacrifices to their gods. Hong Yi nodded. The Naga clan, actually, I don't know very well. However, they should be a relatively ancient creature. Legends say that they are the goddess Naga, a kind of creature created according to their own pictogram and appearance. Ash explained. The Naga siren was created by the Naga goddess. The Naga clan, aren't they monsters? Hong Yi was astonished. How powerful is the goddess Naga? Can create creatures? It's just a legend, I can't be sure. After all, it is an ancient race, and it is also a sea creature. Our elves have very few records about them. However, you can be sure that they are very powerful. If we work together, we can create a terrifying tsunami through magic. That is a race that even giant dragons are unwilling to provoke. Ixi Nu introduced. Are they monsters? Hong Yi asked. Yes. That's pretty much certain. Because they have magic cores in their bodies, which is the essence of monsters. Moreover, they are still powerful monsters, because they were born with magic cores. The magic core of many monsters is slowly condensed through cultivation. Queen Ash said with great certainty. There is another question, that is, they are all female monsters, so how should they breed? You elves breed new life by drinking the water of life born from the tree of life. How about them? Hong Yi was purely curious. I don't know that either. Perhaps, they also grasp the existence of something similar to the tree of life. Queen Ash shook her head. Existence similar to the tree of life. That should be another kind of treasure. Hong Yi murmured, his eyes flashed. Obviously, he must be trying to get it again. How about their anti-drug ability? Hong Yi continued to ask. That depends on their talent. How should I put it, they are snake demons again. Snake monsters are generally resistant to poison. Of course, even if you have the ability to resist poison, it is impossible to resist all poison. Especially the poison they haven't seen before. Ash analyzed. Hong Yi nodded. He was worried that his plan would fail if he could not let the Naga clan rest in peace. Afterwards, Hong Yi continued to discuss some Naga information with Queen Ash. Hong Yi didn't leave until the elves were full. Buzz. Hong Yi descended directly beside Ai Weiya. How did you come? At this moment, Ivia is in human form. A long white dress. Abnormally tall, absolutely perfect. The exquisite face is hard to forget after one glance. Amidst the nobility, it also carries an aura of absolute charm. Hong Yi's silent appearance made her jump, and she was relieved when she saw it was Hong Yi. In this world, no matter where you are, I can appear by your side at any time. Hong Yi put away his mind and said with a smile. Fortunately, I'm just resting, not soaking in hot springs. Avia rolled her eyes. I can't help it, the positioning is too precise. Hong Yi shook his head. He thought of the scene where he was directly transported into the lake by the system last time. Today, the tauren of various tribes seem to be moving their clans and heading this way. The scene is very lively. However, the old and the weak have all rushed over. Are you sure to bring all these old and weak women and children with you? Ai Weiya frowned and asked, in this way, it may take a long time for the tauren family to relocate to the prosperous place of the Orc Alliance. I can teleport them directly, but I prefer that they can grow by themselves. Hong Yi shook his head and said calmly. Now, he has time to develop in this world, but after he opens up more worlds, the business houses of this world must be handed over to the races of this world. Tauren is one of the main force. Okay, I'll take you to a place. Hong Yi said with a smile. Where are you going? Evia asked curiously. When you get there, you'll know. Hong Yi grabbed her palm, disappeared randomly, and teleported back to his real home. This is... Before Ai Weiyi recovered her senses, she found herself in a completely strange place, and she was completely stunned. How can there be such an exquisite house? This is no longer your world. It's a whole new world. The civilization of this world is very different from the civilization of your world. Hong Yi made a brief introduction. Are you a god? Can you travel through the world? It was good that Hong Yi didn't introduce, but after the introduction, Ai Weiya was even more shocked. Powerful power, terrifying space ability, ability to cross the world. Except that Hong Yi is a god, she really can't think of anything else. Chapter 49. Just treat me as a god. Hong Yi said with a smile. Next, I want you to give me a ride. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi opened his mouth slowly. He intends to go to Daimao country. Unable to get weapons at home, he had no choice but to go abroad. As for what to buy? Hong Yi didn't have that plan either. Just go straight there and grab an arsenal. Anyway, when the time comes, he won't use the farm space to install those munitions, nor will he use the farm space to transfer them. The system space can help him take away the arms. When leaving, he can be teleported directly to another world. Therefore, the farm space should not sanction him. Moreover, he can also be sure that his system can shield the farm space to a certain extent. Therefore, this trip to Daimao, Hong Yi can be said to be very relieved. In your world, let me give you a ride. Avia is a little confused. Yes. Hong Yi said, and then walked out of the house with Ai Via. The high-rise buildings in the community instantly shocked Ivia even more. What a magical world! Beautiful architecture! Ai Weiya murmured softly, but, why do I feel that there are so few people or creatures in this world? It seems that there are no other living people. For a moment, the dragon turned into a curious baby. These, you don't have to worry about so much. Hong Yi didn't know how to explain, and he didn't want to explain, because the more he explained, the more questions he would have. Therefore, I took Ai Weiya to avoid various cameras and stayed away from my own community. Become a dragon. A hidden location was found, Hong Yi said. Oh. Ai Weiya nodded. In fact, she had long wanted to transform, fly into the air, and overlook the world. Roar! With a low growl, Ivia turned into a giant dragon. When Hong Yi sat on the back of the dragon soared straight up into the sky. At this moment, Hong Yi has already put on a mask to cover his face. At this moment, even satellites can't take pictures of me. Hong Yi murmured. He's just in case. At this moment, although the satellite is still running. However, it is estimated that no one is observing the satellite. Therefore, Hong Yi felt that the possibility of himself and the dragon being exposed was very low. Of course, if the picture is exposed, many people will definitely associate him with the mysterious field owner. With the appearance of the giant dragon, it is estimated that many people will also guess that he can complete the impossible task. It should rely on the giant dragon. Of course, there must be many people who think he is a Westerner. After all, the dragon he was riding was the Western dragon. Everyone instinctively thinks that the dragons of the West are exclusive to the West. Hehe. If the picture of you riding a giant dragon is exposed, the world will probably be more lively. In the West, there must be many people who are fanatical. Hong Yi smiled secretly. I just don't know what kind of expression Zixi will have when he chooses to expose himself after such a thing happens. The dragon of the West became his mount. It is estimated that many people will directly collapse. The sense of confrontation in the world cannot be eliminated with the advent of the new era, but may become more intense. What a magical world! However, the air in this world seems to be a little worse. Although there are magic elements, they are so thin. Flying in the clouds, Ivia can have a panoramic view of everything, and she is full of emotion for a while. At the same time, she felt that the world was very strange. I feel that the degree of civilization is extremely developed, and I feel that this world is very powerful, but the magical elements are so thin. Also, the air is not that good. It was too different from the world she lived in. Therefore, she feels that the world is very contradictory. Because our world is not a magical civilization. However, the civilization of our world is much stronger than the civilization of your world. Let's put it this way, if our world goes to war recklessly, it will be enough to destroy the entire surface. Hong Yi sighed with emotion. Of course, based on the current trend, this kind of thing should not happen. What if there is a war with our world? Evia asked curiously. Your world probably has no power to fight back. It is estimated that the gods in your world will be wiped out directly. After thinking about it, Hong Yi shook his head. The low magic world is not very powerful. So Hong Yi couldn't think of what the low magic world could do to stop the Earth's steel torrent and the saturation bombardment of artillery shells. The dragon's speed is very fast, but compared with the plane, it is still a lot worse. One person and one dragon were chatting in the air like this. After arriving at Daimao, it was already dark. Take you to enjoy a luxurious life. Hong Yi smiled lightly. He planned to take Ivia to feel the top hotels. Anyway, at this time, it is impossible for people to live in the hotel. Even at night, people from Space Farm will basically not come to the hotel when they go out to consume. I think so too. Ai Weiya looked forward to it extremely. The night sky of the city is beautiful. Neon lights, unusually bright. When she was in the air, she had already felt all this. Chapter 50. Take a stroll by yourself, I'll do something first. I took Ivia to the hotel and various shopping malls for a long time. Hong Yi found that Ai Weiya had been immersed in shock and confusion. Hong Yi said helplessly. He had to find some armories. General Fire, take them all away. Finding the arsenal was actually not difficult for Hong Yi. Just find the military base. The military base on the surface is actually not difficult to find. After half a day, Hong Yi found it. After it was forcibly opened, alarms sounded around. However, Hong Yi didn't bother to pay attention. At this time, there is no one guarding at all. An assortment of weapons in various formats. There are aircraft, tanks, and various missiles. However, these are not of much use to Hong Yi. He only chose various weapons such as submachine guns. Next, there are boxes of bullets. Gun. Hong Yi was not greedy either, so he withdrew after taking away the ammunition capable of arming the tauren. Anyway, if you take too much, it won't be of much use. If nothing else, future wars should be unlikely to break out. Military threats will also have no effect. If you really want to hit them, even if your missiles bomb them down and they hide in their own farm space immediately, your missiles can only blow up a loneliness. Not surprisingly, almost all the arms in the world will be scrapped. Even, no one will deal with these. This kind of resource is really a waste. Hong Yi shook his head. feeling a little regretful. But, in fact, in today's world, ammunition is wasted? Of course, it may be a waste for human beings, but for the Earth, all resources are finally integrated into the Earth and become a part of the Earth. For the Earth, for human beings, it is generally a good thing. When all resources can be obtained on the farm with hard work, war will be far away from everyone. With emotion, Hong Yi disappeared into the darkness. When I found Ai Weiya, she was in a supermarket, unwrapping various snacks and gobbling them up. A face full of happiness and enjoyment. Let's go, we're going back. Hong Yi said. Go back. Back to where? Avia asked. Of course it's your world. Hong Yi said. I do not want it. This world is so beautiful, I want to stay in this world. Avia muttered. Hong Yi ignored her, grabbed her palm, and directly connected to the system. I go. Where's my food? As my knight, how can you behave like this? Sensing the strong magical elements and the extremely fresh air, Avia knew that she had returned to her own world, and felt extremely wronged for a while. Eat less of that junk food. And, what you eat, how can it be considered gourmet food? Those are just the cheapest fast food. I promise you, I will bring you real food next time. Hong Yi said helplessly. What you said is true. Evia asked suspiciously. Have I ever lied to you? Also, after I hand over the weapon to the tauren, if you want, you can go back with me. Hong Yi said. That's really great, I want to go back to your world. Ai Weiya suddenly smiled. The dragon's quest is simple, no one disturbs them to sleep, eat well, and have riches to collect. Crack. Hong Yi did not speak, took out a submachine gun, studied it slowly, and then began to reload the bullet. What is this? Ai Weiya leaned down curiously, and the breeze was blowing, and the fragrance was tangy. Artifact. Or, it is a big killer that can tear apart the enemy. Hong Yi said slowly. That's it. However, it's really exquisite. It's still made of fine steel. It's a rare handicraft. Avia was a little disdainful. Da. Hong Yi didn't respond, and shot directly at a tree in the distance. The dense bullets poured down instantly, forming a terrifying metal storm. Boom! Not long after, the tree fell directly. Ai Weiya gasped, wishing to take back what she had just said. Hong Yi ignored him and took out a bazooka. Boom! A boulder in the distance was blown to pieces. Ai Weiya's pupils shrank sharply. Can you bear it? Hong Yi asked. Are you planning to arm the tauren with this big killer? Ai Weiya asked with some horror. In this way, in the whole world, who is the opponent of the tauren? Of course. Hong Yi smiled and said, you should also feel the prosperity of our world. Once I take our world's players away from this world, will all the businesses in this world be able to withstand the impact? So, our firm needs to be deterred by strong force. I'm just doing business to make money. If anyone doesn't let me do business, we won't make it easier for them. Hong Yi explained lightly. Owner. The place where Hong Yi rewarded was right in front of Huck's house. Huck and the tauren heard the explosion and rushed over immediately. When they saw it was Hong Yi, they quickly saluted. Chapter 51. It's just right, it's also ready for dawn. Huck, call all the powerful tauren warriors in the clan. Hong Yi said. The various tribes of the tauren basically live together. Under the leadership of some tauren such as Harry, all the tribes gathered around. Men, women, and children, all camped here. The number of people is tens of thousands. Of course, all the tauren of the Orc Alliance must not be the only ones. These tribes are just a branch. However, for Hong Yi now, tens of thousands of tauren are enough. No matter how many, he is also difficult to raise. After all, he needs to mobilize all materials from the earth. Hong Yi is doing business in this world, not charity. Obey. Huck hurriedly led the people down and started yelling. Hong Yi didn't talk nonsense, he found an open space, and he directly put down the boxes of ammunition, piled up like a mountain. When the sky was bright, all the young tauren gathered together. His eyes looked at Hong Yi with incomparable fanaticism. They looked into Hong Yi's eyes with reverence as if they were gods. Soon, Huck and the others have publicized various miracles of Hong Yi. The pure tauren naturally chose to trust their people. The bags of rice, the high-quality rice, the exquisiteness of the rice bags, the mysterious characters, and a handful of magical weapons are enough to show that this powerful existence may come from the legendary god realm. Meet the master. Huck took the lead in saluting Hong Yi in front of all the tauren. Meet the master. Meet the master. All the young and strong tauren hesitated for a moment, then knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully. Get up. Huck, try the weapon I brought you. In the future, these weapons will be used to arm you. Hong Yi said. Then, the box was opened. He took out a submachine gun, assembled it, loaded the bullets, and fired wildly. Da-da-da. The dense bullets poured crazily, directly blowing up a tree in the distance. Is this an artifact? All the tauren collectively gasped, their eyes flickering with horror. This seems too scary. Who can stop this terrifying hidden weapon? All of you will be equipped with this weapon. Hong Yi said. Not only the tauren, but Ivia couldn't help shivering. There are 5 or 6,000 of these young and strong tauren. With 5 or 6,000 tauren assembling such terrifying weapons, who can stop them? Even if there are 100,000 cavalry charging on the opposite side, they can't resist the simultaneous shooting of 5 or 6,000 such submachine guns. 10 of you come up, I will teach you disassembly, maintenance, and use. When you learn it, change to a batch. Hong Yi said. Yes. Huck and the others were all extremely excited. This is definitely an artifact. Armed with this kind of artifact, they dare to fight the dragon one-on-one. Come on. Hong Yi felt a little headache. The tauren's knowledge of firearms is absolutely zero. Moreover, their ability to learn will not be so strong. It is estimated that it will take a lot of time to teach them how to use firearms. After all, this thing is very dangerous. If the gun accidentally fires, it is easy to kill people. Soon, Hong Yi plunged into the difficult teaching work. Until it got dark, Hong Yi finally cultivated 100 or so qualified shooters. At least, they can already teach others. In the evening, Hong Yi went back to the system space. Having not received any news of punishment, Hong Yi was finally completely at ease. However, he didn't stay too long. And let the system teleport himself to Naga Island. Continue to observe, find out their habits, and look for opportunities to make a perfect layout. During the day, he continued to look at the place where the tauren gathered. Continue to teach them other firearms. Therefore, Hong Yi runs 3 o'clock a day and is extremely busy. Call. This time, at Ivia's request, Hong Yi brought her back to the farm space. When I came back, it was already afternoon. Hong Yi felt a little tired. The main tauren is really too difficult to teach. A lot of elves. Didn't you collect the elves? As soon as Iwaya appeared, she saw the elves and beauties coming and going, and looked at Hong Yi in amazement. There are so many, are you busy? Also, I finally understand why you can resist my charm. Aren't you aesthetically fatigued? Iwaya asked Hong Yi very seriously. Boom. Hong Yi hit her on the head directly. Why hit me? Did I say something wrong? Iwaya asked a little uncomfortable. What's going on in your head all day? Why is it so dirty? Hong Yi said very speechlessly. Aren't you, you are like a low-level monster, entered that stage? Hong Yi suddenly asked very curiously. What period? Avia asked. It's the time when I always think about dirty things. Hong Yi smiled lightly. Chapter 52. You're dirty. Avia's face darkened. Buzz. At this moment, Isira flew over from a distance, with a huge body, much bigger than Avia. After all, Isira is a high-level dragon. The years of existence are much longer than Ivia. This is that high-ranking giant dragon who signed the husband and wife contract with you. Iwaya narrowed her eyes slightly, and asked Hong Yi. Boom. Isira retracted her wings and turned into a human form when she landed. Husband, where did you abduct a silver dragon? Isira asked. Aivia's body seemed to be seen through by her at a glance. She stuck it on herself. Hong Yi laughed. I have seen the old man. Also, I am Hong Yi's dragon rider, and Hong Yi is my guardian knight. Ivia seemed to be saluting politely, but she was actually trying to squeeze Asira secretly. Although, normally, dragons are stronger the older they are, for their strength grows with age before their life wanes. Under normal circumstances, it is not a problem for a dragon to live for 10,000 years. However, as a giant female dragon, she is quite concerned about her age. Old man. Sure enough, the corners of Asira's mouth twitched slightly when she heard Ivia calling herself a senior. Asira, have you finished planting the land? Hong Yi asked. He didn't want the two giant dragons to quarrel here. In case of a fight, Hong Yi could only suppress it out of protecting his crops. Well, the elves are already finishing up. Asira took a deep breath to calm herself down, and spoke. This time, it shouldn't be endless, right? Asira was really a little scared. She also felt uncomfortable releasing such high-intensity dragon language magic every day. Thanks a lot. Hong Yi laughed. Do not. Asira rolled her eyes directly. The more polite Hong Yi was, the worse she felt. Hee. I feel, probably not. Hong Yi laughed. At this time, the elves had already started to call it a day. When? The moment the land is planted. Everyone's farm sounded the reminder again. No. Who has finished planting again? Has the third place been born? Could it be that the mysterious field owner completed the task ahead of schedule? When the reminder sounded from the farm, everyone laughed inwardly. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who completed the cultivation of 50,000 mu of fertile land within 5 days. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who completed the task ahead of schedule. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who continues to receive 50,000 mu of land rewards. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won 1,000,000 gold coins reward. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won the reward of the power of 2 tigers. The sound of the announcement followed. Boom! The barrier expanded again, and the area of the farm expanded wildly again. FK. Okay, this job is endless. Seeing the territory expand again, Asira wailed. Wow la la! The sound of endless gold coins falling and colliding was extremely crisp and pleasant. At this moment, Hong Yi's small treasury was full of gold coins. Boom! Hong Yi's aura is slowly getting stronger. There are more powers of 2 tigers. Let Hong Yi have the power of 9 bulls, 6 tigers, and 1 dragon. What happened? Ivia was in endless shock. This small world can actually expand? Moreover, she also felt that Chen Mang's strength was slowly increasing. Although compared to Hong Yi's own strength, the enhanced strength is nothing. However, the sudden surge in power is different. If you are not a farm owner, you cannot hear the prompt. But they can feel it all. FK. Monster. Mission completed again. I got another reward. Our 1-year hard work may not be as good as others' 3 days of work. Countless farm owners were wailing. This is simply more popular than people. Ding! Due to the outstanding performance of the owner of the farm number 8888, I will reward the owner of the farm with a forest farm of 100,000 mu in advance. Ding! The forest farm can only grow all kinds of wood, and the planted wood can be bought by the farm mall. At this moment, the last announcement came. Boom! The enchantment that had just stopped expanding expanded wildly again. No. Is it? My old lady, going on strike? Feeling the crazy extension of the barrier again, Asira was about to cry. Ha ha! Hong Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was worried that there was no place to plant the ancient tree of life. Now, the farm space directly rewarded him with a forest farm of 100,000 mu of land. 100,000 mu of land is just enough to plant the ancient tree of life. Don't malls buy all the wood? Once he has planted the tree of life, it means that he has a continuous source of purple gold. Having the ancient tree of life means that Hong Yi has an absolute cash cow. Damn it, it's so cool. Hong Yi's heart was in ecstasy. Chapter 53. Forest. 100,000 mu forest farm. Oh my god. Planting wood is also profitable. First, 50,000 mu of fish ponds were opened in advance, and now 100,000 mu of forest farms are opened in advance. The farm of this mysterious owner, fertile land, fishing ground, and forestry farm, has a total of 310,000 mu of land. It's already far ahead of us. The sound of the last announcement made the whole people think it was too crazy. Of course, if they knew that Hong Yi could directly transplant an ancient tree of life, they would feel even crazier. The ancient tree of life, if you pick off a piece of trunk at random, it is definitely a 10,000-year-old tree. What's more, this kind of old wood also contains the power of life. How much is it worth? I'm afraid I'll only know when it's sold. This means that the tree of life is an absolute cash cow. As long as the tree of life exists, Hong Yi will never have to worry about a shortage of funds. Ding, Sun Host, get a chance to randomly teleport time and space. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Hong Yi's mind. Is it finally possible to open another world? Hong Yi murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This can be described as a series of surprises. Does the host choose to teleport randomly now? At this moment, the sound of the system came. Can you come back anytime? Hong Yi asked. Yes. The system replied. Then go and see what kind of world it is before making plans. Hong Yi began to agree in his heart. Buzz. The hexagonal star starts. However, for this activation, it feels like the system has been prepared for a long time, and the six-pointed star is spraying endlessly dazzling light. System, what happened? Hong Yi asked with some worry. The randomly selected world is a high-end world. The system needs power. The system replied. High-end world. Damn it, it's so exciting. I'm not ready yet. Hong Yi's heart trembled violently. Buzz. The next moment, Hong Yi disappeared. Boom. The next moment, Hong Yi fell into a strange world. Who? Enemy attack. There is an enemy invasion. Brothers, copy guys. Before Hong Yi had time to observe the terrain, he heard a roar not far away. Not far away, an extremely burly man rushed towards Hong Yi at the fastest speed, and surrounded him instantly. Hug-backed and tiger-backed, covered with simple animal skins. There are various other weapons in his hands, including spears, battle axes, and large bows. They seem backward and their productivity is primitive. However, Hong Yi clearly felt that their bodies were full of tyrannical aura, and it seemed that there was still magical power flowing. The blood stained on the weapon exuded a terrifying power. This is the high-end world. Hong Yi secretly swallowed his saliva. He found himself seemingly teleported to a village. It's just that this villager who exists seems to be too tough. Too strong. The village is surrounded by various boulders, and outside the village is an endless forest. Those trees towered into the sky, almost no less than the ancient tree of life. The only difference is that these trees do not exude the pure life of the tree of life. In a corner of the village, there is an extremely huge stone statue. It's just that this stone statue is very special. It turned out to be a stone statue of an ancient tree. Stone statues of trees? So amazing. It's weird to say. What was even more frightening was that there was an extremely emerald green branch on the tree of the stone statue. It seems that it also exudes a strong vitality. Is this sealed? Or is it because the villagers offered sacrifices to give life to the stone statue? Hong Yi murmured, he always felt a terrible crisis coming from that stone statue. The whole village is full of weirdness and power. System. Which world did you get me into? Hong Yi secretly smiled wryly. What a FG perverted and terrifying world this is. The children playing in the distance gave him a very powerful feeling. My own dragon power, not to mention in this world, is obviously weak in this village. Because, his power of a dragon is just the power of a simple dragon. It is estimated that he still does not have the strength of a real dragon who has not cultivated. Heavenly. This world is called Tian Huang. The system explained. Who is coming? Surrounding Hong Yi, one of the most burly men asked. I, just passing by. Hong Yi smiled wryly. He also wanted to fool around. But how to fool? He always felt that he was being stared at by a powerful existence. This world is too high-end and too dangerous. This world is undoubtedly a super treasure world. There must be no conflict. Take it. The burly man gave an order. A group of people rushed forward immediately. FK, go back first. Hong Yi quickly gave instructions to the system. I can only go back first, and then make plans. Buzz. The six-pointed star is flickering. At the same time, Hong Yi felt a terrible scene. The single branch of the ancient stone statue turned into a god chain, directly penetrated the space, and came towards him. Buzz. Fortunately, the system teleported back without charging, and disappeared in an instant with Hong Yi. Chapter 54. Damn it, it's so exciting. Appearing in the farm space again, Hong Yi shouted excitedly. It is indeed too exciting. Fortunately, the system does not need to store energy when teleporting back, otherwise his life would definitely hang by a thread. The terrifying and weird stone statue should be an ancient spirit, the terrifying village, the terrifying wilderness. That is definitely a world of cultivation. Absolutely have all kinds of spiritual herbs, elixir, and even fairy grasses and divine fruits, and absolutely have terrifying monsters, fierce beasts. These are resources, these are markets. It's just that the world is too scary. I don't know if this farm space can hold it. Hong Yi was frantic in his heart. It's a pity, that world is too vigilant. It would be great if we could have a good relationship with that village. It is estimated that they don't bother to care about the things in the farm space. In such a high-end cultivation world, even gold coins may be regarded as dung by them. Hong Yi secretly felt bitter. That world cannot be managed so easily. If you want to develop that world, you first need strong strength. Be strong enough. Otherwise, if you come to that world and your life is not guaranteed, how can you talk about development? If you want to improve your strength, you can only develop high-end industries. Hong Yi thought secretly. Hong Yi, what's going on? What happened? Only then did Ai Weiyi recover from the incomparable shock, and asked Hong Yi. Just treat this place as the God realm. Anything you think is impossible will happen at any time. Hong Yi said calmly. You mean, you are the lord of the God realm? Avia asked in shock. She has no reason not to trust Hong Yi. Because everything that happened here is really incredible. So much land. When will the planting be finished? Isira was completely in distress. There is no way to cultivate the fields, she is the main force. Now, another 150,000 mu of land has come out. Fine. You only need to be responsible for 50,000 mu of land, and I will take care of the remaining 100,000 mu of land. Hong Yi said with a smile. Really? Hearing what Hong Yi said, Isira finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped complaining. Of course. Hong Yi laughed. Avia, plant me over. Hong Yi said with a smile. It is good. Ai Weiyi didn't refuse, and turned into a silver dragon directly, letting Hong Yi climb onto her dragon's back. Afterwards, the silver dragon soared up, whipped up a strong wind, and roared away. There are less than 3,000 people living on such a huge farm, it feels so empty. Hong Yi murmured softly. The land is too vast. Without the magic management of the elves, it would be difficult for tens of thousands of people to take care of so many fields. Ai Weiyi was very fast, and soon came to the empty forest farm. Got to dig a deep hole. Hong Yi felt helpless. Then he jumped down from Ai Weiyi's dragon back. During the whole process, he was frantically accumulating energy. Boom! The fist hit hard towards the center of the tree farm. Boom! The whole farm was like an earthquake. Where the fist landed, the ground exploded, and the ground sank wildly, forming a large pit. Although it's just brute force, it's still the power of a dragon. Hong Yi is very satisfied with his masterpiece. If he really exploded with all his strength, Hong Yi estimated that he could blow up a giant dragon with one punch. Continue. Hong Yi growled, jumped violently, landed on Ivia's back, and looked down again. Boom. Another punch. Blast the ground again. Boom. Boom. After so many repetitions, Hong Yi didn't seem to know how to get tired. The entire farm space has been vibrating. All the elves were dumbfounded. This field owner, brute force is so terrifying. I'm afraid that one punch can shatter all magic attacks. Call. I don't know how long it took, a Tian Kang was directly smashed out by Hong Yi with his fist. It should be fine. Hong Yi murmured softly. System, launch the Tree of Life. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi gave instructions to the system. Next, what kind of rewards you will get depends on this ancient Tree of Life. Boom. Soon, the Tree of Life that covered the sky and the earth appeared and slowly fell. For a moment, the entire farm space became dark. Buzz. The strong power of life sprayed from the Tree of Life, filling the entire farm space with vitality. What was terrifying was that all the wheat seeds that had just been planted broke through the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Other seedlings are also growing wildly. Boom. When the Tree of Life fell to the ground, the endless roots spread crazily and plunged into the soil like an earth dragon, crazily drilling towards the center of the earth. Boom. The positive farm was shaking crazily, trembling. FK, I was so busy just now. Seeing that the ancient Tree of Life can take root independently, Hong Yi can't laugh or cry. When he smashed the relationship just now, he smashed a loneliness. Boom. When the Tree of Life took root completely, it gushed again violently, and a vast breath of life filled the air again. When? Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who successfully transplanted wood with life attributes. At this moment, the announcement sounded again in all spaces. Chapter 55. Transplant. Life attribute wood. Is this ancient Tree of Life judged to be wood? Is it all wood when planted in a forest farm? Hong Yi thought to himself. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who planted extraordinary wood with life attributes for the first time. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won a forest farm reward of 200,000 mu of land. The announcement continued. Rumbling. The next moment, the forest farm expanded wildly. 200,000 acres. FK. From the looks of it, it seems that this land can't be finished. Hong Yi murmured. The ancient Tree of Life has just covered the main forest farm, and now the farm space directly rewards him with a forest farm of 200,000 mu. How? The manpower of the elves is obviously not enough. But the good thing is that although it is best to plant trees in spring, they can be planted at any time without seasonality. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won 1,000,000 gold coins reward. Another reward of 1,000,000 gold coins. The entire small treasury was full of gold coins. Wealth, all of a sudden, is no longer so attractive to Hong Yi. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won the reward of the power of a dragon. Here comes the third reward. Land, gold coins, extraordinary power, lifespan. These are the four major rewards that have appeared so far. Boom. The terrifying aura crazily permeated Hong Yi's upper body. Adding the power of one dragon, Hong Yi has the power of two dragons. It's pure power, it's pure strength. Crack. Crack. Hong Yi's physical body seemed unable to withstand such a terrifying force. The mysterious power washed his body and strengthened his physical body crazily. Ha ha! The power of a dragon. Feeling the surge of strength, Hong Yi couldn't help laughing. The power of the two dragons, in terms of strength, it is estimated that no one can compare with him. When I enter that wild world again, I shouldn't be so embarrassed. Although I don't have any skills, and I don't know how to perform spells, but with my strength alone, I should be able to protect myself. The key is that stone statue, it's too scary. Hong Yi's heart couldn't help stirring. However, Ai Weiya under his feet was trembling. At this moment, Hong Yi's aura emanating from her body was really too scary for her. Because of the existence of the contract, she can better feel the power hidden in Hong Yi's body. How scary it is! How is this possible? How could a body contain such terrifying power? Evia murmured. Everything was beyond her imagination, beyond her cognition. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has obtained the source of life. The rewards continue. Hong Yi felt a warm current flowing in his body this time, and then lurked in his body. For a moment, it seemed that his life cells had a kind of eternal vitality. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has obtained self-healing ability. The rewards are not over yet. Buzz. The next moment, Hong Yi felt another warm current in his body, washing his body. Faintly, Hong Yi seemed to be able to feel that his own cells were full of vitality. Whenever a cell dies, it is instantly replaced by a new cell. Self-healing ability. Hong Yi's heart trembled instantly. Too excited. In other worlds, Hong Yi dare not say anything. However, in this world, he is absolutely immortal. The power of the two dragons, the source of life, the ability to heal itself. Even in the high-end world, I'm still a monster, a freak. Damn it, if I can obtain the cultivation techniques of the high-end world, with this kind of talent, then it's okay. For a moment, Hong Yi felt that the world was too crazy. Hong Yi is like this. Not to mention the owners of other farms. Unfair. It's so unfair. Damn, I haven't planted much land yet. This mysterious field owner has obtained the power of the two dragons. Life force, self-healing ability. Is this guy going to live forever? Is it fair? What about the fairness of the farm space? This guy is obviously on the hook, definitely on the hook, otherwise where would he get the wood with the attribute of life? It's definitely. People all over the world know that this guy is definitely cheating and cheating. Why is the farm space invisible? Why don't you punish him? Crazy with jealousy. After the whole world learned of Hong Yi's reward, they went crazy. All clamoring for unfairness. Especially those who used to be at the top of society. Hong Yi cheated so obviously, why didn't the system punish him? Why, their wealth cannot be transferred to the farm space. Hehe. Crazy. Actually, I also think the world is crazy. But, what you don't know is that this is just the beginning. Next, even crazier things are still happening. Attribute plants, there must be a lot of high-end worlds. Hong Yi glanced at the forum and sneered. The high-end world has opened up. Then there will be less high-end attribute wood, medicinal materials, fruit trees, etc. Damn, it would be amazing if I could move that stone statue to my farm. Thinking of that terrifying stone statue, Hong Yi's heart trembled. However, what would that terrifying stone statue be defined as? Chapter 56. Call. It took a long time for Hong Yi to regain his composure. At this moment, all the elves rushed towards the ancient tree of life. Hong Yi is also observing the ancient tree of life. He discovered that the ancient tree of life was actually digesting the dark devilish energy in its body autonomously. Moreover, it seems that the dark air has been transformed into vitality. It means that without the invasion of evil spirits far away, it will soon return to its original posture. For elves, this is a blessing. You moved all the ancient trees of life back. Ai Weiya's voice was trembling. What kind of patience is this? What a means to reach the sky! The host. The host. The elves all used magic to fly over. When they came under the ancient tree of life, everyone was extremely excited. Looking at Hong Yi with great emotion and excitement. None of them thought that Hong Yi would bring their mother tree of life here, and waste so much fertile land to transplant the mother tree of life. For a moment, they felt that all the hard work during this period was worth it. Master Hong, the mother tree of life is purifying itself. Queen Ash asked in shock and excitement. Yes. The reason why the mother tree of life fell is because it is absorbing the evil energy from the ground. Here, there is no evil invasion, so it will purify itself. So, if you elves want to develop, you don't have to wait until that seedling grows. Hong Yi said with a smile. Thank you, field owner. Queen Ash thanked her very gratefully. Thank you, the host. Thank you, the host. All the elves are thanking in unison. Very excited. It's just what I'm supposed to do. Hong Yi shook his head, and then asked, I can just take some branches of the Mother of Life tree, shouldn't it be a problem? Of course not. In fact, many times ours will be used. The tree of life has a strong vitality, as long as it doesn't damage its origin, it can recover in 2 or 3 days. Queen Ash said with a smile. You can recover in 2 or 3 days. It's really a cash cow. Hong Yi murmured, his eyes were full of surprise. Call. I'll try it first. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi took a knife from the system space. After jumping onto the ancient tree of life, he cut off a small section of the trunk with 3 or 2 knives. One section is only relative to the mother tree of life. In fact, it is more than 10 meters long and half a meter in diameter. Then, he cut off all the leaves above the trunk. Avia, take me back to the mall. Hong Yi hugged the tree trunk, jumped onto Ivia's dragon back, and said to her. Hong Yi has no shortage of gold coins now, so he doesn't cut a lot of them. He just wanted to know how much the lumber of the ancient tree of life was worth after cutting such a piece to buy it. Okay. Iwaya didn't waste any extra nonsense, she just shook her wings, took Hong Yi into the air, and rushed back towards the shopping mall. Wood with life attributes. Let me see how much you are worth. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi carried the wood to the purchase area of the mall. Among them, there is a huge room. Hong Yi directly put the living wood in. Asked the owner of Hong Yi, are you sure you want to sell this product? A reminder sounded from the mall. Yes. Hong Yi said. Product identification complete. This product comes from the forest farm area of the farm space, and meets the acquisition conditions. This product has the attribute of life and can reach the 3rd order commodity level. In the 2nd level civilized world, it is an absolute bestseller in the 3rd level civilized world. Worth 10,000 gold coins or a crystal coin. Excuse me, Hong Yi, the host, are you willing to accept 10,000 gold coins or a white crystal coin? Not long after, a reminder sounded from the mall. Crystal coins. Without hesitation, Hong Yi made a choice directly. The heart is extremely shocked. Life wood is so valuable. It's just such a piece, it's worth 10,000 gold coins. So, how much is the mother tree of life worth? Also, what are crystal coins? A crystal coin is equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. Also, the wood of the mother tree of life turned out to be a 3rd-tier product? Is the product also divided into classes? A 2nd-tier civilized world, a 3rd-tier civilized world? Is the farm space linking various civilizations? Do farms provide goods from all world civilizations? Are the purchased commodities also sold to various civilized worlds? Ding! There was a crisp sound from Hong Yi's small vault, and a white crystal coin fell down. When? At this moment, all the farm spaces remembered the world announcement again. Congratulations to farm owner number 8888 for being the first to sell merchandise. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who received a reward of 100,000 gold coins. There are rewards for this too? Hong Yi was a little confused. Still, it's a good thing. It's just that the reward seems a bit pessimistic. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who successfully cultivated a 3rd-tier product. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, the farm has been upgraded. Just when Hong Yi was a little disappointed, the announcement came again. Upgraded. Hong Yi's body trembled violently. Chapter 57. Boom. Hong Yi felt that his farm space was trembling slightly, as if he was adjusting something. Subsequently, countless new products appeared in the mall. Congratulations to farm owner number 8888, who won the 2nd farm space reward. The beep continues. Boom. With a bang, Hong Yi felt that there was an extra layer of space above his farm space, as if the sky had opened up. Between the 1st floor and the 2nd floor, there seems to be a world. Shock. Incredibly shocking. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has won the reward of 100 acres of second-class fertile land. The reminder sound continued. Boom. The second farm space, rumbled, was opened up 100 acres of fertile land. Level 2 fertile land. Is the field also graded? Hong Yi couldn't help but let out a low cry. Everything, it's incredible. He had thought that the farm space should be upgraded. However, he never thought that fields could also be graded. What kind of field will the second level fertile land be like? Hong Yi was extremely curious and couldn't wait to know. However, the notification sound continued. Congratulations to the owner of farm number 8888, who has obtained the permission to join the second-level civilized farm space, can enter the communication area of the second-level civilized farm space, and has the right to trade with the second-level civilized farm owner. FK. Level 2 Civilization. The farm space of the second-level civilization. In other words, our Earth is not the only planet that gets farms. This is even more real. Hong Yi guessed just now that for a moment, his heart was shaken and his mind was buzzing. Can you communicate and trade with the second-level civilization? All. Alien. Hong Yi was muttering. Congratulations to all the farm owners on the Earth will open the permission to settle in, the second-level civilization will settle in the Earth, and open up trading pilots. The pilot station will open up in the area where the number 8888 farm owner is located. All farm owners will have the opportunity to trade. The last announcement came. For a moment, let the whole people be silent. After a short silence, she went completely crazy. Second-level civilization. Third-level civilization. My goodness! Besides us, there really are alien civilizations, there really are other civilizations. Crazy, is the farm space crazy? It even opened the authority to allow the creatures of the second-level civilization to settle in our planet. That's a second-level civilization, and it can definitely crush us easily. What if they want to invade us? It's unfounded to worry about planetary resources that we don't even want. Do you think that second-level civilizations will still look at our resources? The farm space of the second-level civilization, the commodities are all above the second level. Also, how could there be no limit to the farm space? Let them invade. Don't forget those who were evicted from the farm. The forum was filled instantly. Many people are worried about the invasion of the second-level civilization, but more people are looking forward to it. Looking forward to the secondary goods brought by the secondary civilization. Everyone is extremely envious of Hong Yi. The farm is upgraded and can directly communicate and trade with the second-level civilization. It also opened up the second farm space and obtained 100 mu of second-grade fertile land. For a moment, everyone felt that the world was too crazy. Who is the mysterious owner? It actually directly opened up one of our civilizations. Fortunately, we all have our own farm space, otherwise we will really be hit by his dimensionality reduction. Thinking of the rewards Hong Yi received, how many people are envious and jealous. Everyone wants to know, who is this mysterious owner? It's just a pity that no one knows who he is at present. Solin, the only one who knew the truth, didn't reveal anything. Level 2 civilization coming to Earth. Hong Yi couldn't help muttering. With the advent of the second-level civilization, the growth of the Earth should accelerate and enter the star era. Hong Yi sighed inwardly. It was a powerful shock. It's just that when a high-level civilization settles in a low-level civilization, what is the transaction? There shouldn't be anything worthy of their attention to the resources on Earth, right? With the constraints of farm space, looting is impossible. Is it potential? Forget about it. Hong Yi quickly put away his thoughts. Now, he wants to go to his own double farm space first. When he walked out of the mall, he found that the ladder connecting the two spaces was not far from the mall. Both the elf and the giant dragon looked at all this in shock. They wanted to get closer, but because they didn't get Hong Yi's permission, they didn't. Let's go and have a look together. Hong Yi said with a smile. Empress Ash, Empress Betty, Catherine, Isira, and Ivia, who were in shock, came back to their senses and followed Hong Yi slowly. When they stood under the ladder, they were instantly teleported. The space here is much narrower. Only the size of 100 acres of land. There is also a mansion, but there is no shopping mall. However, the air here is extremely fresh and clean. It seems to be full of spiritual energy. What a magical land! Catherine noticed the fertile soil for the first time, and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 58. This soil actually contains energy, and there is a little breath of life. Catherine bent down, grabbed a handful of soil, and said in shock after sensing it for a while. As expected. Queen Ash bent down, gently grabbed a handful of soil, and then she was extremely surprised. Queen Betty, Isira, and Evia were stunned, and then they confirmed it themselves. After the results were obtained, they all looked at Hong Yi in disbelief. Sacred soil, there are naturally some magical things. Hong Yi said calmly, in fact, his heart was already too shocked. Is this secondary soil? It contains energy and vitality. On this miraculous soil, planting food or other things, the quality is so high. However, it should be a pity that such fertile land is used to grow ordinary food. Hong Yi felt a little regretful. All kinds of holy medicines in the high-end world, magic medicines, etc., seem to require extremely demanding environments and soils for growth. I don't know if the second-level soil meets their growth requirements. Thinking of that high-end world, Hong Yi couldn't help but get excited again. In terms of strength, he should have some self-protection power. In terms of land, he also has a second-class fertile land. The farm has been upgraded, and the shopping mall has opened up a lot of secondary commodities for him. With secondary commodities, he has the qualification to trade with that small village in the high-end world. As long as we can establish a good relationship with them, then I am afraid that there will be no high-end medicinal materials, magic fruit. If this piece of secondary soil can really grow spiritual grasses and elixir, I will be considered a small local tyrant even in the high-end world. Hong Yi smiled lightly. Husband, when will we plant this land? Catherine asked with some expectation. Let's plant the land below first. After thinking about it, Hong Yi said. The first level of farm space, he still has 50,000 mu of fertile land, and 200,000 mu of forest farms have not been planted yet. Fortunately, forest farms can plant wood at any time, and there is no such thing as out of season. Now, the farm doesn't seem to have any challenging tasks for him. Husband, this magical soil is actually resistant to evil. Isira spoke slowly. What's the meaning? Hong Yi asked. I tried it just now, using a small magic to try to dig the soil, but the magic didn't work after encountering these soils. So, I guess, even if you use large-scale magic or dragon language magic to dig the soil, the effect will not be so obvious. Isira said in shock. It's just secondary soil, does it have such a strong abrasion resistance? Hong Yi himself was extremely surprised. In this case, it may be difficult for him to complete planting on a large scale here in the future. However, if you plant the medicine, it seems that you don't need to dig a large area. Planting secondary crops says otherwise. Hong Yi thought to himself. Don't worry, there will be a way. Hong Yi shook his head, and then led several people forward. Like the first farm space, there is also a small river here. As soon as Hong traveled so far, he felt that the water of this river seemed to contain a little energy. When he came to the river, Hong Yi bent down, picked up the river water, and took a sip. Incomparably sweet, but also contains a little energy. It can be called a spiritual spring. Hong Yi murmured. This river should be endless. For a first-level civilization, this spiritual spring is definitely a steady stream of wealth. In the old days, Hong Yi could have relied on this river to become a mineral water company and create a steady stream of wealth. What a magical river! It actually contains magical energy. I feel that as long as we drink the river here often, our strength will continue to break through, and our lifespan will continue to prolong. After taking a few sips of water, Queen Ash said in shock. Of course, you can drink as much as you want in the future. Hong Yi said with a smile, you guys go on shopping, take a day off today, and continue working tomorrow. With that said, Hong Yi left. He returned to the shopping mall, and couldn't wait to look through the secondary products. Second grade wheat, FK, this wheat is the size of a thumb. But when he saw the second grade wheat sold in the mall, Hong was shocked. Each one is the size of a little finger, crystal clear. Of course, this is just one of the secondary wheats. Hong Yi was overwhelmed by the wheat from various civilizations. Finally, he came to a conclusion. Grade 2 wheat, and various grade 2 grains, are classified based on the small amount of energy contained in the grains. The function of these foods is not only to maintain metabolism. If you eat it for a long time, you can not only prolong your life, but also strengthen your own strength, or speed, to a certain limit. So, aren't the creatures of the second-level civilization all superhumans? Hong Yi was speechless. So, can the wheat grown by magic reach the second level? Hong Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 59. For magically grown wheat. Hong Yi is full of expectations. Ordinary soil can grow secondary crops. It should be a breakthrough. After completing this kind of breakthrough, the farm space should also be rewarded. In the farm shopping mall, besides various crops such as wheat, there are also various grains and fruits that Hong Yi is completely unknown to. These all come from other secondary civilizations. In addition to food and fruits, there are also various secondary commodities such as chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Similarly, these also contain magical powers. After eating, it can strengthen the body and prolong life. Gene enhancer. Secondary commodity. Cells can be strengthened initially. Hong Yi actually saw the gene enhancer. For a moment, I was shocked. This kind of black technology has appeared. However, secondary goods are quite expensive. Other things are fine. A genetic agent that only initially strengthens cells costs 200,000 gold coins. In addition to gene enhancers, there are also various genetic agents, such as gene repair agents, gene therapy agents, and so on. However, the effect is quite obvious. It can treat various diseases and various cancers completely. Even genetic defects can be repaired. Is the second-level civilization so powerful? Completely broke the limit of life, the road of longevity and strengthening that I have embarked on. Hong Yi murmured. Then, he continued to check. Discover a variety of powerful weapons. Laser guns, laser cannons, Star Wars ships, and more. These are equally as expensive as hell. Super Ghost. There are tens of millions of gold coins, hundreds of millions. Weapons should not be very easy to sell. Hong Yi shook his head. In the farm era, weapons and the like should not be bestsellers. Of course, this is just Hong Yi's guess. He believes that in the farm era, there should be no wars. However, it is only his opinion. Forum. Subsequently, Hong Yi entered the second-level civilization forum. I can understand all these words. After seeing all kinds of mysterious characters, Hong Yi found that he could not only understand them, but also read them. It should be because of the rewards given to him by the system. For a while, he was immersed in it. Level 2 civilization. In addition to technological civilization, there is also martial arts civilization, and a civilization that combines technology and martial arts. After a long time, Hong Yi raised his head, incomparably shocked. At the same time, he generally understood the division of civilization levels. Only civilizations that can fully utilize the various energies of their own planet, can effectively control and transform their planet's environment, and can carry out planetary migration are eligible to become real first-level civilizations. That is to say, the Earth is not even a first-level civilization. It can only be said that if you are in a first-level civilization, you have not reached the level of a real first-level civilization at all. Hong Yi felt a little unbelievable. Level 2 civilizations can already develop and utilize their own stars, can carry out planetary transformation, and can start exploring star galaxies. The third-level civilization is even more terrifying. Basically, you can add a switch-like device to your star. FK. As the level of civilization improves, gods are really nothing in front of these civilizations. Hong Yi closed his eyes, unable to extricate himself for a long time. He feels that the interstellar civilization is really too powerful. Completely beyond his cognition. What kind of civilization level is the high-end wild world? Hong Yi couldn't help thinking to himself. I don't know how long. Hong Yi quit the forum. Ding! Just when he quit, he received a friend request. When everyone enters the farm space, everyone's chat account has been bound with their own farm number. Friend requests. Hong Yi was secretly curious. After thinking about it, Hong Yi chose to agree. Newcomer. Which galaxy? I just agreed to add friends, and sent a message very enthusiastically about convenience. How do you know I'm a newcomer? Hong Yi was not in a hurry to recover, but was a little curious in his heart. At the same time, Hong Yi clicked on the profile picture of the new friend and entered the interface space. It seems to be a girl. It seems to be a human race, but her ears are pointed, long and thin. The remaining signs are no different from humans. It is beautiful and elegant. Are you suspecting me of trapping you? I know you are a newcomer, otherwise I wouldn't add you. Hong Yi didn't answer, but the girl was straightforward. How do you know I'm new? Hong Yi asked curiously. Your browsing traces have exposed you, you have been looking up the most basic common sense. Based on this judgment, you are not only a newcomer, but also have a low level of civilization. No accident, you should be the owner of the farm with the earth number 8888. The other party's tone was extremely affirmative. FK. Has my serial number been known by other interstellar field owners? Hong Yi was extremely shocked. Incredibly shocking. At this moment, you should be extremely shocked, right? That's right. In the universe farm, you can be considered a little famous, just today. The other party seemed to have fully guessed Hong Yi's reaction. Want to know why? Before Hong Yi could answer, the other party entered on his own. Ask for flowers, ask for the last monthly pass of this month. Chapter 60. When your farm space was upgraded to a secondary farm, we were all notified. Announcement from the whole universe. First-level civilized and second-level farms are extremely rare, and they generally become the leaders of civilization. Without waiting for Hong Yi to answer, the new friend spoke completely on his own. What the hell? Announcement from all universes. Is it so exaggerated? Hong Yi was a little confused. So, all the farm spaces should belong to the same universe. Fortunately, it's not 10,000 realms. Hong Yi thought secretly. Where are you from? Hong Yi typed his own question. M99 Nebula, it should be far away from you. At first I was hesitating whether to go to your civilization, but now I have added you as a friend, so I plan to meet you. By the way, my name is Bengzi. The other party seemed to be an extremely enthusiastic person. Did you come when you wanted? Hong Yi was extremely curious. Of course. However, if you want to go there, you can only fly the spaceship by yourself. However, your civilization is too far away. It is completely on the edge of the universe. It is too far away from us. It is impossible for civilizations of 5th and 6th levels to cross, let alone second-level civilizations. So, generally we use the power of the farm space to reach directly. But, if you want to go to your civilization, there are currently only 5 places, which will be auctioned. Our family got a spot, I can try to lead the team. A friend named Bengzi introduced it excitedly. For a while, let Hong Yi direct more of the farm space and the universe. The M99 Nebula? Hong Yi has never heard of it. Earth at the edge of the universe? Hong Yi really hadn't thought about it. All along, he thought that the Earth was at the center of the universe. At that time, you can entertain me. Bengzi is completely self-cooked. What kind of model will the farm space eventually develop into? Is it completely divorced from reality? Hong Yi asked curiously. How could it be possible to leave? In the beginning, I will definitely leave. However, after it develops to a certain level, it returns to reality. Because, when your civilization is exposed, there must be many civilization forces entering your civilization to conduct transactions. The trading station can only be set up in the real world, so when more and more civilizations intersect, everything will be in the same way. Reality-based. Bengzi explained very seriously. Will it finally return to reality? Hong Yi murmured. But, can't all transactions be completed online? Why trade in reality? Hong Yi felt very strange about this. Real transactions are equivalent to a legal black market. Also, the price of defective products purchased from the farm space is very low. Moreover, the defective products purchased by the farm space will be destroyed directly, so it is impossible to buy defective products online, but the rare ones are particularly expensive. Moreover, online transactions of defective products between market owners are not allowed. However, it is still very profitable to sell defective products from high civilizations to low civilizations. In this way, many industrial chains have been created. Bengzi seemed to be overly enthusiastic, and even told Hong Yi the inside story directly. This made Hong Yi speechless. Is this girl really planning to come to do business? Also, I saw a lot of weapons online, and they were all powerful weapons. And, it's super expensive. I'm a little curious, in the era of farm space, is there still war? Hong Yi was very curious about this. No war. Joke. Do you know why the farm space is all over the universe? The purpose is to deal with the war. Bengzi replied. War. The existence of the farm space is to deal with the war. Hong Yi was completely shocked. Are you scared? Void species have fully invaded the entire universe. Of course, our level of civilization is too low. We can only grow crops in the farm space and provide logistical support for the front line. We live quite comfortably. Bengzi seemed a little heartless. How do you know this? Hong Yi asked. Now he is extremely curious about the identity of this netizen. Such a confidential matter should not be accessible to a second-level civilization. I naturally have my channel. Don't ask questions. Do you have any other questions? If I can tell you, my sister will tell you. Also, hurry up, I'm going to go offline. Benshi said proudly. When are you coming? Hong Yi asked. Soon, we are preparing. After thinking for a while, Bengzi replied. The two chatted for a long time, and finally Bengzi hurriedly went offline. Void invasion, cosmic war. Farm space is artificially created. All over the universe. The logistics of the entire universe support a war. Hong Yi muttered, not knowing what he was thinking. Under normal circumstances, I should be the maker who cannot surpass this farm space. However, with the system, it's different. Eat both sides, is the strongest, sooner or later I will surpass everything. Perhaps, this cosmic farm was jointly developed by all the former in the universe. Thinking that he could travel to the world of high-end cultivation, Hong Yi was full of energy. Now, he doesn't care that much. The Earth's civilization level is too low, and war is still far away from him. As Bengzi said, let's live this kind of comfortable pastoral life now. Chapter 61. Which country and region is the mysterious owner from? When will the secondary civilization come, and in which country will it come? While Hong Yi was chatting with Bengzi, the whole world's forums were still shaking. Some people are too worried about the coming of secondary civilization. But more people are enthusiastic. Because, they think that the second-level civilization is to open a pilot, and it will definitely bring the second-level civilization and materials. If it can be traded, it can definitely promote the development of Earth civilization, and even promote the development of their farm space. Of course, which country the second-level civilization settles in, that country will definitely be close to the water, and will be the first to reap the benefits. Exposed. The mysterious field owner has been exposed. Suddenly, this forum suddenly exploded. Mysterious forums have appeared in the real world, and they were photographed by satellites. As soon as the news came out, there were thousands of waves. Soon, a picture of Hong Yi riding a dragon appeared on the forum. How shocking is that mighty picture! Oh my god! Dragon! Is this the mysterious owner? It's actually riding a legendary dragon. But, why is this mysterious owner wearing a hood? I guess I don't want to expose myself. Haha. In any case, at least it can be confirmed that this mysterious owner is from our west. The giant dragon is the best evidence. Giant dragons are exclusive to our west. Haha, Dragon Knight. I didn't expect that the owner of the mysterious field is our Western Dragon Knight. In any case, it's good news for us. Then, when the second level civilization comes, the station must be in our west, but I don't know which country it is in. Everyone couldn't help being shocked by the silver dragon, its dazzling scales, and its powerful dragon body. The legendary dragon actually appeared in the real world, and even became a human dragon rider. Westerners, suddenly excited, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Why do you say that the owner of the mysterious field must be from your west? Just because it's a giant dragon. The giant dragon is still flying from Kyushu. Why didn't the mysterious owner of Kyushu subdue your western dragon? Seeing the jubilation of the western players, Kyushu netizens were naturally a little unhappy, so they refuted it with evidence. So what? Didn't you see that the dragon was flying west? Finally disappeared in the west, and did not return to Kyushu. You are crazy about wanting the strong. Naturally, the western field owners are not happy, the facts are in front of them, why should Kyushu compete? Hehe. Why did Demao become your western? The dragon disappeared in Demao, not your west. Stupid, you guys. The owner of Kyushu taunted directly. Stop arguing, it belongs to us to Han. We have applied for the farm space a long time ago, and the farm space was approved soon. Someone couldn't help but rushed in. Shut up. Everywhere has your share, why don't you apply for the farm space to belong to your family? See if the farm space is abolished for you. Come on, hurt each other, new era, new order, kind of bombard us with your shells. The entire forum was boiling like boiling water, and in the end they all quarreled directly. Hehe. After Hong Yi browsed around the forum, he felt bored and left the forum with a sneer. Does this kind of thing make sense now? The second level civilization will come soon, and it will be clear at a glance. I don't know if the second level goods can be accepted by those villagers when they arrive in the wild world. Hong Yi pondered. The system also explained some information about the wild world to him. That's a powerful world. That small village, not to mention looking at the entire wild universe, is the lowest existence in their ancient wild area. The goods of the second level civilization are nothing in that world. The second grade grains may be somewhat attractive. Because of the second level grain seeds, they can grow them by themselves, which is equivalent to an extra guarantee. Even if they can't catch their prey, they still have a kind of final guarantee of life. Buy some. More variety. Let's not talk about the deal. These may express my goodwill. Hong Yi thought to himself, and then he started walking towards his small vault. During this period of time, it was the first time for him to come to his small treasury. The moment the door was opened, the golden light was dazzling, and there were gold coins everywhere. It can be said to be piled up like a mountain. With several rewards, Hong Yi has accumulated millions of gold coins. Actually, not many. You can't buy many secondary products. Hong Yi shook his head slightly. I thought I was rich enough. However, after the farm is upgraded, the secondary goods are really too expensive. Moreover, according to what Bengzi said, gold coins are worthless in the universe merchant farm. It is the lowest grade currency. Crystal coins are really valuable. Because crystal coins contain energy. Chapter 62. From Bengzi, Hong Yi learned. Crystal coins are also graded. White crystal coins contain the lowest energy, so they are the lowest level among all crystal coins. Hong Yi picked up the crystal clear coin and observed it carefully. In the past, who would have thought that such a crystal coin would be worth 10,000 gold coins? Hong Yi sighed with emotion. However, it feels like it's worth it. Because, Hong Yi could faintly feel a little energy flowing in the crystal coin. According to what Bengzi said, the energy of this crystal coin can be absorbed directly in the martial arts civilization. In the entire universe, the most valuable possessions are items that contain energy. The more advanced the civilization, the more so. Go and see Solinear. Bring her some presents. After thinking about it, Hong Yi bought some second-class wheat seeds and some second-class items for Solin. As for the genetic medicine, Hong Yi did not buy it. Because Solin has already received a reward of great strength, the preliminary enhanced genetic medicine will not have much effect on her. Moreover, Hong Yi didn't want Solin to embark on the path of genetic enhancement and transformation. So, Hong Yi brought her some secondary fruits. These also contain energy. Can be absorbed directly. After calling Solin, Hong Yi set off. Solin, who opened the door, was sweating profusely, and her close-fitting yoga clothes were covered with sweat. At this time, she is probably the only one who still has time to practice yoga. I'm going to take a shower first. Regarding Hong Yi, Solin didn't have any precautions. After leaving a word, she walked towards the bathroom. Hee. Hong Yi shook his head lightly, then sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. It was later discovered that no one is maintaining the current TV stations. It seems that this is a chaotic era. I'm afraid it won't be long before the whole world will gradually lose power. Before the new order is rebuilt, it is estimated that the entire world will fall into temporary chaos. Hong Yi thought to himself. However, with the reward of the second-level civilization, the new order of the entire world will be rebuilt at an accelerated pace. In more than half an hour, Solin changed into a crisp and simple dress, and sat in front of Hong Yi with a burst of fragrance. Congratulations! Solin laughed. In fact, at this moment, she was full of curiosity. Curious about secondary civilizations. Bringing you some presents. Hong Yi smiled lightly, and then took out several bags of wheat seeds. What is this? Solin asked curiously. Level 2 wheat seed. Planting these wheats will give you a lot of income during the harvest season. Hong Yi said with a smile. Second level wheat. Solin took a deep breath and asked slowly, it should be expensive, right? It's quite expensive. But do we still need this kindness between us? Hong Yi laughed. That's right, you gave me such a precious tauren. Solin smiled, and then asked, but, if I plant these second-level wheat seeds, will it affect my assessment then? Definitely will. Make your assessment even better. Hong Yi smiled and said, I know what you are worried about, but the assessment of the farm space will not limit these. Because it is your ability to get these wheat seeds. Solin was worried. Hong Yi had already confirmed with Bengzi. It can be planted completely without any problems, and it will not affect the income assessment. It's your ability. Solin smiled sweetly. She likes it very much and enjoys the feeling of being pampered by Hong Yi. I'm used to it. Come on, eat some second-class fruits first. Hong Yi laughed, and then took out a fruit similar to an orange. I'll help you peel. Solin smiled lightly. She was no longer polite, took the fruit, and peeled it slowly, very gentle, elegant, and serious. It looks so refreshing. Here, half of each person. After peeling a fruit, Solin separated it and gently handed half of it to Hong Yi. Afterwards, she looked at Hong Yi quietly. It smells so good. Hong Yi swallowed half of it in one gulp. No melt in the mouth feeling, but juicy, sweet, with an indescribable aroma, and a faint energy that melts in the mouth. The taste is super good. This should be the most expensive, most beautiful, and sweetest fruit I've ever eaten. Putting a piece of fruit into her mouth, Solin closed her eyes, her face full of happiness. There is also a trace of warm energy, which seems to be baptizing my body. Solin murmured, probably talking in her sleep. Secondary commodities generally contain energy. Moreover, the level is divided by the amount of energy contained. Whether it's fruits or ingredients, long-term consumption can strengthen the body and prolong life. Hong Yi explained. It's all thanks to you. However, the second-level civilization will come soon. Do you have any plans? Solin asked softly. Chapter 63. I don't have any plans. Hong Yi shook his head. In fact, with the advent of the second-level civilization, the defective products they brought are already super high-end commodities for the farms on the earth. And in terms of price, it should be considered cheap for the farm owners on earth. It's a pity that today's farm owners on Earth don't have much purchasing qualifications at all. Hong Yi can consume it, but he doesn't need those defective products. By the way, the arrival of the secondary civilization this time will definitely bring an absolute impact to the Earth. After thinking about it, Hong Yi said, shouldn't it be possible in the short term? After all, the Earth today doesn't have much consumption power. It can even be said that there is no. Solin shook her head, not agreeing very much. They won't come in vain. The owners of the Earth do not have the ability to consume at present, but they can borrow money, and directly borrow money from the second-level civilization. If my guess is correct, they should bring intelligent robots, or bionics. You said, if these bionics or intelligent robots can be brought into the farm space, how crazy are the farm owners on Earth? A lot of speculators will probably go crazy. Hong Yi said. But, can intelligent robots from the outside world be brought into the farm space? Solin asked suspiciously. Okay. Because these robots must have come from the farm space of the second-level civilization. Commodities produced in the farm space can naturally be brought into the farm space. Hong Yi said very positively. Of course, these robots are defective, and occasional malfunctions are possible. However, for the rest of the planet, it is enough. Shall I buy some then? Solin asked. No, the tauren I gave you is enough. If it's not enough, I still have more. Keep your money. At that time, get some more fertile land. With the advent of the second-level civilization and my promotion, all farms will be upgraded soon. Hong Yi said. Your push. Solin was very curious. If my farm is upgraded too quickly, all farms on Earth will also be forced to upgrade. It's not a good thing. Joining interstellar farms, other farms on the Earth have no competitiveness at all. I can't create secondary products by myself, and can only be harvested by other civilizations. Hong Yi shook his head. Of course, it's not certain. I can only say that my farm is upgraded too fast, and there will be a certain probability that the global farm will be upgraded to a certain level. Before, he chatted with Bengzi a lot, and knew many rules and inside stories of the farm. With this information, Hong Yi can avoid a lot of trouble. Next, Hong Yi's eyes, his competition will no longer be on the Earth, but the entire interstellar, the entire universe. That's his big stage. It won't be long before the second-level civilization and the third-level civilization will be surpassed by him. The two chatted for a long time, and when it got dark, Hong Yi left. Solin was a little hesitant to speak. She seemed to want to make a decision, but she was too embarrassed to ask to stay. Hong Yi just smiled. He understood what Solin meant. However, he still has a lot to do. Hong Yi landed directly on Naga Island. The night after tomorrow is the time for the sacrifice of the Naga clan. Hong Yi wants to know more about the situation. Stayed one night on Naga Island. After dawn, Hong Yi explored the island again before choosing to leave. When I came back, I saw that the elves were already busy. In full swing. Hong Yi originally planned to plant secondary wheat varieties. However, he gave up. Because, he just confirmed a very important piece of information with Bengzi yesterday. Low-order soil cultivates high-order products, and the rewards are very generous. Many advanced civilizations are devoting themselves to such research. Using magic to grow ordinary wheat, it is very likely to be able to grow secondary wheat. Hong Yi naturally wants to give it a go, take a gamble. If it is really successful, then his strength will be skyrocketed. Call. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi intends to continue descending into the wild world. Even if you can't gain their trust, if you show up a few more times and stalk them a few more times, you can at least get acquainted. Hong Yi thought to himself. So he bought some more items. System, this time, is it still that village? Hong Yi asked. Yes, that is the initial place where the host descended. The system replied. Then send it. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi said, be careful, if that stone statue hits, take me back without my order. Just in case, Hong Yi confessed directly. Clear. The system responded, and then began to accumulate power. Not long after, Hong Yi disappeared directly. Boom! It was still airborne, and the movement was still a bit loud. However, where he came this time, there was a little girl sitting next to him. Such a coincidence! Hong Yi whispered secretly. He found that the little girl was looking at him, not frightened at all. He just secretly hid the small bowl of milk behind his back. Really cute. Chapter 64. Who are you? Why did you come to our village? With bright eyes shining, the little girl asked without any timidity. Hong Yi didn't answer, but looked at the strange stone statue in the distance with great vigilance. At this moment, the emerald green above the stone statue seems to rise at any moment. The dangerous breath made Hong Yi's body tense instinctively. What a scary world! With the power of the two dragons, it is impossible to face this ancient stone statue directly. Hong Yi thought to himself. The stone statue didn't intend to make a move yet, but the breath locked him, and he felt an endless crisis. If it is really shot, there is no systematic protection. It is estimated that I will be killed every minute and every second. Enemy attack. Brothers, copy guys. FK him to death. The young and middle-aged people in the village also saw Hong Yi, and rushed up immediately. However, when they saw the little girl by Hong Yi's side, their expressions suddenly sank, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Stop! At this moment, an old woman stood up and shouted loudly. Call! Hong Yi let out a slight breath. However, he backed away slowly, away from the little girl. Signal that you are harmless. Otherwise, at such a short distance, he could capture the little girl and threaten them. Little she, come here. Seeing Hong Yi take the initiative to retreat, the warriors in the village finally breathed a sigh of relief. This young man was here last time. Then mysteriously disappeared. His speed and the way he disappeared were so weird that even the mighty ancient spirits couldn't keep him. The little girl was so close to him, if he really made a move, captured the milk girl and took her away, they would have nothing to do. Patriarch Big Brother, and everyone uncle, this Big Brother is not a bad person. The little girl grinned, secretly drank the hot milk in the bowl, wiped the milk stains from the corner of her mouth, and then trotted back. Xiao Zioxi, I told you not to run around. Seeing that the little girl finally came back, the big men breathed a sigh of relief. One of the strong men couldn't help but grabbed the little girl and hugged her back. Biao uncle, I didn't run around, I was always in the village, why are you so unreasonable? The little girl bared her teeth and claws to break free from the man's iron-like palm, and said with all her strength. You could tell she was daring as hell. Young man, whoever comes is a guest. I don't feel your malice, come and sit down. The old woman spoke slowly. She should be the most prestigious person here, maybe the patriarch or something. Thank you. Hong Yi took a deep breath and was finally relieved. He knew that these people who lived in such a wild world certainly did not let go of their guard against him who visited them mysteriously many times. However, this is already a very good start. As long as there is no contradiction, as long as there is no conflict, there is no strong hostility towards him. That's good. In the future, it will develop slowly. I've seen you all. Walking straight up to them, Hong Yi bowed his hands and saluted. The big guys looked at each other. They who have been living in the village don't pay attention to etiquette. The way they greet others is only fists and knives, guns and sticks. You don't need to be too polite, we are all rough people, reckless people, and we have never walked out of the mountains in our lives. The old woman returned the salute slightly, and spoke slowly. She has been out and about before, and compared to other people, she is absolutely well informed. Seniors are polite. In my opinion, you are all dragons and tigers. Hong Yi shook his head. These people are powerful. Not to mention other things, their own blood energy alone is enough to tear tigers and leopards alive and fight fierce beasts. Little friend is too humble, you are the real dragon and tiger among people. Your blood is even more fierce than ancient times. The old woman looked at Hong Yi deeply. He couldn't perceive Hong Yi's realm and strength. However, she could feel a powerful force dormant in Hong Yi's body. The blood in Hong Yi's body felt oppressive to him. Coupled with Hong Yi's ability to appear and disappear, he is also extremely afraid. Biozi, go get some of my old wine. The patriarch said to one of the big men. Little friend, our small village is broken, and there is nothing to entertain, please don't get in the way. After explaining, the old woman said lightly. Hong Yi has extraordinary bearing, politeness, strength, and strange abilities. She guessed that such a person should not only come from the outside world, but also come from a big family. The only thing she couldn't see was Hong Yi's weird outfit and hair. In her impression, it seems that no other ethnic group dresses like this. She didn't even know what the purpose of this mysterious young man appeared in their village twice. This is what she is more concerned about and worried about. The old man is polite. Why don't you try the food and wine I brought? Presumably, you are also wondering why I appear here. Hong Yi smiled lightly. It's better to talk about it directly than anything else. As he spoke, Hong Yi waved his palm lightly. A large pile of secondary commodities appeared on the open space. With such a method, the old woman and everyone trembled slightly. What kind of technique is this? Chapter 65. This is. The old woman patriarch looked at the small pile of items in front of him and was surprised again. All the items are colorful and very delicate. Fruits of various shapes and colors exude some strange fragrances. It looks so delicious. Among them, there is a roast pig exuding heat and aroma. Gulu. As the aroma spread, Hong Yi heard the sound of a group of little kids swallowing their saliva in the distance. Take it as a meeting gift. Hong Yi took a deep breath and said slowly. These things, compared to this village, are precious, and they belong to some second-class grains. Buzz. Hong Yi waved his palm again. Hey, hey! 2 huge domestic pigs appeared in the village, fat. Each head weighs a full ton, humming docilely. I came last time and found that you all live by hunting. There is not much food left in the village. Although the terrain of your village is suitable for defense, if something unexpected happens, you will definitely be trapped. The meat of these 2 pigs is definitely not as good as the beasts outside. But the advantage is that they are gentle in character, breed fast, and are not picky eaters. As long as you feed them and raise them in captivity, there should be 20 or 30 piglets within a year. It only needs to be fed for a few years, and your village should have enough emergency food reserves. Also, these are wheat, corn, a kind of coarse grain. Contains a little energy. The environment here can be planted 3 seasons a year. In the astonishment of the old woman patriarch, Hong Yi began to introduce slowly, and at the same time pointed out some disadvantages of this village. Now this village has not come out of the real strong man, the stone statue can't move, and the whole existence is living a life of raw hair and blood. Hunting is not only a high-risk life, but in many cases, whether you can hunt food depends on luck. Every time a hunt is successful, young and middle-aged people return home with injuries, and sometimes it is normal to lose a few people. After all, they were facing all kinds of ferocious beasts. Hong Yi stopped supplying them with pig breeds and provided them with grain seeds, at least making them self-sufficient. Let them have an extra guarantee that they will not go hungry. For a moment, the old woman patriarch and all the warriors were faintly excited. The women in the distance were even more joyful. If it is true what Hong Yi said, then their men, their sons, will be less dangerous. There is enough room in the family, and they don't need to risk their lives when facing dangerous prey. Because even if they get nothing, they still have delicious meat when they go home. Don't believe me? Hong Yi asked with a smile. I just don't understand, we have no relatives and no reason, why do you help us? The old woman patriarch asked in a deep voice. What Hong Yi said, she was naturally incomparably moved. Apart from other things, what Hong Yi provided at least became a guarantee that they would not starve to death. Everything in the world is for profit. What I have drawn is nothing more than litsi. Hong Yi direct quotes. Without any conditional help, I am afraid that only the tauren will believe it. What are you drawing? In our back country? The old woman asked extremely vigilantly. Trade. I want to trade with you. These things just now are my introduction, just my meeting gift. Of course, if you are unwilling to trade with me, I will still give you these things. Hong Yi is very frank. I really can't think of anything here that we can trade with you. The old woman shook her head. Spirit grass. Miraculous fruit. The beast cub. Hong Yi took a deep breath and said slowly, these are all within the scope of the transaction. What is raising a dragon? Hong Yi wants to raise wild beasts. He wants to raise all kinds of beasts in Shanhai Jing. Don't you often drill into the ancient wasteland? If possible, you can help me pick some spiritual herbs, seedlings of strange fruits, and cubs of ferocious beasts. These are all within the range that can be traded with me. True skills are secondary. Of course, if you are willing to trade, I will buy them at a high price. It's all barter. More advanced items than these, I also have. Hong took a breath and expressed his thoughts. With the strength of Xiaowu, it is not difficult to obtain these. Asked the old woman. I have my problems too. The main thing is, I don't have time. Hong Yi shook his head. The old woman fell silent. She felt that Hong Yi's request and Hong Yi's attempt were too simple. You might as well try it first. I guess you guys are going to go hunting today too. If you have a chance to help me bring back some beast cubs, I will continue to show up tomorrow. You are wary, I can understand. However, I can tell you clearly that there is a big terror here, and I can't afford to provoke it. Hong Yi smiled and looked in the direction of the stone statue ancient spirit. Finally, he looked at the little girl named Xioxi, and took out a feeding bottle, which contained second-grade fresh milk. Here, I will use this bottle to drink milk from now on. Hong Yi left the bottle behind, and then the figure disappeared directly. Chapter 66. The Patriarch. The warriors of the village are still in shock when Hong Yi disappears again so mysteriously. Grandma Patriarch, can this meat be eaten? A group of little kids gathered around, looking at the golden roasted whole pig, swallowing their saliva. The roasted pigs from the farm space are absolutely delicious in color and flavor, and the energy will not be lost. What's more, this is still a second-tier commodity. That appearance made those big men salivate. Patriarch, let me try first. A big man pulled out a bone knife, scratched on the roast pig, and cut off a large piece. Wait! The old woman shouted, but the man ignored it and bit it off directly, stunned for a moment. Mouth full of fragrance. It smells so good. The deliciousness stimulated his taste buds. The next moment, he gobbled it up. A large piece of meat was eaten in a few bites. Looking at the oil stains on his hands, he couldn't help but lick them. A look of enjoyment. You foodie! The old woman drank lightly, a little hating that iron could not be made into steel. How about it? The rest asked anxiously. Looking at the way the big man eats, they know how fragrant and delicious it is. Delicious. Too delicious. I've never had such good food. I have no regrets in this life. The big man who ate meat murmured softly. With an aftertaste on his face, he stared at the delicious roast pig again. I'm not asking about your taste, but asking if there's anything wrong with this meat. The rest said helplessly. No problem. There is a magical energy, although it is not much, but it is really pure, without any impurities. It was directly absorbed by me. It can be said that this is a treasure of heaven and earth. The big man said slowly, if these two pigs are also of this breed, then they will be the next treasure we cultivate, a steady stream of treasures. Really? Really? The rest of the people couldn't be more excited. Yes. This is an absolutely rare treasure. The patriarch of the old woman withdrew her hand that was shining with runes from the roast pig, and spoke slowly. Although his voice was calm, it trembled a little. Obviously, his heart is also excited. Biozi, share these barbecues, fruits, and this white food. One per person. The old woman patriarch ordered. Patriarch, are you sure you don't need to check everything? Biozi asked. No need. When we talked just now, I felt his sincerity. Also, a person who can obtain so many kinds of natural treasures, who is powerful and has strange abilities, there is no need to play tricks on these natural treasures. It seems that we have a bit of a villain's heart to judge a gentleman's belly. The old woman patriarch shook his head. You can't be careless, after all, this is related to our family. Besides, such a strong person needs spiritual grass, and the cub of a fierce beast is not easy. Biozi shook his head. As he said, maybe he has his difficulties, maybe there are other reasons. However, you have a point. You divide up the roast pig first, I'll check these later. The old woman patriarch said with a smile. Then continue to check with runes. Several big men yelled, picked up the huge roast pig, took it aside, and began to divide it into pieces. Confirmed safe food, men, women, and children, everyone has a share. These are all divided up. After the old patriarch finished speaking, he picked up a fruit at random and took a bite. Sweet, delicious, and a strong floral fragrance spread in her mouth, accompanied by a stream of pure energy, which was directly and completely absorbed by her. The most precious thing is this ray of energy. Without any impurities. Grandma Patriarch, I want fresh milk. Seeing that everyone was eating so deliciously, Zioxy came to the Patriarch and said with a smile. Okay. This is yours. The Patriarch of the old woman handed the milk bottle full of fresh milk to the little milk baby, and picked up a bottle of wine himself. Eyes, full of excitement. Biozi. After eating, go out to hunt. The main goal this time is to catch 1 or 2 cubs of the beast. The old woman Patriarch directly announced the decision. Biozi has already been immersed in the food. Too delicious. So beautiful. I have never eaten such delicious food, and I feel that this life is worthwhile. Everyone is full of praise. So amazing. Is the mysterious energy you are talking about the warm current that we can absorb, and I feel that my strength has increased. Yes, I feel the same way. The women were also discussing excitedly. Little guy, eat my share. The men passed their food to their children. This is a treasure of heaven and earth, if they absorb more pure energy, their foundation will be better. Thank you, Dad. The little ones naturally welcome everyone. Because it's so delicious. Who are you trying to help us? The old woman Patriarch murmured softly. He knows what these mean. Although the energy is not much, it is superior in its purity and can be absorbed independently. The whole village has been eating these for generations for a long time, how powerful and terrifying the future of their family will be. Chapter 67. The stone statue in the distance was completely silent. I don't know if it was shocking or not. It's only been a day since Hong Yi came here last time. However, the difference between Hong Yi before and after is enough to describe it as a difference between heaven and earth. Without any training, he has the power of 2 dragons, 4 tigers, and 9 bulls. It is difficult to find a few such terrifying physical foundations in the whole world. When Hong Yi embarks on the road of cultivation, how terrifying and powerful he will be. Buzz. It was already noon when Hong Yi came back. However, Hong Yi only took a break before he set off again, leaving his farm space. This time, his goal was Naga Island. Tonight is the day for the Naga clan to worship the gods. Tonight, we must wipe out the Naga clan. Landing directly in front of the Naga statue, Hong Yi murmured softly. Breeding Naga is likely to bring him rich rewards. Even if the Naga can't bring him rewards, he can let the Naga catch the mermaid. Naga is not a fish, but a mermaid is definitely a fish. Moreover, the mermaid should be the top ornamental fish. Or magical ornamental fish. How will the farm space be judged? What kind of reward will be given to him? The deep lake fish pond that the farm space rewarded him had been left unused for too long. Time to stock up. This Naga statue is really too real. Every time I show up, I always feel like it's watching me. Hong Yi murmured as he looked at the lifelike god statue with its deep eyes. This well is the only key. Several nights of observation. Hong Yi got a very definite message. That is, the Naga clan will drink the well water in this well before offering sacrifices, and use the well water to wash it. This is their cleansing preparation before offering sacrifices. Therefore, Hong Yi's preparation is also very simple. Fortunately, the secondary product is open. Otherwise, it is estimated that there is really no way to bring down the high-ranking Naga. Hong Yi felt a little lucky. He had the good fortune to meet the high-priced Naga. With a height of more than 10 to 20 meters, plus the tail of the snake, it is an absolute colossus. It doesn't matter if it's big. The point is that they also have powerful magic. The strength is tyrannical, and it is impossible for ordinary sleeping pills to make them drowsy. However, a secondary sleeping pill should be fine, as long as the dose is enough. Afterwards, Hong Yi took out a lot of bottles and jars, disassembled them all, and poured all of them into the well water. Bringing all the sleeping potions into the well, Hong Yi put away all the bottles and jars. Afterwards, he began to erase all his marks. Quietly left. However, he did not return to farm space. Instead, he hid in a hiding place he found that was very suitable for invisibility. It is far away from the statue, but it can be observed here. Moreover, it is difficult to be found. After hiding, Hong Yi fell silent. Now, he does nothing but play a patient hunter. Moreover, he took out some ice cubes from time to time to cool down himself and the surrounding environment. Naga belongs to the snake-like monsters. Like snakes, they have a super heat-sensing ability. With Hong Yi's exuberant blood, if he stays in one place long enough, this place will definitely be like a furnace in the eyes of Naga. As time slowly passed, the sun began to sink to the sea level. On the island, dense fog rose, and it seemed to be thicker than usual. Boom! When the whole island fell into darkness, the bright moon rose. The sea was churning. Roar! A majestic roar resounded. A huge black shadow sprang out from the sea. What emerged from the sea was a woman. Perfect figure, exquisite face. A head of blonde hair, more than 10 meters long, hanging down to his waist. She is too tall. Like a female titan standing in the sea. With 6 arms, the palms seem to be pinching. Wearing a golden crown. If nothing else, this should be Queen Naga. The strongest of the Naga clan. Boom! Boom! With the roar of Queen Naga, all the Naga clan on the bottom of the sea jumped out of the water. Each woman has an exquisite face, but all of them have 6 arms. Heights vary, 20 meters, more than 10 meters, several meters, and even the same height as normal humans. The tallest one is undoubtedly the Naga Empress. The stronger the strength, the bigger the size of the Naga clan. This is the same as World of Warcraft. Soon, more than 1,000 Naga appeared on the screen. Vary in size. Roar! With another low growl, all the Naga followed Queen Naga and swam to the shore. When they landed, the lower half of their bodies were long snake tails. As they landed, the vegetation collapsed one after another, being directly crushed by the gleaming scales beneath them. The sacrifice of the Naga clan has begun. Whether it can be done or not depends on it. Hong Yi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Naga is too much. All of them are masters of water magic. If they really want to fight, Hong Yi can't guarantee how many Naga he can capture. Chapter 68. Purification. Soon, all the Naga came to the statue of the Naga. The densely packed Naga, especially those of extremely large size, completely occupied the land in front of the statue. In front of the statue, there are piles of crystals, pearls, gems, and so on. If these things were placed before the old order of the earth, they would definitely be endless wealth. Unfortunately, with the advent of the farm era, gold coins have become a common currency, so pearls and gems are not very valuable at all. OM! Empress Naga shouted, and then raised her palm. The well water in the mouth of the well rose up under the manipulation of magic and turned into water jets. All the Naga slowly swam under the water column and let the water column slowly pour on their bodies. Gilu, gilu. When the water column was washing the sea water on their bodies, they directly opened their mouths and drank the well water. Drink. Drink. Tonight, you will have a very good sleep. Seeing the Naga drinking water, Hong Yi murmured softly. Ordinary sleep would definitely not be able to make these Naga sleep, but the power of the second-level sleep is much stronger. What's more, Hong Yi also added a lot of ingredients. In order to buy these, Hong Yi spent more than 200,000 gold coins. For these Naga, Hong Yi was really willing to spend a lot of money. Now, seeing that all the Nagas have taken the holy water for sleeping, Hong Yi is finally relieved. Moreover, he found that the bigger the Naga was, the more holy water he took for sleeping. It lasted for almost half an hour, and the cleansing was finally over. Bring up the sacrifice. After the cleansing was over, Empress Naga shouted fiercely. Boom! A scepter on the arm hit the ground fiercely. Boom! I saw 3 huge water columns rising from the sea. An iron cage is held above each water column. In each iron cage, a living being is imprisoned. A creature with a human body and a fishtail. Mermaid. FK, the mermaid has become a sacrifice of the Naga clan. Is this a living sacrifice? FK, what a surprise! The moment he saw the mermaid, Hong Yi was shocked, then ecstatic. The mermaid is here. Fighting against Naga, Hong Yi will also save these mermaids, and then take them back and raise them in his own lake. Naga. Are you going to fight? You actually want to treat us as sacrifices? Inside the iron cage, the mermaid was roaring crazily and at the same time extremely terrified. However, no one from the Naga clan responded to them, but began to pray devoutly. From the looks of it, it seems that Goddess Naga is about to be summoned. Madman! It's so cruel! Hong Yi shook his head. However, from the beginning to the present, it has been more than half an hour since the Naga clan drank the water from the sleeping well. The second level of sleep and anesthesia should almost work. Boom! The 3 iron cages fell heavily in front of the statue of Naga. At this time, following the prayers of the Naga clan, the idol was faintly glowing. Is there really a god? Hong Yi murmured softly. But don't call God out. Otherwise, his plan may be in vain. Crack! Empress Naga came to the iron cage with a pious expression on her face, and opened the iron cage with a light wave of her palm. At the same time, an extremely sharp dagger appeared in her hand. The sacrifice is about to begin. However, at this moment, those smaller Naga were already drowsy, completely out of control, and all lay down on the ground. Who is destroying our family's sacrifice? Empress Naga's face darkened suddenly when she saw that her people were sleepy and unable to move. However, more and more Naga began to fall asleep and fell down. Buzz! Without Naga's prayers, the originally glowing statues began to dim. Call! It finally worked. Secondary product, really awesome. However, these Naga have lasted too long. If it was an elephant, it would have fallen asleep in seconds. Seeing that it worked, Hong Yi was completely relieved. Get out! Empress Naga roared, her eyes fixed on Hong Yi's direction. With a violent wave of the palm, countless water arrows whizzed through the fighting space, enveloping Hong Yi. Boom! Hong Yi didn't hide anymore, he casually summoned a knife, and slammed it in front of him, shattering all the water arrows approaching him. Humanity! Damn you! Empress Naga growled. Destroy our family's worship. You deserve to be sacrificed alive. At this moment, there are only a few Naga who are more than 10 or 20 meters tall. However, the sleep and anesthesia at this time also had the strongest effect. 3, 2, 1. Hong Yi came out, but counted slowly. Boom! Boom! Several Naga who were more than 10 meters away crashed down. Completely lost consciousness. Damn human, what have you done to us? Empress Naga growled. At this moment, she also felt a strong sleepiness, and she persisted with her perseverance. However, she found that her body began to go numb and she couldn't control it. Go to sleep. Wake up after sleeping, everything will be fine. Hong Yi smiled lightly. Empress Naga found that Hong Yi jumped onto her shoulders. Boom! She still wanted to say something, and felt a fist hit her head. Although, his eyes turned dark, and he fell down directly. Thank you for saving us, respected human warrior. Seeing their salvation, the 3 mermaids thanked them gratefully. The Naga clan has summoned the god of Naga. It is no longer safe here. I will take you away. Hong Yi said hastily, he felt the light of the god statue gushing out forcibly. So, the voice just fell. Hong Yi contacted the system. Buzz! The system is naturally very powerful, directly helping Hong Yi to activate the system space, and bring the mermaid and all the Naga into the system space. Buzz! The next moment, Hong Yi disappeared directly. Damn humans! Damn heresy, ruin my plan! Just as Hong Yi left, the statue twisted slightly, and a light and shadow roared within it. Ha ha! Unexpected joy, perfect harvest! Back in his own farm space, Hong Yi couldn't help laughing. Mermaid, let me see what rewards you can bring me. Hong Yi laughed loudly, and immediately rushed towards the lake. His own fish pond has been on hold for too long, and he can't wait. But from the current point of view, these days of shelving are totally worth it. Snapped. Coming to the side of the lake, Hong Yi directly summoned the 3 mermaids and threw them into the lake. This is where. Back in the water again, the 3 mermaids felt alive and free again. However, he soon discovered that this was not the ocean, so he couldn't help asking curiously. Goddess Naga is chasing us, so I will temporarily find a place for you to live. Hong Yi lied. Thank you, human. We will repay you. The 3 mermaids said gratefully. When? Announcement of the 2nd level civilization in the whole universe. At this moment, the announcement sounded. Not only all the Earth farms heard it, but also the secondary farm owners in the universe heard it. FK, the universe announcement. Hong Yi was secretly surprised. Chapter 69. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm for successfully breeding 2nd level super top ornamental fish. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the farm with the Earth number 8888, who has won a reward of 50,000 mu of fertile land. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the 2nd level fertile land award of 1,000 acres. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 100,000 mu of fish pond. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the reward of 50,000 mu of 2nd level fish ponds. Rewards, it seems a little crazy, all universe announcement. Rumble. The entire farm space is changing dramatically. Both the 1st level space and the 2nd level space are undergoing tremendous changes. There was a rumbling explosion. The fertile land continued to expand crazily, becoming 260,000 mu. The 2nd level fertile land in the 2nd space has become 1,100 mu. This is fertile land. The lake where the 3 mermaids are located has expanded again, becoming 150,000 mu, and it has become even deeper. The sudden change frightened the 3 mermaids. At the same time, a lake of 50,000 mu was directly opened up in the secondary farm space. There are so many fields, I feel like I'm too busy. Hong Yi murmured. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won 1,000,000 gold coins reward. Another gold coin reward. It seems that Hong Yi's current income is all obtained from rewards. However, based on the reward income alone, it is already unknown how many farm owners have been beaten. Wow! The sound of gold coins colliding could be heard throughout the small vault. It is estimated that the Golden House will be expanded in a short time. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the farm with the Earth number 8888, for being rewarded with the power of a dragon. Power rewards, and power rewards. Hong Yi felt as if his body had been blasted, and terrifying power flowed from his body. He felt his strength rushing like a tide. So powerful. It was so powerful that he couldn't vent it, and his physical body seemed to be unable to bear this terrifying power. Click. Click. The baptism, the mysterious power was baptizing his body frantically, otherwise his body would not be able to bear such a terrifying force. So strong. It feels like my physical body can easily withstand the saturation attack of missiles. Hong Yi murmured, extremely excited. The 1 dragon reward I got before is all because I planted the extraordinary tree of life. Mermaids are only a 2nd level species. Normally, they shouldn't reward me with a dragon's calendar, right? Is it a super top attribute? It should be. In terms of ornamental quality, among all the fish, there shouldn't be a single species that can compare with mermaids, right? Absolute wisdom, and mighty magic. Which fish is as good as a mermaid? Hong Yi murmured. He felt that it was all worth it. The rewards brought by the mermaid have completely exceeded his expectations. After I get acquainted with the small village and practice their world's method, based on the power of my 3 dragons, it will definitely be invincible at the same level, absolutely in seconds. Hong Yi murmured. These powers are rewarded to him by the farm space, and he must find a way to completely transform these powers into his own power. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has received the reward for the early opening of the ranch. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 100,000 mu of ranch. The last reward prompt sounded, causing Hong Yi's body to tremble slightly. Boom! Boom! The farm that had just stopped was expanded and developed again. An incomparably vast pasture appeared out of thin air. Ha ha! The pasture has been opened up, and finally the giants can be herded. Hong Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. In the system space, there are 3 giant dragons. He was just waiting for the ranch to show up. Now, I can finally get my wish. Shepherding the dragon must also be rewarded. Besides, what are giant dragons? I want to raise fierce beasts. As long as the small village accepts my gift, there's no reason why it won't find a beast cub to trade with me. Hong Yi was ecstatic in his heart. It can be said that the opening of the ranch will bring him huge benefits. Benefits are secondary, rewards are primary. Soon, the ranch was opened up. The baptism of Hong Yi's body is also over. At this moment, just standing there, he is like a mountain that cannot be climbed, giving people a great sense of oppression. Are you kidding me? The owner of the first level civilization can actually cultivate a super top audience. At this moment, the other owners of the universe are also in absolute shock. There is no such thing as top ornamental fish in the universe. However, the top level ornamental fish are all cultivated by the owners of higher civilizations, and they are extremely expensive, because, these are all played by the local tyrants of the universe. Not cultivated. There is no hint of cultivation in the notice, it's just a successful breeding. Could it be that this low-level Earth civilization already has such super top ornamental fish? Combined with the previous life attribute wood, it seems that this planet has many magical species and wealth. But, why only the owner with this number found these? It's a pity, I missed the quota directly leading to the Earth. I knew that I should have won the quota regardless of everything. The universe is shaking. In a first-level civilization, incredible species and items appear frequently. Therefore, many cosmic field owners believe that the civilization of the Earth is extremely low and the planet is very primitive. Even without the tools of exploration, the owners of the Earth do not have the ability to discover all kinds of amazing species. And the owner of the Earth's mysterious field is the lucky one. Gain an advantage at the beginning, and have the strength to explore many areas. Thus, the entire universe came to a shocking conclusion: the Earth is a treasure mine planet, full of wealth. For a time, the civilization of the Earth and the universe became very popular in the eyes of all the field owners. Many field owners are ready to move, planning to take a spaceship and head to Earth. On this treasure planet, pan for gold. Call. Start shepherding the dragon. After that, there's NA. Hong Yi is completely unaware that he has caused the turmoil in the universe, making the Earth completely appear in the vision of the life in the universe. Now, he is walking towards the pasture in the distance. Going to raise a dragon. The 100,000-acre pasture is surrounded by huge walls. I'm afraid this giant dragon is not beautiful. Hong Yi murmured, then opened the iron gate and stepped into the pasture. Wow! When Hong Yi called out the giant dragon, the chains on his body wowed. The 3 giant dragons looked at Hong Yi in horror. Chapter 70. Humanity. Seeing Hong Yi, the 3 giant dragons roared. Set the rules for you. First, you can't take human form from now on. Second, don't step out of the fence here. Third, don't change the lock. 3 rules: if you violate any one, you will be eunuch directly, and you will become eunuchs directly. Hong Yi said lightly. The 3 giant dragons trembled in fright. Humanity. What do you really want? Among them, the blue dragon took a deep breath and asked Hong Yi. Don't ask me what I want, just stay with me honestly, otherwise I don't mind feeding you to other beasts. Hong Yi smiled coldly. He was wondering if he should find an opportunity to sell these giant dragons. When? At this moment, the cosmic announcement sounded again. All 013 second level farm spaces have received prompts. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm for successfully raising the dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 50,000 mu of fertile land. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the second level fertile land award of 1,000 acres. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 100,000 mu of fish pond. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the reward of 50,000 mu of second level fish ponds. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the award of 100,000 mu of second level ranch. Boom! Expansion. The farm space expanded wildly. Ordinary fertile land became 310,000 mu, second-class fertile land became 2,100 mu. Ordinary fish ponds, 200,000 mu, secondary fish ponds, 100,000 mu. The ranch is 200,000 mu. Plus 200,000 mu of forest farms. Now Hong Yi's farm has an area of more than 1 million mu. For many people, this is really crazy. Crazy. The mysterious farm owner has started raising dragons. Oh my god, as expected, the dragon knight who was exposed is really the owner of the mysterious field. Who the hell is he? The ability to plant so much land in such a short period of time depends on the giant dragon. Where the hell is he from? Everyone on Earth thinks this world is too crazy. The mysterious field owner is crazy. Giant dragon? What kind of species? It can bring so many rewards to this mysterious field owner. Where is the Earth? Find the coordinates and set sail now. This treasure mine planet cannot be developed by this mysterious owner alone. My god, so many magical species have been born in a mere first-level civilization. This is an absolute treasure planet. Ask for the coordinates, let's form a team and go to the treasure mine planet. Form a team, please bring. With so many magical species, I'm afraid they can kill the mysterious field owner. I'm going to share some. Continuing like this, I am afraid that the farm space of the mysterious farm owner will be upgraded to the third level before us. The entire universe is boiling. Everyone is jealous. Hong Yi is the only farm owner on Earth with a secondary farm. It is not difficult for them to deduce that the civilization level of the Earth is extremely low, at least it has not yet reached the second level of civilization. The experienced ones guessed based on their own experience that Hong Yi should be lucky. He transplanted some magical species on the Earth with great luck, won rewards, took the lead in leading all the owners of the Earth, and monopolized all the resources of the Earth. According to their experience and speculation, there must be endless magical resources, secondary resources, and even tertiary resources on the Earth. And Hong Yi will monopolize these resources alone. The man is jealous and jealous. Therefore, many people do not hesitate to buy a super spaceship, but also form a team to cross the Earth to develop resources. With absolute technology, they can extract the miraculous genes of the species, and then cultivate more perfect species on their own farms. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 1 million gold coins. The second reward is the reward of gold coins. The entire vault was buzzing. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the farm with the Earth number 8888, for being rewarded with the power of a dragon. Another dragon reward. Boom! Hong Yi's body directly exploded. That's because the sudden surge of power caused it to shake. At that moment, the air around Hong Yi was compressed by an invisible force. Crack! The power was too strong, and Hong Yi's body was directly cracked because he couldn't bear such a terrifying power. However, he was quickly restored by his powerful vitality and self-healing ability. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Strengthening of physical autonomy. Strengthen, strengthen, strengthen again. Crazy strengthening. Call. Hong Yi felt a little pain. The power of 4 dragons. To be precise, it is already the power of 4 dragons, 4 tigers, and 9 oxen. Hong Yi felt that he was really too strong. Shepherding the giant dragon actually brought me a reward for my strength. Is it because I shepherd a giant dragon? Hong Yi murmured, he felt incredible. Always a reward for strength. Where will the limit be? Kowloon. Hong Yi couldn't help muttering. At this moment, his weight and the density of his physical body are no longer comparable to mortal bodies. He estimated that his own bones were heavier and harder than fine steel. Now, when he punched down, the steel plate tens of centimeters thick would be pierced directly. Call. I don't know how long it took before he perfectly accepted this incomparably powerful force. At this moment, the 3 giant dragons in front of him were trembling, looking at Hong Yi in horror. Because, the aura emanating from Hong Yi's body was really too strong for them. Like a big mountain, pressing on top of their heads. Buzz! In the distance, 2 giant dragons are coming across. Isira and Ivia felt the aura of the same race, rushed over at 0.1 for the first time, and finally turned into human form and landed beside Hong Yi. Ha! You 3 guys, you deserve it. Wei naturally recognized the 3 giant dragons immediately, and couldn't help laughing. Husband, what's going on? Isira asked curiously. Haha, these 3 guys sensed the contract between you on my knight. Without saying a word, they stepped forward to tear my knight apart. As a result, they deserve to be suppressed. Evia explained. Sure enough, none of the male dragons are good things. When Isira heard it, she immediately understood what was going on, and said with a sneer. She is not sympathetic. Because she knew that if Hong Yi wasn't strong enough, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. She knew that these giant dragons were definitely not just talking casually. Chapter 71. Avia. Help us! Please save us! Seeing Iwaya, the 3-headed dragon was extremely excited, and begged quickly. Humph! It seems that you haven't given up on luck. Hong Yi smiled coldly, and tugged at the chain in his hand. Roar! Roar! The 3 giant dragons were screaming, their bodies were shaking in pain, and the dragons were crying. One more rule, if you dare to ask anyone for help, I will also turn you into eunuchs. Hong Yi sneered. Forgive me, master. Don't dare, don't dare. The 3-headed dragon trembled. Hong Yi's strength, as well as Hong Yi's means, made them fear from the bottom of their hearts. Isira and Avia suddenly felt a chill. I feel a slight pain in my nose. Too ruthless. Isira, you don't mind? Hong Yi asked. Don't you have an old saying, it's called marrying a chicken and following the chicken, marrying a dog and following the dog? Of course I don't mind 24. It's just that our farm has too many fields, and it feels a bit overwhelming. Isira said with a wry smile. Let these 3-headed dragons assist you. 1 earth dragon, 1 water dragon, and 1 wind dragon, just right. Of course, their food can be guaranteed, but the chains must always be kept. Hong Yi confessed. Of course can. However, let the elves take care of them. Manipulating them, I feel a little awkward. Isira shook her head. I can. I won't be awkward. If they dare to be lazy, I will slap them to death. Hey! Iwaya smiled, with a fierce expression. Finally, I can take revenge. These 3 evil dragons had harassed her for half a year, causing her to fly around and not have a good rest. Okay, then let you come. Hong Yi smiled and nodded. I feel somewhat proud of myself. Most of the land cultivated by others is oxen and horses, and it is best to have iron oxen. Hong Yi here, directly use the dragon. My knight, I just saw that there is a super huge plow in the mall, do you want to buy too? Evia asked with interest. Let the dragon pull the plow. Isn't it too wasteful? You can figure it out. Hong Yi was speechless, this silver dragon was even more ruthless than him. Moreover, it is absolutely necessary to retaliate. If you offend her, her revenge is really a bit ruthless. Hong Yi must want the dragon to work. The point is, it is really a bit wasteful to let the dragon pull the plow. My knight, you forgot that level 2 soil has magic resistance. Also, among these 3 guys, there is only one earth dragon, and the rest of the wind dragon and water dragon are just letting them perform some magic, which is really a waste of their brute force. Evia suggested. If you don't tell me, I've already forgotten about it. Indeed, second level soil does have anti-magic properties. In that case, let this wind dragon and this water dragon plow the ground. 2,100 acres. Hong Yi patted his forehead lightly. Such an important matter, unexpectedly. Master. Isn't this too much? It's too embarrassing for us to plow the field. The wind dragon and the water dragon want to cry but have no tears. In my heart, I hated Ivia to death. This silver dragon is too ruthless. Isn't it just to harass you for half a year? We are of the same family, it's okay if you don't want to save them now, but you still come up with such a bad idea and let them plow the land? Isn't this trampling on the dignity of the dragon clan? Isn't this trampling on the arrogance of the dragon clan? Doesn't this silver dragon have any sense of honor and disgrace like a giant dragon? They are angry in their hearts, but they dare not show it at all. Because, this human man is too terrifying. Moreover, this person is definitely not a kind person. Just because he pierced their noses without hesitation and raised them as livestock. Without further ado. If you don't work, do you want to live and eat here for nothing? Hong Yi sneered, work hard, maybe one day I will be in a better mood and I will reduce your sentence. Yes, master. As soon as they heard that the sentence could be reduced, the three-headed dragon suddenly felt hopeful. Anyway, their giant dragon family has an extremely long life. Hee. Hong Yi sneered. When the sentences are commuted, that's when they are sold. At that time, if they are lucky, they may be bought by good owners, and they can regain their freedom and even lead a better life. Therefore, everything can only depend on their luck. ##. Catherine came over, followed by Queen Ash and Queen Betty. When the two queens saw the 3 giant dragons in the pasture, they couldn't help but glanced at each other. This seems to be too harsh. Putting a chain on the nose of the dragon, is this treating the dragon as a cow and a horse? It seems that this field owner is also absolutely ruthless. They immediately felt extremely fortunate, because they had gained the kindness of the field owner from the very beginning. Catherine, it's just in time for you to come. From now on, this earth dragon will be handed over to you for command and management. It will take over Isira's job, mainly to make it dig the ground. Isira, I can just assist in the future, she is too tired during this time. Hong Yi said with a smile. No problem. Catherine said with a smile. As for why Hong Yi is interested in these giant dragons, although she is a little curious, she will not ask. Because she knows that Hong Yi is always a kind person. This is true for the elves, and it is also true for the firstborn family. Ivia, take the blue and green dragons to the second floor first, and I'll go to the mall to buy 2 plows. Hong Yi said with a smile. Just do it, Hong Yi also wants to know the speed and power of the giant dragon plowing the ground. Okay. Evia said excitedly. Afterwards, holding the chain, the 2 dragons trembled in fright, and they followed directly without Avia's opening. Crying secretly in their hearts, they prayed in their hearts for Iwaya to be merciful, and not to take the opportunity to do evil. Queen Betty, I can't hold 2 plows by myself, are you interested? Iwaya said with a smile to Queen Betty. Queen Betty's dark attribute, she appreciates it more. Okay. Queen Betty smiled jokingly. She knew that these 3 giant dragons must have offended the field owner. Now that he offended the field owner, it would be fun. Queen Betty's playful sneer gave the 2 dragons a bad feeling. Tulong, come out and work. Catherine said lightly. Okay, mistress. Looking at the expressions of the green dragon and the blue dragon, the earth dragon felt extremely happy for a while. Although he still has to work, at least he doesn't have to worry so much. Chapter 72. Isn't this iron plow really too big? When I came to the shopping mall, I looked at a huge iron plow projection projected on the screen. Hong Yi couldn't help thinking secretly. Iron plows of this level should be dedicated to the titans, right? Does the farm owner also have a titan? Maybe. The universe is so vast and huge. There are countless life planets, and it is very normal for there to be huge life forms. The iron plow is several meters high. The huge plow shovel is a full 2 or 3 meters long. There are 2 wheels next to it, and after the plow and shovel, there is also rolling iron fertilizer. This is a versatile iron plow. Although it is a manual version. However, this is not a secondary commodity, it is just an ordinary primary commodity. The price is not expensive. Hong Yi purchased 2 directly. Subsequently, some reins were purchased. The original reins were too thin to fit on the dragon. The heavy and huge iron plow became as light as a feather in Hong Yi's hands. When Hong Yi carried 2 iron plows to the farm space on the 2nd floor, he found 2 giant dragons lying on the ground trembling. When he saw Hong Yi coming, he also saw a life-saving straw. "Master, we are willing to work, we will never run away, and we will absolutely obey all arrangements. Master, please don't let your dragon ride torture us." The 2 giant dragons begged bitterly. "It's no use begging me. Compared to offending me, you have offended Ivy for half a year. You just ask her." Hong Yi said lightly, "However, I think that if you work hard, Ai Weiya will not be cruel to you." We must. The 2 giant dragons quickly agreed. Hong Yi directly put the iron plow on the ground, and the plow shovel inserted itself into the soil. "Master, our own come." Seeing Hong Yi lift up the shackles, the 2 giant dragons quickly fawned over them, took the shackles by themselves, and helped each other to put on each other. "Then what are you doing on your own initiative? My steel whip isn't ready yet." Ai Weiya said in great disappointment. The 2 giant dragons trembled in fright. "Sure enough, the devil has his own grind." Hong Yi smiled lightly. He felt that the dragon was more afraid of Ivy than him these 2 days. No wonder the sage said, "Only villains and women are hard to teach." Hong Yi shook his head. "Get up and work. Drive." There is also a leather car on the iron plow. After sitting on it, Ai Weiya shook the iron chain violently and shouted. "Roar! Grandma, please don't pull the iron chain." The green dragon roared in pain, and its wings soared up and down. Boom! The iron plow was pulled instantly, and it flew out like a cannonball. Like a train running at high speed, the speed is really terrifying. As the wheels rolled, the 3-meter plow shovel turned up a huge gully on the ground as if there was no resistance. The rotating iron rake, like a high-speed reaping machine, crazily crushed the tumbling land. The splashed land was more than 10 meters high. In a blink of an eye, 2 giant dragons have appeared in the distance. "Ha ha! Drive!" Ai Weiya Zhang Yang's laughter resounded throughout the farm. "Damn it, the dragon plowing the ground is awesome." The picture was too exaggerated, Hong Yi couldn't help but be speechless. "No, this picture must be recorded and uploaded to the Universe Forum. Promote the dragon well first, so that you can sell it for a good price in the future. Besides, with such a majestic picture, maybe some local tyrants may give me some rewards after seeing it, just a golden crystal." Hong Yi chuckled, took out his phone, and started to follow the camera. After recording for a while, Hong Yi left the 2nd floor. Came to ordinary fertile land. At this moment, the earth dragon also began to plow the ground. He is luckier, because he knows earth magic, and he is very efficient in plowing ordinary fertile fields. Roar! After chanting the earth-type dragon language magic, the giant dragon's giant claws ruthlessly pressed down on the ground. Being arranged on the 1st floor, at least she doesn't have to face Ai Via. Boom! As if thousands of bombs exploded on the ground, countless areas of land were directly blasted, and dust splashed everywhere. The fertile land instantly became incomparably soft. Roar! In order to make a good impression, especially when seeing Hong Yi coming, Earth Dragon had just released a dragon language magic, and then quickly released a super magic, and the ground was blown up again. "Okay. Yes, work hard and give you extra meals tonight." Putting away the phone, Hong Yi cheered Tilong up. When there is time, Hong Yi plans to edit these videos, add some passionate music, and post them on the Universe Forum. At this time, Hong Yi had time to walk towards the lake. At this moment, the three mermaids in the lake are swimming freely. Their bodies are incomparably perfect. The human body and fish tail can be perfectly inlaid together, showing a perfect arc. The golden scales indicate that even if they are among the mermaids, their blood should be more noble. Beautiful face, unusually attractive. No wonder, there are always various transmissions of sailors being lured by mermaids. If you don't look at the fish tail, they can definitely be called the beauties of the characters. When you are a human being, you have to be bolder. Maybe it's the mermaid. Seeing Hong Yi approaching, the three mermaids swam directly to the shore, lying on the lake shore, showing their perfection. The mighty human warrior, come down to play in the water. The mermaids were very bold, and directly extended an invitation to Hong Yi with a smile, and one of them gently spat the waste water at Hong Yi. I cannot swim. Hong Yi shook his head and said with a smile. Cannot swim? We can teach you. Hello Wang Zhao, the mermaid said with a smile, incomparably enthusiastic. This is not sea water, are you still used to it? Hong Yi asked with concern. He was really worried that the mermaid would not adapt to fresh water. If he got sick or something, it would be bad for the farm to give him a bad review. Very comfortable, more comfortable than in the ocean. Human warriors, if not, you can leave us here, we are willing to serve you here, in order to repay your life-saving grace. The mermaid looked at Hong Yi fervently. Hi! Hong Yi was taken aback for a moment, but when he saw the mermaid's gaze occasionally drifting towards the ancient tree of life covering the sky and earth in the distance, he suddenly realized something. If you want to stay, it should be because there is an ancient tree of life here. The vitality released by the ancient tree of life is estimated to have seeped into the lake. Okay. If you want to stay, stay. Hong Yi naturally readily agreed. Originally, he had no intention of sending them away. Chapter 73. Thank you for taking in the human warriors. Come down, we'll give you an underwater massage. Seeing that their request was granted, the three mermaids suddenly laughed. In the lake, has the life force of the ancient tree of life already seeped into it? Hong Yi asked with a smile. Yeah, you found out. Yes. So, living here is much more comfortable than living on the bottom of the sea. Living here for a long time, we can not only extend our lives, but also improve our practice more easily. Finding that her thoughts had been seen through, the mermaid explained with some embarrassment, and also confessed her thoughts by the way. However, it is true that we serve the young master. After all, if there is no sun to save us, we will really become the sacrifices of the Naga clan. Theoretically, if the young master saved us, we are the young master's people. The mermaid blushed and said. Lotus. Hearing what they said, Hong Yi almost choked on his own saliva. It is right to save you. Let's not talk about this for now, you can continue to practice, I will go to other things. Hong Yi responded lightly, and then seemed to be a little bit desperate and fled. Naga and the Beauty 910 have a feud. In addition, Queen Naga and other high-ranking Naga, seeing that I destroyed their ritual, probably hated me to death. So, the Naga clan should not be able to raise them here, and they can only be raised in a secondary lake. Not surprisingly, the water quality of the secondary lake must also contain energy, which is considered cheap for them. Hong Yi murmured. Ding, ding. At this moment, a reminder that the friend disappeared came from the mobile phone. You are really hiding something, Hong Yi. Are you monopolizing the magical resources and species of the entire primordial star? As Hong Yi guessed, it was Bengzi who sent him the message. However, it seems a little strange. What do you mean? Hong Yi asked curiously. FK, you, the person involved, don't even know that you, the current you, have become popular all over the universe. Also, your Earth must have become the hottest planet of this year. You haven't visited the forum, have you? That's right, you definitely don't have the time right now, you're probably adapting to your own strength and collecting your own assets. FK, as far as we know, you have the power of 3 dragons, said B. Bengzi's tone was full of shock and excitement. I'm famous. Fired all over the universe with the earth? What happened? Hong Yi asked in confusion. Life attribute wood, top ornamental fish should also have their own attributes, and giant dragons must also have their own attributes. You who have just upgraded to a second-level farm will definitely not be able to cultivate these. However, you raised these again. Therefore, basically all cosmic civilizations think that your planet is extremely primitive, and these attribute species and wood are produced from your primitive planet. So, many owners of civilized planets plan to form a team to develop the resources of your planet. If nothing else happens, there should be a lot of people on the road now. Ben Shi explained. Development. The special code is plundering, right? Hong Yi sneered. Yes, you can say that too. However, this kind of plunder generally does not involve war, but the crushing of capital. Your planet and civilization started too late and should be difficult to stop. Ben Shi laughed. Didn't it mean that only the three of you won the quota through bidding? Hong Yi asked curiously. Yes. However, those civilizations that are closer to you can cross directly by purchasing space jump battleships with advanced civilizations. Ben Shi explained. Hehe. Come on. A warm welcome, a show of hands, a very welcome, a welcome from all. Hong Yi smiled. Smile very happily. Fantastic species? Fantastic hammer. How can there be any magical attribute species on the earth for them to harvest and plunder? The tree of life, the mermaid, and the giant dragon were all transported back from another world by him, okay? Capital crush? At that time, let them lose everything and let them drop their pants. Thinking of this, Hong Yi laughed. Wait until he develops. At that time, it is not certain who will crush who. A mere second-level civilization also wants to reduce the dimension and strike, but it is not qualified enough. However, their coming should be a good thing for the Earth. At least it can accelerate the upgrading of Earth civilization. Feel, something wrong with you? Seeing that Hong Yi was not angry, but rather gloating, Ben Shi expressed his incomprehension. No, our Earth does have a lot of attribute species, otherwise how would I get these? Hong Yi laughed. Little guy, I feel like you're cheating on me. This is too boring. Although we only talked once, we can still be regarded as friends. Bengzi felt something was very wrong. Aren't you supposed to come? How can I trap you? Hong Yi laughed. It's definitely different. If there really are attribute species, we must make more preparations and invest more funds. Ben Shi said, don't trick me, this time I will lead the team. Okay. To tell you the truth, the Earth does not have what you call attribute species. Hong Yi said helplessly. Bengzi gave him a lot of news that he couldn't know. Very helpful to him. Therefore, Hong Yi really didn't intend to cheat her. Then where did your attribute life forms come from? Bengzi asked curiously. I can only tell you, this is my secret. After thinking about it, Hong Yi said, trust me, I won't cheat you. Okay, I believe you once. By the way, remember to meet me tomorrow, our caravan will arrive tomorrow. Your civilization should be divided into countries. If you don't object, we plan to bring some gifts to your country. If it's yours, I won't give it. I guess you are richer than me. After a moment of silence, Bengzi said. Welcome, I'm sure I won't object. It's better to bring more gifts, the more the better. Hong Yi laughed. Think of the boldness and greatness of the top. It's fine if Hong Yi can't help himself, how could he drag Kyushu back? Okay, see you tomorrow, little guy. Bengzi also seemed to be very busy, and after leaving a word, he went offline. Forum. After finishing the chat, Hong Yi entered the Universe Forum. For a while, I was a little confused. There are posts of Earth mystery fields and mysterious Earth everywhere. Every post is very popular. Many people discuss and leave messages. I'm really on fire, and the Earth is on fire. Hong Yi murmured. Hehe, let's add a few more fires next. Hong Yi chuckled. Chapter 74. The forum is indeed extremely popular. Many people are asking about the interstellar coordinates of the Earth, and many people are also discussing the mysterious owner of the earth. As Ben Shi said, almost everyone believes that the earth is a very primitive, but very powerful and magical planet. Even an ancient martial arts planet. On the earth, there are all kinds of creatures and species full of magical energy. Moreover, these attribute creatures and species should be in a specific area, and few people can reach them, let alone capture them. Therefore, many people are preparing to cross the star field, cross the earth, and come to the earth to collect life forms of these attributes. Some ancient second-level civilizations already possess a lot of super black technology, which can be used to improve and strengthen species from the genetics and fundamentals, allowing them to upgrade. Many civilizations even assert that if the existence of giant dragons is in their hands, they can be cultivated into third-level or even fourth-level life forms in a short time. Because the mysterious field owner raised the most primitive dragon in captivity, he received such a generous reward, which shows that the potential of the dragon itself is very high. At the same time, Hong Yi saw a lot of people rewarding his contact information on the forum, and wanted to add him as a friend. Even, many people left messages to him directly on the forum with a lot of money, wanting to buy his dragon and mermaid. Even, in order to add him as a friend, many female creatures directly posted photos on the forum. Those who dare to take photos are all peerless faces and devil figures. Of course, it is not known whether it is a photo of themselves or not. The whole universe is looking for me. FK, should I leave my contact information? To be honest, seeing the amount of reward offered, Hong Yi was moved. Call. Finally, Hong Yi gave up. Be more mysterious, won't you? Active exposure is not my style. Hong Yi smiled. Tomorrow, the 3 major business groups should all be here. However, they should be disappointed by then. I'm looking forward to what Beng Zizhou will bring to Wuzhu. It is estimated that she also brought me some gifts. The abacus is quite good. I guess I want to reciprocate courtesy. Unfortunately, I don't have any presents for her. Hong Yi Yao head. Since it's on fire, let's blow you up again. Hong Yi chuckled. The Naga family should be stalked. Jie, in a different world, is definitely a top-level monster, no less than a giant dragon, and much stronger than a mermaid. Especially Queen Naga. I just don't know how the farm space will judge the Naga clan. Do not care. Stay first and talk later. Hong Yi thought secretly. Before, he had confirmed that even if the powerful creatures could not be tamed, the system would judge the success of the stalking. After all, it is also a kind of ability to be able to bring back the farm space and bring it into the designated area. Soon, Hong Yi came to the farm on the 2nd floor. The 2 giant dragons were still roaring and pulling the plow. The ground is still rolling continuously. That speed is unparalleled. Sure enough, the lake water of the 2nd level is full of dead bodies. When he came to the lake, Hong Yi picked up a glass of water, and after taking a sip, he felt that there was a little energy in the water. However, this energy is difficult to absorb. Unless there is a special door method. This is normal. Bengzi also talked with him about this aspect. From the 2nd level, there will be some energy in the river and lake. However, it is difficult for the 1st and 2nd life forms to absorb these energies, and even if they can absorb them, it is difficult to upgrade to the 3rd level. This requires farm owners to research and cultivate. Once they are cultivated and upgraded successfully, they will be rewarded. This kind of cultivation is not just a simple individual breakthrough. It's a breakthrough from genes, from blood. That is to say, after the cultivated individual breaks through the level, once it breeds offspring, after the offspring can grow, they can easily break through to the level of the mother. This is success. To put it bluntly, it is evolution. Evolution from the attributes of life. As for how to judge, the farm has its own detection methods. In addition, the 3rd level living body can absorb the evolution energy more easily in the 2nd level environment, but it is difficult to break through, and it is even more difficult to fundamentally evolve. Actually, this mysterious energy should be the energy of evolution. The elves can absorb these energies, so mermaids, naga, and giant dragons should be able to absorb these energies. Hong Yi murmured, with more expectation in his eyes. Because, whether it is a dragon, a naga, a mermaid, or an elf, they are not creatures of this universe, they come from the same world. Ask for flowers. Elves can absorb these evolutionary energies, so dragons, naga, and mermaids should also be able to absorb them. Because, they all master magic. Can be absorbed spontaneously. Generally speaking, the laws of life in the universe are different. If they can all evolve, then my advantage is really great. If the life forms brought back from other universes are not restricted by the farm universe, then their evolution rate will be too scary. FK, one day maybe all the creatures I keep in captivity will break through to the highest level, then it will be really awesome. Hong Yi is looking forward to it. Call. He exhaled heavily. Hong Yi summoned more than 1,000 nagas, all of them, and threw them all into the lake. 0. That gigantic figure caused countless waves to explode on the entire surface of the lake. The time in the system space is still, so all the naga have not yet woken up. When all the naga sank to the bottom of the sea, the cosmic announcement sounded again. Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who successfully raised a third-level marine organism in captivity. The notification sound made Hong Yi's body tremble slightly. Level 3 marine life form. It turned out to be a third-level marine life form. How is this possible? Aren't naga the most dragons of the same level? FK, I know, I'm sure the aptitude and potential of those 3 evil dragons are too bad. There is a naga queen here, and there are so many high-ranking naga. If I knew it earlier, I would have captured the dragon emperor alive and raised him. Hong Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood, and he was also a little heartbroken. Feeling wrong? FK. Earth really has tertiary life forms. No, hurry up, shit, the mysterious field owner has already started to attack the third-level life forms, it's too late, there's no soup left. Third-level life forms, will there be fourth-level and fifth-level life forms? Earth is definitely a treasure planet that makes people crazy. Hong Yi was shocked, and the whole universe was even more boiling. This announcement blew up all the farm owners again. How long has it been since the mysterious field owner got another higher-level life form? No one can sit still. First come, first served, go late, no hair begging. Chapter 75. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 100,000 mu of fertile land. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the reward of 2,000 acres of second-level fertile land. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 200,000 mu of fish pond. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who won the reward of 100,000 mu of second-level fish pond. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 200,000 mu of ranch. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the second-level ranch award of tens of millions of acres. Boom. Crazy expansion. The rewards are a bit crazy. Except for the second-level pastures, all the fertile fields are doubled. The farm space was expanded twice, and it was expanding crazily. The ordinary fertile land became 410,000 mu, the second-class fertile land became 4,100 mu, the 557 ordinary fish pond 300,000 mu, and the second-class fertile land became 4,100 mu. Grade fish pond, 200,000 mu. 400,000 mu of pasture, 200,000 mu of secondary pasture. Plus 200,000 mu of forest farms. Now Hong Yi's farm covers an area of more than 1.7 million mu. The total land area is almost equivalent to 2 new slopes. Oh my god! So crazy! Fortunately, it's not all good fields, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to complete the planting. Farm space crazy? Reward me with so much land. Hong Yi was about to feel a little depressed. Fortunately, there is no need for planting in pastures and fishing grounds, just put them in and raise them. Forest farms are not in a hurry to plant. More than 700,000 mu of land has been planted with more than 200,000 mu. As far as it is concerned, in this season, adding the three-headed dragon should be able to catch up. Unfortunately, there are too few elves. Hong Yi shook his head. The magician is not hard to find. But it is really too difficult to find a magician who masters life magic and plant magic. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 1 million gold coins. It's still a gold coin reward, but it's hard for Hong Yi to arouse too much excitement about it. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the farm with the Earth number 8888, for being rewarded with the power of a dragon. The power reward should be the last reward. Boom! Hong Yi's body shuddered violently again, cracking directly, and endless blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding land red. The severe pain made Hong Yi sweat profusely in an instant, and his face became hideous and distorted. Buzz! Fortunately, his self-healing ability is extremely powerful, coupled with the source of life, his cracked body is rapidly healing. However, every time he just healed, Hong Yi's body continued to crack. Repeatedly like this made Hong Yi die of pain. If it wasn't for maintaining his godlike image, Hong Yi would have screamed a long time ago. Fortunately, every time the body heals, the body is strengthened once. After strengthening, the degree of body cracking is not so terrifying. However, that piercing pain was too unbearable. In the body, even the warm current that strengthened his physical body could not relieve this severe pain. If you look carefully, you can definitely feel the air around him, which seems to be slightly distorted. It was caused by the breath released by the surge of blood energy. Call. I don't know how long it has been. He finally fully accepted this power. Why, crossing is always pushing hard. Except for transplanting the ancient tree of life and obtaining the self-healing and source of life rewards, the other rewards are strength every time. It's absolutely impossible to be rewarded like this every time. Otherwise, if you don't explode and die, you will be tortured to death by severe pain. Sitting slumped on the ground, Hong Yi thought secretly. The power is terrible. The further you go to the back, the more difficult it is for your body to bear the limit. The power of 9 dragons. I feel that the power of 9 dragons is the limit. After all, 9 is the number. Hong Yi secretly guessed, both excited and scared. Fear is because he is worried that he will not be able to bear the power of 9 bulls. Excited because he thought of cultivation. With the power of 9 dragons as the foundation of his physical body, how terrifying would he be if he started to cultivate from the blood refinement realm in the wild world? From such a strong foundation, cultivate with an unshakable foundation, if you are at the same level, you may be directly punched to death by him. No matter what treasure technique or secret technique, it is estimated that it can be shattered with a single punch. With the power of 5 dragons, I guess the me now can shatter a space battleship with one punch. Hong Yi thought to himself. The power of the 5 dragons, the power to explode the physical body. That is the power of explosive body. Crack. After thinking about it, Hong Yi took out a bazooka from the system space, and fired directly at himself. Boom. With an explosion, the flames engulfed Hong Yi directly. Ahem. Amidst the flames and smoke, Hong Yi coughed violently. Damn it, I don't feel it at all. Hong Yi almost wanted to laugh out loud, and the lightly palm of the army was smoke. The exposed figure has a grey head and a grey face, and his ears are a little roaring. Hong Yi was already prepared to endure the pain. As a result, the bombing of the bazooka felt like tickling on his body. Boom. Just then, the surface of the lake exploded. A super-huge beauty stood up slowly, her 6 arms clenched tightly. Human, it's you. Empress Naga locked onto Hong Yi immediately. Finally woke up, I suggest you don't be impulsive, otherwise it won't do you any good. Hong Yi said lightly. Boom. However, Empress Naga didn't bother to respond to Hong Yi, she pressed her palm lightly, and countless water jets rose from behind her, and these water jets instantly turned into water guns, heading towards Hong Yi to bombard and kill Hong Yi. Boom. Hong Yi slapped the palm of his hand lightly, instantly shattering all the water guns. Boom. Empress Naga was not discouraged. The huge golden snake tail pulled out of the water, and swept towards Hong Yi viciously. The golden snake tail is covered with a layer of blue light, which is water magic, extremely sharp. It is a water blade. Is this the power of the 5.4 life body of the 3rd level student? Hong Yi murmured. Empress Naga is truly terrifying. However, Hong Yi didn't have the slightest fear, nor did he dodge, but just raised his arms to block. When there was a deafening crash, Empress Naga was extremely shocked. She felt as if her attack had hit a golden mountain. The human being in front of him couldn't be shaken, and he didn't even move. On the contrary, there was severe pain from her snake tail, and the magic water blade covering the tail was directly shattered. I've already told you, don't be impulsive. A fluttering sound came, and Empress Naga felt her snake tail being embraced by steel-like arms, and then she found herself spinning in the air. Was thrown out? Empress Naga's heart is broken. Chapter 76. Boom! Empress Naga, who was tens of meters tall, fell heavily to the ground, directly smashing a big hole. However, Empress Naga, who had the body of a monster, was fine. She slowly got up and looked at Hong Yi with great fear. On Hong Yi's body, she did not feel the power of magic. However, she could sense the abyss-like power zone lurking in Hong Yi's body. Also, the terrifying defenses, the water spear, and the ice blue blade couldn't do any damage to him. For a moment, a feeling of heart palpitations rose in her heart. Is it human? This is an invincible existence. Are you still here? Hong Yi asked faintly, and walked slowly towards Empress Naga. For Naga, he has no fear at all. With his current defense, even if Hong Yi doesn't defend, just stand there and let her attack, she can't do anything to Hong Yi. Roar! Empress Naga roared, and her body twisted into a golden constrictor, nearly 100 meters in length, and stout in shape. The golden python has incomparably scarlet eyes, a pair of sharp fangs, and 3 pairs of sharp claws. 24 turned into a monster. Hong Yi is slightly different. Roar! With a roar, the giant python flew towards Hong Yi directly. This time, Hong Yi directly gave up his defense and let the giant python bite. Boom! The sharp claws grabbed Hong Yi's body fiercely, and the sharp fangs bit Hong Yi's shoulder. As fast as lightning, all actions were completed in that instant. However, everything that happened next was beyond the queen's plan. Clang! As if there was a sound of metal impact, the giant python's sharp claws and fangs only left a bloodstain on Hong Yi's body. From such a close distance, Hong Yi saw a tear flashing from the giant python's eyes. It seemed that its teeth were about to break because of the pain. Hee hee! Hong Yi smiled lightly. Roar! Unwillingness flashed in his eyes. The giant python roared, and its huge body coiled over, rolled up Hong Yi, coiled it, and then tightened it crazily, as if it wanted to crush Hong Yi. However, as it exerts its strength, it feels more and more lonely. Hong Yi seems to be like an iron mountain, it cannot be shaken at all. Give up. After holding each other for a long time, Hong Yi let out a sigh of relief and said lightly. This move made the giant python furious but also deeply helpless. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Although unwilling, the giant python still let go of its body. Afterwards, it slowly transformed into a half-human, half-snake appearance. At this time, she realized that many Naga in the lake had woken up and were looking at them in disbelief. In the eyes, it is completely shocked. The invincible Queen Naga, who is almost called a god, is unable to shake this terrifying human being. What do you want? Empress Naga calmed down and asked in a deep voice. She knew that the strength of the human being in front of her could not be shaken by her, nor by the entire Naga clan. However, if this human being really wants to deal with them, 10 times more of them will have no effect. It is an invincible, magic immune, physical immune. She really couldn't think of any experience in this world that could hurt him. Without him, surrender. Hong Yi said lightly. What if not? A chill flashed in Queen Naga's eyes, and she asked coldly. You Naga clan, everyone is here, there should be no omissions. Hong Yi said very calmly. Empress Naga shrank her pupils sharply. She knew that Hong Yi was a threat. If Hong Yi takes action, then the Naga clan will really be extinct. For a time, all the Naga were silent. Presumably you should have also sensed that the lake here has a steady stream of energy. Surrender to me, and you can live in this lake. The energy of this lake has the effect of allowing you to break through your own limitations and your own potential. If there is a loss, there will be a gain, and you will not lose. Hong Yi opened his mouth and gave Empress Naga a step. After surrendering to you. After hesitating for a moment, Queen Naga asked. She felt a little loose inside. I don't care about you during the day, and if you need it at night, you have to help me plant the land. Hong Yi smiled. The Naga clan can't keep them for nothing and let them work. Coincidentally, the current elves are somewhat short-handed. Planting. Empress Naga's face twitched. This is too humiliating to their clan. It's farming. See that land and the dragon. Elves and dragons are helping me farm. The only difference is that the two dragons are forced, and the elves and silver dragons are voluntary. Hong Yi pointed to the fertile fields in the distance, and explained with a smile. All the Naga, at this time, discovered the giant dragon plowing the ground in the distance. That scene made them all gasp. So, is it still a proud dragon? He was put on the reins, like an old cow, plowing hard. I dare not be lazy at all. He didn't dare to show displeasure on his face. Is that still a dragon? When did the giant dragon become so docile and so willing to work hard? And the two ladies sitting leisurely on the chairs were chatting leisurely. Forced and voluntary? Such a big difference? This, is 357 a threat again? Empress Naga looked at Hong Yi deeply. For a moment, she felt that this human being was not only powerful, but also had incredible means. Actually, the food grown in this land contains incomparably pure energy. If you consume it for a long time, the effect will be many times stronger than that of this lake water. If the two are combined, the potential of your family will become even more terrifying. So, if you regard farming as farming for yourself, you should feel much more comfortable. Hong Yi said lightly. Grow for yourself. What do you mean? We can also enjoy the food here. Queen Naga's tone became much calmer. She also felt that the soil of that land contained magical energy. Of course, otherwise I can eat so much by myself. Hong Yi said with a smile. Meet the master. After hesitating for a while, Empress Naga finally bent down and bowed to Hong Yi. Meet the master. Meet the master. His own imperial capital has surrendered, and all the Naga will naturally not resist. They don't want to be treated like a dragon. Just call me the host. Hong Yi smiled. Finally conquered the Naga clan. There are more than 1,000 extraordinary migrant workers with super potential in my own farm. Chapter 77. It's daytime now, and you Naga clan have always been nocturnal, and you are new here, so you are not familiar with this place. You should rest today and tonight. After tomorrow night, you can start working. After Hong Yi confessed, he left. With the participation of more than 1,000 Naga, the farm in the future can start working day and night. Strive to be able to plant all the remaining good fields during the planting season. After returning to his mansion, Hong Yi took a hot shower by himself, and then came to the computer. I started to export the 2 videos I just recorded from my mobile phone, and then edited and made music. When making the soundtrack, Hong Yi deliberated and chose the battle song Victory. After watching it for a while, Hong Yi felt a little dissatisfied. So, he went out with his mobile phone again, found the giant dragon, asked the dragon to breathe out a few breaths, and recorded it. After recording the video, Hong Yi came back to continue setting. After editing, Hong Yi made several fine-tuning. Finally, he was satisfied. Hehe, let you feel the charm of the dragon. Hong Yi smiled and chose to upload. Uploaded to the Universe Forum. Moreover, he chose to be anonymous, uploading with an anonymous account. At that time, even if other farm owners in the universe guess that the uploader is him, they will not be able to find Hong Yi's number and add him as a friend. These were also taught by Bengzi. When he first went to the Universe Forum, he was followed by Bengzi because he didn't understand and didn't choose to remain anonymous, and added him as a friend. The farm's cosmic network is extremely fast, directly transmitting. There are no titles. Although Hong Yi wanted to earn some extra money, he also wanted to know if the giant dragon could make waves in the Universe Forum. This is the first time Hong Yi has posted a video on the Universe Forum, so he doesn't have any reputation at all. In addition, today's forums are basically dominated by mysterious field owners and mysterious Earth, and there are countless posts uploaded every second in the entire universe. Therefore, almost in an instant, Hong Yi's uploaded video disappeared instantly. Hong Yi was somewhat disappointed. I should have added the title of the dragon if I knew it earlier. I think it will be a hit. Hong Yi shook his head. In fact, he can now add headline retweets. However, he chose to forget it. Sending a video is just because of his temporary rise and killing some time. You have to get used to the current power. Stretching, Hong Yi muttered. When I was editing just now, sometimes he almost broke the keyboard and the mouse because he didn't grasp the strength well enough. He is now the power of the 5 dragons, and in a short period of time, he has increased the power of the 3 dragons even more, and the daily time is really difficult to adapt to. Fortunately, when he took over the power, he did it perfectly, otherwise something would go wrong. There is nothing to do today. I won't go to Solin's side for now, I'm afraid I'll break the door panel when I knock on the door. Smiling, Hong Yi began to adapt to his strength in the open field. You don't need to do anything, you just need to do some delicate movements, such as harmless ants and so on. For his own strength, he must achieve a subtle grasp. Half a day passed during Hong Yi's training. There is a time difference between the different world and the farm space. It was night when Hong Yi brought Naga back from another world, and it was daytime when he came back. However, sometimes time is synchronized. Hong Yi felt very strange about this. At least, it's not something he can understand at the moment. For dinner, Hong Yi shared with Asira and Catherine. After the 3 discussed some farm work arrangements, Catherine and Asira went back to rest. During this period of time, they have paid a lot and are indeed very tired. Go to the small village tomorrow and see if there are any gains. When you come back, just wait for Bengzi and her caravan to arrive. Hong Yi thought to himself. Before going to bed, he is used to taking out his mobile phone. Almost forgot the dragon video. When he took out his phone, Hong Yi remembered the video he uploaded today. FK. My post went viral. Damn it, there's even praise from local tyrants. Entering the forum, Hong Yi was instantly shocked. His video has exceeded 10 billion views. Reposts are also worth billions. Hong Yi has to start counting slowly from the single digits. The point is, there are still a lot of playback volumes that are still jumping at tens of thousands per second. What's even more incredible is that there are countless people giving rewards. Among them, there was a local tyrant who tipped him 100 orange crystal coins. White, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. The level of crystal coins is raised from low to high according to this level. Generally speaking, the exchange rate between each other is 1 to 100. 1 red crystal coin is worth hundreds of white crystal coins, 1 orange crystal coin is worth 100 red crystal coins, and 10,000 white crystal coins. In other words, 1 orange crystal coin is worth millions of gold coins. 100 orange crystal coins equals 100 million gold coins. Including other scattered rewards, Hong Yi has more than 100 million gold coins in one video. Shenhao. Absolutely glorious. FK. Now I finally understand what Bengzi said. In front of the capital of the universe, the civilization of the earth really has no resistance at all. That's absolute crushing. Hong Yi murmured. Today's earth, a farm still owes money for the farm space. However, if someone just tipped a reward, it would be tens of billions. Once again, a desire for wealth arose in Hong Yi's heart. This kind of arrogance of spending billions of dollars is really arrogance. Adorable. A true god. This guy should be a disciple of some great force in the universe. Li Zhao. Although her farm space may only be at the 2nd or 3rd level. However, there may be 5 or 6 levels in her family, and even other higher-level old monsters may not necessarily exist. Hong Yi murmured. The whole universe is the same, everyone in the farm civilization will get an independent farm space when they become adults. Develop alone. However, in a mature farm civilization, the descendants of the farm owner can already develop with the help of their own family's power and resources. Only the earth has absolute fairness in the very beginning. The first step of every farm civilization is similar to today's earth, experiencing the initial fairness. These are also learned from Hong Yi and Bengzi. Princess Xiao Xiao. The reward Shenhao is not anonymous. Hong Yi can see her nickname. This princess should be worthy of the name. Hong Yi said with emotion. Chapter 78. Princess Xiao Xiao only offered a reward, but didn't leave any message for him. Unlike other rewards, either let him reply, or want to add him as a friend. Although Hong Yi has been anonymous, many people have guessed that he is the mysterious owner from the mysterious earth. Under the video, countless comments are rolling. FK, this should be the legendary dragon. This huge body, that is an absolute monster, a fierce monk. Oh my god, is this mysterious farmer so extravagant? This giant dragon is not well cultivated and strives to evolve as soon as possible, but it is used to plow the land. It's so tough. Pulling such a huge iron plow, it can still fly at such a terrifying speed. It is definitely a symbol of strength. FK, what kind of ability is this, a spell? It can actually control the earth. It can also spray fiery flames. It's so handsome, too domineering, and so cool. It's a pity that this BD farm owner actually uses such a powerful creature to pull the plow. Strong strength, thick scales, sharp giant claws, can also spray terrifying flames. God damn it, it was born for fighting. This kind of giant dragon is definitely the most perfect mount. It was actually used for plowing and farming. I really want to kill this mysterious farm owner. Haha. I just like this mysterious field owner. Don't you think that such a domineering dragon is more attractive when used to pull a plow? Especially with the battle song that makes 773 people excited, it is really too it's perfect, it's a perfect match. Our host's battlefield is on the farm, and the giant dragon at this moment is fighting. The battle song of victory, paired with the picture of a giant dragon running on the farm, shocked everyone who watched it. Countless people denounced Hong Yi and Guan Yi in the comments. Because, in their eyes, the giant dragon is really too domineering and cool. However, Hong Yi went straight to the farm to plow the land. Of course, a lot of manpower is supporting Hong Yi. In their opinion, the dragon that pulls the wind is the coolest thing to pull a plow. That mysterious field owner dared to do this is definitely a super cool area. Especially the combination of battle songs won their hearts the most. At the same time, many people asked to add Hong Yi's contact information, wanting to buy the dragon. Of course, there are also requests for appointments. Hehe. Looking at these comments, Hong Yi couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that the last video would be profitable, and it would be so profitable. Hong Yi murmured. It seems that I can shoot and upload some videos in the future, which is right as a side job. Other people's rewards can be withdrawn in cash. Moreover, the cash withdrawal will go directly to the account, and it will directly fall to his minister of the small treasury. It was the first time to experience being crushed by giants over wealth, and a desire and control over wealth arose in Hong Yi's heart. I thought that my several million gold coins were already considered a small rich man. And use real rich, beggars. He can only catch up with a random tip from others. After reading the comments again, Hong Yi fell asleep. At this moment, a certain vast star field in the universe. In an incomparably magnificent palace. Several extremely delicate women are watching a huge screen projection. On the screen, the video of Hong Yi waking up was played. Among them, a woman looked unusually noble. But he dragged his chin and leaned on it, looking a little lazy. Xiao Xiao, you have watched this video several times. Haven't seen enough? A woman asked with a smile. It's rare to see such an interesting video, and it won't hurt to watch it a few times. Princess Xiao Xiao smiled lightly, and at that moment, the world seemed to be gloomy. Isn't it just a giant dragon? Although we, Nebula, don't have one, we have stronger, cooler, and more impressive monsters. Some women asked puzzledly. It's not the video that's interesting, it's what's behind the video. Don't you think this mysterious field owner is very interesting? Princess Xiao Xiao smiled lightly. He. Princess Xiao Xiao won't be interested in a little primitive native. You, Seekf, directly rewarded 1,000 orange crystal coins. For you, this may be just money for a meal, but for him, it is definitely a windfall. I guess he doesn't even know what an orange crystal coin is. The woman joked. If you want to watch more interesting videos, you have to give him some motivation. Princess Xiao Xiao didn't care about her girlfriend's jokes, and said calmly. No way, are you really interested in him? The other women were extremely surprised. They naturally knew how arrogant this princess who was born with incomparable dignity was, and even outstanding men couldn't get her eyes. However, she now showed everywhere that she was deeply interested in a small farmer from the back country. You really guessed it right. If he hadn't been anonymous, I would have followed him directly. Princess Xiao Xiao laughed. OMG, incredible. Several women looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. No, Princess Xiao Xiao, behind a video, what attracts you? Girlfriends are extremely curious. Well, I think the soundtrack is pretty good. Princess Xiao Xiao blinked her eyes lightly, and said playfully. However, several girlfriends showed obvious expressions of disbelief. In short, believe it or not. I'm looking forward to his other videos. Princess Xiao Xiao smiled, her eyes became extremely deep. A video that caught her attention? Normally, it is absolutely impossible. As for why she is interested, only she knows. Hong Yi naturally didn't know that a video he edited had attracted the attention of a certain dignitary. This time, he slept soundly. When I got up, the elves were already busy on the farm. After washing up, Hong Yi came to the mall. This time, what items should I bring? Hong Yi thought to himself. He started rummaging. Xiao Shi's origin seems to be damaged. Hong Yi frowned slightly. Life source fruit. In the end, Hong Yi's eyes fell on a secondary fruit from the martial arts civilization. It contains a ray of life force, and the effect of taking it is to restore the original source. This fruit should be very suitable and important to Xioxi. After thinking about it, Hong Yi bought it directly. It's so expensive. 100,000 gold coins. Hong Yi was secretly speechless. However, now he can be regarded as a little rich and powerful. 100,000 gold coins is completely affordable for him. If it can be exchanged for a fierce beast cub, it will definitely make a profit. Chapter 79. Buzz. Appearing again. Hong Yi is still in the small village. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt the ancient stone statue trembling slightly in the distance. It should be shocked by me, here it is. Hong Yi thought to himself. Compared with yesterday, his strength has skyrocketed again. Moreover, the skyrocketing rate was a bit terrifying. When he descended yesterday, it was with the power of 2 dragons, but now it is directly with the power of 5 dragons. The basic power of the 5 dragons, the oldest race in this world, does not have this terrifying talent. Hong Yi quickly retracted his gaze. The current village is not so jubilant. The strong men seem to have gone out hunting. Some of the remaining people are training the next generation in the village. Hong Yi found that the 2 second-grade pigs he gave them had already been raised by them. 2 women are cutting grass and feeding them. Other women are clearing the wasteland and planting the wheat donated by Hong Yi. When the little girl Xioxi saw Hong Yi, her eyes lit up slightly. Little friend, you are here. The old woman patriarch also saw Hong Yi and walked over with a smile. Compared with yesterday, the whole village is much more enthusiastic towards him. To them, Hong Yi is no less than a benefactor. 2 pigs and 2 bags of wheat are the greatest kindness. Senior is very energetic. Hong Yi cupped his hands and greeted with a smile. Thank you, little friend, for the gift. The wine you gave as a gift is not ordinary wine. The old woman patriarch said with a smile. The second-grade wine that Hong Yi gave him is indeed a second-grade medicinal wine, which has the effect of repairing hidden diseases and also has the function of strengthening the body. After the old patriarch drank the wine, he naturally recovered a lot of energy. As long as seniors like it. Hong Yi said with a smile, and then his eyes fell on Xiao Shi. Zioxi is very thin, although Shendu is very energetic. But, that's because of her strong physique. It's a pity that the original source has been damaged, and the original source is insufficient. Otherwise, she must be a dazzling sky now. Did you see something too? Seeing Hong Yi's regretful gaze, the old woman patriarch asked with emotion. Okay. However, there is no serious problem, there is a way to recover. Hong Yi nodded. Hong Yi can be sure that Zioxi's original essence can not only be supplemented and restored, but even the lost original essence can be regenerated. Moreover, the regenerated origin will become even more terrifying and powerful. Hong Yi is also sure that he can help her. As long as you have money. In the farm space, who knows how many civilizations have gathered, one civilization is more terrifying and powerful than one civilization, and 10 kinds of medicines are more powerful and perverted than one kind of medicine. Really? Hearing what Hong Yi said, the old woman's patriarch's body trembled violently. If what Hong Yi said is true, he will desperately help this child. Of course it's true. Moreover, the effect is not so obvious, and it needs to last for a relatively long period of time. It's also very good. Zioxi can slowly realize her lost origin and slowly return in her practice, which will be of great benefit to her growth. Hong Yi laughed. Young master, I don't know what you need us to do for you. The old woman patriarch suddenly became extremely polite. My name is Hong Yi, you can call me Xiao Yi. I don't need you to do anything, I need it, I already told you yesterday. I'm here to do business with you. If you can provide me with spiritual herbs, spiritual fruit seedlings, and beast cubs, I will provide you with what you want. Hong Yi said with a smile. Afterwards, he took out the fruit he bought. The fruit is crystal clear and exudes a strong fragrance, bursting with vitality. This is the item I traded with you this time. Exactly what this little guy needs. Hong Yi laughed and handed the fruit to Zioxi at the same time. But, Mr. Yi, we haven't prepared the beast cub yet. The patriarch of the old woman was a little tangled, she naturally hoped that Zioxi could get a fruit. However, they haven't caught the beast cub yet. It doesn't matter, I can wait, cub. Hong Yi was a little disappointed. However, he also knew that the cubs of the ferocious beast could be captured so easily. Thank you Xiao, big brother. Grandma, you eat. Zioxi took the fruit with a smile, and handed it to the old patriarch. Very sensible. Son, this is for you. If you eat, you can grow up, and you can contribute to our village in the future. The old woman patriarch smiled kindly. Really? Then I ate. Zioxi was extremely excited immediately. Click. After taking a bite, the fruity aroma wafted in his mouth, making Zioxi unable to help but start to gobble it up. Ask for her flowers. We're back. Haha. I'm lucky today. At this moment, excited shouts came from the entrance of the village. Immediately afterwards, a group of big men swarmed in. A group of people carried several giant beasts. Among them, Biozi held 2 cubs in his arms that hadn't opened their eyes yet. Obviously, they were very protective this time. Caught the beast cub? The old woman patriarch asked a little excitedly. Yes, patriarch. However, it's just 2 snow leopard cubs. Biozi said with some embarrassment. Hey, this young man is here. When seeing Hong Yi, everyone was very happy. Apparently, they have endorsed Hong Yi. Boom. At this moment, a faint golden light flashed across Xiao Shi's lower abdomen. That seems to be the light of life, and it is the light of origin. Xiao Zioxi, what's wrong with you? Everyone's eyes were extremely shocked. I don't know, it's just that the danshan is warm and itchy. Xiao Shi said with some embarrassment. What did you eat? Biozi asked in shock. Exotic fruit. The strange fruit brought by Mr. Xiao Yi. The voice of the old woman patriarch was trembling with excitement. If Zioxi's original source is restored, then there will be an invincible strong man in their village. For a moment, everyone was extremely excited and looked at Hong Yi gratefully. Naturally, they all knew about Xiao Shi's loss of origin. So, now that Xioxi's heart is itching and emitting a golden light, they naturally know what it means. Not enough. One exotic fruit is far from enough. Hong Yi shook his head. It's just a ray of life source, it's just a simple awakening for her. Master Xiao Yi. These are the 2 snow leopard cubs we captured. They are not very powerful beasts. They should not be enough to trade with different fruits, but you accept them first, and we will continue to capture them. Biao Zi excitedly handed the 2 cubs in his arms to Hong Yi, and said very sincerely. Enough, the transaction needs to be done one by one. Next time you guys have what I need, I'll keep trading. Hong Yi took the 2 cute snow leopards and said with a smile. A fierce beast from the wild, no matter how ordinary it is at least a 3rd level life form. Chapter 80. Woo, woo. The 2 snow scale leopard cubs were transferred to Hong Yi's hands, they whined, and their eyes that hadn't opened seemed to be trying to open. They must not be weaned yet, so they rubbed against Hong Yi's arms, as if looking for milk to drink. Young Master Yi, the parents of these 2 snow scale leopards must have been hunted and killed by other ferocious beasts while they were out hunting. They must be starving. Bio Zi quickly explained. Okay. So, I will take them back to feed them first. Farewell, I'll come again when I'm free. Plus, these are snacks for kids. They don't have any special energy, but they taste pretty good. Hong Yi said with a smile, and then took out a large bag filled with various snacks. As soon as the words fell, Hong Yi disappeared. A group of shocked big men from the 460 was left behind. The patriarch, this Mr. Yi, seems to want to help us. 2 snow-scale leopard cubs can't be exchanged for a single fruit. Bio Zi said to the old patriarch with some emotion. I see it too. I just don't know where he came from and why he is willing to help us. If there is a chance, let's look for some powerful cubs. The old woman patriarch sighed. Crack. A tiger-headed little guy came to the side of the bag while the adults were chatting, and pulled it violently. The wrapping paper was directly torn, and a pile of snacks spilled out. Nzi! You actually took apart such a beautiful bag. When a big man saw that he had carried his son, he yelled in grief. Cut, it's pretty but useless, it'll be broken when you tear it. The little boy said heartlessly. Damn it, who said it's useless? In the distance, a woman rushed down ferociously with a wooden stick. The little boy was so frightened that he ran away with his head in his arms, screaming. After a burst of jubilation, a group of children began to share the incomparably miraculous food. Big men and women secretly swallowed their saliva. This is a happy and harmonious village. Ugh! Back in the farm space, Hong Yi is not in a hurry to take the 2 snow leopards to herd. They are too hungry now, they must be fed first. Seeing them howling in his arms, Hong Yi took them back to the mall, directly bought 2 feeding bottles, and then bought second-grade fresh milk. Feed them yourself. Maybe they are too hungry, or maybe they are talented, they have a huge appetite. Moreover, although they haven't opened their eyes yet, they have already shown the ferocious power of the beast, directly sucking up the fresh milk in the bottle, and the whole bottle is shriveled. As expected of a ferocious beast, it can be so ferocious even when eating. Hong Yi murmured softly. Give them more milk. After drinking several bottles, they were finally full and fell asleep peacefully in Hong Yi's arms. Although they are still in the cub stage, they have already grown crystal clear snow-white scales, and have a certain degree of defense. A pair of thin fangs have grown out of its mouth. In Tian Huang, you may be just the bottom of the beasts, but when you come to this world, you should be a species with super potential. Hong Yi murmured softly, just put you in the second-level ranch, I hope you can be more competitive and bring me some rewards. Then, he stood up slowly. Later, he bought an incubator at the mall and put the 2 beast cubs in it. Today's ranch is just an ordinary ranch with 3 giant dragons in captivity. Therefore, the entire ranch is absolutely safe for these 2 little guys. It is enough for Hong Yi to free them and provide food and clothing for them. Although the snow leopard can be regarded as a ferocious beast, it can't be regarded as a great ferocious beast. The heaven-defying butterfly, the nine-pole lion, and all kinds of creatures with ancient bloodlines are the real beasts. Hong Yi murmured. If given the chance, he would of course be more willing to raise these ferocious beasts in captivity. It would be even more awesome if he could raise the ancient fierce. Of course, Hong Yi knew that he could only think about raising the old evil now. He is completely incapable of capturing, let alone surrendering. Little guys, you will settle down here from now on. Finding a very suitable place, Hong Yi put down the incubator and patted their silly little heads gently. Seeing that they were still sound asleep, Hong Yi stood up. When? Notice from the universe, the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm has successfully raised a third-level life form in captivity. Just as Hong Yi stepped out of the ranch, an announcement came. Exactly as I imagined. Snow leopard is a third-level life form. Tianhuang is really a big scary world. An ordinary ferocious beast turned out to be a third-level life form. When it grows up, it can completely hunt and kill giant dragons. Then, what level of life forms are those Gujida? Hong Yi murmured. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the reward of 1000 acres of second-level fertile land. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 100,000 mu of fish pond. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the reward of 50,000 mu of second-level fish ponds. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won a reward of 100,000 mu of ranch. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the 50,000 mu second-level ranch award. The first reward is still the farmland reward. However, the rewards this time no longer have ordinary fertile land. Moreover, compared with the Naga clan, the area of the reward is reduced by half. The farm predicts that I won't be able to plant so many good fields. So this time, ordinary good fields are not rewarded. This time, since it's not the first time to stock a third-level life form, has the reward been halved? Hong Yi thought secretly. Even so, Hong Yi's two-story farm combined covers an area of more than 2 million acres. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8884.78 farm, who has won 1 million gold coins as a reward. The second type of reward is also a gold coin reward. Still 1 million. Next, is it still power? Hong Yi frowned slightly, looking forward to it. Ding, congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the Phantom Speed reward. The final reward finally came. Hong Yi only felt that there was a mysterious force in his body. The body no longer has heart-piercing pain, but is warm. Phantom Speed. With a flash of Hong Yi, he appeared thousands of meters away in an instant, his body turned into after-images. This time, it turned out to be a reward for speed. Hong Yi muttered, does it match the attributes of the snow leopard? What snow leopard is best at his speed? Chapter 81. The reward this time is no longer power. Hong Yi was a little puzzled, is it because my body's endurance has reached a limit? Or is it because of other reasons? However, Hong Yi is still very satisfied with this powerful speed. When moving, his body almost turned into a phantom, turning into after-images. Now, my strength is on Earth, and I am absolutely super god. I just don't know which level to put it in the universe. Hong Yi was looking forward to it. The level of space does not limit the strength of the farm owner. Therefore, in the universe, there should be strong people like clouds. After all, in the universe, some civilizations have developed farm space for countless years. According to Bengzi, the radiation of farm civilization starts from the center of the universe and radiates towards the periphery. The fact that the Earth is at the edge of the universe means that the Earth has entered the farm space age, which should be almost the latest. And how strong were the civilizations that first entered the space age? I don't know how the force value of this universe compares with the force value of Tianhuang universe. Hong Yi wants to make a comparison, but has no reference. But the system told him that wars are also happening in the wild world, and they are all facing 24 invasions. However, the performance of this world is obviously too positive. The strongest in this universe, or the strongest organization, develops the whole universe to resist the war, and the whole universe cultivates the strong. The strong go to the front line, while the weak develop farm space and prepare materials from the whole universe. The whole universe is engaged in research, scientific research, and evolution. In the wild universe, the strong and forces that were supposed to go to the battlefield have become moths of the universe, secreting intruders to the outside world, leaving a way out for themselves. He doesn't care about the strong fighters with ceiling combat power who care about retreating and cultivating on their own. Although there is no reference, but such a comparison, I feel that this universe is stronger than Tianhuang universe. After all, this universe is full of positive vitality. All people prepare for war. If everyone participates in the battle, the entire universe will grow with it. Hong Yi is dark. My God, another third-level species has been attacked by the mysterious farm owner. It became stronger again. Earth, wait for me, has set sail, is on the way. All the owners of the universe, that jealousy. If the resources of the entire planet are absorbed by Hong Yi, how powerful Hong Yi will become. For a moment, they were all itchy, but there was nothing they could do. I got a reward again. I guess the whole universe is going crazy again. It's a pity that the snow leopard is only level 3. If we can get some creatures of level 4 and level 5, we will definitely be able to attract more and stronger civilizations to Earth and accelerate the arrival of the interstellar era on Earth. However, the only disadvantage is that from now on, it will be difficult for the Earth to have its own interstellar civilization. Hong Yi looked at the 2 sleeping snow-scale leopards, and then left in peace. In fact, he has always been at ease with the snow-scale leopard. As ferocious beasts, they are destined not to be coquettish by nature. Ding, ding. At this moment, a notification sound came from the mobile phone. Hong Yi opened it and saw that it was Bengzi. Here we are. Little guy, come to me. Bengzi sent 2 messages. Coming. Hong Yi smiled lightly, then left the farm and appeared on the earth. Ding. Advanced civilization is coming. At the same time, all the farms in the world heard the announcement. Coming. Level 2 civilization has finally arrived. Which country will it descend on? Which country is the host of the gods? It will be revealed soon. I'll go out and see. Hearing the arrival of the second-level civilization, the global farms boiled for a while. Many people gave up their work and walked out of their farms immediately. In an instant, the whole earth came alive again. In an instant, it became noisy again. The sudden appearance of tens of billions of human beings is extremely shocking. Everyone walked out of their homes and looked up at the sky. Boom! At this moment, the atmosphere was rolling infinitely, and the clouds under the atmosphere were instantly blown away. The whole earth was instantly plunged into darkness. All the light of the sun was blocked by the super behemoth. That's a spaceship. A spaceship beyond the reach of the eye. At least, it's the size of a city. Boom! After landing on the earth, the spaceship began to move slowly, floating towards the sky above Kyushu. Eastern, Kyushu. Impossible. Impossible. How could the mysterious owner be from Kyushu? Impossible. The giant dragon is obviously from our west. The mysterious owner must be our western guess. Kyushu? Why Kyushu? Didn't the dragon disappear in our big hair? Damn it, we have clearly applied, why didn't we succeed? Haha. I knew that the owner of the mysterious field belongs to our Kyushu. Sure enough, our farm in Kyushu subdued the western dragon and became the legendary Dragon Knight. That's great. The second-level civilization is stationed in our Kyushu, and we will definitely get the moon first. How can we say that we have to pay some rent every year? The second-level civilization descended on the sky of Kyushu, shattering the illusions of many people. How many people? 530 roared on the street. The second-level civilization descended over Kyushu, and the first country to establish diplomatic relations with it would definitely be Kyushu. The advantage is that Kyushu gets it first when it is fixed. If Kyushu obtains benefits that are helpful to the farm, then they will be eliminated in the next assessment. At least most of them are from their country. Boom! At this moment, the second spaceship descended, similarly covering the sky and blocking out the sun, and after sweeping away the entire cloud layer, it also floated towards the sky above Kyushu. My God! The 3 second-level civilizations all descended on the sky above Kyushu, damn it! The field owners in other countries can do nothing but express their anger. Boom! The third ship came very soon, representing the end of the third civilization. All gathered in the sky above Kyushu, separated from each other, not approaching each other. They come from different civilizations and should not know each other. But, at this point, their relationship is one of competition. Aliens have descended. Solin appeared next to Hong Yi, and said excitedly. Don't worry, there are only benefits, there is no harm. Hong Yi said with a smile, with their arrival, the civilization of our Earth will be improved rapidly. Chapter 82. 3 huge spaceships floated in the air forming an iron triangle. Then it stood still, without any sound, without any movement. It seems to be collecting some information, and some seem to be communicating with each other. Everyone in Kyushu is watching. Sincerely invite the owner of farm number 8888 to the spaceship for a talk. Sincerely invite the owner of farm number 8888 to the spaceship for a talk. At this moment, 2 of the spaceships made electronic sounds. However, the voice contains sincere feelings. The sound is not very loud, but the penetrating power is extremely strong and can spread far. Not only the people of Kyushu have heard it, but also the surrounding countries, and even the countries on the other side have heard it. Sure enough, it's for that mysterious field owner. Has the mysterious field owner already connected with other civilizations? Damn it, if the owner of this field really belongs to Kyushu, then Kyushu has already taken the lead and advantage. The hosts from other countries looked very ugly. For them, this is by no means good news. Because, before the advent of the new era, they were all targeting Kyushu, which had never changed. Especially before the farm appeared, the friction was very terrifying, and there was a tendency to besiege. Who knows that after Kyushu gains power, it will not turn over old scores. However, they soon became a little thankful that everyone had a farm space, and they were not afraid of any targeting. Farm space, that should shelter them. You got in touch with them. The first time they came here was to look for you. Solin looked at Hong Yi curiously. It counts. Hong Yi nodded. Hong Yi farm owner, please come up and tell me. At this moment, Bengzi's voice came. It seemed that some instrument of the spaceship amplified her voice incomparably. Her voice was no less than that of the other 2 spaceships. Damn it, expose me. Hong Yi murmured. It's strange, why do they speak Chinese? Solin was very curious. A translator. Hong Yi explained. The farm space can spread all over the universe, and it is too simple to create a translator that can master all languages. Xiao Yi, don't come to my sister yet. While Hong Yi and Solin were explaining, Bengzi's voice came again, but this time the tone was completely different. Elder sister. Solin looked at Hong Yi suspiciously. Hong Yi? So the owner of the mysterious field is called Hong Yi. Damn it, this guy is directly on the thigh of the cosmic civilization, and there is a sister of a high-level civilization. When did this happen? Hong Yi? It's really the name of the country of Kyushu. I actually got online with the cosmic civilization ahead of time. When Hong Yi was exposed, everyone was envious, jealous, disappointed, and so on. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Especially those who have ambitions and want to catch up with Hong Yi with the help of cosmic civilization, they are completely lost. Everyone has a sister in the universe, why should they catch up? Why do people still look at them? You stay here first, and when the time comes, I will introduce you to a friend. It must be of great help to you. Hong Yi laughed, and then directly summoned the silver dragon. This is the legendary dragon. Solin was startled by the sudden appearance of the giant dragon, and then she knew it was Hong Yi's dragon rider. Her frightened eyes turned into worship. Such a domineering dragon. She was thinking, Hong Yi riding on the dragon must be even more domineering. This is a man who can control dragons. The only one in the world. What is this? Why are there so many behemoths in the sky? Ai Weiya was attracted by the super spaceship in the sky at the first sight, and she was shocked for a while. Let's go. Take you to appreciate. Hong Yi climbed onto the dragon's back and said with a smile. Is there no danger? Avia asked cautiously. What danger could there be? If I fry it, it won't kill me. Hong Yi said proudly. With the power of 5 dragons, he is absolutely qualified to say this. Wait for me here. Hong Yi smiled and said to Solin, patting the dragon's back lightly with his palm. Roar! Ai Weiya's wings shook, and a strong wind rolled up, flying towards the spaceship. Dear original Earth inhabitants, thank you for allowing us to come. As a thank you, our M99 Lucky Ben family will send some greeting gifts to the country where our civilization is stationed. As a meeting gift, we will present 8 million level 2 intelligent migrant workers, 8 million doses of level 2 gene enhancers, and 500 tons of soil-grade wheat seeds and other supplies. According to Hong Yi's request, these materials will be donated to Kyushu. I have also heard about the deeds of Kyushu high-level officials, so I will distribute these materials for you without authorization. All materials are only provided to all high-level officials and officials who are sincerely for the people. They will also be given priority to active soldiers and their families. The remaining materials will be given priority to indispensable jobs in your country, such as electricity, such as water and electricity, transportation, public security management and other positions. These materials, before you enter the fully automatic era, will liberate you from your shackles and allow you to maintain the previous order. Just as Hong Yi was flying towards the sky, Bengzi's voice resounded throughout the world. Is this the gift that Bengzi was talking about? Also, why in my name? Hong Yi's body was trembling. 8 million level 2 smart farmers, 8 million level 2 gene enhancers, 500 tons of level 2 wheat seeds. How much does it cost? How rich is Bengzi's family? Is she really from a secondary civilization? Hong Yi was shocked, and the whole world exploded. Zhao Mahao, crazy. Is this family crazy? Stop supplying such crazy supplies to Kyushu. What the hell is this civilization going to do? Is this trying to destroy the existing order of our planet and the existing fairness? Let all active duty, all high level, all officials, and all important positions be liberated from the farm space. What is this civilization going to do? Good. Damn it, the fairness of the farm has been completely destroyed. Kyushu has so many extra secondary materials for free, what do we have to do? Bengzi's announcement resounded all over the world, like a super bomb being thrown into the whole world. It immediately attracted roars from everyone outside Kyushu. Angry roar. It seemed to be an indictment of the injustice of the world, but also a kind of fear, a kind of fear. This is just a civilized statement. What about the remaining 2 civilizations? Chapter 83. Haha. Hong Yi is mighty. Our Kyushu is going to restore order. Haha. Anyway, when it comes to the assessment, the top 8 million must belong to our Kyushu. The vast majority of people in Kyushu are extremely happy and excited. Especially those who are among the places. Not to mention the gene enhancer, that is enough to make them superhuman. The second-level intelligent farmer alone is definitely more handy than them in managing the farm. Of course, some people are very unwilling. These are ambitious people. Most are former capitalists. Now, the advent of the Gao civilization directly releases so many benefits, they don't know that they are among the places. It is destined that they will be completely left behind in this new round of competition. From now on, there will be no seats for them to dominate the world. It means that their era of calling the wind and rain has completely ended. But most people are jubilant. Although among the places, there are no them. However, that highly civilized powerhouse has already said that these supplies will be used on soldiers and people who serve the country and the people. This means that all Kyushu people have benefited indirectly. Because these are people who have the common people and Kyushu in their hearts, and when they are strong and developed, they will definitely assist all the players in Kyushu. Therefore, their lag is only temporary. In the future, everything will be fine. Dear original Earth inhabitants, we are also very grateful to you for allowing us to come. As a thank you, our How family of Nebula P95 will send some greeting gifts to the country where our civilization is stationed. We are not as rich as M99 Nebula. As a meeting gift, we will give 3 million second-level smart migrant workers, 3 million doses of second-level gene enhancers, and 200 tons of second-level wheat seeds and other supplies. The designated object of the material will use the M99 Nebula as a reference. Just as the world was boiling and furious, the second spacecraft also issued an announcement. FK. Is it over yet? It's another gift to Kyushu. Why? Why only give it to Kyushu? The planet belongs to the whole world, to all mankind, not to Kyushu. Get off our planet, get off our planet. Get off our planet, we don't, Seb J, welcome you, ours definitely don't welcome you. You are unfair, I want to complain about you, I want to complain about you on the farm, let you get out of our planet. The other farms were outraged, outright outraged. So many materials were all given to Kyushu, and they didn't have any share at all. This is so unfair. The original fairness was broken by them. There are already more than 10 million copies of gene enhancers, and there are more than 10 million smart farmers. It means that after the assessment, they will not have any chance to get rewards. After digesting these materials, Zhuqiang will directly have 11 million more super genetic fighters. If a war really broke out, these tens of millions of super genetic fighters would be enough to destroy them all. This is really disappointing. If so, they would rather these civilizations never came. Since ancient times, we have not suffered from widowhood but from inequality. That's the reason. It is true that the advent of advanced civilization can definitely bring them a lot of help. However, the unfair attitude of advanced civilizations completely angered them. Now, they only want to expel these three civilizations. Angry. You have finally experienced what injustice is, what is crushing by strength. Hong Yi on the dragon was a little amused when he heard it. Bengzi's hands are really smooth. At that time, didn't Jay dance very happily? Did he like to stir up trouble and make trouble everywhere? Now, finally experience the feeling of despair. Jumping clown. Civilization like a minion. Just at this moment, the first spaceship made a loud noise. We have collected the news. Kyushu officials have great courage. When the farm era is coming, in order to continue to maintain order and continue to lead the reality, they voluntarily withdraw from the farm space. Although Nebula's strength is weak, our Wu family has decided that we will only trade in Kyushu on this planet, and only cooperate with Kyushu farm owners. The voice from the third ship was unusually domineering and arrogant, but it won the favor of all the players in Kyushu, and cheered for a while. In addition, our Wu family will present 3 million second-level intelligent farmers, 3 million genetic medicines, 2 seedlings, and soil-grade corn seeds to Kyushu as gifts. Finally, a voice came from the spaceship. Thank you. Thank you for the messenger from Gao Wenming. Thank you for the help. In the endless jubilation, the Kyushu delegation expressed its thanks. Very excited. With these materials, the order of the entire Kyushu will be well maintained. The entire Kyushu will enter a more advanced civilization at the fastest speed. However, these voices were quickly overshadowed by Kyushu's prestige. If it's convenient, after we meet Hong Yi, the host, we can discuss cooperation and other aspects. The representatives of the three spaceships made their voices almost simultaneously. A whole. Damn it! Severing diplomatic relations with us, refusing to cooperate with us. Arrogant secondary civilizations, arrogant aliens, get out of our planet. The other farms were outraged. They dare to clamor, and they have nothing to fear, because they all have their own farm space. Don't shout too much. Otherwise, you must not be expelled from the farm because of your mistakes. At that time, Major General Ben will buy the authority and sell you to the mining planet. Unexpectedly, the representatives of the Wu family didn't hesitate at all, and directly issued a threat. All of a sudden, all the lucky sounds came to an abrupt end. FK, who the hell is this guy? He's so tough. Looks like a bad-tempered guy. For a while, Hong Yi was thoroughly interested in the third very representative. At this moment, Bengzi's spaceship cast a beam of light on Hong Yi. This beam is a receiving beam, which instantly enveloped Hong Yi and the giant dragon. Hong Yi felt a strong pulling force acting on him. Don't resist. No danger. Bengzi's voice came. Chapter 84. Hong Yi no longer used his own strength to resist. He felt that as long as he struggled, with his own strength, he would be able to directly shatter the pulling force of the light beam on him. The next moment, Hong Yi found himself on a platform. This is already the interior of the spaceship. Super sci-fi. It is similar to a sci-fi movie, full of various instruments. Hong Yi had never seen these instruments before. Definitely heavy metal visuals. Brightly lit, extremely bright. The control platform is all over the place. All personnel are still busy at their posts. Among them, a woman who is completely Imperial Sister Fan is looking at Hong Yi with a smile. There is not much difference from humans, only the pair of ears are pointed, long, and tall, erect. The whole person is exactly the same as the avatar on her account. Even, her profile photo is completely free of any refinement or embellishment. Roar! Ivy roared directly, as if swearing something. Hong Yi patted her dragon's back lightly, telling her to be calm. What a mighty dragon! Bengzi laughed and said, others think that you only let the giant dragon do farm work and do coolies, but they don't know that you also have your own dragon mount. Wait! Let me take a photo with you first and send it to Moments. Seeing that Hong Yi was about to come down, Bengzi hurriedly stopped Hong Yi, his figure flashed lightly, and instantly appeared behind Hong Yi, holding him with one hand, and holding a mobile phone-like existence in the other hand, taking pictures. Absolutely familiar. Hong Yi was in absolute shock. Bengzi's speed is too fast. Absolutely no less than his phantom speed. Crack! Crack! Ignoring Hong Yi's shock, Bengzi had already finished taking a selfie. Hey hey! During this period of time, the video of the giant dragon has become popular. If I follow this popularity, it will definitely become popular. Bengzi said with a smile. Big sister, it's fine if you take a photo with me without permission, and you post it on Moments, which is a violation of portrait rights. Hong Yi said with a wry smile. This big beauty feels a little nervous. Portrait rights? Universe Farm, there is no such law. One more thing, call me Sister Bengzi. What big sister? Am I that old? Bengzi said very dissatisfied. What? You didn't bring a translation headset, how do you know our language? Bengzi took a serious look at Hong Yi, and asked curiously. Is there any way? I am a language genius, any language only needs to be heard once, and the brain will deduce it by itself. Hong Yi said seriously. Hey, your narcissism is comparable to mine. Bengzi said with a hey smile. Hong Yi was stunned for a moment, this Bengzi was so self-aware. Xiao Yi, are you satisfied with our gift? Gently jumped off the dragon, Bengzi asked with a smile. A gift? It's not for me. Hong Yi rolled his eyes, naturally pretending to be stupid. Cunning little guy. Bengzi laughed, it seemed that Hong Yi's performance was completely within her expectations. By the way, are you here to invest in business, or to sponsor? If you send too many gifts, when will you get your money back? Hong Yi asked incomparably curiously. For others, Hong Yi can understand. After all, they all thought that there were countless magical species on this planet. But he has already told Bengzi that this world does not have the attribute species that other people imagined. Payback. In my opinion, being able to gain your friendship is the biggest payback. Bengzi confessed very frankly that she came to invest in Hong Yi. Hong Yi said quickly. Hehe, actually, your planet is still very primitive. Even if it doesn't have the attribute species you mentioned, it still has open value. Bengzi said very seriously, there are too many primitive species here, and with your technological level, it is certainly impossible to develop their value at present. If you plan to rely on farm civilization, without our help, perhaps 100 years only then can you hope to enter the second-level civilization. If we develop together, we can say it's a win-win situation. Ben Shi explained. Listen to you. It feels like we're still at a disadvantage. Hong Yi shook his head, he didn't care. With any door system and the resources on the earth, Hong Yi definitely doesn't like it. Asking for flowers, 0. Don't worry, we will definitely discuss this with your Kyushu high-level officials. And, it must be transparent. In addition to Kyushu where our caravan is stationed, Kyushu is also the best partner. If there is no accident, the future order of the earth must be created and maintained by Kyushu. Of course, unless you have a mind of your own. However, I don't think you mean that. Ben Shi explained. What can I think? No. The most is to strive for more benefits for Kyushu. Hong Yi laughed. What? A friend of mine asked me, do you have a girlfriend? She wants to make a kiss with you. Ben Shi suddenly raised the watch on his wrist, glanced at it, and asked Hong Yi with a smile. Hong Yi choked directly on his own. Damn it, are you guys so direct? Also, I have a girlfriend. Hong Yi came back to his senses and shook his head. Okay, I'll reply her. Bengzi smiled, and then entered text on the virtual screen on the watch. Is your girlfriend the one standing next to you just now? It looks pretty good, with a graceful classical style. Bengzi praised. Well, very gentle. Hong Yi laughed. Hey, my best friend replied, she said she doesn't mind, the farm universe marriage law is not monogamous. Bengzi glanced at his wrist again and said with a smile. Damn it, how fierce. Hong Yi murmured, then looked at Bengzi suspiciously. What are you looking at me for? Ben Shi asked. I suspect that you have made friends out of nothing. Hong Yi said very seriously. Creating friends out of thin air? What do you mean? Ben Shi asked. That's right, your so-called best friend is actually yourself. Hong Yi said jokingly. A fight. Ben Shi's face turned red suddenly, and he slapped his palm towards Hong Yi, because of the incomparable horror. It seemed that she deliberately wanted to test Hong Yi's strength. Therefore, this palm instilled its own strength. Really? Hong Yi's pupils shrank slightly, and he also patted his palm. Coincidentally, he also wanted to try the 5-star teeth of Bengzi. Chapter 85. Boom. Palm to palm, there was a terrifying explosion sound, centered on the collision point, the airflow was rippling around, and a hurricane was rolled up and swept towards the surroundings. At this moment, layers of energy shields were cast inside the spaceship, blocking the aftermath of the two of them. No wonder, Bengzi dared to make a move here. Boom. Immediately after, Bengzi flew upside down. It hit the energy shield fiercely. Although she is powerful, she is still far behind Hong Yi's power of 5 dragons. Little guy, you're doing this the next day. Your strength should have reached level 5, right? Bengzi slipped from the energy shield, stabilized his figure, and said in an extremely shocking manner. Level 5. I don't know, I am the power of 5 dragons. Hong Yi said. 843 That's it. The power of 5 dragons is the standard for level 5. Of course, you can only reach the 5th level standard in strength. Ben Shi nodded, looking at Hong Yi with appreciation. The planet has just entered the era of farm civilization, and Hong Yi's strength has reached level 5. It can be said that there is no one in the universe. Does a dragon represent level 1? Hong Yi asked curiously. Regarding the division of power levels, Hong Yi has not consulted Bengzi before. Before the 5th level, it was divided like this. However, levels 5 and 6 are a watershed moment. If you want to reach level 6, you need at least the strength of the 9 dragons. Ben Shi explained. The power of 9 dragons is the 6th level. Hong Yi took a deep breath, a little unbelievable. This is also scary. After level 6, the higher the level, the higher the standard. Ben Shi shook his head. What about you? What level are you? Hong Yi asked curiously. I'm level 4. Ben Shi nodded. Aren't you only in the secondary space? Hong Yi asked. It seems that this universe is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. My space is a secondary space. But I come from a 3rd level civilization. My family is an old guy with a 7th level force. I grew up soaked in genetic fluid since I was a child. Haven't got the farm space yet, I just had the power. Bengzi said proudly, the level of my own farm space will not limit my own strength, which is very good. Level 7 powerhouse. Hong Yi murmured, a level 3 civilization has cultivated a level 7 powerhouse. Hehe, it's not unusual for a 5th level freak like you to appear on a planet that you haven't even reached the first level of civilization. The division of civilization levels is different from the division of individual military levels. The division of civilization is very complicated, and it is generally divided according to the degree of use and development of the energy of the universe by this civilization. The division of force is much simpler. In layman's terms, civilizations are divided according to the creativity of that civilization. Force is simply measured by destructive power. Bengzi summed it up. I see. So, what is the highest level of civilization? Hong Yi asked. I don't know, at least there must be more than 10 levels. At present, the old guys in our family can get in touch with level 6 civilization. As far as strength is concerned, let alone, I have seen level 9 powerhouses, stars can be pinched like balls. Horrible. Bengzi said with emotion. This universe is really scary. Hong Yi murmured. 9th level powerhouses can use the stars as balls to play, that picture. Somewhat scary. Would you consider making an appointment with my girlfriend? She changed the topic, and asked Hong Yi with a smile. Unless that best friend of yours is you. Hong Yi countered with a grin. TCH, kid, you want to hit me. I'm telling you, there is a long line of people who pursue me, probably around a star. Bengzi narrowed his eyes slightly, and said jokingly. Forget it. I'm afraid of being hammered to death. Hong Yi quickly shook his head. Cut, bratty brat. She said very unhappy. Miss, it has been detected that there are relatively complete myth records and legends on this planet. At this moment, a heroic woman walked over slowly. Beautiful, but grim. The tight military uniform on her body set off her completely taut body. Holding a light screen in his hand. A cool voice, with a hint of excitement. Myths and legends. Really? Bengzi's voice was also filled with excitement. Hong Yi looked at Bengzi curiously. Isn't it just a myth? Almost every inherited civilization has it. As for being so excited? Yes, miss. The value of this planet needs to be re-evaluated. The female captain was very happy, and it could be seen that she was very excited. Aren't you curious? She suddenly asked. I'm really curious, and very puzzled. Isn't it just a myth and legend? Hong Yi frowned slightly. Actually, myths and legends are worth developing. Of course, if you want to develop the value of myths and legends, you need at least 5 special skills. Taking a deep breath, Bengzi opened his mouth slowly. How is this possible? Hong Yi trembled slightly. The value of developing myths and legends is so awesome. Why is that impossible? Myths and legends are generally passed down orally through the ancestors of the planet. Although some of them must have been exaggerated a lot, there are many things that can be traced. For example, on your planet, in ancient times, it was impossible for human beings to communicate with each other, but myths have many similarities. She explained. And then? Hong Yi asked, how to develop? Of course it's archaeology, tracing back to history. 4.2 Bengzi laughed. What if it's just an imagination? Is it just a coincidence? Hong Yi asked. Aren't there many monsters and gods recorded in myths and legends? These are already wealth. Based on these clues, we can try to make animals evolve in that direction. Because, on this planet, to a large extent, these species once appeared, but they died out. However, among the existing species, or among some fossils, there may be their genes. These are intangible wealth. Bengzi explained proudly. Sounds a little crazy. Hong Yi couldn't help muttering. The civilization of the universe is really terrible. Is this to restore the myth? Chapter 86. Of course, some planets did have some powerful civilizations in ancient times. These civilizations may have been destroyed, or they may have disappeared for other reasons, but they should also leave traces of their existence. These traces are genes. Gene fragments are found through technology, and these gene fragments are compiled into a complete gene chain, so as to reproduce the once powerful species. These are the greatest wealth. Of course, the seamless splicing technology of genes will only appear in the ministers of the 5th level civilization. So, facing such a huge treasure mine, your civilization can only wait and worry. Without our assistance, it would be very difficult for the civilization of your planet to enter a higher level civilization. Therefore, we are willing to cooperate with you, Kyushu. Ben-shi continued to explain. These, when the time comes, you can talk to the first party of Kyushu. After thinking for a while, Hong Yi shook his head. Reproduce 24 myths. It sure sounds tempting. However, for Hong Yi, there is not much attraction. Myriad worlds are open for him, mythical creatures, mythical exercises, he can get them directly, why should he waste time and energy on these? He is not interested, and of course he will not prevent Kyushu from cooperating with these advanced civilizations. If he doesn't research, he can't stop others from researching. What's more, the relationship between him and Bengzi, so far, is not bad. Bengzi also helped him a lot invisibly. Moreover, the object of cooperation is also Kyushu. As soon as he arrived, he brought such a big gift to Kyushu. You're not interested? Bengzi was very surprised. Interested, but no time. Hong Yi shook his head. He is telling the truth. There must be a big secret hidden in your body. Ben-shi gave Hong Yi a deep look, and said with a smile. There is deep curiosity in the eyes. Who doesn't have some secrets, doesn't he? Hong Yi responded with a smile. Indeed. Bengzi nodded approvingly. She wanted to bring up the idea of entering Hong Yi's farm space to watch. However, she was rejected by herself in the end. Because, this is a kind of extremely impolite, very disrespectful behavior. Generally speaking, the biggest secret of every farm space owner is his own farm space. That is absolutely private territory. I also brought you some gifts, are you interested? Ben-shi asked with a smile. What gift? Let me declare first that I don't have any gifts in return. A trace of curiosity flashed in Hong Yi's eyes, but he still made a statement in advance. Won't you gift me a dragon in return? Bengzi smiled slightly and asked. This can be considered, but not now. After thinking for a while, Hong Yi smiled and said, because I don't have much. With a ranch as big as mine, I need some quantity to support the scene, right? Stingy. However, it seems that you have great ambitions. Are you planning to raise all advanced species in captivity? Ben-shi rolled his eyes. I do have that idea. Hong Yi nodded, there is nothing to hide. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Bengzi looked at Hong Yi with great interest, she knew that there was definitely a shocking secret about Hong Yi. Perhaps, he discovered a hidden relic on this planet. Apart from this guess, she really couldn't figure out where Hong Yi could get so many attribute creatures. But what made her feel strange was that Hong Yi didn't stop them from exploring the myth. Because we came here on behalf of the secondary civilization. So, when we come to trade, including giving gifts, we can only give Earth-level products and commodities at most. Therefore, even if I want to give you more advanced items, there is no other way. Secondary goods, to your planet, should be a high-end product, but to you, it should be nothing. Bengzi said helplessly, then handed Hong Yi a list. Who said that these are all wealth, anyway, I don't think too much. Hong Yi laughed, following the items on the list. Level 2 fully automated iron cattle, 1000 units. 2 fully automatic planters, 1000 units. 2 level fully automatic fertilizer applicators, 1000 units. Level 2 fully automatic harvesters, 1000 units. 100 tons of secondary wheat, corn, rice, and soft grains. 100 second level mechanical butlers. Irayu is rich in energy fry, 10 million pieces. Grade 2 beef cattle, 100,000 heads. Grade 2 mutton sheep, 100,000 heads. Looking at these lists, Hong Yi's eyes shone slightly. They are all secondary items, how much is this worth? Also, with these, his farm instantly enriched. This is a gift of complete one-stop service. In addition to purchasing, everything from plowing, sowing, fertilizing, harvesting, and even grain seeds, fish fry, and pasture grazing is provided. Those fully automatic machines alone are enough to help Hong Yi complete the planting of hundreds of thousands of acres of land. It is a pity that Hong Yi is not very strong about these needs. Even, there is not much demand. Because, he is even rarer in magic cultivation. Magic planting is not just simple planting, it is already improved and cultivated in the process of planting. If the improvement and cultivation are successful, they will be rewarded. What exactly do you see in me? It's actually worth your huge investment. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi spoke slowly. The ceremony was too heavy, and Hong Yi felt a little hot. Your potential, or the secret in you is worth my investment. In the entire universe, I am the first person to know you. I have such a good opportunity to make a big bet. If I miss it, I really have no regrets in the future. Bengzi said calmly, but now, it seems that what I have carefully prepared does not seem to make you very excited, at least it did not meet my expectations. After talking about it, Bengzi felt a little disappointed. No, I'm obviously very excited. Originally, I didn't intend to return the gift, but now I have decided to return the gift. Hong Yi shook his head and smiled. Then what are you going to give me in return? Ben Shi asked with a smile. Extraordinary wood. Just saw it, it's full of branches and leaves. Hong Yi said with a smile, I thought these would be impossible, but you have the technology of a fifth-level civilization, which may be helpful to you. It's the kind of extraordinary wood with life attributes. Bengzi's eyes lit up slightly, flashing with intense interest. Yes. Hong Yi replied. 0. Chapter 87/JVE. The other two interstellar civilizations request a boarding interview. At this moment, the beautiful captain turned back again and said respectfully to Bengzi. Let them wait. Ben Shi said lightly, and then said to Hong Yi, I'll take you to your warehouse, where your gifts are stored. Then thank you. Hong Yi smiled, and followed behind her. Bengzi has a tall figure. With a height of 1.8 meters and perfect golden body proportions, just looking at it is pleasing to the eye. After all, those who have been soaked in genetic fluid since childhood will definitely not have a bad figure. Hong Yi couldn't help but wonder whether all the highly civilized cosmic creatures are absolutely handsome and beautiful. What are you thinking? Seeing Hong Yi's silence, Ben Shi asked without looking back. What race are you? After thinking about it, Hong Yi asked. Human. Our bodies are different, but we are all human. Even, most of the owners of Cosmic Farm are humans. Ben Shi explained. The universe, is there no other high-quality life forms? Hong Yi asked curiously. Of course there is. However, the civilization they develop is not a farm civilization, their civilization space is various other spaces. Farming, only humans are best at. It is said that most of the materials on the front line of the universe are provided by us humans. Bengzi smiled and said, of course, we humans are definitely the richest race in the entire universe. It's so darn. Hong Yi murmured. Resources, no matter when, are the most important. Humans in the whole universe jointly develop resources, no matter how weak the human race is, they will be piled up as masters by massive resources. Bengzi said with some relief, so, in the entire universe, the human race has almost the greatest right to speak. Resources are the most important thing. Hong Yi repeated this sentence in his heart. Of course, you must have the ability to protect your own resources. Ben Shi added. At this time, it has arrived in front of the warehouse. Bengzi lightly pressed a switch, and the heavy metal iron door, which was perfectly seamlessly inlaid, slowly opened. For a moment, Hong Yi felt the absolute charm of heavy industry. To be honest, he really couldn't see that there was a door here just now. Seamless inlay. How delicate and terrifying this craftsmanship is. In the warehouse, the first thing that catches the eye is rows of extremely huge machines. Heavy texture, domineering and ferocious. Then there are 100 second-level machine stewards. All are women. The face value is against the sky, and the figure is extremely perfect. The key is that each robot has no repetition in terms of appearance or body shape. Hong Yi had to admire the exquisite craftsmanship. The skin seems to be an absolute realistic skin. If Ben Shi hadn't told him that these were all robots, Hong Yi would not have believed it. Cattle and sheep, as well as various supplies, are densely packed. Need help moving it? Ben Shi asked with a smile. No, it's just a trivial matter to carry these things. Hong Yi smiled lightly, and with a wave of his hand, all the supplies were brought into the system space by him. How did you do it? Bengzi was extremely shocked. What ability is this? The ability to reward. Hong Yi laughed. With the improvement of his strength, he will naturally become more powerful and handy in manipulating the system space. As long as the things to be stored have no intention of resisting, he can usually easily store them in the air. I'll go back and settle down first, and I'll send you the tree trunk of life by the way. Hong Yi smiled, and then disappeared, together with AI Via. What a mysterious guy. What kind of secret is hidden in your body? I'm sorry, but yours has successfully attracted Miss Ben's interest, and you can't escape. After being shocked, Bengzi couldn't help muttering. There was a strange look in his eyes. Do you want to sell those machines directly? Returning to his own space, Hong Yi murmured. In the end, he decided to keep it for the time being. Then let's raise fish. Hong Yi smiled. After stocking the mermaids, Hong Yi originally planned to catch some fry and return them to stocking. Now, Ben gave him 1,000,000 energy star-rich secondary fry. This step is all saved. My lord, you haven't come to see us for a long time. When they came to the lake, the 3 mermaids saw Hong Yi, flew straight up, lay down by the lake, and said with some resentment. They seem a little bored. They have finished shopping the entire lake, and they don't want to go ashore. I brought you some presents. Hong Yi smiled lightly, and then with a wave of his palm, countless small fish fell into the lake like it was raining. Although it is a secondary fry. But Hong Yi does not intend to stock them in secondary lakes. A secondary lake, Hong Yi will only be used to breed powerful sea creatures from other worlds. In addition to this reason, the people living in the second-level lakes are all the Naga clan. The Naga clan is not only ferocious, but also huge in size and eats a lot. These energy-laden fish fry might be eaten by them all. Hong Yi is relieved to keep them here. 3 mermaids, even if they wanted to eat, they wouldn't be able to eat much. Hong Yi is really not afraid of them eating, and even encourages them to eat. If he can eat a 3rd-level mermaid, Hong Yi will earn a lot of money. My lord, these. The 3 mermaids were extremely surprised. They sensed that these fry actually contained extremely pure energy. From now on, you will be responsible for raising these fry. After they grow up a little, I will allow you to eat as much as you want. Hong Yi said with a smile. Really? The 3 mermaids suddenly became extremely excited. These fry are full of pure energy. Wang Zhao's, if they can be eaten for a long time, combined with the vitality emitted by the tree of life, their magic will definitely break through crazily. Certainly. Take good care of them. There should be no one who is better at raising fish than mermaids. That's really great. The mermaid burst into joy immediately, and its huge fish tail slapped on the lake surface, causing countless waves. Young master, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. One of the mermaids suddenly waved at Hong Yi. What's wrong? Hong Yi leaned forward and squatted slightly. The mermaid jumped up directly, saved Hong Yi, and wanted to pull him into the lake. However, Hong Yi is as stable as Mount Tai, how could he be pulled? Hong Yi almost killed her with his shot, but he gave up when he felt the cold lips on his face. You are so heavy. The mermaid let go of Hong Yi in frustration, and said dissatisfied. Chapter 88. Don't play such a thrilling game next time, it's very dangerous. Hong Yi wiped the water stains on his cheeks, and said speechlessly. Fortunately, I stopped in time. I really want to tell you something. The mermaid, who didn't realize that she walked through the gate of hell, said with a smile. What's the matter? Hong Yi asked. We're going to ask you, my lord, to bring some of our sisters here. The environment here is so good, and there is no danger, why don't you bring back some of our sisters, let's help you raise fish together. The mermaid asked. There is a chance, I will definitely. After thinking about it, Hong Yi agreed. It seems that there are too few mermaids in such a huge lake. Then we would like to thank you, my lord. I originally planned to give you a real thank you, but it's a pity that you are too heavy. The mermaid said with a smile. Stay well, practice hard, and strive for breakthrough evolution, I will go to work first. Hong Yi smiled speechlessly. The fish fry have been stocked, and the next step is to stock cattle and sheep. 100,000 cows, Tian Wan buys pens. The main cattle and sheep, let's put them in ordinary pastures, and let the 3 giant dragons help to take care of them when they are resting. 737 Then put 1,000 sheep and 1,000 cows on the secondary pastures. Snow leopards are ferocious beasts, we can't just keep them like this, and let their ferocity be gone. In their place, some cattle and sheep can be raised to train their hunting ability. Hong Yi has his plans. The second-level pasture is mainly used to raise the cubs of fierce beasts brought back from the wild world. These ferocious beast cubs are extremely fierce by nature. However, if overfeeding, it is estimated that their wildness and fierceness will be lost. So, when they have the ability to hunt, Hong Yi plans to let them hunt by themselves in the pasture. Therefore, there must not be too many cattle and sheep for grazing. There are only 2,000 heads in total, which is actually not many. Because the ranch is huge. Roar! When Hong Yi came to the ranch again, the 2 snow scale leopards had woken up, opened their eyes, and staggered out of the incubator. When they saw Hong Yi, they bared their teeth and let out a childish growl. Although it looks very cute. However, the fierce power has been revealed. However, they soon sensed Hong Yi's aura, ran over staggeringly and cheered. Hong Yi has fed them, and they already regard Hong Yi as the closest person. Stay here first, I will release your future prey first. Hong Yi hugged them with a smile, and then waved his palm lightly. In the pasture, there are 2,000 more creatures. 1,000 cows and 1,000 sheep. FK, this is a cow. Hong Yi was secretly speechless. That cow is the size of an elephant on earth. It seems that Kong Wu is powerful. A pair of huge horns are extremely sharp, as if they can tear everything apart easily. Sheep are not small in size, they are the size of cattle on the earth. 1,000 cows stared at Yi intently. Seemingly docile, but actually fearless. Hong Yi could tell that these cows were not tame, even filled with a trace of wildness. Dal! Roar! The natural strong sense of territory made the 2 snow leopards feel that their territory was invaded by other creatures, so they roared directly. There are some milk sounds and milk sounds, but they are not small. Unexpectedly, he broke free from Hong Yi's arms with all his teeth and claws. They fell to the ground with a plop, but they struggled quickly. Roar! The 2 snow leopards hadn't stood firm yet, and directly charged towards the herd of cattle and sheep with a low growl. Year! Completely beyond Hong Yi's expectations, the originally calm Griathorn herd panicked and became extremely restless. Accompanied by one of them neighing and running wildly, all the herds of cows ran wildly and fled towards the distance. The flock has already fled. The 2 snow scale leopards chased for dozens of meters before stopping. Satisfied, he turned back towards Hong Yi. Is this the ferocity of the beast? Natural repression. Although, they are only level 3, and they are still cubs who have just been born, but they have their own fierce power. The giant cows of the second level were frightened by them and ran away. Hong Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is just the snow leopard, what about other more terrifying beasts? How horrible that was! These ferocious beasts, I'm afraid they can only afford to raise them except their cubs. How can an adult ferocious beast easily convince people, let alone be willing to be kept in captivity like this? Hong Yi thought to himself. Come on, it's time for you to eat. Hong Yi smiled lightly. From the system space, a few bottles of second-level fresh milk were taken out and began to feed them. Level 2 fresh milk is an absolute catalyst for cubs. A trace of excitement flashed in Hong's eyes. The energy in fresh milk is the easiest to absorb. The reason why the two snow-scale leopards grow so fast is that they completely absorbed the energy in the fresh milk that was fed to them this morning. Not long after, the two ferocious beasts were full, turned over, and fell into sleep again. It should be to better absorb the energy in fresh milk. It has to be said that the instinct of a ferocious beast living in a dangerous and extremely harsh environment is terrifying. They are born to grow desperately, and instinctively they don't want to miss any opportunity to grow. This terrifying instinct will definitely make them grow at the fastest speed, and even transform and evolve. Sure enough, wild beasts are the most worth breeding. Their potential for evolution is terrifying. A trace of joy flashed in Hong's eyes. As long as the beast evolves, he will get the reward himself. After thinking about it, Hong Yi waved his palm lightly, and 100 beautiful robot butlers appeared directly in front of Hong Yi. Honorable Master, thank you for your possession of us. We will do our best to assist you, no matter what needs you have, we will solve them for you. After Hong Yi activated all the machine butlers, the number 1 butler headed by said respectfully to Hong Yi. The voice is incomparably sweet, no different from a real person. What do you know? Hong Yi asked curiously. He wanted to know how advanced the machine butlers Bengzi gave him were. Honorable Master, we are second-level all-round housekeepers. Within the second-level civilization, we can basically solve all the problems of the Master, such as farm management, breeding, farming, overall planning, combat, scientific research, etc., and even the Master's physiological problems are also included in our duties and skills. The robot butler said proudly. Chapter 89. Research. Can you still do research? Hong Yi was extremely shocked. If this is the case, then the value of these robots is really too great. In terms of scientific research, there is indeed a vacancy in Hong Yi Farm. However, he did not develop in the direction of scientific research. But now, with these robot butlers, it's only natural for Hong Yi to give it a try. Anyway, he doesn't need to worry about it. How much do these machine butlers cost? For a moment, Hong Yi felt that Bengzi's favor seemed too great. Farm management, breeding, farming, overall planning, combat sales. Sure enough, it is really an all-round housekeeper. As for being responsible for physical problems, Hong Yi thinks it's just a pure prank. Yes. As long as the owner has a suitable laboratory, we can carry out scientific research. We can engage in scientific research in biology, medicine, physics, astronomy, geography, archaeology, etc. The number 1 steward said with incomparable confidence. Of course, it's only limited to the scientific research of the second-level civilization. Finally, number 1 housekeeper added. FK. Apart from being so amazed, Hong Yi really couldn't find a more suitable word. He finally realized what it means to be an all-around type. This is the real all-rounder. Master, what can we do now? Steward number 1 asked sincerely. For the time being, there is nothing for you to do. You guys, leave the 2 of you behind and take care of these 2 little guys for me. The rest, let Catherine arrange it. After thinking about it, Hong Yi said. Now, he doesn't have a scientific research laboratory, and there is nothing worthy of their research for the time being. Catherine. Hong Yi shouted to Catherine in the distance. Asterisk. Catherine arrived soon. She was extremely curious about these robots, but she didn't take the initiative to ask. These are the stewards of our farm, and they have a lot of skills. Then, they will be handed over to you. Hong Yi smiled and introduced the robot butler to Catherine. Clear. Catherine smiled. With the continuous expansion of the farm, she has begun to feel a little powerless in the management of the farm, and she is very busy every day. Now that someone is helping them, it is naturally the best. I have some items here, you can follow me to the warehouse to receive them. Hong Yi said. Bengzi gave him too many gifts. He had to take it back to the warehouse and unload it. There are almost 200,000 cattle and sheep. Hong Yi will also take it to the first floor pasture for stocking. You guys are busy, I'm going to get some branches of the tree of life. After handling the gifts, Hong Yi lightly tapped Catherine's forehead, then summoned Ivia, and went to the tree of life to produce a few branches. 100 all-round butlers are really too precious for Hong Yi. These things are basically priceless in shopping malls. At least, Hong Yi has never seen the products of scientific research intelligent people. After all, no one would dislike their many scientific researchers. And scientific research is exactly Hong Yi's weakness. Hong Yi and Iwei disappeared in the farm soon. When it appeared again, it happened to appear next to Solin. How did you do it? Appear directly beside me. Seeing Hong Yi's sudden appearance, Solin asked curiously. Come on, I'll take you to meet those aliens. Hong Yi said with a smile, and at the same time leaned down and stretched out his hand to hold Solin. Isn't this, not very good? Solin shook her head, a little nervous. Let's go. Nothing. Hong Yi flashed lightly, appeared behind Solin, and brought her onto the back of the dragon in an instant. The giant dragon. Seeing her riding on the giant dragon, Solin was so nervous that her palms were sweating. DL. Iwei roared, her wings flashed fiercely, and she flew towards the spaceship where Bengzi was. Buzz. Just at this moment, a directing ray of light was directly projected over. I'll go, obviously I can project so far, and it's the first time I let my old lady fly so high. Before disappearing, Ivy complained unhappily. Appeared again, still on the receiving platform. Hong Yi found that several eyes fell on him. These are all unfamiliar faces. Obviously there are two groups of people. One group of people is extremely burly, with an average height of more than 2 meters. Asking for flowers. Another wave, no different from earthlings. However, their hair is emerald green. Hong Yi felt that Solin in front of him was trembling slightly because of nervousness. Presumably, this is the mysterious field owner. The first person to speak was a boy who was at least 2 meters tall. As for why Hong Yi judged him to be a teenager, it was because his face was extremely immature. Completely childish. Moreover, judging from his voice, it should be the domineering voice from spaceship number 3. My name is Valkyrie. The Wu family from Nebula N87 is also the leader of this delegation. I have long admired the owner of Hong Yi, and I finally see you today. The burly young man stood up, his voice was like a bell, giving people a very hearty feeling, and he was not as arrogant as before. 0. However, those who dared to name martial god were probably not so humble. Hong Yi. It's not a mystery, it's just some adventure. Hong Yi said modestly. Brother Hong Yi, how about we play a game? Sure enough, as Hong Yi expected. Just after Hong Yi's introduction, the young man named Martial God directly said to Hong Yi with fighting spirit. Come on, young master. Come on, young master. What Hong Yi didn't expect was that not only did a burly old man behind the martial god not stop him, but he did not think it was a big deal and cheered. It really is a violent family. Hong Yi whispered secretly. However, this kind of person should be easier to get along with. What do you want to bet on? Hong Yi asked. It's not suitable for fighting here either, so let's compare strength and wrestle wrists. You win, I will give you the 16th birthday present my father gave me. The young man spoke, full of confidence. FK, young master, do you want to play so big? A small gamble is enough. The cheering old man directly covered the boy's mouth, persuading him with great distress. What if I lose? Hong Yi asked. The 16th birthday gift should be his adult gift, and it must be extremely important. You can tell by looking at the tension and distress on the old guy's face. As for what it is, Hong Yi doesn't know. However, he can be sure that this is definitely a shocking gamble. Chapter 90. Whatever you want, just watch it. The burly young man broke free from the old man's palm, and said boldly, of course, his eyes and body were full of confidence. Master, you are a prodigal. The old man shook his head, completely hating iron but not steel. Hee. You are very confident. I don't take advantage of you either. If I lose, I will give you a dragon. Hong Yi smiled lightly. Valkyrie is very confident, but Hong Yi is not afraid of losing. He can afford to lose too. Isn't it just a dragon? There are so many different worlds. Just go there and suppress one and come back. Dragon. Hey, then I won't be polite. To have a giant dragon as a mount, a lawphone. The Valkyrie smiled, his eyes shining brightly. This is a straightforward boy. First of all, before April 20, you can see 1 or 2 by arrogantly attacking farm owners in other countries. You two are so elegant, don't you mind if I also bet on the periphery? At this moment, another young man stood up and said lightly. I'm proud of you, the noble family from P95 Nebula. The young man smiled, his long green hair flowing. Arrogance. Hong Yi muttered, this name is so coquettish. I can't help it. The old man chose the name himself. I hope I'm a proud person, but I've let him down. I'm still stingy. I can't laugh or cry with pride. His name, no matter where he went, caused quite a stir. This name is indeed a bit too coquettish. Brother Hao is humble, spending a lot of money, not everyone can do it. Hong Yi said with a smile, this family also brought many great gifts to Zhu. However, next time you introduce yourself, you should directly say that you are from the proud family. I think it is even more domineering. Hong Yi couldn't help teasing. Brother Hong Yi, this suggestion seems to be good. However, if you introduce it like this, it is easy to bleed a lot. Hao Qi smiled lightly, because he seemed very humble. How do you want to buy peripherals? Martial God asked directly. Hehe, I also plan to make a bet with the host, so I will only buy you to win the periphery. I wonder if Brother Hong Yi will agree. Hao Qi smiled lightly and asked Yi. Of course, but what's your bet? Hong Yi asked. Nanoman. A nanoman who can continue to evolve with a certain probability. I also just got a product from a high-level civilization, there is only one, and it is currently only 2nd level. He spoke proudly and calmly. Surely proud. This is a new product of advanced civilization. Online purchases are limited, and I can't even get them. Brother Hoki is really arrogant, and he is willing to part with it. Hearing this, the Valkyrie immediately said in admiration. Hong Yi was a little stunned. These two guys, and Bengzi, aren't they competing? How does it feel like they get along so well? Looking at Bengzi again, he has already led Solin to the side to chat. I also gave her an all-round translation headset, and the two chatted quite happily. Where, it's not as good as Martial God brother, but you have bet all the coming-of-age gifts that your old man gave you. Shaking his head proudly and humbly. That's not the same. I don't like the gift from the old man. Martial God shook his head, then looked at Hong Yi, and said, come on. Let's talk about it first. I am a 5th level powerhouse, with the power of 5 dragons. Dragon, I am determined to win. The Valkyrie is full of fighting spirit. Coincidentally, I am also the power of 5 dragons. Hong Yi said with a smile, but his heart was incomparably shocked. This guy, who obviously just came of age, possesses the power of 5 dragons. It is estimated that in their nebula, their family is also an absolute wealthy family. The situation is similar to that of the Bengzi family. It is estimated that this arrogance is also a hidden master. Hong Yi was shocked, so how could he not be shocked by his heroism and martial arts? After all, not long after Hong Yi got the farm space, he already has the power of 5 dragons. Moreover, this planet is still at a very low level of civilization. It seems that this time the power is evenly matched. Hearing what Hong Yi said, Martial God became even more excited. This is a very belligerent guy. It is estimated that I have long wanted to go to the battlefield. Bengzi, who was chatting on the side, lightly pressed a button, and a table appeared out of thin air in the open space. Afterwards, all eyes fell on Hong Yi and Wu Shen. Boom! The Valkyrie domineeringly put his arm on the stage. That thick arm, like a lump of iron, made the stage explode. FK. Looking at the thick arm, Hong Yi couldn't help muttering. Fortunately, they are all the power of 5 dragons. Afterwards, Hong Yi also put his arms on the stage and put them together. Start! When the two were ready, Bengzi shouted softly. Boom! In an instant, the two of them exerted their strength at the same time. The platform under the arms of the two of them cracked directly. Immediately, a layer of energy shielded the platform. For a moment, the veins on Wuxian's arm were exposed, and there was a rumbling sound, like thunder. Hong Yi's face was also tense. The two are wrestling, evenly matched. After all, they are all the power of 5 dragons. Next, the comparison is endurance. On this point, Hong Yi is not panicking. Because he has a strong self-healing ability and a source of life, his resilience is quite terrifying. The pure power was touching, and the heat released by the arms of the two people even twisted the air. Come on! Come on! Everyone is shouting. Neither of them moved a muscle. Time is passing. Half an hour passed quickly. 1 hour, 2 hours. The Valkyrie's face was extremely red and began to turn blue. Obviously, his follow-up experience is insufficient. Boom! In the end, the martial god failed, and his thick arm was knocked down by Hong Yi, and he slammed it heavily on the platform, causing the platform to shatter directly. Brother Yi has terrifying stamina. Little brother is willing to bow down. 3.5. The Valkyrie shook his arm, and said sincerely. Concession. Hong Yi said very modestly. I'm willing to bet and admit defeat. I'm taking out my bet. Valkyrie smiled, then returned to his farm space, and came out the next moment. He held an egg the size of a millstone in his hand. What is this? Hong Yi asked in surprise. This egg comes from a level 5 civilization. A recreated mythical creature. The old man behind Valkyrie explained with a wry smile, and then gave Valkyrie a hard look. Little martial god, this thing is too expensive, I can't accept it. Hong Yi took a deep breath and refused. Master Yi, please accept it, otherwise our young master will make a joke. The old man glanced at Hong Yi appreciatively, and then said, speaking out what you say is the martial art of our family. Chapter 91. Then I won't be polite. Hong Yi happily took over the dome. You were the one who won, why are you being polite? Martial God said with a smile, this thing was developed by others, and it is only a 4th level life form. Even if it is cultivated, it will not be rewarded. The point is, this guy is difficult to cultivate, and absorbs a lot of energy. Valkyrie said with a look of disgust. This made Hong Yi secretly speechless. This guy really dislikes feelings, so he took them out as a bet. What kind of life is in this egg? Hong Yi asked curiously. It is said that it is a goddess believed by the natives of the primitive world. The Valkyrie shook his head and said nonchalantly. Goddess. All can be cultivated. Hong Yi was extremely shocked. No matter how terrifying the civilization of this universe is, gods can be cultivated. Whether there is a god or not, it's just that primitive planet, some kind of naturally powerful creature. In the end, isn't it extinct? What's more, to be precise, it's just a replica spliced together using the genetic fragments left behind by her. It has no divinity, let alone divine power. Let's put it this way, if she really has the power of a god, how could she be put up for auction? That is, the old brain of my family is so weak that he was tricked by others. He really thought that she could cultivate her divinity. Valkyrie shook his head, a little speechless, but extremely helpless. Divinity. Hong Yi was very curious. It's just a special kind of energy. The biggest role of divine energy is to cooperate with evolutionary energy to allow creatures to complete the transformation of life. So, divine energy is actually a more advanced evolutionary energy, and it can also be said to be an advanced attribute energy. Ben Shi explained. Then what about Xian Li? Hong Yi asked. It's the same, it's still just a more advanced attribute energy, or evolutionary energy. Whether it is human beings or other species, or the gods and immortals in mythology, they are all life forms in essence, but they are more advanced life forms. Ben Shi shook his head. Where are the ghosts? Hong Yi asked suddenly. Spiritual power, perhaps the most powerful. Ghosts and gods are really not rare items in the entire universe. Ordinary ghosts can actually scare ordinary people. By the way, some farms still raise ghosts. Of course, ghosts can also be divided into levels. There's nothing unusual about this. Benshi explained with a smile. Of course, some ghosts with high levels or special attributes are still very valuable. Bengzi continued to explain Hong Yi's doubts. Ghost, can you still upgrade and have attributes? Hong Yi was really confused. Moreover, this universe has begun to study and think. Of course, the energy body and the spiritual body can also evolve. There are even legends that more advanced civilizations have begun to study the genes of the energy body, to be precise, the code of the soul. Bengzi looked as if it should be taken for granted. Hong Yi couldn't help feeling that compared with the entire civilization, how backward the planet he was on was. Study soul code. What a heaven-defying means. Goddess. Looking at the egg in his hand, Hong Yi fell into deep thought. If you put this egg under the tree of life, will she regain her divinity? If you can, then really make a lot of money. Also, Goddess Naga, can you capture it? Thinking of Goddess Naga, Hong Yi couldn't help but feel hot inside. That is a living goddess. If it is really possible to capture them back and stock them in the lake, it will be against the sky. Hong Yi can be sure that Goddess Naga is absolutely alive and exists. However, it may not be in the space where the other world is located, it may be in a more advanced space. If there is a chance, we must catch a few gods and come back to raise them. I can't absorb this information again. Seeing that Hong Yi fell into Chen Meng without saying a word, Benshi said with a smile. Brother Yi, I am willing to admit defeat, this is my bet. Hao Qi had already come out of his own farm space, and said with a smile, he just rolled out a stroller for Hong Yi. In the car, a little girl over 2 years old looked at Hong Yi with big cute eyes. In his hand, he was holding a feeding bottle. FK. Brother, let's go back to now, but, don't make such a joke, okay? The corner of Hong Yi's mouth twitched violently. Is this little kid an animan? Ha ha. Ha ha. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help laughing. Brother Yi, I can't help it. When I bought it, the seller didn't tell me about the situation. However, as long as nano-humans have enough nano-energy, they can be raised quickly. He explained with a heroic smile, but a hint of cunning and teasing flashed in his eyes. So cute. Solin's eyes lit up. Hong Yi, hurry up and accept it, I'll raise it. My sister, don't be impulsive. You really can't afford him, brother Hong Yi, I guess it's a little bit reluctant. Valkyrie hurriedly stopped Solin. Barely can you afford it? Hong Yi asked, incomparably surprised. Who do you look down on? Yes. 223. I thought that this guy, Hoki, could really be a mature nanoman. The reason why this little guy is in this form is because she is not a mature body, and even has a genetic defect. She definitely needs to absorb a lot of energy to repair her nanogenes, this process cannot be interrupted. Martial God shook his head and explained, I guess, this guy Hoki didn't want to keep him anymore, so he made a move. I just knew that none of you are good people. Hong Yi said in an extremely speechless manner. Brother Yi can let her sleep temporarily, and it won't be too late to raise her when the resources are sufficient. Actually, let's put it this way, normally speaking, she has a nanogene defect, and it was impossible for her to survive in the first place. However, she can repair her genes by herself. She is precious because of this. After repairing her genes, she has a certain chance of being able to evolve. Hao Qi explained, I'm really not cheating brother Hong Yi, because it won't do me any good. I can give it a try. Hong Yi said with a smile. Then, took over the trolley. Just kidding, with any door, he still can't afford to support a foodie? Maybe, in the future, he can cultivate a real super terror. Hong Yi is really interested in nano creatures. It's so cute. Solin quickly took the trolley, and squatted down to tease little Nami Lolita. Chapter 92. Sister Bengzi, I gave this to you. Hong Yi took out the trunk of an incomparably huge tree of life from the system space, and the whole room began to be filled with a strong breath of life. Hong Yi's method shocked everyone incomparably. Is this out of thin air? However, soon everyone was attracted by the trunk of the tree of life. Wood with the attributes of life. What a strong life force! This is your extraordinary wood tree. Bengzi was incomparably shocked, even more so by his martial spirit and heroic spirit. Looking at Hong Yi in disbelief. They didn't expect that there was such a treasure in Hong Yi's farm space. The rest of the people also looked at Hong Yi in shock. Obviously, these are just tree trunks. Even, it's just a branch. Little friend Hong Yi, how enchanting is that tree? The old man behind the Valkyrie took a deep breath and asked in shock. Dozens of miles. Hong Yi smiled lightly. FK. Brother. Dozens of miles of trees? Are you sure? Really? The martial god looked at Hong Yi with a startled look, and his arrogance was also inconceivable. Do you think it's strange that a tree with the attribute of life grows for tens of miles? Or, have you never seen such a big tree? Hong Yi laughed, he was very satisfied with their serious expressions. Who made them laugh at themselves just now? No. Brother, I really have never seen such a big tree. But brother, how did you grow it? He asked in awe and shock. So. Hong Yi seemed to be thinking, and then slowly opened his mouth under their expectant eyes. This is a secret, and it's a long story. Cut. Immediately there was booing. Brother, have you discovered a mythical relic on this planet? Valkyrie's thoughts and guesses are almost exactly the same as Bengzi's. System? Their civilization does not have these classic novels. Killing them, none of them would think of it. Even if Hong Yi told them that he could travel through 10,000 realms, they probably wouldn't believe it. Well, let's just put it that way. Otherwise, no matter what reason I find, you won't believe it. Hong Yi said seriously. What a cunning little guy. Seeing Hong Yi doing Tai Chi all the time, the old man behind Wushan murmured. Then sister, I would like to thank you for the gift. Bengzi smiled until his eyes were narrowed, and finally he carried several trees of life and escaped into his own farm space. Reciprocity, I will give each of you one. As he said that, Hong Yi made another casual move, took out 2 branches of the tree of life, and handed them to Hao Qi and Wu Shen in various ways. Ha ha! Thank you, we are welcome. This is a life attribute item. Online and offline, basically there is a price but no market. Valkyrie couldn't help laughing. The pride is also smiling. Afterwards, each carried their belongings and escaped into their own system space. Not long after, the 3 reappeared. All smiles. It can be seen that they are very satisfied with Hong Yi's gift. Kyushu should be ready, let's go down and meet. Bengzi suggested. Kin. Wushan and Hoki nodded, and their eyes fell on Hong Yi. You talk, I won't go. Hong Yi laughed. Are you really not going? Asked proudly. I have no intention of participating. However, if you think my face is valuable, give it to me. Hong Yi laughed. Brother, familiarity is familiarity, business is business. But, yes. Wushan said proudly. When I didn't say it. Hong Yi directly shook his head. Don't, brother, you must give your face. The Valkyrie screamed. His idea is simple. Hong Yi's favor must be kept. This guy is really too mysterious. Maybe it will suddenly jump into the sky one day. You guys go first, I'll go to the warehouse to pick out some gifts for my sister Solin first. Ben she said. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot. Sister-in-law brought my people back to our spaceship to play, and move whatever you like. The Valkyrie was so heroic that the old man behind him couldn't help but tremble slightly. It is simply a loser. Sister-in-law, you probably don't have much land. Later, you will trade with my subordinates, and trade 100,000 acres with you. 100 gold coins for 10,000 mu. He said proudly. The enthusiasm of the 3 made Solin feel a little overwhelmed, she could only look at Hong Yi for help. Especially when they yelled like sister-in-law and sister-in-law, it made her heart thump. Just promise. Didn't you see how happy I am to receive presents? Hong Yi said with a smile. However, he knew that these 3 favors were owed. Brother Yi is really happy, I like such a friend. Valkyrie laughed happily. Hao Qi also smiled very happily. What they sent out was not wealth, but favors. At the same time, they can also see that Hong Yi is a person who values love and righteousness. Solin wanted to speak, but a woman with long green hair grabbed her palm. Miss Solin, come on. Don't worry, charge more. I'm going back. Hong Yi encouraged Solin. Anyway, the favor has already been owed, and if you don't take it, you won't take it for nothing. After speaking, he brought the dome and the nano girl to Ivia's side and disappeared directly. Appearing at the farm, Hong Yi went straight to the ancient tree of life. At this moment, the ancient tree of life has completely purified its own evil energy, and the power of life gushed out is extremely vast. OM. The giant egg, which had been quiet and motionless, floated up directly, and floated towards the ancient tree of life autonomously. The giant egg is recovering, as if it is breathing, it is autonomously absorbing the life force released by the ancient tree of life. Zhao Li's, big brother, I also want to absorb the energy here. The nano child girl sitting on the cart suddenly said to Hong Yi. The milk voice is milky, but very excited. Okay, I'll take you through. Hong Yi replied, but was incomparably shocked. The ancient tree of life did not disappoint him. It actually caused a huge change. Moreover, the little nano girl is also extremely excited. It can be seen that she has an incomparable desire for the power of life. Perhaps, the ancient tree of life can really cultivate a goddess and a nano life form with super potential. Big brother, I can go there by myself. Also, my name is Xiao Mina. The little girl said happily, and then a pair of silver metal wings extended directly from her back. So powerful. I just don't know if Xiao Mina can evolve into a real metal life after absorbing the power of life. Hong Yi's body was trembling slightly. He is looking forward to it. Chapter 93. Buzz. Xiao Mina's metal wings shook slightly, and instantly flew down to the world's ancient tree. Then, a scene that shocked Hong Yi extremely happened. I saw Xiao Mina's feet turned into countless roots, which directly took root on the world's ancient trees. Xiao Mina's body trembled slightly, as if she was absorbing the vitality of the ancient tree of life. Yi big brother, I'm going to take root here. When I wake up, I will definitely be able to evolve into a nano life form and truly gain life. Xiao Mina said happily. Then, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Evolve into real nano life. Hong Yi was extremely shocked. This is the transformation from a non-living body to a living body. Although she was known as a nanoman before, she is actually just a more advanced and intelligent robot. Her nanogene is her nanocode. Although she can absorb energy and transform energy by herself, she has no vitality and vitality after all. If Xiao Mina transforms into a living body, does that mean I created life? Hong Yi couldn't help thinking, looking forward, and excited. This kind of thing is really too far-fetched, and it is too shocking. Arrogance, arrogance, you really gave me a super gift. Hong Yi couldn't help muttering. At the same time, I also sighed in my heart, the hidden value of the ancient tree of life is really too terrifying. This is just a tree of life in a low magic world. How powerful and terrifying is the tree of life in the high-end world? Hong Yi's eyes were filled with fiery light. Xiao Mina fell into a deep sleep, as if she was absorbing life energy with her whole body. However, the life she can absorb seems to be just a drop in the bucket for the ancient tree of life, and the tree of life has not changed in any way. The giant egg has also landed on the branch at this moment. Breathing in and breathing out the energy released by the world's ancient tree. Hong Yi discovered that the giant egg was actually growing slowly as he breathed. A little bit bigger than before. When Xiao Mina transforms into a living body, and when the goddess awakens her divinity, it is estimated that Valkyrie and Hoki will beat their chests. I hope they can understand that these two things cannot be transformed in their hands. Hong Yi murmured. He has already foreseen the madness of the universe at that time. Of course, he could also see that Wushan and Hoki were not stupid people, they, Sieg, behaved very sensible. God, divinity. Then, why don't you go to the Naga statue? Hong Yi murmured, but the figure disappeared immediately. Boom! Hong Yi came to Naga Island again. Here, it is still foggy and misty. Around the statue, there was a mess, with various trees hanging down. These are all scenes created by the Naga clan fainting here before. Sacrifice, all are gone. Took away by the goddess Naga. After I left, did the goddess descend. Seeing that all the sacrifices had disappeared, and thinking about seeing the statue of the Naga goddess emitting light before he left, Hong Yi was slightly shocked. Goddess Naga really exists. Whether it is a god or a powerful creature, Hong Yi reckoned that she should have the so-called divinity attribute energy area. How can I attract this guy? Hong Yi thought to himself. This so-called Naga goddess should not be in this dimension. However, it should be able to come, otherwise how can a miracle come down? But, if she doesn't come, Hong Yi has nothing to do with her. Boom! Hong Yi thought for a while, jumped lightly, flashed onto the head of the Naga goddess, raised his fist and tapped it lightly. He didn't dare to use force. What if he blows up the idol? Maybe, this idol is a medium for her descending, and it's not necessarily true. No response. Did she not sense it? For a long time, there was no response, Hong Yi muttered. He has no better way, it can only be like this. Snapped. Hong Yi thought for a while, climbed to the majestic place of the statue, raised it gently, and slapped the face of the statue. Snapped. Hong Yi jumped up again, directly slapped his left and right sides, and slapped him several times in a row. Then, he knelt down and waited quietly. Now, he is not afraid of Goddess Naga coming. How strong can a god in a low magic world be? Hong felt that his 5-dragon power could easily suppress her. If it was before, Hong Yi might not have dared to say that. But now he has phantom speed. To the gods of this world, he is absolute power, absolute defense, absolute speed, and absolute recovery. Def. I have blasphemed your god statue so much that I can't perceive it. Sure enough, the gods in this world are really not that good. Hong Yi shook his head, and then the soles of his feet were jumping and stepping on majestic. The means are not clever, and even shameless. However, this is the only way Hong Yi can think of. We can't bring the entire Naga clan here, let them continue to summon the goddess. Besides, who knows if what can be summoned is her real body or just her will? No response yet. After squatting for a long time, the idol still didn't respond. Goddess Naga, come to me. Hong Yi couldn't help praying to the statue. There is no way, you forced me. Hong Yi lightly jumped onto the shoulder of the statue. Then let's PS against the wind. Hong Yi murmured. Then, he planned to pour water on the statue. Boom! Just when Hong Yi was about to urinate, the idol finally responded. The statue is shining, gushing with light. The holy light seemed unusually dazzling, and it melted away the dense fog around it. Hong Yi directly moved away. Fell in front of the statue. Angry. Hong Yi murmured, the divine light made him feel a burning sensation. It's a pity, I don't have any energy to display, it's all pure strength now. Hong Yi frowned slightly, which was a disadvantage. Shameless heresy, you are dying prematurely. Goddess Naga was angry. Boom! The surrounding seawater burst directly, rolling up a terrifying tsunami. The elements in the air became violently violent. At the same time, the Naga statue was recovering, as if it had come to life completely. The eyes of the god statue are burning with angry flames. Chapter 94. Idol Revival. Sure enough, is this just the wool descending on the statue? The real body has not come, it is difficult to deal with, it cannot be suppressed. However, what will happen if you take this statue back with her will? How will the farm space be judged? Goddess Naga was angry, but Hong Yi was trying to get her attention. Boom! At this moment, Hong Yi saw an incredible scene. The idol actually came alive. I saw that the palm of the idol was actually making a seal. Is this idol not carved out of stone? Could it be some special material? Hong Yi was extremely shocked. Boom! At this moment, the churning tsunami turned into a palm that covered the sky and slapped Hong Yi fiercely. What a terrifying magic! Hong Yi murmured. Sure enough, it is a god, even the gods in the low magic world have certain divine power. After all, how to say, also absorbed the power of faith for so many years. Boom! Hong Yi's reaction was also very fast, directly blasting his fist at the palm that turned into a tsunami. With a bang, the waves were directly shattered. The endless sea water rushed towards Hong Yi. It was submerged in an instant. Amid the terrifying impact of sea water, Hong Yi was like a stone of calming the sea. Despite the impact of sea water, he remained motionless. Boom! Hong Yi continued to punch out a punch, directly blasting the waves that hit him into a ravine. Without the operation of energy, without the use of skills, it is indeed quite uncomfortable to fight. Hong Yi thought to himself. In fact, the current Hong Yi really wants the cultivation method of the wild world, and the villagers should give it to him. But Hong Yi has his own plans and ambitions. He wants to use the power of Kowloon as the foundation, and then practice the law of the wild. At that time, his start will be very high. Moreover, he also wanted to obtain the cultivation method of that willow tree. It takes time. No matter who you are, if you dare to ruin my plans, destroy my followers, or blaspheme this god, you will die today. Goddess Naga is roaring. Hong Yi's power is beyond her imagination. However, at this moment, she was already furious, and she didn't care about that much. She only had one thought, which was to destroy the human being in front of her, torture him alive, deprive him of his soul, and make him a slave forever. Boom! The divine shield in the statue's hand slammed down hard on Hong Yi's head. The moment she possessed her body, it was as if a sacred mountain was collapsing. The entire island was rumbling. The size is too big. Boom! Hong Yi could only feel that the sky was collapsing and the ground was falling, and the darkness brought by the idol's possession enveloped him instantly. Boom! Hong Yi raised his arm and blocked it towards the aegis. With a bang, the terrifying force collided with a strong shock wave, tearing the surrounding trees to pieces with mud and roots. However, Hong Yi's strength is superior after all. The aegis was overturned, and the idol was raised. I go! Hong Yi was extremely helpless, the whole island was too soft, a deep hole was directly blown out where he was standing. At this moment, he is staying in the deep pit. Why don't you just think about raising a god, why is it so difficult? Hong Yi muttered. Boom! Just at this moment, the divine spear of the statue fiercely pierced towards Hong Yi again. After all, Naga has 6 arms, and the attack is extremely sharp. It's not over yet. Hong Yi's figure flashed. Boom! The huge divine spear seemed to penetrate the entire island. Boom! Hong Yi came to the back of the statue of Naga, leaped fiercely, and yanked the sole of his foot on the back of the statue. As if sensing a crisis, the statue burst out with a burst of divine light, protecting the statue itself. However, Hong Yi's strength is not what the gods can bear, and the whole body collapses directly. Boom! The terrifying impact caused the entire island to shake. It can be seen that you care about this statue, so it will be easy. I don't see other gods appearing, only you can come, probably it has something to do with this statue. Hong Yi's eyes lit up when he saw the goddess Naga protecting the statue, fearing that his statue would be smashed. Roll! Seeing Hong Yi standing behind her, goddess Naga roared, her body rolled directly, as if she wanted to use the weight of the statue to hold Hong Yi down. However, with a slight flash, Hong Yi avoided the rolling of the goddess. Damn you! The statue's giant tail slapped violently, trying to spring up. But Hong Yi kicked again, and landed directly on the chest of the idol. Boom! The huge impact force caused the statue of Naga to smash to the ground again. Asking for flowers. Boom! This time Hong Yi directly stood on the majestic place of the statue, exerting force with his feet, suppressing the statue. Roll! The idol was roaring, and its 6 arms were blasting fiercely at Hong Yi at the same time. Boom! Hong Yi didn't get out of the way this time. He doesn't have so many palms, but he has speed. His fist turned into a phantom, directly knocking back all weapons. Don't move, if you dare to continue casting magic, believe it or not, I will crush your god statue with 1 foot. Hong Yi directly threatened to press the seal again when he saw the statue. Shameless! Goddess Naga scolded, but she was extremely shocked in her heart, extremely shocked. The power of this man is too terrifying. Pure power is definitely above the gods. At the same time, she also began to calm down. The weak eat the strong, you Naga clan are going to directly sacrifice mermaids to you, and you seem to be willing to accept it. Aren't you shameless too? Hong Yi sneered. Tell me, what do you want to do? Desecrate my statue, you just want to suck me out. After calming down, Naga asked coldly, fear arose in her heart. Why don't you want to, Goddess Naga? I just want to support you. Hong Yi grinned slightly, and said with a smile. The expression is extremely sincere. For a moment, Naga was stunned. He looked at Hong Yi in disbelief. His eyes are flickering, what are he thinking? Is this a confession? A mortal confessing to a god? Goddess Naga looked confused. I just want to raise you? Is this the most sincere romance of mortals? For a moment, Goddess Naga was at a loss. Receive. Then, how could Hong Yi miss the opportunity of Goddess Naga's moment of absence? He squatted down directly, grabbed the Naga statue with his palm, and brought her into the system space when he and she had no intention of resisting. Damn it, I was calculated. Goddess Naga growled. She realized the crisis and wanted to leave the statue, but it was still a step too late. Ha ha! After the storage was successful, Hong Yi couldn't help laughing. Although this god is weaker, he is a god after all. Take it back and raise it in captivity before talking about it. Chapter 95. After collecting the statue of Goddess Naga, Hong Yi had no intention of staying, and directly let the system teleport him back to the farm space. The whole farm is busy. Hong Yi's land is really too much. The Naga clan and the Elf clan have already started to work in shifts to catch up with the progress. From the current point of view, within the planting season, it should be possible to complete the planting. Today, there are 100 all-round butlers joining. They manage the entire farm in an orderly manner, and each is responsible for their own area. Catherine also gave them a lot of authority. Includes shopping privileges. These housekeepers quickly put into work and purchased a lot of secondary aircraft. Because Hong Yi's farm is so vast that it is equivalent to a small country. If there is no flying machine, relying on the speed of the elves alone will be very slow. Hong Yi took a little 027 observation, and he was still very satisfied with the management of the farm. Let the Goddess Naga and the Naga family meet. Goddess Naga, it's just a mere wool and a statue, it won't make any big waves here. Hong Yi murmured softly. Then walked towards the second farm. After subduing Goddess Naga and letting her farm the land, the speed of plowing the land should be extremely fast. A trace of excitement and anticipation flashed in Hong Yi's eyes. Right now, no farm on this planet can compare with him. Can't wait. Moreover, he suspects that his own farm can almost beat many secondary farms now. Boom! Sensing Hong Yi's appearance, Queen Naga, who was sleeping at the bottom of the lake, slowly woke up, and her huge figure revived to the surface of the water. Meet the owner. Queen Naga saluted slightly. It could be seen that she was in a very happy mood. Obviously, they felt the benefits of the evolutionary energy in the lake. In the distance, there is still a magical land waiting for them to develop. That piece of land also contains mysterious energy zones. These energies are miraculous, and she faintly feels that they can stimulate her potential and cause the transformation and sublimation of life. Moreover, after the ancient tree of life purified its own evil energy, the gushing power of life had begun to spread to the second layer of space. Therefore, this place has become a paradise for them to practice. Empress Naga, I have a question for you. Hong Yi asked. The host, please speak. Queen Naga responded respectfully. If I asked you to choose between me and Goddess Naga, who would you choose? Hong Yi asked. For a time, all the Naga were silent. One is the master they swear allegiance to, and the other is the god they believe in. It's really hard to choose. We can't go back, can we? After a long time, Queen Naga asked. I would like to take you back. Hong Yi laughed. But, we'd rather settle here. Queen Naga said very sincerely, even a little anxious. To be honest, they were really worried that Hong Yi would send them away. They really don't want to leave this kind of holy place. Hong Yi smiled. Did not speak. Master, We choose you. Seeing Hong Yi's smile, Empress Naga took a deep breath and made a decision. What if I bring your goddess into this world? Hong Yi asked again, causing the pupils of all the Naga to shrink slightly. Goddess Naga was also suppressed? Master, we still choose you. Taking a deep breath, Queen Naga said slowly. This time, she didn't hesitate. If the goddess Naga was really brought here, it means that the goddess Naga must have been suppressed. It shows that Hong Yi is far stronger than the goddess Naga. Then, it must be a matter of time before goddess Naga surrenders. Are you still thinking about this? As you wish. Hong Yi smiled lightly, and then waved lightly. Boom! The huge statue smashed into the lake water, causing endless waves to explode. Damn humans! Goddess Naga roared. Afterwards, the power of the water lifted up the extremely heavy statue. The will of the goddess Naga seems to be perfectly integrated with the statue. Goddess! All the Naga suddenly exclaimed. Sure enough, has Goddess Naga really been suppressed? You, why are you here? Goddess Naga came back to her senses and was shocked. She thought that all her believers would be dealt with, but she didn't expect that they were all here. Wait! Where is this place? Why can't I sense my body? Can't sense the god realm. Goddess Naga can no longer care about her anger, she is extremely shocked at this moment. When? Just at this moment, the cosmic announcement resounded through all the second and third level cosmic farm spaces. Congratulations to the farm owner of Earth number 8888 for successfully raising a first-level divine life form. The announcement came. For a moment, all the players in the universe were in a daze. Divine life. It turned out to be a divine life form. This mysterious field owner actually got a divine life form. Crazy. It's crazy. Although it's only a first-level divine life form, it's still the god of a certain planet and civilization at the very least. Is the planet Earth so terrifying? The gods exist. Moreover, the gods have been captured. What kind of adventure did this mysterious field owner get, that he can even capture gods? You know, the most inferior gods are not something that ordinary 4th and 5th level powerhouses can contend with, right? Let alone capture and raise them in captivity. Cosmos Farm has completely plunged into madness. Just because of the original announcement. The announcement of the reward has not yet come. Princess Xiao Xiao, the aborigine you are paying attention to has successfully captured a god, and even successfully raised a god. Among the best friends who were chatting with Princess Xiao Xiao, one of them was extremely shocked after receiving a message 2.8. That is a god. Although it is only a first-level divine life form. However, the last time is also the god of a planet. Moreover, this god is by no means a human species. Otherwise, throwing human beings into pastures, fishing grounds and other places to raise them is absolutely against the will of space and will be severely punished. I didn't expect this at all. Creating a divine life form. This man is bold enough and crazy enough. Now it seems that the planet Earth has also attracted my interest. Princess Xioxio's eyes brightened slightly, and she murmured softly. Princess, you don't plan to descend to Earth, do you? All the brothers and sisters of our nebula will go crazy. The girlfriends asked with some concern. Chapter 96. A planet with divine life forms is indeed worth descending on. It is estimated that in a short time, this planet must be very lively. Let's take a look first, I have other things to be busy. After pondering for a while, Princess Xiao Xiao spoke calmly. Ding, congratulations to land number 8888. Followed by, is still the reward of the land. This is, the land reward this time is a bit crazy. 500,000 fertile fields. 10,000 grades of fertile land. 500,000 fish ponds. 200,000 grades of fertile land. 500,000 ranch. 200,000 level 2 ranch. A full 1.41 million mu more. Today, the combined area of the entire farm is already 1.5 million mu of land. FK. How can I finish planting so many fields? The planting season is almost over. Can't it be done with Naga girl Shendu? Suddenly there is so much land, Hong Yi feels like he is going to collapse. Exciting and helpless. It's going too fast. My own plan is completely unable to keep up with the changes. No, I have to go to another world to bring some magical creatures back. 24 angels, all of them can do magic. Light magic is also suitable for farming. Hong Yi gritted his teeth secretly, he had nothing to do now. The expansion of the land was so fast that it became his trouble. After the first farm assessment is over, most of the land should be fully automated. If you want to plant all the magic, except open a high life experience. Hong Yi thought secretly. Wow! Along with the reward of wealth, Hong Yi's vault started a rain of gold coins. A full 10 million pieces. The reward of gold coins has skyrocketed tenfold. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of Earth Number Farm, for getting the reward for opening the divine space in advance. The third reward was completely in Hong Yi's expectation. Divine space. Hong Yi was shocked. It was the first time he had heard of this space. Boom! The entire farm space was booming, as if it was being upgraded. Hong Yi was shocked to find that the third space of the farm had been opened up. The divine space is not very big, only about 1,000 acres in size, filled with golden light. Divine space. Crazy. It is said that as far as I know, the owners of the 4th level farms have no chance to open up a divine space. It is rumored that only divine life forms can enter the divine space. The entire universe boiled again. Not long after, the mysterious owner of the earth shocked the entire universe again because of the reward. The divine space, let alone the 4th level, most of the 5th level field owners are not qualified to open it. The conditions for opening up are too harsh. It is necessary to cultivate a divine life body by oneself, or capture an absolutely wild divine life body. That is the so-called God. However, the civilizations that can enter the farm era are basically galaxies that are extremely intelligent. God is no longer on their planet. Already entered the age of atheism. Where did they go to find the gods? What happened? What the hell happened? Goddess Naga was incomparably shocked and even terrified by the dramatic change in space. How terrifying is this human being? Is this world expanding crazily? How did you do it? Is this a space god? Ding! Congratulations, you have been rewarded with the power of a dragon. The reward of strength finally sounded. Boom! Was Hong Yi's aura suddenly soaring, like an explosion? The terrifying aura directly stirred up waves on the lake. Too horrible! Goddess Naga looked at Hong Yi, shocked and terrified. At this moment, the pure power Hong Yi exuded was too terrifying. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, but did not groan in pain. His body was repeatedly cracking and healing, and the blood had already covered his whole body, but it was quickly evaporated by the heat wave released from his body. Click! Hong Yi's body was being tempered crazily, and the bones seemed to be being ground and reassembled. It hurts so much. Even the warm current that strengthened his body could not be relieved. Hong Yi wanted to just pass out and forget it. Goddess Naga is struggling and hesitating. At this moment, Hong Yi seemed to be in endless pain. It seems that this is an excellent opportunity to make a move. But she is afraid. Because, Hong Yi's aura is constantly getting stronger. His body is cracking, but it is also healing itself in terror. She has no certainty. And, this world, is really amazing. She remembered that Hong Yi said that he wanted to support her. She was struggling and didn't pay attention to the Naga clan. Empress Naga was not found to be secretly accumulating strength. As long as Goddess Naga dares to make a move, she will definitely attack with thunder. She absolutely does not allow anyone to destroy her existing life. Neither can God. Because, her current goal is to hit the God position. She wants to use this to evolve into a God. Call. After an unknown amount of time, Hong Yi felt the unbearable pain disappear instantly. I thought you'd make a move. Hong Yi opened his eyes and said to Goddess Naga with a smile. Humph. Goddess Naga snorted, but did not speak. Congratulations to the owner of the farm with Earth number 8888, for receiving the reward of the source of divine power. To the complete surprise of Hong Yi, there are rewards. Buzz. Danshan came out, and there was a little more energy, like a small well. It is similar to the source of life, but the source of life surges 250 is the power of life, and this source, what surges is a kind of divine power. The source of divine power. It feels so powerful. When I start to practice, this will become one of my greatest assets. Hong Yi muttered, looking forward to it. How terrifying is the power of the 6 dragons! Look at what? Seeing Hong Yi looking at him, Goddess Naga asked endlessly vigilantly. The strength of Goddess Naga is definitely not just a first-level life form. But why is it classified as a first-level divine life form? Could it be that the divine life forms are divided separately? In other words, she is a low-level god? The weakest god? Looking at Goddess Naga, Hong Yi couldn't help guessing, and his suspicious gaze became somewhat sympathetic. Goddess Naga should not be weak in the god realm of another world. After all, her believers are so terrifying and powerful, and she doesn't bother to win over other believers. But when he got here, he became the lowest level god. Of course, maybe it's also because it's not her real body. The gods in the low magic world can't be so bad, can they? Hong Yi secretly shook his head. Want to go up there and have a look? Hong Yi was shocked slightly, and the countless blood scabs on his body fell off, then he pointed to the sky and asked Goddess Naga. He feels that the divine space should be the place where divine life forms live. Chapter 97. Goddess Naga snorted coldly, but she still followed Hong Yi instinctively. This is where? After being teleported to the divine space, Goddess Naga was shocked again. Here, the golden light is diffuse, and the mist is misty. It seems that this is the birthplace of the god realm. The moment she entered here, she was able to see through the statue and feel extremely comfortable. Hong Yi frowned slightly. Shenzhen space, as expected, only life forms with divinity can live in it. If it weren't for me being the owner of the space, I would definitely feel uncomfortable here, and maybe even get hurt. This cuts off the way for me to use the divine space to cultivate other divine life forms. Hong Yi murmured. Sure enough, the space on the farm also has many limitations. Here, where is it? Goddess Naga saw that Hong Yi ignored her and continued to ask. At the same time, her huge body actually shrunk slowly, becoming only slightly taller than Hong Yi. How did you do it? Why is your statue able to move freely after you entered the statue? Also, why can I feel that your idol is full of vitality? Hong Yi asked in shock. The main reason is that the farm space even recognizes this Naga goddess as a living body. You know, her body is just a statue of a god. What's so strange? This statue was originally my mortal womb left in the world. Goddess Naga took a look at Hong Yi, and said calmly, it's just that this body has been specially treated by me, and I have been refining it with my divine power. It is not only immortal, but also as hard as a diamond. After my will descends, it will naturally activate my physical body. Goddess Naga explained with disdain. This is also your body. Hong Yi was extremely shocked. I thought it was just the special material of the statue, but I didn't expect that it was the Goddess Naga's body. Although, it was just the former body. However, it is still her body. No wonder, the farm space judged her as a living body. This, no surprise. My current body is in the god realm. Goddess Naga said slowly. Now, her heart is extremely entangled. Her body in the god realm must be much stronger than this idol. However, the environment here is much better than the god realm where she is, and it is much more suitable for cultivation. If she can continue to practice here, her body of the god statue will definitely far surpass her real body. Therefore, she would instinctively want to stay here and practice. However, she was suppressed. Did all your consciousness descend on the body of this god? Hong Yi asked. Almost half. So, my body in the god realm is currently much weaker, if I can't go back. Goddess Naga shook her head. How about I take you home? Hong Yi naturally saw the emotion and entanglement in Goddess Naga's eyes, so she asked with a smile. Humph! You blasphemed me, if you don't take revenge, how can I go back here? Goddess Naga sneered, but her mouth was stubborn. Haha, I want to stay and say it straight, why be so arrogant? Hong Yi laughed out loud. I just want to stay, how about it? Goddess Naga was provoked and asked coldly. I don't want to, I said I want to raise you, yes. Hong Yi laughed. Goddess Naga was taken aback again. At the same time, a wave of shame and anger welled up in my heart. She was calculated by Hong Yi's words, otherwise she would not have been suppressed so easily. At least, her will has a chance to escape the body of the idol. But if she really escaped, she would not be able to know that there is such a holy place. By the way, you have to help me with work. When Goddess Naga was ashamed and angry, Hong Yi spoke suddenly. What work? Goddess Naga asked. Help me farm. Hong Yi laughed. Farming? Why? Are you joking? I am a majestic god, but you actually let me farm the land? This is too violent. Goddess Naga looked at Hong Yi in disbelief. Isn't this human really crazy? Let her be a goddess to farm? What's on your mind? Just because you want to live here? Hong Yi argued hard. You said, you want to support me. Goddess Naga sneered. I said I would, I didn't say I would. Also, what happened to the goddess farming? I'm still the lord of the god realm, don't I also farm as usual? Besides, where do you think the divine light here comes from? All are catalyzed and born by the two spaces below. Aren't you going to farm the land, waiting to eat an empty mountain? Hong Yi blurted out several soul-striking questions in succession. At the same time, an excuse was also made up. In addition, you are only the first god who is qualified to live here, but you are definitely not the only one. Hong Yi said lightly. Farming, farming. Goddess Naga murmured, feeling like she was going crazy. You said that the divine light here is provided by the two lower spaces. Goddess Naga asked slowly. Didn't you see the expansion of this space just now? Hong Yi asked. Let's go, it's not that you have to farm all the time. When they are overwhelmed, they step out. The right is to cultivate the land for yourself. Hong Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense, grabbed the palm of Goddess Naga, and took her directly to the farm on the first floor. Tree of Life. Also, these green plants all have strong vitality. The fish in the lake are so amazing. Goddess Naga murmured. Here, she seemed to see a bright future. Let's start. See this piece of land that hasn't been pine. Give them a break. Hong Yi persuaded. I'm not helping you. Goddess Naga said something very arrogantly. Then the six hands pinched and printed at the same time. Boom. After the magic was completed, her snake tail slapped the ground fiercely. At least tens of thousands of acres of land were completely shattered. It's so scary. Hong Yi murmured. After all, the gods, Qian Hao Zhao, are gods. The power of destruction is incomparable. What's more, the land she destroyed is only the surface layer, which is very easy for her. Do you know earth magic? Hong Yi asked in surprise. Anyway, I'm also a god, so I can cast all kinds of normal magic, isn't it strange? Goddess Naga looked at Hong Yi with contempt. The whole person teleported to the distance. Boom! The ground was blasted again. That speed is really terrifying. FK. I'm worried, Yiping has some tea. It's all magic. Meow. Hong Yi was in ecstasy. Not long after, the Goddess Naga came back. Done, work. It's okay, don't bother me. Goddess Naga clapped her hands and left a word arrogantly. Remember to sow the seeds tomorrow. Hong Yi shouted at her back. Tsundere is Tsundere. As long as she can work, even in human form, Hong Yi can tolerate her. Chapter 98. Husband, who is that guy? It actually turned all the land directly. Isn't it too violent? Isira flew towards Hong Yi immediately, and asked in shock. Goddess Naga. The gods worshipped by the Naga clan. Hong Yi smiled lightly, a little smug and happy. God-level magic is terrifying. An absolute qualitative change has taken place. The area that can be covered is really too wide. The most incredible thing is that Goddess Naga has mastered all kinds of magic with regular attributes. No wonder, the divine life form has to be divided separately in the farm space. Hong Yi estimates that the division of divine life forms may not be based on strength. It may be divided from its own divinity level. This point is just his guess. If you want to get the exact answer, you probably need to ask Bengzi. Bengzi is now negotiating with Kyushu, and there is no space in the farm. Otherwise, it is estimated that several of them are going crazy now. Husband, you even surrendered the gods and brought them back. Hearing that it was the goddess Naga, Isira looked at Hong Yi incredulously, as if she was looking at a Super 017 freak. Coincidentally, I happened to meet her, so I brought her back. Hong Yi said with a smile. For now. Husband, you are too fierce. Are you interested in the dragon god of the dragon family? Isira asked. Where to find it? Interested? Of course Hong Yi was very interested. God-level life forms, naturally, the more they are raised, the better. Not only can they be rewarded, the key is that they are the best labor force. Divine life forms are absolutely, extremely scarce. Because gods are very few. It is difficult to conceive offspring. Even many gods are unwilling to give birth to offspring. What's more, Hong Yi guessed that only life forms that have been enshrined by believers for a long time are considered divine life forms. There may be a difference between god level and divine life forms. I do not know either. Isira said embarrassedly, making Hong Yi look at her helplessly. Isn't this equivalent to saying nothing? Maybe, my husband went to Dragon Island and smashed its temples and idols, so that it could be angered and let it come. Isira suggested that it should not be a big deal at all. Yes, I very much agree with Sister Isira's proposal. Ai Vaya appeared beside Hong Yi, and said very appreciatively. This seems to be somewhat feasible. However, I'm afraid that it really provokes it, and what it descends on is just the will. Hong Yi frowned slightly. That's how he angered the goddess Naga. Goddess Naga came only part of her will. However, the goddess Naga should belong to the snake type, and she can retreat from the mortal body like shedding her skin, and stay in the world as a statue. When her will descends, it belongs to returning to the original body. Dragon god is hard to say. Actually, for now. What we need more is the goddess of nature, that is, the goddess of elves. Catherine's voice came, and she walked over slowly, and she heard all the conversation between Hong Yi and Isira. My husband's ideal now is to cultivate ordinary food into extraordinary food on this land. However, this process is not simple. First of all, it is necessary to cast life magic on the grain, and then through the catalysis of the ancient tree of life, there is a chance to realize this. However, today's land area is too large, and there is too much food that needs to be planted. Pulling, burying, and fertilizing. With the help of various machines and the goddess Naga, we can easily complete these tasks. However, our elves are completely overwhelmed by casting life magic on the grain. After all, among the elves, there are only a few who have mastered life magic. Moreover, with the crazy expansion of the land, the power of life released by the ancient tree of life has been diluted a lot invisibly, and it cannot play a strong catalytic effect. So, we need the goddess of nature. Once the goddess of nature arrives, these problems will be solved. Catherine told the current situation of the farm. The farm expanded too quickly. Dilated almost every day. Today, all elves who can cast life magic are desperately casting life magic to nourish the seeds in the mall almost all the time. However, even so, the grain of life has begun to be insufficient. Okay. Right. This is really a fundamental problem. Actually, I also had this plan. However, considering that the goddess of nature is the god you all believe in, I'm too embarrassed to make a move. Hong Yi nodded and said. Previously, with the crazy expansion of the land, he did have this idea. Everything is for the great cause of my husband. Catherine smiled softly. And, it's a space to totally grow. In the near future, it will definitely surpass the god realm where the gods live. The fact that the goddess of nature can come here is also of great benefit to her. What's more, the ancient tree of life was actually planted by the goddess of life, just like her child. My husband saved the ancient tree of life. In theory, the goddess of nature still owes my husband a favor. Catherine explained with a smile. Okay. 21. Since this is the case, I decided to find the goddess of nature first when I have time. It's just that I'm afraid it's a needle in a haystack. Hong Yi frowned slightly. To be honest, if the gods are not obvious, he has no way to start. My husband has uprooted the ancient tree of life from the elven forest, and the goddess of nature must have known about it. So, the current attention of the goddess of nature should be on the minister of the elf forest. Husband, go to the elf forest a few more times, you may gain something. Catherine smiled and offered one piece of advice. That's the only way. Then, the main focus of my next target is the goddess of nature. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi said slowly. The next goal, raise the goddess of nature. Hong Yi thought to himself, but was extremely excited. If you can bring back the goddess of nature, the reward level will not be mentioned for the time being. With your own farm, all your problems can be solved. Hong Yi, there is no need to worry about land expansion too fast. In the first season of the new farm, more than 1 million mu of fertile land was planted, and all the grains were cultivated into secondary grains. Then, how generous the rewards after the assessment will be. As long as the goddess of nature can be taken down, with her help, Hong Yi is sure that all crops will be upgraded and transformed successfully. This is a kind of immeasurable merit. Chapter 99. The tree of life was actually planted by the goddess of nature. I just don't know where the goddess of nature still has the seeds or seedlings of the tree of life. It would be great if there was one. If all the trees of life can be planted on the spot, then how powerful and heaven-defying my farm will become. It's even possible that my first layer can be directly sublimated. I just don't know if there is any reward for sublimating the farm. Hong Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. Afterwards, Hong Yi looked at the ancient tree of life in the distance. Xiaomina on the ancient tree of life is still sleeping, without any changes, at least his naked eyes can't see any changes. However, that giant egg grew a little longer. If this goddess recovers and regains her divine power, can she be considered a divine being without the power of faith? If only possessing divine power is a divine being, then the god-level powerhouses in the universe should all belong to divine beings, right? Then, divine beings will not be rare. 3. Hong Yi is still more concerned about this issue. However, there is no way to know now. He even felt that the information Bengzi and the others had obtained was not necessarily correct. Because they have never raised divine beings at all. After thinking for a while, Hong Yi contacted the system. The figure disappeared and landed in the elf forest again. What a terrifying evil spirit! Appearing in the elven forest again, Hong Yi's feeling is completely different from last time. When it appeared the first 2 times, it was not only full of vitality, but also full of goodwill. Although the current elf forest is still full of vitality, Hong Yi always feels some kind of malice. This kind of malice is eroding the spirit of the living beings, causing them to degenerate in the direction of darkness. Hong Yi moved forward quickly, and soon came to the place where the ancient tree of life was originally planted. The ancient tree of life has been uprooted by Hong Yi, and the original terrain has turned into a terrifying sinkhole, with evil spirits churning. It looks like an endless abyss. I don't know where these evil spirits come from. Could it be that there is another world connected to the center of the earth? Hong Yi couldn't help thinking to himself. I just don't know how many evil spirits there are. If they keep flowing, the world will be in danger. Crouching next to the sinkhole, Hong Yi murmured. This world is the first world he will come to, and it is also the first world he will manage. In this world, he has obtained many benefits. Therefore, for this world, he also has some special feelings. If the whole world is degenerate like this, Hong Yi really doesn't want to see it. After I cultivate and learn the methods and techniques, I will seal this place. Hong Yi made up his mind. Then, his figure flickered slightly and disappeared in place. When Zikan appeared, he appeared in a huge garden. Here is the garden once tended by the elves. Today, although the elves have all been emptied, the flowers are still extremely luxuriant and extremely bright. The well water has dried up. It seems that the well water of this well is provided by the tree of life. Is this the statue of the elf goddess? In the garden, stands a statue about 10 meters high. The statues are lifelike. It is beautiful, and the whole person is full of peaceful atmosphere. Standing here, it seems that you can get close to nature. However, Hong Yi discovered that under the attack of evil, the statue of the elf goddess had begun to turn black. Didn't you say that the elf goddess will pay attention to this place? If she comes, she shouldn't let her idol be eroded just like that. Still, she intends to go with nature. If you have this kind of personality, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. Staring at the idol in a daze, Hong Yi felt a little emotional. Afterwards, he began to wander in the elf forest. He found that many beasts that were originally extremely peaceful had begun to become extremely irritable. Some beasts even charged directly when they saw Hong Yi again. After walking around, Hong Yi returned to Tiankang. Still without any gains, he did not pursue any corner of the elf goddess. After thinking for a while, Hong Yi jumped directly into the king of the sinkhole. He wanted to find out. He really wanted to know where the magic energy came from. As for safety, he has nothing to worry about. With his current strength, it is enough to suppress everything in this world. Besides, even if he is really in danger, he can teleport to the farm space at any time. Seeking flowers 0. Boom. After falling for an unknown amount of time, Hong Yi landed. The huge impact made the entire Tiankang shake. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. But based on his feeling, Hong Yi felt that the devilish energy here was extremely strong. Buzz. Hong Yi tried to stimulate the source of divine power in his body. He has no luck, he can only stimulate his blood. With the urging of blood, the source of divine power gushed out divine power, permeating all around him. For a moment, his body exuded a faint halo, forcing all the devilish energy to sway independently. His eyes also shone with divine light, allowing him to see everything clearly. The devilish energy actually infiltrates from the ground. 0. After seeing the truth, Hong Yi was surprised. The place where he landed is already at the bottom of the ancient tree of life. However, still did not see any channel of magic energy. All the devilish energy permeates from the soil. Walked around and found nothing. Hong Yi could only leap forward. Although he can't fly, let alone ride the wind. However, his jumping ability is extremely terrifying. Especially under the blessing of divine power, he rushed out of the Tiankang in one leap. Boom! When it landed, the ground was blasted again by his impact. Okay. Hong Yi found that in the jungle, several white lights and shadows flashed. Immediately curious. In a flash, Hong Yi disappeared immediately. This, unicorn. Seeing the creature in front of him clearly, Hong Yi was amazed. Unicorns, about 10 or so. The figure is about the same as that of a handsome horse. However, it is much more beautiful than a horse. The whole body is snow white, looking extremely holy, and there seems to be faint halos of light. The mane hangs down like a maiden's silver thread. Incomparably elegant. Between the forehead, there is a pair of sharp, pointed, and long unicorns, which are very sacred. All this makes them look extremely unique. I didn't find the goddess, but I met the unicorn. Hong Yi smiled lightly. According to legend, people who see unicorns have always had good luck. Unicorns generally bring good luck to people. Chapter 100. Unicorns, according to legend, only the purest girls can get close to them. They seem to have a good relationship with the elves. It also seems that they only accept elves as their knights. Some information about unicorns appeared in Hong Yi's mind. But he was very curious why the elf queen didn't bring the unicorn with her when she decided to move her family. Maybe it's because the unicorn doesn't want to leave here. Very handsome. I have to say, the unicorn looks really elegant. Among the elegance, there is an indescribable nobility. I've come here once, I can't just leave empty-handed. Looking at the vigilant and cautious unicorn, Hong Yi murmured. The unicorn at this moment, facing Hong Yi, was indeed extremely cautious. There were 18 in total, slowly forming a defensive formation. Looking at the 857 formation, they can disperse and escape at any time. On the unicorn, there seemed to be magic runes flickering faintly. They are brewing magic. Light system, life system, plus plant system. Unicorns usually master these three systems of magic. Since the elf goddess can't be found, let's take you back to raise them first. Hong Yi murmured, his figure turned into after images. The speed was so fast that the unicorns couldn't react at all. However, they instinctively released all the magic of blessing. The barriers of the holy worlds enveloped them all, trying to block Hong Yi from the outside. However, their speed of releasing magic is not slower. At this moment, Hong Yi has appeared within the barrier. Humanity! What do you want to do? The leading unicorn rushed to the front of all the unicorns immediately and sent a voice transmission to Hong Yi. Although extremely nervous, its voice is still extremely elegant, with an indescribable elegance. As if, with a kind of intellectual beauty. It is estimated that people with a little kindness can't bear to hurt them. It's okay, I just want to take you to a place. Don't resist, or it will be very dangerous. Hong Yi said with a smile. Where are you going? The unicorn leader asked in a low voice. It cannot perceive the kindness in this human man. Go, you will know. I know, you don't like men near you. I don't need to approach you, but if you dare to resist, I will not only approach you, but also ride you and tame you as war horses. Hong Yi opened the mouth to speak, with a threatening meaning. You, how can you be so shameless? The unicorns, after hearing Hong Yi's threat, couldn't help feeling chills in their hearts. Buzz! At this moment, they felt an inexplicable traction appearing on their bodies. Instinctively wanting to resist, but thinking of Hong Yi's threat, they gave up. In an instant, they felt their consciousness fell into contemplation. However, it seemed that only for a moment, they felt the light again. It seems that they just lost their minds for a moment just now. However, they clearly felt that they were no longer in the elf forest. This is a completely strange place. This is where? Asked the unicorn in shock. Their consciousness was only absent for a moment, and they came to a completely strange place. Life, ancient tree. Why is the ancient tree of life here? Oh my god, and the elves, why are they all here? When they sensed the breath of the tree of life and saw the figure of the extremely busy elves in the farm, they were all extremely terrified. The eyes looking at Hong Yi are full of disbelief. The cosmic announcement sounded again. Congratulations to the owner of the home field number 8888 of the Earth, successfully breeding the most elegant second-level mount. It was completely beyond Hong Yi's expectations. The evaluation of the unicorn by the farm space is so high. Mermaids are just super top ornamental fish. The unicorn has become the most elegant mount. However, unicorns are really beautiful. If it is paired with an elf, the picture will be absolutely incomparably beautiful. The universe farm, which had been silent for most of the day, was stirred up again. Earth, what kind of planet is it? How come there are so many miraculous species? Extraordinary life attribute wood, wind-pushing dragon, super top ornamental fish, gods, and now the most elegant mounts appear. Crazy! A lot of nebulas have already set sail, and now more nebulas have joined the team of sailing. The second-level and third-level civilizations in the unknown universe have fallen into madness. A series of astonishing top-level species were exposed, causing countless farm spaces to choose to leave their own nebula, intending to come to the Earth to pan for gold. Who would have thought that there would be a storm in the corner of the universe? And the maker of the storm is currently accepting rewards for farm expansion and gold coins. 1 million gold coins. Ordinary fertile fields, fish ponds, pastures, and forest farms each expanded by 100,000 mu. There is no change in the second level, as well as the divine dimension. Really, expanded again. Other creatures have adapted to the shaking caused by the daily expansion of the farm, but Goddess Naga exclaimed. I couldn't help but ran to the first floor to watch. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm, who has won the reward of the power of 2 tigers. Are there only 2 tigers? Hong Yi was a little disappointed. The growth of the strength of the 2 tigers made him feel almost nothing. 6 dragons, 8 tigers, and 9 bulls. But in front of the power of the 6 dragons, the 8 tigers and 9 bulls can only be regarded as sprinkling rain. Ding! congratulations to the owner of the farm with Earth number 8888, for getting the charm attribute reward. When the last reward came, Hong Yi was stunned. Charm attribute? What the hell reward? Is it just for picking up girls? 2.0 FK, return Nima's announcement to the whole universe. Is this a prank? Everyone in the universe knows that I have gained a charm bonus. Girls from the universe should be on guard when they see me. Hong Yi felt that his temperament seemed to have changed, but he couldn't laugh or cry. To be honest, he naturally likes this reward very much. Not only him, but everyone may like it. Who doesn't want to be more charming and attract more admiring eyes from the opposite S**X? However, it is not so good to directly inform the universe. Everyone in the universe knows about it. But it's okay. I own any door, this reward is an absolute invisible boost to me. With a charm bonus, coming to other worlds should make it easier to gain the favor and trust of the natives. Thinking of this, the depression in my heart dissipated in an instant. Chapter 101. FK. This mysterious field owner can actually get the reward of the charm attribute. This is just crazy. This guy has already become famous. In the universe, countless women have clamored to ask for a date with him on the forum. Now that he has acquired the attribute of charm, that's fine. I hope this guy won't come to our nebula in the future. With the attribute of charm, he is simply a runaway humanoid attracting bees and butterflies. Haha. Those sons and brothers who descended on the earth should be careful, don't leave your girlfriend behind on the earth. Those ladies, don't put yourself in it. On the farm at this moment, night has begun to fall. After a busy day, the elves started to call it a day. The Naga clan in the lake began to go ashore and took over the work of the elves. Asterisk. Catherine's voice came, with a little excitement. Because, she also sensed the breath of the unicorn family. Princess Catherine. Why are you all here? 24. The unicorn recognized Catherine immediately, and rushed to greet her, asking curiously, his words were full of excitement. In an unfamiliar environment, meet familiar elves. It was an old acquaintance in a foreign land, and they felt relieved for a while. Villa, this is the new home of our elves. This one is the one who made a husband and wife contract with me. This world belongs to my husband. Catherine smiled lightly. On behalf of my husband, I welcome you. As long as you are willing to be here, we will continue to work together. Homeland, your husband. The unicorn murmured, only endless inconceivability flickered in its eyes. Then, what about the ancient tree of life? Why are you here? Looking at the ancient tree of life that covers the sky and the sun not far away, the unicorn is very puzzled. It knew that this ancient tree of life was the one in the elf forest. The Tiankang of the forest elves is the best proof. Surprisingly, this ancient tree of life has recovered its former holiness, and even spewed out more intense vitality. She couldn't imagine how this person moved the vast ancient tree of life to this world. God, it may not be possible to do it. My husband moved here. After arriving here, the ancient life tree will purify itself and restore itself. Catherine said with a smile. Catherine seems to have a lot to talk about with unicorns. They chatted for a long time, and the unicorn was willing to stay. After they finished chatting, Catherine and Hong Yi left together. During this time, everyone is very busy. There is no tender time. While Catherine was taking a bath, Hong Yi took out his mobile phone and boarded the farm forum. Dragon videos are trending again. After boarding the forum, Hong Yi was amazed. The popular dragon video a few days ago has been silent for the past 2 days. After all, in the entire universe, there are too many interesting things happening every day. What? This Shen Hao, Princess Xiao Xiao actually urged me to change. The hot comment has billions of likes. It was still the message from Princess Xiao Xiao who gave him a super reward. Her comment is very simple, it is simply a reminder. Quick change, elegant mount, reward. The words are very simple. But the reward has already arrived. Still with an orange crystal coin. Reminder. Reminder. Reminder, the most elegant mount. I really want to know how elegant a mount with a first level civilization can be. Under the comments, countless follow-up urging updates. However, it was just a verbal reminder. The only one who can spend billions of dollars is Princess Xiao Xiao. Unicorn, it's going to be famous. The most elegant mount, is this title resounding throughout the universe. Seeing all kinds of reminders and some people's unconvinced looks, Hong Yi secretly smiled. Unicorns, looking at the entire universe, are indeed not strong. However, the aspect of temperament is really well handled. But in terms of elegance, is the unicorn really the most elegant? If one day, descend to the fairy world and capture fairy-level swans, how elegant it would be. But the swan in the fairy world should already be above the god level, not the second level. So, the unicorn should be regarded as the most elegant mount. Hong Yi murmured. Since there are the most elegant mounts, will there also be the most aggressive mounts, the coolest mounts, etc. Thinking of this, Hong Yi couldn't help being a little excited. Another day, what if the 9-headed lion that directly surrendered to the wild world is used as a mount? Kailan, Phoenix, Real Dragon, and even Kunpeng, what should I do as mounts? The more Hong Yi thought about it, the more excited he became, and finally realized that he was thinking too far, so he quickly stopped thinking. By the way, this Princess Xiao Xiao, isn't she really a Starfield princess? Such a rich man. It's so arrogant to give a reward casually. Seeing Princess Xiaoxiao's reward again, Hong Yi couldn't help becoming interested in her. Looking at her message, it is full of the posture of a superior. Buy the most elegant mount, the price is free. This is the second hot comment under Princess Xiaoxiao's comment. It was left behind by a local tyrant named Young Master Pian Fei. The tone is too loud. Hong Yi shook his head. 680, but he has no plans to sell unicorns. He is not short of money, let alone resources. Hungry you to death. The most elegant mount is only available in my family. Hong Yi smiled disdainfully. At this time, Catherine came out in her nightgown. Hong Yi didn't bother to look at his phone anymore, and threw it aside. This guy, interesting. I have tipped twice in a row, and there is no thanks. In the palace made of jade, Princess Xiao Xiao also entered the forum, and found that the mysterious host did not reply, so she couldn't help smiling. The most elegant mount? I really want to know what kind of creature this mount is, and it can bear the name of the most elegant. If it's worthy of the name, why not buy one? Princess Xiao Xiao smiled faintly. She was extremely noble and elegant. As a princess, she naturally doesn't need to manage the farm. Her existence can become stronger just by lying down and playing. There is nothing unfair, this kind of person can have this qualification, and it is also the result of the hard work of generations of grandparents and fathers. Fair enough, only initially. Sooner or later, over time, there will be polarization. Call. Today, it's time to go to the wild world. In the morning, Hong Yi feels refreshed. Chapter 102. This time, go ahead and bring them some gifts. After thinking about it, Hong Yi came to the mall and bought a lot of things. Anyway, he's rich now. Then, it started to transmit. Buzz. It's just that when the system was transmitted this time, it took a longer time. What happened? Hong Yi murmured. Finally, Hong Yi's figure disappeared. No way. When it appeared again, Hong Yi was a little confused. The village has undergone earth-shaking changes. Hong Yi clearly saw that there were only 2 pigs in the pigsty in the village, but now there are more than 20 pigs. Outside the village, many wheat fields have been opened up. Xiaoxi in the distance even seems to have grown up a lot. System, what's going on? Hong Yi asked. When the system was traveling through space, it was affected by some influences, and it made a time-space jump, directly jumping to the future year of this world. The system explained. So awesome! In this world's long river of time, you can jump directly. Hong Yi was shocked. It actually jumped directly to the next year. FK, can't I even fast forward and rewind in this world? Hong Yi's heart instantly became extremely hot. It is possible, but always playing with time requires unimaginable karma. So, until the host can ignore cause and effect, try to play with the timeline of the world as little as possible. The system is persuading. Certainly. The system has reminded, Hong Yi will naturally not continue to be willful. Okay. This village seems to have visitors. However, the atmosphere seems a little tense. As soon as Hong Yi arrived, he found many strange faces in the village. These people are extremely powerful. At least much stronger than the patriarch of this village. There are also a few extremely arrogant little kids. They also noticed Hong Yi's sudden appearance. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Hong Yi. Big brother, you are finally here. Where have you been this year? Xiao Zioxi also saw Hong Yi, and immediately rushed towards Hong Yi. She has grown a lot, and her whole body is extremely vigorous. But because it may be because of her physique, her body is still extremely slender. Perhaps because of the last awakening, Hong Yi sensed the breath of life from her. So, these malicious visitors came for Zioxi, right? Hong Yi's eyes turned cold. Seeing Hong Yi's arrival, the women and strong men in the village also breathed a sigh of relief. But Hong Yi didn't see the old woman patriarch, maybe he was retreating. This year, I accidentally overslept. This year, you have grown up a lot, and you look much more beautiful. Hong Yi smiled lightly, and stroked Xiao Shi's little head. Master Yi, you are here. This year, we have prepared some cubs of ferocious beasts for you. However, ferocious beasts are difficult to raise, and some of them have already been disposed of by us. Biao Zi greeted him and said to Hong Yi with great enthusiasm. I'm also a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I'm temporarily in retreat, and I didn't have time to inform you. Hong Yi smiled, then narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at those people in the distance. It seems that you have guests here, should I avoid it first? Hong Yi asked tentatively. Master Hong Yi, you are our guest. They came for the ruins deep in the wild. They are not our guests, even if they are, they should be evil guests. Taking a deep breath, Biao Zi said slowly. Although he didn't want to, he still hoped that Hong Yi could resolve this crisis for them. This year, although they have grown a lot. But compared with those villains, there is still an insurmountable gap. They need time. It takes so much time. If they were given another 10 years, why would they be afraid of these villains? The villain. That would be fun. Hong Yi smiled lightly. Hong Yi big brother, these guys are badass. They want to seize our wheat fields, and also want to seize our big fat pigs. A skinny kid ran to Hong Yi's side, grabbed Hong Yi's palm, and complained directly. Yes, Hong Yi big brother, help us beat them up, those little brats even teamed up to bully Xiao Zioxi a few days ago. A young brat of a strong man also stepped forward and grabbed Hong Yi's palm to complain. Hong Yi was a little confused. Why do these brats think that he can blow up this group of people? What he doesn't know is that he doesn't show up this year. In order to encourage these children, the people in the village have secretly given Hong Yi to the myth. Therefore, invisibly, Hong Yi has been worshipped by them. Some blind. Who said it? Just the three of them want to bully me. Hong Yi big brother, don't listen to their nonsense, I beat those three brats. Well, the kind that I pressed hard on the ground and beat me hard. Xiao Shi immediately stood up and defended herself with an extremely arrogant tone. The pose of a little witch who is alive and well. Well done. Hong Yi gave Zioxi a thumbs up. Then, his eyes fell on the group of people not far away. Their mounts are all beasts. But they are all tamed beasts. A one-horned lion with silver scales, a ferocious giant wolf, a half-snake, half-dragon beast, and an adult snow leopard. Looking at these, Hong Yi's eyes flickered faintly. Even if you don't keep it, you can sell it. Who are you? A middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. They have already planned to take Zioxi away today, and destroy the village by the way. They naturally saw the terrifying blood in Xiao Shi, and wanted to take it as their own and cultivate their offspring. However, the sudden appearance of this young man made them a little afraid. Appeared too weird. It just appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the blood on this young man was terrifying. Me? I'm just a businessman. No, Nioli is good, now it seems that you want to prevent me from doing business and cut off my money. Hong Yi shook his head and said lightly. As soon as Hong said this, the people in the village suddenly became nervous. It seems that they really don't have much friendship with Hong Yi. Businessman. Good talk. This village has no business to do with you, how about we do business with you? The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said lightly. This made the hearts of the people in the village sink to the bottom. Sorry, I only do business with this village. As for you, you really don't deserve it. Hong Yi laughed, his tone very arrogant. For a moment, the people in the village breathed a sigh of relief. Not only because of Hong Yi's firmness, but also because of his arrogance. Your Excellency, we are from. The middle-aged man's face darkened suddenly. Change identity. I'm not interested, and I don't want to follow your example. Hong Yi smiled dismissively. Chapter 103. Wow, this big brother is so domineering. So arrogant. Beside an old man, stood a little jade girl, 7 or 8 years old, very cute. Hearing Hong Yi's tone, his eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help admiring him. Is this a charm bonus? Young and old feel it. It seems that this old man is not on the same road as these group of people. Ha ha. Report your name, I don't believe you can go against this guy. I've never seen such an arrogant person. The middle-aged man laughed back in anger, and said coldly. Hey, you saw it today. With such a classic dialogue, Hong Yi blurted out naturally. Ha ha. Hong Yi's careless arrogance aroused the laughter of men, women, and children in the village. Xiao Zioxi and a group of little kids looked at Hong Yi with admiration. It turns out that you can be so arrogant. The strong man's little boy murmured, his eyes shining. Humph. If I am a few years older, I will set your face. Seeing his father deflated, the extremely stern little boy beside the middle-aged man pointed at Hong Yi and said coldly. His gaze was incomparably cold and arrogant, even looking at Hong Yi with disdain. He, you were beaten by Xiao Zioxi. Hong Yi smiled lightly, and what he said lightly was the truth. You. The cold boy's eyes were red. You wait, when I grow up, I will definitely blow you up. Why should I wait? Also, you are so arrogant, why didn't your father stop you? Why are you so arrogant? Do you have the strength? Still, do you think I won't blow you up? Hong Yi asked with a smile. Not good. When Hong Yi's smile was malicious, the middle-aged man sensed the crisis, and instinctively stood in front of his own child. However, his speed is still too slow. Boom! Hong Yi's had already appeared behind the little boy, clasped his head with his palm, and smashed it to the ground. Boom! The ground exploded. The little boy screamed. Everyone was stunned. Looking at Hong Yi in disbelief. It's too cruel. It's so bottomless. He even shot at a little kid. Moreover, it is so brutal. He buckled his head and smashed it to the ground. Is this a demon? You dare! The middle-aged man was the first to come back to his senses, roaring. Sefk, slap was hard with the palm towards Hong Yi. Boom! No one can see clearly. However, the middle-aged man was directly sent flying, and when he landed, a 100-meter-long gully was drawn on the ground. Horrible! Too strong! And, it's brutal! Everyone's body trembled instinctively. Hee. Hong Yi sneered, and walked back with the little boy. Your Excellency, you are too cruel. The old man riding on a giant wolf took a deep breath and said coldly. Is this cruel? What did you plan to do before? I want to take Xiao Zioxi away, refine her blood, and destroy this village. Don't tell me, you don't know that there are old and weak women and children in this village, and there are babies who are still in their infancy? Don't tell me, don't you think it is cruel to target Xiao Zioxi like this? What? You don't feel ruthless if you can kill other people's clan, and you don't feel cruel when refining children. Now I take action against your genius, you feel ruthless? I haven't killed yet. Hong Yi sneered. Besides, you came all the way, how many geniuses of the tribe have these little devils killed in the name of experience? Don't tell me, you don't know this. Don't tell me, you don't know how painful it is for a village to lose a genius and a pair of parents to lose their children. You can treat human life like ants, why can't I deal with your little devil? Hong Yi smiled coldly, and threw the little devil in his hand to the ground. What? The little devil screamed. The law of the jungle and the law of survival. The old man's face was extremely ugly. Yes, so I am the law now. Hong Yi sneered and stomped on the sole of his foot. There was another scream. The middle-aged man stood up slowly, coughing violently. Your Excellency, we admit it. Please let me go. The man coughed up blood and begged. He knew that he had kicked onto the iron plate this time. This guy is not only powerful, but even more terrifying, is unscrupulous. Much more ruthless than them, too much. Little Zhuangdun, don't you want to blow them up? Here's a ready-made. Hong Yi kicked the little devil to Xiao Zhuangdun's feet, and said calmly. Hong Yi. Big brother. Xiao Zhuangdun looked at Hong Yi with some fear. He didn't think at all that this big brother, who always had a warm smile on his face, would be so scary when he became ruthless. Do you know? If I don't show up, if you don't have strong guardians here, they will take Xiao Zioxi and refine her blood alive to give to this brat, and then they will wipe out all of you in order to cover up their filth. If you don't believe me, you can ask that old man in white. Hong Yi said softly. The survival rules of this world are too cruel. He doesn't like this. Ugh. The old man nodded slightly. FK. Boy, what are you doing in a daze? If it's my son, just FK him. Biozi came back to his senses at this time, slapped his son on the back of the head fiercely, growling. People who live in the wilderness do not have any viciousness in them. Hearing that these people wanted to make Xiao Zioxi alive and exterminate them, they were immediately furious. Brothers, go! Xiao Zhuangdun growled, directly provoked, and stepped hard on the little devil's neck. What? The little devil screamed, but was quickly overwhelmed by a group of little guys. Court death! Seeing his child being beaten up by a group of peers, the man roared angrily and pinched his hands. Roar! The powerful force turned into a ferocious beast, attacking Hong Yi and the villagers. Boom! With a flash of Hong Yi's figure, he punched out, smashing the ferocious beast transformed into energy directly. Die! Hong Yi took advantage of the situation and punched the middle-aged man again. This time the power of the 6 dragons came out together. Puff! The middle-aged man was directly pierced by Hong Yi's fist. Hong Yi has no skills, but he has strength and speed. What can a strong man of a small force use to stop his power of the 6 dragons? Horror! Everyone was terrified. This is too strong. Terrifying power, phantom-like speed. What's even more frightening is that they didn't feel any traces of spells on this young man. Where did this young man come from? Retreat! The rest of them growled without any hesitation. This man is horrible. Moreover, there is deep malice towards them. Leave them all. Be the measure of my combat power. Hong Yi's cold voice sounded. Let them go, that is to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Chapter 104. Damn it! Are you going to kill them all? Hong Yi's cold words made everyone's faces turn cold, and their hearts began to panic. Kill! Sacrifice the ancestral artifact! In a room, the cold voice of the patriarch of the old woman came. As a person living in the wild, she naturally knows the truth of endless troubles after the tiger returns to the mountain. These people came with malice in the first place. As Hong Yi said, a person who can pamper his own junior geniuses and take pleasure in killing tribe geniuses, but who can cruelly refine the blood of others, is definitely a devil. Definitely a demon who regards life like nothing. Let these people go back, and what awaits them will be endless troubles and murderous intentions. Kill! When Biozi and the others heard this, they charged directly with a murderous look. At this moment, Hong Yi has already made a move. The speed is like a phantom, and the history is like a landslide. One punch at a time, the person he bombarded and killed was directly blown away. Vomit! Hong Yi suppressed the discomfort in his heart and used the phantom speed to the extreme. Damn it! Do you want to offend several of your major forces at the same time? Hong Yi's speed was too fast, they were bombarded and killed before they had time to cast their spells. With that terrifying power, no one can withstand his punch. What made people even more desperate was that when some weapons struck Hong Yi's body, they made a sound similar to metal impact. It seems that their weapons are blasting on a mountain of divine iron. In desperation, they could only growl and draw out the strength behind themselves, hoping to restrain Hong Yi with this. Don't move me back. Do you know the power behind me? Today, you must die. When you are greedy and want to exterminate others, you should consider when you will also be exterminated. People can be unkind, but they can't be fearless. Hong Yi sneered and activated the source of divine power. Boom! For a moment, his strength skyrocketed again, and his speed became even more ethereal. Countless after-images filled the entire village. In an instant, the whole village seemed to have thousands of his shadows. One by one the corpses came to the end, and the village seemed to be raining blood. Even the villagers, who were used to seeing life and death and fighting, were all stunned. Here, it seems to have become the Hell Shura field. However, they were not afraid, but a hearty pleasure arose. Xiao Zioxi and a group of little kids also stopped beating up that little devil. At this moment, they all looked at the battlefield with great admiration. Although they couldn't see Hong Yi's figure clearly, they saw the enemies who wanted to destroy their clan being blown away tens of hundreds of meters one after another and died directly. It's so powerful. Whenever I can be this strong, I can protect the uncle dolls well. Xiao Zioxi couldn't help muttering. At this moment, her mentality seemed to have changed. She yearns to become stronger. What a terrifying speed! What a powerful force! Unexpectedly, didn't perform any spells. Simply crushed by speed and strength. Which superpower does Xiao Yi come from? The old woman patriarch couldn't help murmuring. The stone statues in the distance are ancient spirits, and the emerald green is slightly rising. It is not shocking. Hong Yi is actually not that powerful. Because his opponent is too weak. However, Hong Yi didn't seem to have undergone any training, just relying on blood energy to be so powerful. It was really terrifying. Absolutely nothing. True dragon cubs are not so terrifying. The old man in white had already left the village far away with Xiao Yunu. Hong Yi didn't stop them. Grandfather! This big brother seems too cruel. The extremely delicate little girl murmured softly, but she showed no expression of fear. It was as if she knew that Hong Yi would not hurt them. If weeds are not removed, there will be endless troubles. These forces come from a small place. They think they are invincible. They are used to being arrogant and domineering. They regard human life as worthless. They deserve this catastrophe. They thought this small village didn't have a powerful guardian, but they didn't know that today they met a ruthless person who was more ruthless and unreasonable than them. The old man murmured softly. In fact, he is very clear about the thoughts of these people. So, no sympathy whatsoever. Yes, just fortunately. Fortunately, at the beginning, he had the intention of blocking these people instead of participating in it. This young man is scary. The frightening thing is that he seems to be able to see through people's hearts and distinguish between good and evil. The battle is over and blood is flowing. Among the corpses, the other two children cried loudly in horror. Ask for her flowers. These two kids, like the imp, are geniuses. Again, nothing is taboo. The three of them often fought viciously, and along the way, in order to prove themselves, the heads of many weak geniuses in the village became their battle results. In the name of experience, cruelty without cruelty. As Hong Yi said, they are all demons. Hong Yi believes that he has no great good, but he has absolutely no great evil. Therefore, Hong Yi did not take their lives. Sigh. After the battle was over, looking at the purgatory he created, Hong Yi couldn't help but vomited out all he ate this morning. First kill. All the villagers couldn't help but look at each other. Such a ferocious person, is it the first time to kill a life? At this moment, the only emerald green on the stone statue in the distance trembled slightly. A green light fell on Hong Yi's body. For a moment, Hong Yi felt refreshed, and his tyrannical blood was restored. That sense of incompatibility disappeared immediately. Thank you. Hong Yi stood up and saluted the stone statue in the distance. His heart trembled slightly. Does this approve him? This is definitely a good start for Hong Yi. That means, he will have access to its law. The stone statue was silent again. Ignore Hong Yi. Young Master Xiao Yi, thank you for your generous help, otherwise we may be doomed. The patriarch of the old woman responded immediately, and said gratefully. In the past, she also traveled north and south, and saw countless dangers. How could she not know the thoughts of these people? However, she has nothing to do. It was too late to transfer Xiao Zioxi. She already had the will to fight to the death before. Senior, you are being polite, I just follow the trend. Actually, even if I don't take action, you will be fine. Hong Yi said with a smile. Randomly, his face became a little sad. What's wrong? Asked the old patriarch. It was too red-eyed just now, and all the mounts of these people were killed by me. Hong Yi felt extremely sorry. Ha ha! The old woman patriarch laughed. Young master, you haven't shown up for so long, but we have prepared some ferocious beast cubs for you. The old woman patriarch smiled and said 3. Chapter 105. That's good. Hong Yi smiled lightly. Those mounts were all blown up by him in the battle just now. It's really a pity. However, in the entire great wilderness, there are not many other things, but there are many fierce beasts. With his current strength, he can already walk out of this village. However, Hong Yi doesn't have that much time right now. He wants to run his own farm. Finding the goddess of nature is his current top priority. By the way, these people have extraordinary backgrounds, and they must be the overlords of this territory. Although they were eliminated today, the forces behind them should not let it go. Next, you have to be more careful. Hong Yi said. Okay. We will. Thank you Mr. Yi for helping me this time. The old woman patriarch nodded solemnly. August 20th. Facing Hong Yi, their hearts were filled with respect and emotion. What Hong Yi said earlier really moved them immensely. Because Hong Yi said, he will only do business with them. They could see that Hong Yi had been helping them. Interested in helping them. They also don't know what Hong Yi is planning. However, they believed that their village had nothing for Hong Yi to plot. But don't worry. No one can make trouble in this village. You just need to be careful when you go hunting. However, I faintly feel that in the wilderness, this period of time seems to be a bit uneven. If it's not necessary, there's no need for you to go out. Hong Yi frowned slightly and spoke. The ancient ruins are going to be opened, and the sky is really not peaceful. Young Master Yi, the wheat you provided us has entered maturity, and we have sufficient sources of food. Speaking of this, the old woman patriarch's face was full of gratitude. These grains are really too timely. Not only can it solve their food and clothing problems, but it also contains pure energy. In other words, they don't need to hunt ferocious beasts, they only need to eat these grains, which can absorb more energy than feral beast meat. Then I'm relieved. Hong Yi laughed. At this moment, the villagers have already begun to clean the battlefield. The adults even let their children clean up the dead bodies. The children of Tianhuang will face life and death sooner or later. Now, being able to let them face these as soon as possible is conducive to their growth. Squeamish words. In this wilderness, it is impossible to appear on children. Especially for these villages where the living environment is extremely harsh. The stone statue in the distance seemed to have completely fallen into silence. However, Hong Yi knew that he should have been recognized by it, even favored by it. Hong Yi speculates that it may be because of his own particularity, or because his foundation is too good. It, perhaps knows the truth of this world. This world is too difficult, if it can dig out a strong man who can end everything, it should pay attention. At least, I will pay a little attention. It was a good start for Hong Yi. This is a wonderful start. Its method must be very powerful. Hong Yi is looking forward to it. With the foundation of the power of Kowloon and practicing its method, Hong Yi is confident that he can blow everything up. The current him, with zero basic training, can beat the strongest of all time. After Hong Yi practiced, if he couldn't blow up the heavens, he would really be sorry for his two cheats. Young Master Yi, some time ago, our clan did indeed obtain a powerful true technique. If you are interested, son. The patriarch of the old woman pondered for a moment, and said. Hong Yi's kindness to them is really too great, and they can't repay it. No need. Hong Yi shook his head. If you really take it, it seems a little bit of taking advantage of others. Moreover, as for the spells and techniques, Hong Yi is currently only interested in the spells and techniques of the Kanggu tree. By the way, this time I brought you a lot of things. Just right, you can also use it now. After thinking about it, Hong waved his palm. Another pile of things was brought out by him. Snacks, food, meat, fruits, and vegetables, etc. As a human being, Xiao Zioxi's fresh milk is indispensable. Still enough. 17. The old woman patriarch's tone was trembling with excitement. With these, the villagers did not need to go hunting for a long time. It means that they can safely survive this natural catastrophe. The reason why it is precious is because you need it very much, isn't it? Hong Yi said with a smile. Hey, Mr. Yi, we don't know how to repay you. The patriarch of the old woman shook her head, and finally said, why don't I marry a girl of the right age in the village to you? Do not. Hong Yi was frightened, and quickly refused, old patriarch, I really don't want anything in return from you, we can just trade as usual, these things, just treat it as this transaction. Joke. The woman here has the shape of a warrior. What's more, what kind of beauty he has never seen before. Marrying the daughter of Tianhuang Mountain, the matriarch's joke is a bit big. The character is too tough. Okay then. A hint of disappointment flashed clearly in the eyes of the old woman patriarch. Old patriarch, that. The fierce beast cub. Hong Yi quickly changed the subject. Master Yi, follow me. The patriarch of the old woman nodded, and then walked towards her stone house. Not long after, a basket was brought out. The basket was covered with a blanket of animal skins. Seems to hear movement. A small head emerged from the blanket. A furry fox. However, its fur is incomparably jade black, very dazzling. The eyes are full of spirituality, extremely humane. Fox. Hong Yi was slightly taken aback. Because, he almost lost his mind just now. Charm. Such a powerful charm. The bloodline of the nine-tailed demon fox. It is an extremely powerful beast, best at bewitching people's minds, killing people invisible. The old woman patriarch explained. 1.3 How did you get it? Hong Yi asked. Biozi and the others were hunting and stole it while its parents were fighting with other beasts. The old woman patriarch explained. Is there no danger? You? Hong Yi asked. Its parents may have died. The old woman patriarch shook his head. Swoosh. At this moment, the little fox figure lightly jumped and landed on Hong Yi's shoulder, using its front paw to stroke Hong Yi's hair affectionately. Young Master Yi openly has a relationship with it. It actually took the initiative to be intimate with you. The old patriarch was stunned for a long time and said with emotion. The charm is strong. Hong Yi smiled lightly. He is not bragging, it should really be a charm bonus. It has to be said that his charm bonus is indeed a little scary. All foxes, which are ferocious beasts, can be attracted. Chapter 106. The little demon fox jumped lightly and landed in Hong Yi's arms, rolling happily, his little nose sniffed lightly, and a trace of greed flashed in his spiritual eyes. It seems that it likes the breath of Hong Yi very much. Hong Yi is even more convinced that this is due to his charm attribute bonus. Master Yi, there is still a nest of eggs here. This is the egg of the ancient silver-winged vulture. The silver-winged ancient eagle is famous for its speed and ferocity. Although it is not as good as the ancient blood, it can basically fight with some of the ancient blood after adulthood. This is an extremely ferocious bird that feeds on beasts. The old woman explained. How fierce! It should be very dangerous for you to get this nest of eggs. Hong Yi asked. At the same time, he took over the basket, and there were 3 eggs in it. It can only be said that we are lucky. Otherwise, we don't have the ability to get these. The patriarch shook his head, sighing with emotion. Young Master Yi, what should we do with these little fellows? At this moment, the villagers had cleared the battlefield, and Biozi brought a few trembling little fellows to Hong Yi and asked in a deep voice. Without the protection of the family, the proud and arrogant little guys can only have endless panic. They have been living in their own power, without experiencing the cruelty of reality. For them, exterminating other people's clan is just an order of theirs, and they don't care about the grief of others when their clan is exterminated. You guys deal with it yourself. However, we do not recommend that you keep tigers as a problem. Molly Goodnighty has already grown in their hearts. They, coming all the way, should have wiped out the geniuses of the rest of the tribes. If you can't bear it, you can send them to those tribes. Of course, you can also let them complete a real experience in Tianhuang. I'm just suggesting. Hong Yi shook his head and said. Clear. Biozi chuckled and left. Old Patriarch, farewell. Hong Yi arched his hands and planned to leave. If Mr. Yi doesn't dislike it, stay here and let us treat you. The Patriarch of the old woman asked to stay. No need. Out of the corner of his eye, Hong Yi just saw a group of little kids rushing towards him with their clothes covered in blood. They were extremely excited and adored. He left in a hurry. Hong Yi felt that he would have a headache if he was asked about cultivation by these brats. Hong Yi heard it just now, when Biozi and the others were cleaning the battlefield. They each encouraged their sons to come to ask him for advice. Hong Yi disappeared in an instant. Oh! Mother-in-law the Patriarch, why didn't you stop Hong Yi big brother? Xiao Zhuangdun asked speechlessly. That's right, I have a lot of questions to ask Hong Yi big brother. The other kids yelled too. You say this as if I can stop you Hong Yi big brother. Okay, these are left by you Hong Yi big brother, let's share them. The old Patriarch said with a smile. The younger generations in the village, the more motivated they are, the happier they will be. Back to the farm again. The whole farm is already in full swing. Where is the tauren now? When you are free in the afternoon, you can go and have a look. Hong Yi thought of the matter of letting the tauren family relocate. Hong Yi doesn't have to worry about their food. Because, no matter how big their appetite is, it is impossible for each of them to eat a large bag of rice in just a few days. Bengzi and the others should keep contacting me now. However, there is no time to pay attention to them for the time being. Hong Yi plans to free the nine-tailed demon fox first. Although it is not a purebred, it just has blood. However, her potential is definitely high. The silver-winged ancient eagle hasn't hatched yet, so even if it's put on the pasture now, it won't be rewarded. Hong Yi murmured. This point is quite a pity. Hong Yi appeared directly outside the pasture on the second floor. Roar! Seeing Hong Yi approaching, the three little snow leopards roared, seeming very excited. Hong Yi could see that they had grown up a bit. The growth is good. Hong Yi smiled lightly, and picked up the three little snow leopards. Master, the health of the three little guys is very good, they are growing very fast, and their genetic potential is very strong. The two robot housekeepers responsible for feeding the snow leopard reported the situation to Hong Yi immediately. Thank you for your hard work. Hong Yi said with a smile. The host is very polite. The purpose of our creation is to serve people. In addition, we have checked that the master's energy is too strong, so it is recommended that the master have more intercourse. As stewards, we apply to serve the master. The robot butler said. Hong Yi asked quickly, are you all just pure intelligence? Master, we also have wisdom and can think. However, our purpose is to not lie to the master. The robot butler responded respectfully. Okay, but I really don't need you to worry about my psychology and physiology. Hong Yi shook his head helplessly. Then, Hong Yi ignored them. The magic fox was released directly. Roar! When Mohu appeared, he saw three little snow leopards, and let out a low growl. A red light flashed in the 490 eyes. In an instant, the three little snow leopards were stunned, and when they came back to their senses, they began to flatter the nine-tailed magic fox. What a horrible hypnosis! Seeing this scene, Hong Yi was stunned. Roar! The little devil fox smiled triumphantly at Hong Yi, then left Hong Yi's embrace, and his figure flew in front of Shang Kun in an instant. Seeing the little magic fox, the herd roared and became extremely irritable. Roar! The little devil fox growled again. A red light flashed in his eyes again. In an instant, all the cows were stunned and quieted down. The little devil fox turned around and smiled at Hong Yi, and hooked the fox's claws at the cows. The next moment, the herd of cows walked up to her neatly, and the head of the herd actually got down on the ground. The little fox jumped lightly and landed on the bull's head, yelling softly. The next moment, Ju Niu stood up and led the little fox slowly towards Hong Yi. FK. This fox is too scary. Is this the most terrifying spiritual charm? No wonder, when I saw it, I lost my mind for a moment. It wasn't trying to hypnotize me at the time, was it? Hong Yi murmured. Chapter 107. When the world announcement sounded again. Congratulations to the owner of the farm with the earth number 8888, who successfully raised a 4th level king attribute life form in captivity. A reminder sound came. Hong Yi's heart trembled violently. Level 4. King attribute? How powerful is the little devil fox? Hong Yi was so shocked. The little demon fox is of ancient and fierce bloodline. It's not an ordinary beast, it's judged as a 4th level life form by the farm. Hong Yi thinks it's normal. Because the potential of the ancient fierce bloodline is very high. However, possessing the attributes of a king completely exceeded Hong Yi's expectations. Although, he doesn't understand what the attributes of a king are, but he is definitely very tall. No wonder, its controlling ability is so terrifying. With a low growl, the 2 snow leopards quickly fawned over them. Grow one more time, and all giant bulls will surrender to the world. No wonder, the moment I saw it, I lost my mind. The attribute of king, plus the attribute of stunning beauty, this guy is really scary. Looking at the triumphant little demon fox, Hong Yi took a deep breath, his eyes were extremely hot. This trip is really worth it. The small village seems to be lucky too. Picked up a bloodline, Goose Yang said, it is still the attribute of a king. King attributes. What is the attribute of a king? Who can tell me, what is the attribute of a king? Why have I never heard of it? There are too many announcements belonging to the mysterious owner Hong Yi, I thought they were already numb. After all, Hong Yi even raised a divine life form. They don't believe that Hong Yi can raise a more advanced life form. However, now a living body with the attributes of a king appeared directly. The king attribute, these people have basically never heard of it. Planet Earth is really crazy. It's fine if there are living gods, but now even life forms like king attributes that we have never heard of have appeared. This civilization is so worth digging. It would be a waste of money to develop such a crude civilization. Why haven't there been any movements from the 3 caravans that have already landed on Earth? Wait, we have achieved multiple space jumps, and it won't be long before we arrive on Earth. The appearance of king-like life forms once again ignited the enthusiasm of all farm owners for the Earth. Too many people, in addition to being shocked, also feel very uncomfortable. All kinds of jealousy, envy, hate. There is no way. The top resources of a planet are packaged and monopolized by one person in this way, and they are naturally uncomfortable. Ding! Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm who won the fertile fields, forest farms, fish ponds, and pastures in the farm space are expanding crazily again. The entire farm seems to be experiencing an earthquake. 500,000 fertile fields. 10,000 grades of fertile land. 500,000 fish ponds. 200,000 grades of fertile land. 500,000 ranch. 200,000 level 2 ranch. 200,000 mu forest farm. The reward for the size of the land is actually a little more than that of raising the Naga goddess in captivity, which is a full 1.61 million mu more. For a time, Hong Yi's farm area exceeded 5.5 million mu. If it continues to expand like this, Hong Yi guesses that his farm will be bigger than a planet. Wow! With the sound of the gold coins colliding, Hong Yi felt that his small coffers were about to burst. Another reward of 10 million gold coins. With so many gold coins, if it weren't for the arrival of the 3 major caravans, I would have been able to lend myself. Hong Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Congratulations to the owner of the farm with the Earth number 8888, who raised 4-level King attribute life forms in captivity, and the farm has been upgraded again. Congratulations to the owner of the farm with the Earth number 8888, who has obtained the authority to trade and communicate with the 3rd and 4th level farm owners. Congratulations to the owner of the Earth number 8888 farm for obtaining 100 acres of grade 3 fertile land. Just when Hong Yi was looking forward to the power reward, the farm was directly upgraded. Boom! The farm shook again, and there seemed to be a sound of opening up the earth from above the divine space. Again. Goddess Naga was extremely shocked. Today is the second wave. What's even more frightening is that this wave of vibration came from the sky. She knew that a new world must have appeared above the world she was in. Has a more advanced world appeared so soon? Crazy world, crazy man, this world, so crazy. Goddess Naga murmured. The area of the field has greatly increased again. Should I offer to help? No, how can I say that I am also a goddess? How can I take the initiative to farm the land? However, if that man said that I would go again, wouldn't it appear that I completely obeyed his orders? Damn it! Goddess Naga is arrogant again, and she is also struggling. Level 3 farm. FK. Is this an upgrade? FK, it's been upgraded so quickly? I haven't even realized it yet. It means that this mysterious field owner has already crushed us above the dimension. FK, no wonder he never communicated with us. Uploading videos is also directly anonymous, cutting off the possibility of us becoming friends with him. It turns out that we have been wrong all along, and people have never taken us seriously. For a time, all the secondary farm owners in the universe felt a deep sense of loss. It was as if they felt that there was something precious that they had to leave behind. It feels like this is a forced upgrade to the 3rd level. The background of this mysterious field owner has not reached the 3rd level at all. The area of the land is not enough, the wealth is not enough, and there is not even a scientific research experiment. Forcibly promoted to the 3rd level, I guess he is just taking the humiliation of himself in the 3rd level forum. The money is good. Naturally, some people are not optimistic about Hong Yi. The development is too fast, and there is not enough background. If there is an auction held in the 3rd level farm space, it is estimated that Hong Yi will not even be eligible to enter. You don't need to worry about this at all. As long as the owner is willing, I think many big forces will definitely be willing to accept him and invest in him. But now it seems that the host probably didn't mean that. If it was me, I would have been drifting away, and my mentality exploded. Hong Yi doesn't know and doesn't want to know about the loss and distress of the cosmic field owners. Now he is extremely happy. The farm is upgraded to the 3rd level. Means, he can buy 3rd level materials. Xiao Zioxi can drink more advanced milk, and can restore her originality faster. Knowing that his farm has been upgraded again, Hong Yi is very happy. The system told him. Xiao Zioxi is a very critical point. Chapter 108. Dang, congratulations to the owner of the farm with the Earth number 8888, for being rewarded with the power of a dragon. Finally, the reward of strength. At that moment, Hong Yi's body trembled violently. Terrifying power spread within his body. At that moment, he felt as if he was being flooded by sea water. The terrible impact seemed to tear him apart. It hurts so much. Hong Yi couldn't help gasping for air. He wanted to cry out in pain, but found that he seemed unable to make a sound. Puff! He felt that the blood vessels in his body were smashed by the churning blood. It seemed that there was a terrible force squeezing his whole body, and his bones seemed to be shattered in an instant. Buzz! Inside the body, the source of life is voluntarily spraying out the power of life, washing his body. Mysterious power followed closely, transforming his body. But it seemed that a more powerful force began to impact his body again. His body seemed to be at the limit of what he could bear. As long as the strength increases by 1 point, it will crack by 1 point. Unbearable pain. Not only the pain, but when the power of life and self-healing energy were recovering the wounded body, It was extremely itchy, as if thousands of ants were biting inside and outside his body at the same time. The power of the 7 dragons, it's just so painful. I don't know how long it took, Hong Yi finally endured the power of the 7 dragons. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, and his clothes were all soaked. There was a thick layer of blood scab covering his body. He couldn't help sitting down on the ground. His body is full of terrifying power, it is impossible to feel tired. However, he was mentally exhausted. After all, the pain continues. It's hard to imagine how those strong men endured the experience of the power of the 9 dragons. Others should have a way to relieve pain. Hong Yi murmured. Hong Yi mainly grew up too fast, too crazy. How long does it take to get farm space? He obtained the power of the 7 dragons. Moreover, among all his rewards, there is no spiritual power reward, all of them are brutal power rewards. With his relatively weak mental strength, he naturally felt the incomparable pain. Of course, every time he endured unbearable pain, his spiritual strength would also increase dramatically. Dang, congratulations to the owner of the farm with the earth number 8888, for winning the reward of the king's domain. Just when Hong Yi thought the reward was over, the announcement came again. In an instant, Hong Yi felt that his aura seemed to have changed slightly. Change from the inside out. At the same time, he faintly felt that there was some magical energy in his body. This miraculous energy was baptized throughout his body, blended into his cells, and penetrated into his blood vessels. The domain of kings. What exactly is it? Hong Yi murmured. He felt that something had changed in him, but he didn't know what specific change had happened to him. However, he faintly felt that with this domain, he should be able to absolutely suppress opponents at the same level. The domain of kings. What the hell is this? The king's domain, what exactly is the domain? Oh my god, this world is so crazy, the rewards that this mysterious field owner got are completely beyond our imagination. You said, the owner of the mysterious field owns the king's field, will he become the legendary royal family, the royal family of the universe? Crazy, trembling. The domain of kings seems to be beyond the cognition of most people. In a palace above a nebula in the universe, Princess Xiao Xiao is playing chess with her best friend. Suddenly, her girlfriend's body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Princess Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Xiao Xiao, the person you follow has obtained the king's domain. The best friend spoke in shock. This time, she no longer called the natives the domain of kings. Sure. Princess Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly. Secondary, tertiary farm, Sieg, spaces are going crazy. His farm has been upgraded and is now a level 3 farm. He raised a 4th level king attribute creature. Taking a deep breath, the girlfriend said slowly. The domain of kings. Royal possibility. As long as he can evolve the royal blood, he will definitely be the king of the universe in the future, and he will definitely be the king of the universe. Princess Xiaoxiao's face became a little serious. Yes. The domain of kings is the entrance ticket to the royal family. Although he hasn't officially become a royal family yet, the future is definitely promising. The best friend spoke slowly. Then, her body trembled slightly again. It seems to have received some news. What's wrong? Princess Xiao Xiao asked. My family has decided to let me go to Earth. The woman said with a wry smile. Why, aren't you happy? Princess Xiao Xiao asked lightly. No, don't I miss you? The girlfriend said with a smile, but there was some expectation in her eyes. I also plan to apply to go to Earth. Princess Xiao Xiao said calmly. Are you going to? The girlfriend was extremely shocked. The possibility of a royal family, no matter how far that nebula is, it's worth a trip. Princess Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and said slowly. As far as I know, the battle situation in the space battlefield is very tragic, and the situation is a bit critical. Maybe one day, our nebula will be fully sent to the battlefield. Princess Xiaoxiao's face became extremely serious. For a moment, her best friend's face became extremely solemn. Hong Yi stepped directly into the divine space. You, how is it possible? When Goddess Naga saw Hong Yi again, she was extremely shocked. "What's wrong?" Hong Yi asked with a smile. "Fine." Goddess Naga shook her head. When Hong Yi first appeared, she felt inexplicable heart palpitations. She felt as if her emotions were completely suppressed. However, that feeling quickly disappeared again. "You have become stronger again." Goddess Naga smiled wryly, her heart was extremely complicated. This human being seems to be getting stronger every moment. It's simply too perverted. Just now, it actually gave her a sense of fear. You know, she is a goddess. Goddess. Is it weird? Hong Yi smiled and said, "The space has expanded again, and I probably need your help. You came up just to let me go to work." Goddess Naga felt a little incredible. "Want to go up and have a look?" Hong Yi pointed to the sky and asked. Chapter 109. Third level farm space. It is still the opening 100 acres of land, a small river. However, the energy contained in the soil and the stream is much higher than that of the secondary soil. Here, it will be a base that can grow third-level crops and cultivate fourth-level crops. Normally, if you want to cultivate a third-level crop, you need a second-level soil, and if you want to cultivate a fourth-level crop, you need a third-level soil. Otherwise, if the secondary crops are planted in the tertiary soil, it is easy to burn the seedlings. What a magical land! What an amazing river! Goddess Naga couldn't help muttering. "How does this compare with your god realm?" Hong Yi asked curiously. "Although I want to admit it, this place is really much better than god realm. The soil and river water here are amazing. The only drawback is that the area is too small." Goddess Naga said slowly. "It will expand, you can rest assured about this. What you need to consider is, can you be busy?" Hong Yi said with a smile. Boom! Goddess Naga releases an earth magic. However, at this moment, the soil slightly released an earth-colored light. The ground trembled slightly, and the powerful earth magic was cancelled out. What a terrifying magic resistance! Naga was shocked. Her god-level magic was actually offset a lot by this magical soil. Looking at the 100 acres of land in front of her, she knew that if she really wanted to clear them all, it would definitely take a long time. This land is not good for planting. Seeing that Naga's magic could hardly shake the third-level soil, Hong Yi frowned slightly. "I hope to open a different world that travels through the high magic world." Hong Yi thought to himself. The elves and magic in the low magic world have found it difficult to grow crops on third-level farms. The best choice is naturally the elves from another world with high appearance. The words of immortal world are definitely the best. However, Hong Yi knew that with his current strength, he was not qualified to go to the immortal world to develop, let alone turn back to the immortal cultivator. Cultivation world, naturally. However, cultivators who specialize in growing elixir are not easy to find. Moreover, Hong Yi believes that the tree of life is the one that can most easily allow plants and creatures to evolve and complete the transformation of life. The ancient tree of life from the low magic world, it would be nice to be able to cover the first layer of farms in the future. Moreover, the ancient tree of life in the low magic world is estimated to be difficult for the third-level crops to transform independently. Therefore, if you want to manage the third-level farm well, the best thing is to move back to the tree of life in the high magic world. The creatures in the wild world are good at fighting and killing, but they are definitely not good at farming. Can you get in touch with the goddess of nature? Hong Yi asked Goddess Naga. You want her to run the farm? Goddess Naga asked. Yes. Obviously, the farm needs her badly. Hong Yi told the truth. I'm not with her. In the eyes of the righteous gods, we are more like alien gods, or demons. Goddess Naga sneered and said, so, if you want me to contact her, it's basically impossible. It's impossible for her to believe me. Orthodox god? Ability god? Hong Yi was a little puzzled. The goddess of nature, the goddess of light, the god of the sea, the goddess of water, the goddess of the earth, the goddess of wind, the goddess of thunder, the goddess of fire, the goddess of darkness, etc. are all righteous gods. To put it bluntly, the gods of attributes are the righteous gods. God, and I transformed into a god through cultivation. I was called a different god by the orthodox gods, and I was also the object of their rejection. Goddess Naga explained with some disdain. Why are those gods goddesses? Hong Yi was a little surprised. How could I know? They are born female, what can be done? Naga said speechlessly. There is no god of space, god of time. Hong Yi asked. How powerful and perverted that is. No. Goddess Naga shook her head. After all, it's just a low-level magic world. Being able to comprehend space and time is really abnormal. Jingle bell. Just then, the phone rang. A call from Solin. Hong Yi. Bengzi and the others are all looking for you, they look very anxious. As soon as the phone was connected, Solin's voice came. I see, I'm going out now. Hong Yi laughed. He had guessed it a long time ago. It is estimated that several of them are going crazy now. In less than 2 days, Hong Yi created a god, a most elegant mount, and a king attribute life form. No wonder they are not crazy. You are busy first. Hong Yi left a word for Goddess Naga, and then came to hit the ancient tree of life, put down 3 eggs of the ancient silver-winged eagle, and then left. Tuk tuk tuk. Knocked on the door of Solin's room, it turned out to be Bengzi. In the living room, Wushan and Hoki were also sitting on the sofa, looking impatient. You guy, you're finally here. Bengzi pulled Hong Yi into the room, and said resentfully. Brother, don't tell me that the god egg you won from me has already hatched a god. Martial god hurriedly asked Hong Yi. A god hatched in half a day. 0. Do you think that's possible? Hong Yi rolled his eyes directly. Call. That's good. Otherwise, my old man will break my leg. After getting the answer, Valkyrie breathed a sigh of relief. Then he thought of something, and continued to say, Brother, if, what I'm talking about is if, you can really hatch that god's egg into a god, you have to take it easy, don't go too fast. Otherwise, I would really have my legs broken. How about you take it back? Hong Yi asked tentatively. How is this possible? Don't trap me in injustice. Martial God directly looked at Hong Yi vigilantly, with dissatisfaction in his tone. Kidding. How can you take back the bet I won? Hong Yi laughed. He felt that Valkyrie should be worthy of deep friendship. Very straightforward. Or, they all look like this. Absolutely no lack of attention. In addition, I feel that you don't seem to understand the divine life form. Hong Yi said with a smile. How to say? Ben Shi asked. Divine life, I think it should have a god, and the one who is in power, long-term accepted and worshipped by believers. What is a divine life? The creatures in the myth, I guess, should be just god-level life forms. So, your divine egg should not be able to hatch a divine life form. Hong Yi thought for a while, and expressed his guess. Chapter 110. Let's not talk about that. Where did you get so many attribute life forms? God, the 4th level king attribute life forms have come out, and the most elegant mount. Where did it come from? Bengzi asked excitedly. Secret. A secret that must never be revealed. Hong Yi shook his head and said. How could he reveal such a thing? Hearing what Hong Yi said, Bengzi, Wushan, and Hoki couldn't help being extremely disappointed. But think about it. This is definitely Hong Yi's biggest secret, how could he reveal it? Comparing your heart to your heart, if it was them, they would never reveal it. Can we work together to develop it? Taking a deep breath, Hoki raised a question that he himself thought was too much. What do you think? Hong Yi directly rolled a white 370i. Hey hey! He smiled arrogantly, looking very embarrassed. Brother Hoki, don't ask such stupid questions again. Otherwise, I don't even have to do what my friends do. No matter what it is, it's Hong Yi's chance. Valkyrie said very frankly. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb, can't you see that I am embarrassed? He stared at Valkyrie proudly. By the way, what is the king's field? Bengzi asked proudly. I don't understand either. Hong Yi shook his head, that is, the instinctive steps use the magical energy zones. For a time, with Hong Yi as the center, an invisible field diffused and spread towards the surroundings, with a radius of more than 10 meters. Bengzi, the god of war, trembled violently in his heroic body and mind. At that moment, they felt terrible oppression. At that moment, they felt that they had to surrender to Hong Yi. After a long time, they came back to their senses. Feel it? Hong Yi asked. Simply a freak. This kind of suppression comes directly from the suppression of the soul, just like the legendary coercion. The power of the king. Bengzi smiled wryly. Hong Yi's growth is really too fast. In this field, brother Hong Yi is absolutely invincible at the same level. Unless the opponent also has a strong domain. Unbelievable. There was incomparable envy in the Valkyrie's eyes. With the blessing of the field, that is an absolute bonus to combat power. How's your talk going? Hong Yi asked curiously. Still talking. In your civilization, there are many mythological systems, and they are perfect. So, we also started thinking about members from other countries. Bengzi frowned slightly. With your strength, do you still need to consider them? Hong Yi asked in surprise. Everyone has farm space and belongs to the farm civilization. The farm space does not allow high-level civilizations to invade low-level civilizations by force. Bengzi opened the mouth and said. In other words, your focus is on developing mythical civilization. Hong Yi asked. This is the most important thing, and it is also the greatest wealth in your civilization. However, we have studied it. The mythology of Kyushu is too strong. With our current civilization and strength, it is impossible to develop it at all. Even if the 5th level civilization comes over, it cannot be developed. Bengzi's face was full of excitement. A level 5 civilization can't develop the myth of Kyushu. Hong Yi was shocked. Yes, very strong. We have researched that the gods in Kyushu myths and legends are too strong. If they are real, then it is impossible for them to be destroyed. They are very likely to have left your civilization. However, with their abilities, it is easy to hide their traces in history. Benshi said. How to judge? Hong Yi asked curiously. Research, speculation, and extrapolation. Bengzi opened the mouth and said. At present, the easiest myths to develop in this world should be ancient Greek myths and ancient Egyptian myths. According to legends and records, in their mythology, there are many cases where gods were defeated by humans. Valkyrie said with a smile. Kyushu has basically reached a sincere cooperation with us now. However, people in other regions are prone to repetition. In addition, we had some troubles with us before. Once other civilizations come, they will definitely become a fool in the first place. The heroic spirit slowly explained, so, our next focus is to develop the myths of these civilizations. Unfortunately, it is not a matter of overnight to develop their mythology. The pride was a little emotional. Can't you just buy all their ruins? Hong Yi asked. The point is, they don't have a leader at all now, let alone a regional official recognized by the farm space. They operate independently, and we don't know who to buy from. Valkyrie complained feebly, we are on the same planet, why is there such a big difference? Isn't that something ownerless? Grab it. Hong Yi encouraged. We can't make a move. Benshi shook his head, then smiled and said, however, Solin may be able to. So, this time, we plan to bring Solin to discuss with Kyushu, let Solin become our bilateral representative with Kyushu. Further deepen cooperation. He said proudly. The reason why Solin was brought was to allow Solin to participate in the distribution of this huge cake. Of course, they were all looking at Hong Yi's face. They knew that it would not take long for Hong Yi to leave them far behind. They don't know how high Hong Yi's final score will be, but according to his current potential, he can become a level 9 powerhouse at the very end. A true cosmic powerhouse. Having friendship with a cosmic powerhouse is worth any investment. Moreover, if Solin can be tied to his warship 1.0, no matter how far Hong Yi runs, his eyes will eventually be on them. Solin, what do you think? Hong Yi asked. Don't you think it would be fun to take down all their ruins and all? Solin was eager to try, extremely excited. Then I support you. Hong Yi laughed. Now, Solin can be regarded as embarking on her own bright road. Hong Yi, of course, can help Solin. However, the strong Solin, for now, has not been able to accept all the help from Hong Yi. Looking at her current fighting spirit, Hong Yi understood. Solin nodded. All along, she has received too much help from Hong Yi. Now, she has the opportunity to rely on her own efforts to make herself even better. As long as she works hard, she can merge the farm with Hong Yi with peace of mind. Chapter 111. Other civilizations have traveled thousands of miles and come across the universe at any cost. At that time, they will absolutely not allow themselves to lose everything. He said proudly and slowly, so, when the time comes, conflicts are very likely to break out. Yes, they may be like us, support other representatives, and snatch the ruins back. Valkyrie spoke calmly. Hong Yi smiled contemptuously. Not to mention being a representative of their support, the current him can easily blow up most of the second-level farms or even the third-level farms. You guys continue to discuss, I'm going to work on mine. After chatting for a long time, Yi Bai left. Today, it's time to meet the tauren. You said, isn't this guy going to create a new attribute life form again? Seeing Hong Yi leave, Martial God said enviously. It's possible. Ben Shi nodded. Brother Hoki, what are you thinking? Seeing Hao Chi meditating, Martial God asked curiously. I was thinking, I have a very beautiful sister. He murmured proudly. Introduce to me. The Valkyrie's eyes lit up. Roll. You do not deserve. Hao Chi shouted very impolitely. FK, let's have a fight. Valkyrie seemed angry. Rough man. He shook his head proudly. Hoki, is it not good for you to be in front of Sister Solin? Bengzi narrowed his eyes slightly, and said lightly. I don't know what she thinks in her heart, whether she is standing up for Solin. Hehe. Miss Solin, you may have to accept the fact that the farm universe is not monogamous. Said with a proud smile. I see. So, I will become even better. Solin said lightly. And, between me and Hong Yi, there will be no marriage or any other interests mixed together. There is pure affection between us. Solin's voice is very domineering, but it seems to be her own sovereignty. System, when can the third arbitrary door be opened? What is the chance that I can travel through the high magic world? Hong Yi asked the system. Host, your progress in conquering the great desolation world is less than 1/10 of a millionth, you are too anxious. But the system will try its best to help the host find a way. The system is very helpless. I just knew that you are the best system. Hong Yi said with a smile. Then, it disappeared directly in place. The next moment, Hong Yi directly appeared beside Huck. Master, you are here. Seeing Hong Yi appearing, Huck was extremely excited and quickly saluted. Meet the master. The tauren saluted one after another. Don't be too polite. Hong Yi said lightly. However, he felt that the atmosphere of the new head was a little different. Some tauren were also wounded. What happened? Hong Yi asked with a frown. Master, we have encountered an angel. The angels have condemned us as heretics and will judge us. And, the day of judgment is today. Huck said in a deep voice. The angels are going to judge you. Why? Hong Yi's expression sank slightly. He thought that it was impossible for such a naive tauren to commit any unforgivable crime. To be judged by an angel for heresy? Master, just 2 days ago, we encountered a human slave mercenary. They wanted to sneak attack on us, but we used the weapons given by the master to beat them to death. One of the light magicians sacrificed himself and summoned an angel. At that time, we didn't think too much about it. We continued to bomb her with the weapons the master gave us, and ended up seriously injuring her. As a result, yesterday the Legion of Angels came and judged us, saying that we used and forged evil weapons. They ordered us to destroy all the weapons today and hand over the person who built them, otherwise we will be judged. Huck briefly told what happened in one breath. Then let them come. Judgment? Who judges who is not sure? Hong Yi smiled disdainfully. It can be seen that they are really timid about hot weapons, otherwise, how could they give the tauren a chance to consider? By the way, why are the gods of light and angels in other worlds generally villains? Judging others at every turn, condemning others as heretics. Hong Yi thought to himself. I was worrying about not being able to find other gods. Fortunately, the angel legion came to my door. Angels shouldn't be counted as human beings, right? It can be raised for sure. Luck is coming, you can't stop it. When I hand over the angel legion, is it still far from the appearance of the goddess of light? Hong Yi's heart is excited. I never thought that the appearance of thermal weapons would scare the angel legion. Otherwise, they would never descend from the god realm in such a mobilizing manner. The goddess Naga has been captured, the ancient tree of life has been uprooted, and now the tauren are armed with weapons that can subvert the entire world. It is estimated that the current god realm is also on the trend of chaos #70b. Hong Yi thought to himself. This is the best, it is best for those gods to descend one by one, and then suppress them all, and take them back to farm. Huck, do you have enough food? Hong Yi asked. Yes, master, it's enough for us to last for a few days. He smiled and said, in the past few days, our tauren have grown stronger, and these are the gifts of the master. Therefore, if the angels dare to judge us, we will fight with them. Master, it is the righteousness that our tauren believe in. God. No one can judge you. Don't talk about angels, even gods. Hong Yi said with a smile. But I was also glad in my heart, fortunately my own came. Otherwise, these naive tauren will definitely fight the angel legion desperately. However, if the angel wants to judge the tauren, he must pay a very high price. It is not so easy to break through the metal storm's blockade. Master, in a few days, we will be able to reach the prairie where the centaur is. It's extremely empty, and there are many orc races living around it. Huck introduced and said. Okay. When you get there, you can stay there. Our business group starts from there. After thinking about it, Hong Yi said. As long as there is no traffic jam. With enough resources, the center of a business empire can be built anywhere. Chapter 112. Go ahead. You don't need to worry about the angel's so-called judgment. Hong Yi said to Huck. Obey, master. Huck responded respectfully, and then began to convey the news. Not long after, the mighty team began to rush. The tauren are extremely sturdy in terms of physical strength and endurance. Especially stamina. As long as they have a good meal, they can continue their normal journey for a day. Hong Yi felt that in the normal first-level space farm era, no other creatures were more suitable for farming than them. Unfortunately, Hong Yi's farm has no use for them. Hong Yi slowly followed among the tauren team, waiting for the arrival of the angel army. He really wanted to know what kind of confidence the angel legion had to try the tauren armed with so many hot weapons. Still, angels can fly, that's for sure. The entire air force does have absolute suppression of the army. If they all attack in the air outside the range, the Tiantu people will be really troublesome. Huck, half human, half horse, what kind of race is it? Are they like you, standing upright or something? Hong Yi asked. He has never seen a centaur. But Hong Yi knew that there seemed to be two settings for centaurs. One is the horse-headed man like the tauren, with his feet upright. The other is that the upper body is a human body and the lower body is a horse body. However, most centaurs generally have a human body on the upper body and a horse body on the lower body. Master, the centaur clan has a human upper body and a horse lower body. They are a powerful race, good at shooting and running. Also, every centaur is born to be a powerful knight, and their fighting skills are also very strong. Huck thought for a while, organized the language and said to Hong Yi. However, if we charge head-on, the centaur will not dare to confront us head-on, nor can we resist our charge. Huck said somewhat. In this world, in terms of charge, there are few other races that can compete with their tauren. It's a pity that they charged so many times that they couldn't last too long. Because it takes too much energy. What they are good at is the persistent and fearless killing on the battlefield. You tauren are definitely an excellent war race, and you are very powerful. Why are you placed in a remote and barren place in the Orc Alliance? Hong Yi asked curiously. I don't know, that's a problem left by our ancestors. Huck shook his head and said indifferently. You silly! You deserve to be placed in this kind of place. If there are pig-headed people, I think you guys are not smart. Hong Yi cursed helplessly. He realized that he had asked a stupid question. No matter how strong the tauren's character is, it is useless. Where is it enough for others to calculate? When the war comes, he is the strongest shield for others. After the war, he will go back to his old nest and continue to live in poverty. They don't fight at all. It seems that he will only sell his own strength forever. Master, there really are pig-headed men in the Orc Alliance. But they're dumber than us. Huck retorted. Damn it, there are people who are more stupid than you. You really are hopeless. Now I wonder if it would be a very bad decision to hand over the caravan to you. Hong Yi was completely speechless. Master, don't worry, no one can destroy the master's caravan, unless they can step over our corpses. Huck made an extremely sincere promise. I do believe that. Hong Yi shook his head secretly. Tauren's nature is such that it may be difficult to change. However, it is also true that they are the best guards. For the management of the caravan, we can only find other racial agents. Foxman, it should be good. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably blazing light radiated from the sky. The blazing light was already approaching this side. Master, the Legion of Angels has arrived. Huck's tone was a little dignified. It is a lie to say that there is no fear of the Angel Legion. After all, in their eyes, an angel is the